Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the April 15th, 2020 edition of the Carolina Weather Group Get Together. If you're tuning in tonight to watch the April 16th, 2011 severe weather look back, sorry, we have a new one to talk about. As many of you know, we experienced quite a bit of a severe weather event over the Carolinas on Sunday night into Monday. So tonight, we are going to turn our attention to that. We have a whole host of guests on tonight. We have Rob Fowler on from Charleston, Ed Piotrowski on from Myrtle Beach, Shane Hilton on from New Bern, Brad Panovich on from Charlotte, Tim Buckley in Greensboro, Efren Afonte in Columbia, Kendra Kent in Greenville, South Carolina, and Brendan Goldner, a reporter at WCNC Charlotte. So we really want to say our thank you to them publicly because we put this together at the last minute. So we're very happy for everyone to kind of donate a little bit of time tonight to talk about this. We are live streaming, so if you have any questions or comments, we'd love to hear about you if you had experienced any of this storm throughout the past couple of days. So I'm going to toss it over to Brandon Goldner. Brandon, you've been out in the field reporting kind of the aftermath of the tornadoes. And something we've been talking about here on the Carolina Weather Group is the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we've talked about storm chasing and doing severe weather coverage from home. I know that you ran a little spot about the recovery efforts in COVID-19. I think we're going to dial that up, and then we'll toss it to Brandon and let him kind of give us a few of his remarks from his story.
Brian Morris,
You want to carry that one side?
is an essential worker.
Go out that way. Let's take it to the van.
He's cleaning up this Gastonia sunroom after a tree slammed into it, one of 5 emergencies his company, Custom US, had to go to.
It was kind of unique in that they were all very large trees, and that doesn't happen as much.
Well, it also doesn't happen as much cleaning up during a pandemic. Morris and his co-workers have to wear masks when going into people's homes. They also have to ask clients if they've been around anyone who's sick.
We've been keeping the pace.
Utility crews are also trying to keep the pace and restore power to nearly 39,000 customers. North Carolina Emergency Management Director Mike Sprayberry says the largest outages are in Mecklenburg, Anson, and Richmond counties. For families uprooted from their homes, the Red Cross's Robbie Sofoli says volunteers are helping them virtually, using platforms like FaceTime and Zoom to interview clients.
We are an organization that really relies on interpersonal connections with our clients and really trying to provide compassion and care. And it's a little difficult to do that right now, but we're adapting and using some of those different digital platforms.
Family and friends helped Robbie Clark's parents clean up a tree that crashed through their Kannapolis home, all while following social distancing rules.
I'm just hoping that everything gets sorted out pretty quick.
All right, so that was a report from Brendan Goldner. Brendan, I'm going to bring you in. This is something we've been talking about, COVID-19 and how it's affected the weather enterprise. As you was out reporting, talking to the folks, what was it like kind of in this new time that we're all experiencing?
You know, it reminds you, we're all talking all the time about reporting during the coronavirus, and yet, Mother Nature, the weather, doesn't care about pandemic. It's going to do its thing. And so, obviously there's the challenges with us as a crew. It was me and photojournalist Kevin Wardlaw. We have the 6-foot stick with the microphone at the end that we have to use to interview everyone. And we have to keep that social distance. But what was really fascinating was talking to some of the disaster recovery crew members, Duke Energy, the Red Cross, how a lot of them have had to change up a lot of what they're doing when it comes to cleaning up during the coronavirus. Duke Energy, they've been trying to do the social distancing, keeping the 6 feet distance, but when they're trying to repair power poles, a lot of times they have to be in close proximity. It's the same way with these disaster recovery people that was in the beginning of the story. They're wearing the masks. They have to ask everyone before they go into a house whether they or interacting with anyone with coronavirus. And it's the combination of all of the weather damage with having to deal with the coronavirus. So it's been really a double whammy for a lot of people.
And so, after disasters, we've seen it with the Nashville tornado, Jonesboro, Arkansas tornado a couple weeks ago. The community really comes together. How do you think that, how is the community interacting with their neighbor neighbor helping neighbor. Did you see any of that, even though we're in the midst of
It's actually a good point. We didn't see nearly as many people outside as normally, especially there was Monday, we were at there was a fire at a house caused by a tree that snapped power lines and then it went into a house, caused a fire. Thankfully, no injuries. But normally you'd see a lot of people out and about, milling around, asking for help. But really, there weren't a lot of people out. A lot of people were just standing on their porches. A couple people wandering up, but keeping that 6-foot distance. But it's a good point. You really didn't see those huge crowds of people like we normally do, and probably likely due to COVID-19.
Brendan, we appreciate that. We appreciate you joining us tonight, giving us that perspective. Hang around if you want to. I'm going to toss it to Dan. And Dan, you was out actually chasing this event. Maybe we can talk about that towards the end of the show. But I know you want to bring in one of our panel or one of our guests.
Yeah. So, talking kind of about some of the stronger tornadoes that hit there in South Carolina. I want to send it over to Rob there. There were a couple of significant tornadoes that hit, especially given the fact that this developed with not these ordinarily discrete supercells that would produce larger tornadoes, but they were within the line there. And especially we saw some interesting things like the Hampton County EF3, the Walterboro EF1s. Can you talk a little bit about that, Rob, that being in your area?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been here in Charleston for 33 years, and I've been through several tornado outbreaks, and I don't know how substantial compared to other parts of the country they are. We know every tornado for us is very important because we don't get that many, so we don't really prepare that often for these. But when we got here early on Monday morning to see what was going on in southeast Georgia, because these really started there and then crossed over the Savannah River and came all the way through eastern South Carolina. So to see the debris ball in Hampton County, which officially the winds are 165, they finished that survey and released it today, but it's on the cusp of an EF4. And I think here in South Carolina since 1950, only 3% are EF3s and 1% EF4s. So you're talking about something very rare for us in a state that, depending on which service you look at, averages 12 tornadoes a year. Then obviously, for us here in our Channel 2 viewing area, Hampton County is more in the Savannah area. Our neighbors down at WSAV taking care of that, but that's still in our state. But then Colleton County is the next next county over. And then we really got concerned there, seeing what was going on in Hampton, transferred to Colleton County. Colleton County, that was released. There were 3 separate EF1 tornadoes there. One of them 110 miles an hour that, if you saw the video, did damage at the Low Country Regional Airport. Unfortunately, we had 1 fatality there. A tree came through a house and killed a lady there. And then kept on moving into our more populated areas of Dorchester, Berkeley, and Charleston counties. Had a separate tornado that moved, probably started as a water spout, moved over Edisto Beach. And then they surveyed just a little while ago that Berkeley County, they released it. And that was an EF2 with the winds of 120 miles an hour. So, and then came into Ed's territory up into Georgetown County. We kind of share that, and they already had confirmed tornadoes up there. And I know Shay, WeatherFlow, you guys measured a wind gust of 114 miles an hour right there. So, Dan, to put it, I don't know. I'm still shaking my head. I'll put it that way. It was just something I've never seen before. And I've been through, a lot of the hurricanes that produce tornadoes like Francis, but this was unbelievable. In Irma, we had 4 tornadoes in the Charleston area, but I think we're all still shaking our heads.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and I was watching very closely on radar as that Hampton County tornado started showing up on radar in CC, and also kind of the debris ball that was showing up there. I mean, that was a significant signature on radar that you just don't often see in the Carolinas at all. It's something you would generally see more in the deep south of Alabama, Mississippi, or in Oklahoma, Kansas, something along those lines. The damage report has it at least a half a mile of a width of that tornado. Fortunately, it seems like a lot of that did happen over rural areas, but that being one of the first tornadoes that happened in that early morning, did that kind of set a precedent for how you were responding to the other tornado warnings and potentially trying to get the message out to people who may have been asleep at this point, knowing that how huge these could be?
Absolutely, Dan. I think here personally, myself, Josh Marthers, our morning meteorologist, he was on the air on News 2. I was manning Facebook Live for a long period of time. We know that's become a major way to get information out and get information in. But I think we were looking at that couplet, which was, we just don't get to see that on Velocity products very often here, and to see that continue to hold together all the way across the state. Absolutely. We were able to give warnings upstream. And I know it's a cliche, people write in saying, hey, because we watched you, you probably saved our lives. But I think in this situation, it really comes to play, because we could show it, we could tell them, we knew where it was going, we knew who might be impacted. And if we could give them any warning at all, this was the case. Most of our tornadoes that happen could be a water spout. The couplet's not as well defined. It could be very broad in some cases. So this was really fine, that I think it really prepped us for what we had to do for the rest of the morning. But I think probably the saving grace for all of us is the fact that with the crisis going on, schools were not in session, people were not going to work, they were not in the car on the highways going from point A to point B. So if anything, I think we were able to reach a lot of people in their house, and they could just hunker down right there.
And Rob, also, I wanted to ask, how was your response with your audience this early in the morning? This is really early, right? So a lot of folks just waking up. There's no commute, but we did get a couple of days of warning out for this event to start happening, right? So we kind of got the word out. But how do you feel folks responded to your?
I think the preparation was great. I loved Marshall Shepard's tweet going into this. He said, "I don't want to hear anything about this came out of nowhere, or where did this come from?" Because I think the warnings were there. SBC did a fantastic job, and we tried to disseminate that information here to our viewers, that, we couldn't tell them exactly what was going to happen that Monday morning, but we knew that as time crunched a little bit, we felt more confident that something was going to happen and could potentially be a pretty significant outbreak. So I think our viewers were well prepared, and I haven't heard a single comment like, where did that come from? And I never knew that was coming. So I think they were listening, and hopefully we were getting the information to them as quickly and as succinctly as we possibly could.
Efren, I'd love to hear your perspective on the Midlands, because unfortunately you guys saw the highest number of EF3s, as well as an EF2 that passed real close to Orangeburg and even over I-26. How has the community responded to all of these tornadoes, and what kind of steps are y'all taking to recover?
Well, the cleanup process right now has been incredible. There's been a lot of community help in this. And even with the coronavirus, in which a lot of people are taking heed to that warning, there was a very large presence of people helping out. Now, the EF3 tornadoes that came through part of the CSRA, the Low Country, into eventually our Southern Midlands community, those areas are very rural. And the fortunate thing was that we were already on the air at 4:30 in the morning. And there were a lot of storms that were crossing over the Savannah River into the upstate, but there was already a knowledge of all of our viewers, since we've been talking about it in earnest since Friday, that we're looking at the possibility of strong thunderstorms. That was the message on Friday. The message on Friday was like, there's very likely going to be a severe weather outbreak of some sort in the lower Mississippi River Valley. That message usually is taken with a grain of salt, because it's not us. It's not even near us. And as we got into Saturday, our morning meteorologist, Danielle Miller, started emphasizing that we're looking at the possibility of strong to severe storms in South Carolina. Half of the models from Storm Prediction Center and their risk included the northwest half of South Carolina, and then on Tuesday, the eastern half. So the message is already out there. And by Sunday, it was a clear message that this is going to be an event that we're going to see storms on Sunday, probably late morning, that may be strong to severe, but at least the knowledge that there is going to be storms on Sunday, but that's only the first round. The stronger storms and the worst ones are going to be in the overnight hours. And that was the biggest emphasis that we sent the message. And the worst part was waiting. As a couple of us were talking about before the show started, the Storm Prediction Center alluded to the fact that there were two significant models. One that was indicating that the storms would very likely start entering portions of the South Carolina upstate and the high country by late morning, and by midday crossing to the areas from northwestern North Carolina into the Piedmont and the PD down to the Midlands into the early afternoon. That would have been the worst case scenario. The evolution of the storms were far greater, and the magnitude of the damage would have been far greater. The other model was ones that verified showed that it came in a lot earlier. The problem is that when you have storms that early in the morning, and the first tornado warning actually came out, I believe it was 6:30. That was the tornado warning that was in Richmond and Columbia County in Georgia. And then once it crossed over to South Carolina, it was still warned. At that point, we're already talking about it in earnest, that these storms are tornadic. One is already confirmed, and this has got a direction that will be impacting part of our southwestern communities. And at that point, things just exploded. The one interesting thing that we did watch very carefully and with great concern was when the tornado was confirmed crossing out of Richmond County, crossing into Richmond County, Georgia, into Aiken County, South Carolina. Within 3 or 4 scans for about 12 minutes, we noticed that the inflow was pushing at about probably 95 to 100 miles an hour, but there was no debris ball. Once it got right along the county line of Barnwell and Aiken County, there was no doubt a debris ball. Within a span of 5 to 7 minutes, 2 scans later, we now see 2 debris balls. And I mentioned on chat, I was like, guys, do we have twins? And they said, we definitely have a TDS on both storms. So now we got a bigger issue. We now have 2 tornadoes that are heading almost in the same direction, at least parallel. And the message is already out. You have to take your tornado precautions. The craziest part about this is that, and I'm sure a lot of the meteorologists here will say, Rob alluded to it, this is something that does not happen in the Carolinas. We're well known for the Carolinas to have the type of tornadic event that's low cape, high shear, versus when you go out into the central and southern plains, it's the exact opposite. And we've had our fair share of tornadoes that have been low cape, high shear, but nothing to this magnitude. I'm really hoping that the viewers were prepared. Unfortunately, we had 2 deaths out of the EF3 tornado that went through Western Orangeburg County in the community of Livingston, and as well as 7 injuries. But this happened at least later in the morning. If this happened 2 or 3 hours earlier, the result could have been significantly different.
Efren, you were talking about the twins. There's some speculation on Twitter, and after looking at the radar scans, it could have kind of been like a Fujiwara effect, like they were kind of dancing around each other. Any comment on that?
That's a good possibility. Keep in mind that the only data that we can go off, since we can't really go off of any visual satellite, is off of the radar, but that is the possibility. However, both of the debris balls were running parallel to each other, probably about 7 to 8 kilometers apart, but they were going unidirectionally. Usually when you see a Fujiwara effect, you'd see the debris balls that are actually dancing around each other. They really weren't dancing around. They were running parallel. So at the very least, we know that this was 2 confirmed separate tornadoes. Was the debris ball and eventually the second one from the original tornado that came out of Aiken? Because the deadly tornado actually originated in northern Bamberg County, northern Barnwell County, then eventually moved into southwest Orangeburg County. But just as the initial tornado dissipated, the other one continued going. So I don't believe, in my best experience, that was the Fujiwara effect. It could have been, but I didn't see enough motion between the 2 TDSs to facilitate that idea.
Yeah, definitely a busy morning for you guys. I want to bring in Kendra Kent. This is kind of where as the storm system moved in, it kind of hit her area first. Kendra, first of all, we hope we can see you or hear you.
Sorry, Scotty.
You're fine. We can hear you now. And I just want to ask you, I know you guys kind of started the live coverage first when these storms first moved in.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us a little bit about your morning and how things went there in the Greenville area.
Well, I feel like I learned a lot from this particular outbreak. And can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry you can't see me. I hooked up to a computer that doesn't have a camera, apparently. Anyway, no, we started the coverage a little after midnight. We had a rogue warning. It was essentially a shower that just started rotating. You could tell how much dynamically was going on in the atmosphere. I mean, it was just things were beginning to blow up. So I think I knew from about 12:30 in the morning that we were going to have a very, very long night. We ended up with an EF3 tornado. And as we were talking about earlier, that's incredibly rare in South Carolina, especially in the upstate. I feel like we get wedged in so much with cool air. It's so rare we can have all of this come together to produce such an event. And this was the biggest in the upstate, the strongest since 1994. It hit Seneca. We were on air with the storm as it moved into Stevens County, Georgia. And I had a unique experience with it because my parents live in Seneca. And that was probably the first time I had to cover a storm while I was slightly emotionally distraught. And I had Isaac Williams, who's also on here. You just can't, he's also without a video. But he was pointing out the TDS. And as soon as I saw that, I got that panicked feeling. I started breathing a little heavy. I thought, oh my gosh, how am I going to get through this? But we did. And luckily my parents were fine. But I'm sure many of you have been through that because we've all, many of us have lived in these areas for a long time and you get personally impacted by these storms. But what I learned the most is not to underestimate the timing of something. I feel like I didn't write this event off, but I wasn't necessarily expecting anything like this given the time it was coming in. 3 to 6 a.m. I mean, who expects an EF3 tornado to rip through the heart of your area at 3:30 in the morning? And mostly we get these QLCS lines that produce these brief EF0, EF1 tornadoes. That's what we're used to. And seeing something like that and tracking something like that was a true first for me. And, it was just a million different emotions all at once. That's for sure.
Kendra, since you said Isaac's there, I'll pose this to both of you guys, both of y'all. You had this coming through the rogue cell, and then like the heart of this event was when people were actually asleep, 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Talk about how you guys were able to message before the event. And, with this being this late, talk about your schedule too, because I know I was watching the coverage in Chattanooga and hearing of the major damage that happened there. And I'm like, man, I've got to get a little bit of sleep before this comes into our area. So kind of talk about that, because I know a lot of us were watching beforehand to just see what was coming our way.
Let's see. Is Isaac's mic up?
I think it's muted, but we can. Okay, it's unmuted. It's unmuted. He's good now.
Okay.
You go ahead, Isaac.
Okay. Thanks for having me briefly. I'm one of the morning people, so I'm like almost up past my bedtime here. But so just to kind of with the messaging and any rest. Unfortunately for me, I have plenty of interest in Mississippi and Alabama. That's where I'm from, and for whatever reason, a lot of people still ask me, about the weather there, and they depend on me, and that's great. So I didn't actually sleep going into this event. So that's not uncommon for me because I am a severe weather nut. But that being the case, in terms of messaging, we started talking about it, I think, on Wednesday. Just kind of highlighting the threat for storms. That gave people about 5.5 days, and of course we started ramping up, the wording a little bit more once we got to, Friday and Saturday. And, Kendra always, mentioned, like when I first was hired here, we do get a lot of wedge events, and we started that day in the 50s. And I'm like, back in my head, I thought, what if the wedge holds and, we're going to be seen as like hype people, and that's not what we want, but we don't want severe weather either. I think our message was pretty stern by Sunday morning when we got up and saw they had pulled that enhanced risk over a little bit into the upstate, which I've been here 3 years, not nearly as long as Kendra, but I think that's only my personal third enhanced risk here. So, I knew that I see parameters, and parameters mean nothing unless you have a
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
I knew with those parameters that we had the potential to have something, fairly unusual happen, but I wouldn't have had the I don't work weekends, so I don't even know if I would have said something about a strong tornado even the night before, just because it's just so rare to get them here.
Yeah, and I think just given how late it was at night, and we knew this was likely going to be taking at least some linear form. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that either, and it really it caught us off guard. But to see a TDS like that move through our area, and I know the rest of you all saw that too as South Carolina meteorologists. I mean, just something you don't see every day, and it kind of takes your breath away. They're used to that in Alabama and Mississippi. We just don't get that stuff here.
Yeah, and then right after that, right after the Seneca one had briefly lifted right over Clemson, we had the EF2, what ended up being an EF2, another TDS outside of Slater, which that's, almost in the 3,000 feet elevation, in the extreme northern part of Greenville County. So that debunks the whole tornadoes can't happen in the mountains thing,
Definitely. So we were watching that, Evan and I, because Evan doesn't live too far from the line there. One last question, and we'll come back to you guys later on in the show. But at the time, we didn't know how long the tornadoes were on the ground. But I think one of the tornadoes there in the Greenville, Pickens County area was on the ground for around 8 miles. So this were not also big tornadoes, but they're also long track tornadoes, something that we're not too accustomed to as well.
Yeah, again, that was a huge shocker. But when you saw the signatures on radar, there was no doubt that was going to be a large tornado. And they even put that in the wording of the warning, which I was very happy about. I feel like that really brought people's attention up. And the thing you mentioned earlier too, these were happening at 3:30 in the morning, probably the worst time a tornado could hit. I mean, when people are in their deepest sleep, and all you can do as a broadcaster is beg people to wake up their kids, get their dog, whatever they need to do, get to their lowest level. And so I feel like this was one of the scariest nights for our viewers, hands down, and no less scary for the rest of the state, of course, but at least it was more toward daybreak for some of you guys. But yeah, for us, it was just the dead of night, and we were just hoping that people were heeding the warnings.
Right.
And for sure, with that, with the Seneca one, we were in a situation where the TDS was so strong, so fast, I don't want to say it came out of nowhere, but that TDS appeared and it was violent looking, on the first scan that I saw. And we were dealing with the situation, once it went past Clemson, I think we had debris fallout on CC. So we weren't positive that it actually wasn't still down, because it still looked like, something could be there. You thought it was debris being fanned out or whatever, but you weren't sure, even though the circulation looked a little weaker. But I'm like, we're not going to take any chances with it. Obviously the tornado warning was still in effect. And, that was another little unique challenge, is that I've never actually dealt with debris fallout before, where we said, okay, well, this signature is debris, and yet something similar was happening down the line. And we're like, well, this may be actually debris that's still being lofted, but the tornado's not still down. So it was a very unique situation. Again, Kendra keeps bringing this up. It was in the middle of the night at 3:30 in the morning, but I feel like people were wide awake and they were watching and they were prepared, which is good. All through the days, we were Kendra made a graphic, I think on Thursday, that said, what do you need to do? It was just a simple little headline graphic, but it was so informative about charging your batteries, keeping your phone on not silent if you sleep with it on do not disturb. I remember saying Friday morning, what you can do, you can, sleep with it on loud for one night, because it can help save your life. So it was a insane, again, I worked in Mississippi. I've dealt with, plenty of tornadoes in my day, but yet this is still a first for me as well.
All right. And I'm going to go ahead and bring Ed Petrowski from WPDE in Myrtle Beach. And Ed, we saw what looked like the tail end of this Hampton County tornado pop out all the way over at Murrells Inlet. Brad Panovich was nice enough to share a link with us. I'm going to pull it up here and share my screen. Let's see if we can get it to work here. And the tornado that you're seeing here in Hampton County, there's some debate of whether or not it started over on the Georgia side of the Savannah River. But if we look at the start of the track and draw it all the way over to where it exited the South Carolina coast here, then we're looking at about 144 to 158 miles, somewhere in that vicinity. And so, we know this continued on, maybe up even into the Oak Island area of North Carolina, but it's just impressive to see the length and track of that storm. It did pop out in Myrtle Beach, where one of our weather sensors for weather flow got a reading of 114 miles an hour. We had a pressure drop of 7 millibars within a 1 minute time span. So that reading went up within 2 to 3 minutes, from 46 to 76 miles an hour to 114. And so talk about that area and how it affected your viewing portion of that area of Myrtle Beach.
But for us, considering what happened across the rest of South Carolina, we were relatively unscathed. We had no injuries and no deaths. There was never really any really tight circulation anywhere in our viewing area. We were, of course, watching the ones that were over Orangeburg County and also down near Hampton County in the morning while we were on the air with our regular morning show at 5 o'clock in the morning. And those were the two big storms, the two supercells that we were watching very carefully, knowing that they were heading generally in our direction. The one in Orangeburg County faded away before it ever got to our viewing area. But the one in Hampton County that eventually went over Monk's Corner, eventually got into Georgetown County, and they warned for that one where there was EF1 damage done in Sandpit and Graves. And then you hit a really populated area on the south end of the Grand Strand where Litchfield Beach is located and Pawleys Island as well. And they both took a hit by an EF0, EF1 tornado. There was substantial damage done to trees and even some homes in Litchfield Beach and also in Willbrook. In fact, one of the things about a lot of people being home is a lot of people took video. So we were able to get pretty good video of at least damage and high wind knocking over trees, but not necessarily a tornado touching down. And then, of course, it went out over the ocean, became a water spout, and that's when it rolled over the Murrells Inlet jetties with the recording of 114 mile per hour winds. And, I look back in that and I think, my goodness, if that was just a couple of miles west of there, we would have had substantial damage on the south end of the Grand Strand. And if it had paralleled the Grand Strand coast, it could have buzzsawed the entire Grand Strand, nearly 60 miles with extensive damage. So we were very fortunate that it actually went out over the ocean. And that was really the only set of tornadoes from that particular supercell that we had in our viewing area. Although I will say in Marlborough County, which is just to the east of Chesterfield County, in the northern part of the state, we had a massive microburst of 110 mile per hour winds that did substantial damage in Wallace. And of course, everybody, when they get that kind of wind, thinks it was a tornado. But in reality, it was a microburst. Although on radar, it did have some rotation. It wasn't very tight there either. But Steve Paff, who works with the National Weather Service in Wilmington, those guys do a phenomenal job. They went out and did the survey yesterday and were able to pinpoint where they had 80 to 110 mile per hour winds. And, typically for us, in the summertime, we get those pulse thunderstorms where we'll get 60, 70, maybe 80 mile per hour winds with a collapsing thunderstorm. But in all the years I've been here, I can't recall one time where we've had a microburst that caused 110 mile per hour winds, but you hear it all the time. They're just as damaging sometimes as tornadoes.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. Yeah, just looking at that, the one at Litchfield, they classified as an EF2. Do you think the Waccamaw River Basin had something to do with reforming of that, or do you think the mechanical features, right, when it came to land, maybe help with strengthening or re-intensifying that system?
Yeah, there's a lot of, I don't know if you want to call it debate, but there's a lot of speculation out there that there could have been some sort of a influence of the ocean, the wind coming in off the ocean at that time, perhaps creating some sort of a boundary to help intensify the storm itself. But yeah, it was an EF0 over Litchfield Beach, and then it blew up to an EF2 when it went over the Murrells Inlet jetty. So it got pretty strong fairly quickly. And again, we were lucky that was over the ocean. Literally, the jetties are only a couple of 100 yards away from very populated areas of Garden City. And we had two different people that have homes there who have their home weather units, and they both registered 71 and 72 mile per hour winds respectively. So literally within a couple of hundred yards of where your unit is, we had those measurements. So you can see how tight the wind gradient was between Garden City and the actual jetties themselves.
Hey, Ed, there was something, you always try to find something that'll make you laugh in these sad times. And unfortunately, we had some sad times in the Carolinas, but there was a tweet going around of you doing your broadcast. I don't know. I've asked James about it if we can play it. But,
Here it comes.
all right, I'm going to let it play, and then I want you to talk about it.
Okay.
The rain is located, and we'll zoom that out just a bit. And whoa! Oh. That was a close lightning strike. I don't know if you heard that at home, but I feel like I need to change a short.
All right, I'm pulling the audio back down, but Scotty and Ed, the viewers at home heard it, even though we didn't hear it in our headsets. Ed, what's going through your head there?
Well, we were in a sense just about ready to wind down. We were getting through this thing for the most part relatively unscathed. Our last severe thunderstorm warning was still in effect, but the storm was moving out of Horry County. And then there must have been a lightning strike within a couple hundred yards to the station, because it was this loud explosion that you knew what it was, but you're a human being. It freaked me out. And as you saw, I kind of ducked thinking something was going on, and then just used one of my classic lines, I need to change the shorts. Just one of those things. And that kind of went around the viewers. A lot of them had recorded it and were sending it to me, letting me know that they thought it was kind of funny. And it's something that, that they needed after a morning like that, being so stressed, and of course being stressed with COVID-19. It was a little light moment toward the end of the severe weather when we knew we didn't have any injuries, which was a good thing. And of course, nobody was killed either.
Always good to have a funny moment there. So I want to bring it up to Shane. Shane lives just north of the Myrtle Beach, Wilmington area. Shane, you guys kind of got in on the tail end as well, as the sun was already up. Talk to us about the New Bern, Greenville, North Carolina area and what you guys experienced.
Yeah, we were kind of late to the party, I guess, compared to everyone else in regards to receiving the storms, but very much like Ed's situation, very thankful and blessed really to not have any injuries or fatalities with any of our systems. We did end up having 6 confirmed tornadoes, and thankfully for us, the strongest was the EF1 that we had in the Hawes Run area. I believe I've been taking notes here just to make sure it was anywhere from roughly 100 to 110 mile per hour sustained winds. So for us, it was basically like that waiting game where you see the line coming. I was actually filling in for our morning meteorologist. He had a vacation day, but he got reeled back in right towards the end of it. So I was basically tracking it all the way since it was in the mountains, and just waiting, just holding our breath. Our morning broadcast finished up. We had declared it a severe weather alert day for our station, so we were cutting in. We would normally cut in every hour, but our morning meteorologist says, you know what, let's just go ahead and do every half hour. And it was actually very fortunate and wise that we did that, because during the half hour cut in at 9:30, with about maybe 1 minute left in my cut in, our weather radio starts going off in the weather center. And then I said, okay, well, we're starting now. And we were on for an hour and a half with all of the tornado warnings. There just came a point where when we were swapping off, he would just say, we have 4 tornado warnings. And I'd have to interrupt and say, I'm sorry, no, we're at 5 now. I was like, it just keeps on going back and forth. And it was just like a straight line. So when we're trying to describe it for our viewers, it was almost like a complicated mess. And honestly, that's what I started describing it whenever we would switch off and I would be on the screen. I would just say, I know it is very difficult to kind of pin everything out because every warning was overlapping. And I think with my experience with tornadoes, with coverage I've had, which naturally have had many, especially with our hurricane coverage that we've seen over the years, I've never seen that many warnings stacked back to back to back in a straight line. It was fascinating, but also terrifying at the same time, because you feel like you need to give equal coverage to each warning in each area in your viewing area. Even though we knew the strongest one at the time was the one we were seeing to the south, simply because it had held for the longest amount of time. It seemed like it had the strongest signature. Looking back on social media after everything kind of died down a bit, I was able to see what other meteorologists from around the country had done and taken screenshots, and seeing all the feedback and all the scans of it that we weren't even able to see at the time, because we were having to bounce in between 6 different tornado warnings all at the same time. But looking back on it, it was very clear, seeing everyone's screen grabs of the tornado warning to the south, that was the strongest one. It had the strongest sustained winds. It had the longest track out of all the tornadoes that we were tracking that morning.
And Shane, one thing we were noticing, because we were watching that storm, is it was going through a fairly populated area. Jacksonville, that's probably one of the bigger cities out eastern North Carolina. So I'm sure that was kind of pressing to want to get that information out to one of the bigger population areas.
Absolutely. And what was really interesting, something I've never been able to do before while we are doing severe weather coverage, is to be able to pick up anything too crazy on our web cameras. And we did have a webcam situated in the Jacksonville area near the Freedom Fountains. And while we did not see the feature at all, you could see it looked like the flags about to be ripped off of the top of the flagpoles. I've never seen that before, and never been able to capture anything during the height of a storm or during a warning before, until this particular system. So naturally, yes, we did have all that concern, because even for our specific station, Jacksonville is a very heavy populated area into which they tune into us. They know that we are the closest station to them, so they rely on us heavily. But thankfully, I believe the heaviest damage that was sustained in that area was at a hog farm. So we might have a few pigs that won't be tuning into our broadcast next time. But like I said, just very thankful and blessed that we had 0 fatalities, 0 injuries throughout the entire morning.
Shane, I got a good chuckle out of that. Thank you. Tim, we still have 2 areas to cover, Charlotte and Greensboro. So Tim, I want to start off with you. I know you're just dying to talk. We've had you waiting for 40 some odd minutes now, but you guys did have 1 tornado in Alamance County. Can you kind of tell us a little bit about that, and maybe some of the relief that you felt that there was only 1 and things weren't quite as bad as they could have been?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, guys. So, this kind of thing that we were tracking for days, all of us were tracking it for days. It was pretty much all anyone could talk about for the Easter weekend. So one of the things leading up to it, I kind of sensed I was kind of trying to read the room and on my Facebook page and to see where people's heads are at. It really seemed like people were dreading this, and they were very freaked out, and they really were spooked, just in the sense of maybe they were stressed out already. I am not a psychologist, but there was just a lot of stress building up. And I think whenever something is coming in the middle of the night, people are really worried, and justifiably so. So one of the things we decided to do is just let them know, we're going to be there the whole night, because even with, we had the warm front coming through in the afternoon. I'm always worried about those little warm fronts too. You can kind of get little spin ups. So I was there starting at 8, 9 o'clock, and I just stayed till the morning. We had the rest of the morning Mets come in as well to help out. And good thing that we did, because, one of the things, we just kind of walked people through the night. We would just do Facebook Lives, and they would chime in, and we would say, everything's still okay. You can go to bed, but make sure you have the phone. And you got to wake up if the warnings are issued. And people really did that, and I think it helped out. But you mentioned we had 1 confirmed tornado in our area. We had 9 tornado warnings, and I had no problem with any of the tornado warnings. And a lot of times I'm complaining in the back of my head about some of them, right? None of them were light tornado warnings at all. There was so much rotation in almost every storm that was pushing across our area. Everyone in this chat knows this. We have a radar issue here. The radar beam is so high. So of course, when we're showing these warnings, it's showing more mid-level rotation. It's not at the ground. So all we can do is say, hey, this storm is spinning like crazy. Our first tornado warning came in at 4:20 in the morning, and we had continuous tornado warnings until 7 in the morning. So we were on for a while. with all of those different storms. And it turned out that the last one in Alamance was the one that, in fact, was confirmed. And we confirmed it on air too. You know, we were watching it, Taran Kirksey and myself, and there was a clear as day debris ball just a few scans after the first couplet showed up. So I believe they talked about this in South Carolina too. Some of these, they formed, they came right down, and they did the damage right away. And it was very quick. And thank goodness, you know, the Weather Service did a bang up job. They had a warning on it right away. And we were just bouncing around. It was a very busy morning. But I think people were very appreciative that we were there the whole time with them, just kind of holding their hand. You know, there's this storm, here's what you do. Grab the kids, grab the dog, put a helmet on, put shoes on, and get ready to go. And, you know, we made through it. Thankfully, there weren't there were no injuries or fatalities in that one tornado. On the same token, in the squall line itself, we did have a tree, unfortunately, kill somebody in their home. And one of the things with this line that we also tried to do, you have to give the highlight coverage to the tornado warnings, but this whole squall line, we knew it was capable of putting down 80 plus mile per hour gusts, just with all the wind fields. So we did try and bounce around and say, hey, you're not in a tornado warning in Guilford here right now, but this line is nasty, so you should probably be in your safe spot too. So it was a very busy morning, but we anticipated it. Everybody in the weather enterprise talked about it for days. People knew about it. And I actually think it's a big success story that in the middle of the night, people were still well prepared and took good action. And the fatalities really, I think, were minimized, at least in the Carolinas, as far as I could tell.
And Tim, you're already kind of making my transition easy, because the second question I wanted to ask was about, there was some information going around on Facebook before the storm that was a little bit unsettling for a lot of viewers, and it was definitely not accurate information. But I know that you were definitely a part of reassuring people, reassuring your audience that the storm, while yes, it was definitely going to be dangerous, this was not something that they couldn't handle. Talk about the importance of the trust that your viewers have in you, and how you're the source where they get all of their information from. I
mean, social media is a blessing and it's a curse, right? Like it gives good information and it gives bad. There was some post floating around out there that was advertising potential for EF5 tornadoes in North Carolina, even though we've not had one before on record. But people were freaked out initially. We of course saw the damage in Mississippi and Alabama. That can freak people out here when they know it's coming our way. So, you know, one of the things I tried to do in the days up leading to the event is, you know, everyone's freaked out right now just in life. I don't get freaked out by weather. I'd get freaked out a little bit about this pandemic, if I'm being honest. So one of the things I told them was just saying, hey, you know, we're living in crazy times. We don't know exactly what's going to happen with daily life with this virus and stuff, but we know how to handle severe weather. We have the technology. We do this every year. We got this. It could be bad, but we know what to do. And if it is bad, we're going to let you know about it. We're not going to go crazy. We're just going to let you know where the storm is, where it's going, what you should do, and what to do next time, because there's always a next time with weather. This is not abnormal, really. We had a lot of tornadoes, but you know, 1 year ago, basically in April, North Carolina had 12 tornadoes also. So this is not really that different. We do know what to do. And I think that was reassuring to folks, just to let them know, hey, okay, well, they're used to this. They're going to keep us covered. And that's really the whole reason why we're here. We're not here for the sunny days like today. I could not show up and it would be fine. But, you know, Monday, we're pretty important to keep folks calm and hopefully encourage them to make the right choices. And I think a lot of people did.
Absolutely. Yeah, Scotty.
And so, Tim, talking about radar coverage, that brings me to Mr. Brad Panovich. And Brad, unfortunately, we had a tornado kind of go under the radar, like that little pun there, in the Charlotte area. So we had one in Anson County, but you know, you've been on the show several times talking about our radar gaps, and this one kind of bit us in the behind because we didn't catch this one.
Yeah, and I'll give a little bit of a pass to the Weather Service on this one, because I think Tim brought up a good point. Something we were doing on the air Monday morning was we were telling everybody to treat the severe thunderstorm warnings like tornado warnings on Monday morning, because every severe thunderstorm warning had a tornado tag in it, and we knew the environment that these storms had. I didn't want people near a window or near the outside walls with straight line winds on Monday morning. So we actually, for the first time in a long time, I basically treated every severe thunderstorm warning like a tornado warning. But you're right, there was no warning with the 2 tornadoes we had touched down in Anson County. Even though in hindsight, looking back even at the Raleigh radar, there were signs of rotation. But I mean, we were all looking at radar Monday. I could have issued 100 different tornado warnings on some of these.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Tornado in there. There were several times I saw little couplets trying to spin up where you saw that inflow notch starting to increase, and you're waiting for the outflow to kind of kick in, and it never did. So, there probably was numerous small spin ups in there that we never recognized, but it does highlight the same issue, right? We've had this huge radar hole over the Charlotte metro area that goes up into the Greensboro metro and really out towards the Fayetteville area. It's kind of that triangle of just horrible radar coverage. So the Raleigh office, they're trying to issue a warning in Anson County, which is basically closer to Charlotte than it is Raleigh. And the two radars they're looking at is Raleigh, Greer, and a terminal Doppler at Charlotte Douglas, which doesn't actually have the range to make it into Anson County. So it's a tough situation in a morning like that. Unfortunately, that tornado did damage about 10 homes. It was an EF2, and we had several farms damaged. So it did quite a bit of damage, actually picked up a couple mobile homes, but it does highlight the issue. I just hope that at some point, I think this COVID-19 thing has kind of set back our North Carolina radar project to do some private-public partnerships. But this problem's not going to go away. And hopefully in the very near future, we'll have the goal is to have 3 C-band million-watt dual pole radars spaced out over that radar gap to enhance radar coverage going forward. But man, that was, every time this happens, I'm like, I wish I had a better look. I wish I had it, especially that time of the morning when no one's spotting these things. You need that radar coverage. And it really makes it difficult. And I'll just say one of the things about the coverage that morning, everybody knew this was coming. The only messaging issue that I had with this whole event was because of the timing being between day 1 and day 2 outlooks from SPC, there was a lot of disconnect about this thing like skipping over us. And the one thing I tried to do Sunday night and Monday morning was like, hey, you got to understand the day 1 outlook goes from 8 a.m. Sunday to 8 a.m. Monday. And then the new one comes out for Tuesday. It's 8 a.m. Tuesday to 8. And so it looked like it was going to jump over the Piedmont, but it really was just an artifact of it being right at that time of day between the two outlooks. So that was the only issue I had communicating. A lot of people thought this was going to happen on Sunday, and it really was a Monday morning event. So from that standpoint, I'm glad a lot of people paid attention, but the timing was a real problem because of the way the outlooks are issued from SPC.
Ideally, we'd like to have had it from midnight to midnight. I think that would have had a much better perspective of what's going on. For the viewers, a few asking about radar. For those who may not be familiar with radar, tell us why the Charlotte area, the Greensboro area, Fayetteville area is kind of in that hole. Why does the radar miss those areas?
Oh man, it's a lot of politics. I'm not going to lie to you. When the Weather Service was reorganized, for whatever reason, Charlotte, which is, I'm biased, I live here, but it is the biggest city between Atlanta and Washington, D.C., all right? It does not have a radar within 50 miles of the biggest population center in this part of the country. And that doesn't just affect us. It affects Tim up in Greensboro and Winston-Salem. It affects Hickory, Boone. It affects a large area. And so there's some little stop gaps. And I hear this all the time from people, well, you got a terminal Doppler radar. I'm like, all right, terminal Doppler is a Band-Aid. It's like a little tiny Band-Aid that helps fix a little bit of the issue. But, if I had to tell another meteorologist, hey, I'll take your 88D out and put a C-band, non-dual pole radar there to take you up, they would never want that, right? They would want an 88D dual band radar. And so it's just a Band-Aid approach. And we just have a huge issue with it. And it's unique to Charlotte. We are the biggest city in the country that does not have a radar within 50 miles of the city. So luckily, local governments are recognizing this problem. We've brought it to their attention. I think everyone brings up their phone app and goes, oh, we've got radar coverage. A lot of people don't understand that radar are like cell phone towers. The farther away you are from the dish, the worse your reception is. And so in Charlotte, we got this big population center, and our closest radar or cell phone tower is in Greer, South Carolina. So it makes it incredibly difficult. It's not that we don't have any coverage. I don't want to make it feel like, we're in this giant hole. We just have degraded coverage. We have really poor coverage. We have 1 bar on our cell phone. We want 5 bars. So what we're trying to do is get that radar closer, because the radar beam, as you see in the picture right there, thanks, James, the radar beam goes in a straight line, but the Earth curves. So by the time the radar beam gets to Charlotte, depending on which part of Charlotte you're in, it's at 8,000 to as much as 10,000 feet above our heads. Tornadoes happen down in the lowest 1,000 or lower. So missing a lot of these tornadoes is a problem with the radar gap. And so I hope going forward that this problem will get solved. For years, we tried doing this back 10 years ago, and we went through federal issues, and it's just dealing with the government sometimes incredibly difficult to get things. But now that we have this private-public partnership, it's the closest we've been to solving this problem, because we've got local, state, and even private entities involved, and the data is going to be public and free for everybody.
Speaking of partnerships, I wanted to ask Brad and Shane and Tim. Unfortunately, a lot of our other guests had to jump off because they have a 10 p.m. newscast. But in this era of COVID-19, you guys aren't in the weather center with your fellow meteorologists. You're doing a lot of work from home. How was the communication preparing for this event? Was it any different? I mean, I know you wasn't personally beside the meteor, but was the communication still there? Was there anything that you think maybe could have went better or not as good? I mean, any comments on that?
We over communicated, and the only reason that I really over communicated was watching Ryan Vaughn in Jonesboro a couple weeks ago work from home and cover a tornado there, and I thought, it gave me a little sigh of relief saying it could be done, but they still had somebody in studio. So we talked a lot over the weekend. We had probably 2 or 3 Zoom calls over the weekend talking about coverage. And I said, if this was not COVID-19, I would be in the studio right now. And luckily my general manager and news director said, you know what, we want you in the studio too. So for the first time in a month, I was actually in the studio instead of home. And I worked in the morning show. Normally I'm an evening shift person. But I came in and tag team with Larry. We did do social distancing. We never crossed paths. We stayed away. I stayed in one location, which unfortunately meant I didn't get to go to the key wall, but I could be in the weather center with a standing shot and do it. So I think, and to answer your question, Scotty, we actually over communicated, probably more so than we ever had, because we knew the logistics of this was going to be really problematic.
Yeah, just to echo that, we did the similar thing. We had the fun part about planning is you get to be on Zoom calls with your boss like every other day, right? So we had a lot of Zoom calls just like this, and it made planning a little bit more tricky, because we really had to advocate for the necessity of being in the studio. And it's not just a presentation thing, like that's somewhat cosmetic, but I don't have a generator at my house. None of the folks on our weather team do. So that was really the thing. What if, and we have 3 folks working, but it could sure happen that all of us lose power. So we really needed to be there. But when we were, I was at we have a separate room key wall. I was there. I didn't talk to anybody.
You can see Ruben is
and
zooming.
then in the studio, Taran Kirksey was there in front of a monitor wall with a computer with our graphics. And we had another meteorologist at home just doing like this and Facebook and stuff. So it really worked out well, but it was more planning and, just jumping through all the hoops that we all have to do just to go to the grocery store or something like that now. Strange.
Yeah, I think kind of just like adding on top of that, it's this situation has brought anything, it's teaching everyone, in a communication field how to communicate even more, or the importance of communicating more. In our case, we are still fully broadcasting from our station. We don't work from home. I typically will do noon shows twice a week, and then I do double shifts on the weekend, all of our morning and all of our evening shows. So I'm usually the only one in the station for the meteorologist on Saturdays and Sundays anyway. So I was closely monitoring it. And whenever I saw it on one of my weekday shifts, I think I had sent an email out and said, I think we should go ahead and just start having a plan in place. This is our first time trying it with social distancing. So I think it's even more important that we start planning further in advance. And I just think these are times like this where you do learn how crucial communication is between a team. And I think it really applies for all fields, not just our specific industry. We started it with an email chain. We did not do Zoom conference calls because I don't like my employer to know how many times I'm wearing pajamas when I'm on the call. So it is all on the phone only. But at the end of the day, you're keeping in touch with them. You are making sure that there's consistent points that are going to every single one at every level so that everyone is on the same page.
Yeah, I was gonna say real quick, Tim, we had that same issue. That was our biggest concern, was the generator issue.
Yeah.
You know, I have a great setup here. I'm great, but man, if I lose power, out of luck. You know, I have backup for my router, but I don't have backup power to my computer or backup power to any of the lights. So that was a big concern. And I thought for sure with just the wind field that we were going to have trees and power lines down all over the place, so we would lose power. So yeah, that was an easy call for us. And honestly, it was kind of nice to be in the station. Not that I wanted to be covering severe weather at 2 o'clock in the morning, but man, it wasn't nice. That's the first time I saw my morning meteorologist in a month. So yeah. it was really cool to be in there.
One weather thing, actually, you know, the surprising part, we talk about how many tornadoes there were. We kind of expected a lot of tornadoes. The fact that the wind field didn't materialize as much in regular severe thunderstorms, I thought was surprising. There wasn't a lot of widespread damage in the squall line. There was a lot, but not as much as I thought there maybe could have been.
Yeah, I agree. Only thing I'll say is that, and I'll give a shout out to Shay and WeatherFlow, because I have 2 WeatherFlow stations on my roof. I had 30 minutes of continuous gust over 50, which was the highest sustained gust above 50 since probably Hurricane Michael came through here. I've had those things for 2 hurricanes passing overhead, or at least the remnants, and that was by far the highest. So yeah, it was really impressive. And what happened in our viewing area was we had a lot of wake up calls. People just heard that roaring sound of the wind and the rain hitting their windows, and people were freaking out. They woke up, and so it was easy for me to get people to act because it was so loud. It woke people up from a sound sleep. That sound, and we had a lot of people sheltered in their bathroom for these straight line winds. But yeah, I'm surprised we didn't have more damage, Tim, but I was really impressed with the data from my roof. I looked at it and I'm like, I actually had a camera up there that swung around and broke off, and I had to fix it again because my house got hit by a tornado back in February. So and I had a 71 mile-an-hour wind gust with that storm. So it's been crazy having all these events at my house and having this data now collecting from my house. My wife's texting me. She's like, the kids are freaking out. Should we go downstairs? I'm like, yes, go downstairs.
Well, Brad, what a way to QC those stations with a camera breaking, right? And then the stations are still standing. But I mean, that's pretty impressive if you think about the mechanical features over land, how trees and other homes block wind, and you're still getting gusts like that. You could almost assume that just above homes, right at the treetop level, probably several notch stronger just because of those mechanical features. But yeah, you know, even here along the coast, just like Tim said, I was surprised we didn't see a lot of those, you know, those gust fronts or those really strong convergences right ahead of the storms. It never really materialized here. I mean, we got 30 to 40 knots, and then maybe one little spike upwards, but we didn't see any of these big blasts of wind like we normally do here at the coastline, where the energies just drop out of the storm, and then we get a long line of really strong wind. So and that was a good thing because it was less damage over the entire area, even though we did have one tornado along the coastline, immediate coastline, and even one just inland. But you know, a lot of folks just saw a lot of heavy rain, lightning, and just some gusty wind at times. It wasn't terrible. So, I mean, there's a little bit of reprieve from that storm, at least here along the immediate South Carolina coast, except for Murrells Inlet area and Litchfield.
Yeah, so today's date, I think, is kind of significant too. The initial thing we were going to air today was going to be about the 2011 tornado outbreak that everybody really thinks about when they think about the strongest storm system maybe they've lived through or seen. You know, we chose to do this instead because this was such a significant severe weather outbreak. Going kind of back to you, Brad, and anyone else who wants to talk about it, is there any sort of feedback that you're receiving from the public that this is going to be kind of the new thing in their heads as the biggest severe weather threat that they've seen? Or how do you think this compares as far as response to what we kind of saw on April 16th, 2011?
I remember that April well, because that is the highlight of that month. But there were 4 separate significant severe weather events back in April. We had a derecho, we had baseball-sized hail, and we had the tail end of the Tuscaloosa tornado outbreak actually affect the Carolinas. And then April 16th, which I remember that night because I stayed up all night long and watched that line of supercells pass over Charlotte, not touch down, and then immediately as the sun came up, start spinning. But I think what helped us out on Monday, 2 things. One, COVID-19, everybody's home. They're sheltering in place already. But 2 was our tornado outbreak back in early February. That was still fresh in a lot of people's minds. We had significant tornadoes that morning, and that wasn't too long ago. And that was in Charlotte. That was, we had EF1 damage across a big chunk of South Charlotte, including my backyard. So I think that in the back of people's minds helped. And anybody who's worked in emergency management or done this, the level of preparedness is only as good as your memory of the last disaster. And in this case, having that last disaster kept people prepared. And so they were kind of ready for this.
Yeah, for here, this one is not going to be remembered for years for most of the Piedmont area, and at least near the Triad, I wouldn't say, except for the folks who actually were in the tornado path in Alamance County. Just to add to this time of year, it's always very busy. 2 years ago today is the anniversary of the Greensboro tornado, which is still so fresh. We had a reporter do a story today. How is East Greensboro doing? The answer is, still not great. Unfortunately, it was a really rough urban tornado, a strong EF2 that came right through the city, stayed on the ground for 30 miles, all the way up basically toward the Virginia border. And that was just 2 years ago. So for a lot of folks, that's still what they remember, or maybe it's always very personal. So if you're in High Point, you remember the High Point tornado in 2010, right? It just depends on who you are and where you've lived. For me, that April 16th event is still, way up here and everything else is way down. I was working in Wilmington, but that thing was another level. And that year was just another level of severe weather.
And I'll just add my own commentary to that. It was a year ago that we had a tornado outbreak here in the Carolinas. I don't even remember the number, but a year later, our thought is already bouncing back to 2011 and not a year ago.
Yeah, that was 12, and it was Good Friday. I remember that very clearly. You're right.
Scotty, I think that was the first time you sought shelter in your...
I remember doing that, but I couldn't remember what date it was. Like, I forgot 2 years ago. I knew the Greensboro tornado, but I didn't know it was today's date. That's
Monday the 13th is my son's birthday. And I remember on his first birthday, we were doing severe weather coverage, and on his second birthday, we were doing severe weather coverage.
Yeah, I was in the basement live on this show when that happened. So yeah, crazy times. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for coming on. As Tim was talking about, I'll go ahead and kind of let the secret out of the bag. We pre-recorded the April 16, 2011 look back. So next week we're going to be airing that. So you'll see Tim back next week on our show. He'll be with us with a lot of other great meteorologists who kind of look back over that event. So we just hope all those, especially who are affected by this tornado outbreak, our thoughts and prayers are with you guys, and hopefully you'll recover quickly. And like Tim and Brad has said, this is the peak season for severe weather in the Carolinas. So we'll continue to monitor the weather for the rest of the month, and even into May is really kind of a high peak for severe weather. So we appreciate you joining us tonight. Big thank you to all of our guests tonight. This was a last minute show, and we got coverage from every market except the Raleigh market, but I don't really think there was much going on in severe weather-wise with tornadoes in that market. So we appreciate everyone coming on tonight, and we will see you back here next Wednesday night for another edition of the Carolina Weather Group, and we hope you have a safe and happy weekend. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight, we're going to be talking about the 9-year anniversary, April 16, 2011. you live in North Carolina, anywhere around that time period, or even now, you remember the major tornado outbreak that occurred. And tonight we're going to be looking back at that event. We have with us tonight Mike Mays, Chief Meteorologist at WRAL. We also have with us Dan Whitaker and Jeremy Gilchrist. They were out in the field chasing these tornadoes, and so we're going to get their perspective. Also with us, we have Tim Buckley, who is the Chief Meteorologist at WFMY, but at the time was working in Wilmington, North Carolina at WWAY. And we have Gannon Medwick on with us, who is Chief Meteorologist at WECT in Wilmington, but at the time was working at WNCT in New Bern, North Carolina. And we have with us Jeff Orrock, and he is the meteorologist in charge at the NWS office in Wakefield, Virginia. But at the time, he was also working at the NWS in Raleigh. So we have a big group of guests with us tonight. So looking forward to each and everyone's perspective of this event. I do want to hand it off to Mike first, kind of let him give a brief background of his recall of this event, because he has to run and get some things done. So Mike, I want to kick it off to you first, and tell us a little bit about your perspective. I know you was on the air during the event, so kind of talk to us about the lead up to the event and any memories during covering the tornado that you remember.
First off, I'll apologize. We got our cleaning crew coming into the studio, so it's probably going to get loud because he's pushing his garbage can around. I recall a few days prior to the event, which happened on a Saturday, SPC putting us in a risk. I believe it was moderate on that Friday, and then Saturday morning I woke up to a high risk. Now, at the time, Greg Fischel, who was the chief meteorologist at the time, was out of town. He had a family emergency up in Pennsylvania, so he had to leave. So I have never covered an event as massive as the one that happened on that Saturday without him being here. So it's kind of like he's Batman, I'm Robin, and then Batman's gone and Robin has to take over. So for somebody who's never been in the lead, it was kind of nerve-wracking. But I had Nate Johnson with me, who had tornado coverage experience. He was the chief meteorologist in Abilene, Texas. You guys probably all know Nate. So that morning, just the way the atmosphere felt, you could tell something was coming. And around lunchtime, 1 o'clock, we started having the tornadoes develop over the Sandhills. The first one, I believe, was in Sanford, had caused the damage to the Lowe's home improvement store there and tracked to the north and east. Now, I've been here in North Carolina since 1994. I've been in tornado coverage, but I've never had tornado coverage of long track tornadoes like the ones we saw that day. And at one point we had 4 tornadoes on the ground, and Nate and I were juggling back and forth where I was handling 2 tornadoes, he was handling 2. It was just an incredibly rough day. And I'm sure everybody here in this group has their own stories about what happened. The hardest part for me, I guess, was watching that tornado leave Sanford, and it was making a beeline to my house, to my neighborhood. I have family in town, and I was hoping and praying that they were watching the coverage on TV. And I know, Tim, you're on TV. How do you get the point across to people that you know to take shelter? I couldn't stop and pick up the phone and say, hey, listen, a tornado's coming to the house. You need to take cover. So that's one thing that was upsetting to me. The tornado passed about 50 yards from my house, damaged the subdivision right next to mine. I had some damage to some fencing. That was about it. I was very fortunate. And then after it passed my neighborhood, it was heading right here toward WRAL. And I remember Nate Johnson yelling out loud to everybody in the studio, go to the basement, because it was at the time coming straight to the TV station, but at the last moment, it moved a little farther east and hit downtown instead of coming here. So it was a really, really rough day. And I thought after all was said and done, because we were on there from 2 in the afternoon to 11 o'clock at night nonstop. I mean, we had continuous coverage the whole time. And when it was done, I thought, okay, this is going to be the worst. This is the benchmark of the worst coverage of a storm that I'll have in my career. But then we had Florence, and it was just days upon days of coverage with that. But yeah, it was not the best.
And Jeff, from a National Weather Service perspective, how did y'all prepare, and how were y'all getting the message out in the days ahead of the event?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we had the moderate risk the day before, and we already had a feeling we were headed into a high risk, to be honest with you. So, you know, we were already heavily staffed for that day. We already had a pretty good game plan, and I want to say by the time the storm started to move in from the west and really get going, I want to say we had at least a dozen people in the weather office, and we sectorized warning operations so that we could have 3 or 4 different folks issuing tornado warnings simultaneously, and at the same time, folks working with Skywarn. I was kind of helping lead operations and also doing a lot of phone calls to the emergency managers. There's a lot of spin up ahead of this. There was a lot of email traffic, a lot of email briefings the day before. I remember even briefing Seymour Johnson Air Force Base because they were in the high.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread. and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public, stay at least 6 feet apart from others, and get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Some of the precautions they were taking down there, in the east. So there was a lot of preparation for it. It's kind of one of those things where, like Mike was saying, everybody knew something bad was about to unfold. And I had been through Gerald, Texas, the tornadoes out there. And so, going into this event, that was kind of in the back of my mind that, we're headed into something, pretty big. And I do remember talking with Wake County and trying to explain, what does a high risk day mean? I mean, and the way we taught this in Texas was that, someone's going to die today. I mean, these are going to be big, long track tornadoes. And this is going to be some serious stuff.
Jeff, you're talking about Skywarn, the Storm Spotter group, and Jeremy and Dan, I want to bring you in here in just a second. But I imagine, like we were talking about, social media, not really that big of a thing at the time, with tweeting in reports, giving Facebook reports of the storm. How key were the Skywarn Storm Spotters for you that day?
Yeah, and we've always had a great network across central North Carolina, so they've been outstanding. So we were getting a lot of real-time reports from spotters. They were calling on the phone. We actually had ham radio operators. I want to say we had 2 or 3 in the office ready for this. So the network was just lighting up. We were getting a lot of reports, almost to the point where as it approached Holly Springs, I mean, you couldn't keep up with them all. So that was a huge asset, and just a lot of people just calling in on the phone. It wasn't. We didn't have the social media like we do today, but we really pretty much knew what was going on. We had heard the Lowe's had been destroyed. About the time it was getting into Wake County, we'd already heard that the Lowe's hardware had been severely damaged or destroyed down there. And of course, you could see the debris ball on radar. So you kind of had a sense that this was really serious stuff going on. But there was a lot of great real-time reports, not only across the Raleigh area and down towards Sanford, but also with the Fayetteville up to a Wilson tornado. I mean, we had a lot of great reports with that as well.
Mike, one question for you made me think. You're saying that before Florence, this was the biggest event you covered. Do you see any storm fatigue, even from 9 years from now, people kind of comparing severe weather events to April 16th?
There was a lot of anxiety every time a risk would come up. You'd feel that. You'd feel what happened on April 16th. I would worry every time we had a SPC 3-day outlook, and on the 3-day outlook there was like a enhanced risk or maybe just a slight risk, and what it would be when we finally got to that day. And I got to the point where I was dreading severe weather coverage because of what happened that day. I'd get anxiety, I'd get scared, but I've gotten past that, and that's a good thing. I remember that day when we had the 4 tornadoes on the ground at one time. I was worried about, okay, how are we going to cover this? You can't show everything at one time. And we had to make sure, Nate and I had to make sure that we spent enough time on each storm to let people know that, it was coming to their communities, that they had to remain safe. But how do you juggle 4 tornadoes, inform everybody in their paths, and make sure you allot enough time so they know what's going on? We tended to hang with the one that went through Raleigh more and Fayetteville more because it was affecting larger populations, but that was the hard part and the worrisome part, that we weren't giving enough, coverage to one tornado and giving too much to another one.
Tossing over to Tim and Gannon as well real quick. This was a career-defining event, one of the biggest, or definitely the biggest in North Carolina. Are there any specific memories or stories that you remember hearing about that day from viewers?
So I was in the Wilmington area, and if you look at the map, the kind of the final one with all the red lines, it confirms where all the tornadoes were. Oftentimes the worst stuff doesn't quite get to Wilmington. right? And in this case, it didn't either. So city of Wilmington was fine. A lot of the populated coastal centers were fine, but on the periphery in the rural areas, most of the tornadoes that we were covering for about 8 hours that day, Robeson County, Columbus County, Duplin County, Onslow County, those counties inland were the ones we were talking about the most. Bladen County had I think a 4 fatality storm. We, as always we do, actually got a lot of angry phone calls that day because most of the people in our area, they weren't seeing much other than blue sky. It was a really nice April morning. It was close to 80 degrees, I remember, breezy. There were NBA playoffs on at the day, so we were kind of fighting that battle in the newsroom, right, keeping people at bay a little bit while we were doing tornado coverage. Now later on, people understood how serious it was, especially once you started to see like the destroyed those foods and everything. But that was my first time ever really doing tornadoes, to be honest with you. It was my second year in Wilmington. Prior to that, I was in college, so I didn't know a lick about tornadoes. I grew up in upstate New York. I went to school in Pennsylvania. We don't get tornadoes. I mean, not really. So this was new for me too. But myself and Jerry Jackson, we were there for about, I think we went on TV at 2 and we went off at about 8. So it was a while covering these things. And it was just amazing to me how there were very few, if any, false alarms. There were 1 million tornado warnings and there were 1 million tornadoes, to use hyperbole, but they were pretty much each cell produced as it was going through, and it was just boom, 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 one after the other, and a lot of damage was done, especially to the rural areas in Southeast North Carolina.
My second daughter was born on the 11th. I didn't come back to work till Friday, just throwing stuff out there. Saw the slight to moderate risk, alerting for storms going into Saturday. I was third on the pecking order to be coming in because we had our weekend person, we had our chief, and I was doing mornings. But it became clear, especially what was going down in central North Carolina. I was personally at home watching Nate Johnson with that tornado. It looked like a wedge, looked like a cloud just right to the ground that I was going in. And it's coming back. To memories about just making sure you spend time on one storm to identify where the rotation is and give enough lead time before you have to move on to that next storm. And at some points there were 6, 8 active warnings. Just a blur the way it just continuously unfolds. You hit a storm, you move on to a storm, you circle back. Population centers, as Mike mentioned, preferred. There was the one at Tarawa Terrace in Jacksonville. That was a big center in the Greenville-New Bern television market. Jacksonville is the largest city. We had to hit that. Then we saw the storm report that the Bertie County storm had actually killed numerous people, ended up killed 12 people. So that was surreal. When you are warning for storms and getting reports of damage, but no reports coming down off the the wire or whatever that there's fatalities, and then all of a sudden numerous fatalities is still weird to talk about. Ended up being 12 in Bertie County, and then finally just going home that night. This event had everything. The event had everything, the setup, and then the final. I mean, sometimes we say as meteorologists we save lives. This was literally the only time that we were able to, some of our crews went out to Snow Hill in Greene County, and they were able to say, standing with a family in their house that was completely destroyed except for the interior part. And they said they were listening to our broadcast and they went into that interior part. So just a surreal event that I never want to forget. And I wanted to, so thanks again to give me a chance to talk to you guys about it and share the similar experiences.
Gannon, I think we've talked about this before off of this show, but this was also one of your one of your first tornado events, kind of bigger tornado events to cover, correct?
Yeah, I'd gotten to Greenville in October of 2004. There were a couple of active springs and falls as per usual. 2008 sticks out, but like Mike and Tim said, I mean, they're just usually just a couple tornadoes and then you move on. and maybe they're in rural areas and maybe they're not, exceptional damage producers. But then this one just is bold-faced, italicized, and underlined when you look back on it. So yeah, the biggest event, and thank God it's still the biggest tornado event. Dorian was a huge producer, but still nothing compares to April 16, 2011.
I've been to a few conferences and I've heard, Jeff, I'll send this to you. Obviously 2011 remembered for the Tuscaloosa, Alabama, April 27th event. Had that not happened, this would have been the event that a lot of the meteorological community would have looked back on tornado-wise, Jeff. As the Weather Service, I know you guys do a lot of meetings and stuff. Has this event kind of tailored some of your studies or some of your outlooks on stuff that you've, I guess, done case studies on this event to kind of find out the whys of what happened and how to better prepare for maybe the next setup we get like this?
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt this event, I mean, it still stands out, even though, like you're saying, the later event was even larger than this one. For our region, this is still, what our benchmark, storm. And, it even went up, not even just the Carolinas, eventually went up into Virginia and did a lot of damage up there too. So, it's been widely studied. It was before some of the newer technology came out with on the radar, even some of the new impact-based warnings. So we've actually gone back in and rerun cases like this with what we call the impact-based warnings. And we did use tornado emergency, but nowadays we even have more tags we can put into the warnings to kind of say, okay, it's radar confirmed on the ground before we even have, spotter reports of anything on the ground. We can confirm it just using radar data. And so we've actually used cases like this and kind of run back through them with some of the new products and new ways that we issue tornado warnings, as well as some of the different dual pole products. So, we do go back in and kind of practice and relive some of these events like this, putting them more into, I'd say, the current time. So this is definitely a benchmark event. We also look at it from a standpoint of, staffing and how do you handle events like this, because they don't come around often. So, you kind of go back and look at, how does operations run in the Weather Service office when you have an event like this, making sure that, you're dotting your I's, you're crossing your T's, every storm is being interrogated, simultaneously, and that you've got warning operations going, for each individual storm, and you're doing your coordination with 911 centers and working with emergency management, and then keeping the damage reports, as they're coming in, also sending them out. So, looking at how an office should run, and how we should be running our operations to keep things, being pushed out so folks know what's happening. I mean, we use events like this to kind of go back and revisit and relive, what we did right, and also sometimes where we can improve. But it's important to kind of take these events in context, realizing we'll have an event, something like this again at some point in the future. We hope not, but we've got to be ready for it.
And Jeff, one more question, then I want to get to Dan and Jeremy and let them talk about what they experienced out in the field. We were talking before this show. You guys, at a point in time, I think it was 5, 6, 7 minutes, were backed up by the National Weather Service in Blacksburg. Can you talk to our viewers tonight who may not realize in these situations when the Weather Service is actually in danger of getting hit by a tornado, you actually pass the coverage off to a neighboring office?
Yeah, so it's similar to what Mike was saying earlier. About probably just shortly after the tornado went through Sanford, and you could see the massive debris ball on the radar. Before it got to Holly Springs, we realized that this thing was coming into most likely southern Wake and eventually the south side of Raleigh, where the Weather Service office was. So I remember I picked up the phone and talked to the Blacksburg office. So we're paired so that a neighboring Weather Service office can really kind of basically restart their computer system, and they can come up as if they're, the Raleigh Weather Service office. So we called them probably almost half an hour out to just said, hey, look, we may get to the point where we've got to be backed up if this thing gets too close, so be ready to go, giving them a chance to get the radar up and running, the warning system up and running, things that they would need. And I think we called them back, I want to say about probably 15 to 20 minutes later, and we basically said, okay, this thing may really come get us now. And so I remember saying, if you hear from us again, you've got it. And so then what we started doing is we had 12 people in operation. So as it got closer, we started funneling some folks downstairs into the lower part of the building. And we kept 3 of us up in operations. And literally about the time we could see insulation and things falling outside the window, we picked up the phone and basically told Blacksburg, okay, you've got it. We're sheltering at this point. And we had already issued the tornado emergency for Raleigh. So the warnings were already out for Raleigh. And then we sheltered downstairs, like you're saying, for probably about 7 minutes, and then came up. And the tornado passed just to our east, going up South Saunders Street.
Dan and Jeremy, y'all had a very different kind of experience. You guys were actually out in the field chasing these long track tornadoes. I guess, Dan, we'll start with you since you're the first on my screen. Kind of give us the firsthand perspective. What was it like actually being there within a mile of these monsters?
One of the things that we had at the time that we still use that was very active was the NC Storm Chasers and Forecasters group on Facebook. And fortunately, there's a lot of information coming in through there being funneled in as well. And I remember I was in Alabama, I caught the storm, and all of a sudden there started being people kind of looking at some of the parameters for the next day in North Carolina. This was when it was at a moderate, I guess, before it got pushed to a high risk. And one of the things that was being looked at was how the storm system I was currently inside and what was turning into a squall line in Alabama was going to keep pushing across into North Carolina. And they were seeing on the HRR runs how basically that squall line eventually was going to break apart into supercells. And that's when really the tornado potential would strengthen. And so when that started coming into play, I just hauled it right straight back towards North Carolina, drove all night long, and made it into Greensboro, Burlington area for the start of where the tornado warnings really kind of got going. Followed the storm in front of it. I actually was able to bust through it because I was inside of it / behind it until about Charlotte to Greensboro, somewhere in there. I busted through the front of it and got in front of the squall line, and then was in front of it near Burlington to Raleigh, somewhere in between there, maybe kind of close to Durham. And that's kind of when it went tornado warned, and it started to kind of quickly overwhelm my vehicle and me and my ability to keep chasing it. There's a couple things that were very clear about this storm system and about these storms, which is one, they were very fast moving. I remember they were going about 60 to 80 miles an hour. Was what I was trying to keep up with and stay in front of, and position myself in hook echoes so that I could try and get a good visual of these, for the most part, pretty rain-wrapped, low nature storms that were just hard to spot. I had had great luck in Alabama the day before. I actually found myself up on a hill is kind of how I was able to see that tornado so well for such a long period of time. But this day it seemed, in North Carolina, a lot more heavy rain, a lot more heavy wind. I basically ended up inside of some severe winds going, just at a guesstimate, 50 to 70 miles an hour at the very least, sideways blowing rain. Once I got out of that, I tried to get back in position, ended up in that again. Eventually just kind of the whole storm inside of that tornado warning just overwhelmed me and got in front of me right as it got into Raleigh.
And just waiting for this line, and we're sitting there going, oh man, this thing is not breaking up. There's no supercells, what's happening. All of a sudden, obviously within a few frames it started to go. And so we're in Newton Grove still, and which was the right area to be. We just got a little impatient. And so the first one, by then it was already hitting Sanford in the lows. And we decided to speed on towards Raleigh to try to get it there. And I do remember, as Mike Mays said earlier, the broadcast, Kevin had his ham radio with us. He had a ham radio in the car because he was doing the storm spotting. But I do remember that specific broadcast said, do not approach Raleigh, stop where you are, and all this stuff. And one thing I do remember about that whole day is just a surreal feeling that I can't even describe of the atmosphere. And the winds, even outside, the thunderstorms are blowing 40 to 50 miles an hour. Lots of inflow into these supercells from a long distance away, blowing dust and all of that. But when we got to Raleigh, as it was said, it went up South Saunders Street. We were not far from there, coming onto the Beltline, and it was. I remember specifically seeing the power flashes just to my left as we were coming in, and we stopped right there because we knew it was rain wrapped. We couldn't see it, and we looked for an exit after that. And then we were trying to decide: do we, for about a couple of minutes, do we try to keep up with this one? We all knew that the storms, as Dan said, were doing, forward speeds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. We're already behind it. We're in a metro area. We're like, no, let's get out of here. Let's go for the next one down the line. That was the Wilson storm. And interestingly enough, that storm hit Fayetteville first, that next cell down the line. And I have a friend there who was in contact with me pretty much before we were chasing the Raleigh one, saying, do I need to take shelter? Is this the real deal? And I looked, and the couplet was almost on top of him, and I'm like, yes, get in, And they got into a closet, and the tornado did hit their house. Fortunately, at that point, it was the start of that tornado's path, so it was weaker. They had a few shingles gone, but up the road from them, it turned into EF3 damage. So, but they were, they did take precautions, and they were fine. I didn't find that out till later, but so then I had to beat the forward flank of that next cell. So coming out of Raleigh, so I was speeding definitely to beat that forward flank to get. I didn't want to get cored and then stuck and miss knowing how fast these storms were moving. So I was driving a Volkswagen Beetle at the time, and finally made it to 795 area. I got just a little bit south of it, and because I did want to get a clear view if there was a tornado. And then we were going up 795 northbound, so we get a straight on look at it. And I looked to my left, and I saw the rotation. I looked to my left, and like, is that what I think it is? Because it was there wasn't that much contrast at that point. And it was open field, and so we just decided to stop there. And then it came out for some trees, and sure enough, that's the tornado, which many of you have probably seen the video of.
Marker 5.5, looking north-northeast. Large tornado on the ground, all the way to the ground.
Multiple times. Kevin called it in. I think the tornado was about 100 yards wide at that point. We were about a mile and a half away. I could have gotten a lot closer to it, but I did not know the area that well, so I didn't know if I was going to pull up. And this is the only reason I didn't. I didn't want to lose the view we had, and I knew how fast it was moving. I knew we had one shot to get a look at it, and that was going to be it, and then it was going to be gone. And so we decided, all right, we got a good view here. We're not super close, but we'll just stay where we are, and we're safe here. So we watched it, and then kind of faded into the rain from where we were as the rear flank downdraft came around. And we got hit by that a little bit. And then after that point, we took off for the next cell down the line, which we ended up in Farmville outside of Greenville. And we just missed it. We weren't fast enough. These storms were moving way too quickly. So we just had to find we actually had to use an escape route and go into the rain and hail so we get away from the couplet and let it pass because we weren't going to be able to see it from where we were. And then, so we did. And then we went into Farmville, and we saw the damage there. It just happened, but immediately, amazingly, the emergency crews were there. They were probably there within a minute or two after the storm passed. And so we took a look for a minute, and I remember letting, again, cell phone. Smartphones were relatively new, but I did have one, Pickle 3. And I remember just letting a guy whose house got damaged use it to call his family. And then we wanted to get out of the way of the emergency services as quickly as we could. So, and that was it. And then there was a squall line behind that. That was it. And then we went home after that. And then the last thing I remember is going to the NC State Library to upload my footage to YouTube, since I had the super fast connection, as quickly as I could. And I think I remember emailing Mike Mays and sending him the link or something like that right away. And then Ariel, I know, put it up. And then it actually ended up in a few things, like a National Geographic did a special on that whole spring, because as Dan said, there were a number of outbreaks that spring. Everybody remembers Tuscaloosa and all that. This was one of 3, I think, major outbreaks that they covered in that series. And so it ended up kind of spreading from there. And I think it is still my most viewed video to this date. But and that was about it. That was about the general summary of my day right there.
Were you guys able to, after this event, in the days to come, to go out and survey some of the damage? If so, what kind of stuck out to you guys?
Our biggest storm was in Bladen County, in Elizabethtown specifically. There were 4 fatalities there between, I believe, Elizabethtown and closer to Bladenboro. Also, a couple tornadoes up.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
I'll say they had a tough time coming back from those reports because a lot of the structures really were just torn apart. It was EF2 damage, but a lot of mobile homes, a lot of weakly built structures there didn't stand a chance at all based on the strength of the storms that day. So like we usually see in North Carolina, a lot of times the tornadoes are short-lived and on the grand scale rather weak. This was just, there were a ton of tornadoes and most of them were really strong ones by our measure, at least too. So the damage was much worse than we usually see in a tornado outbreak. It was tough to watch. I remember a lot of people really, if they weren't personally affected by it, emotionally they certainly were, and there was a big outreach to try and help folks in the weeks following.
So I have a question, Tim, coming back to you. How do you think the public responded as these warnings were going off and folks were being warned, hey, look, stay inside. These tornadoes are canvassing a wide area. There's no exacts, but do you feel like a majority of the public really responded well to that, or do you think maybe it was a learning lesson for a lot of folks?
Well, I think it is difficult. Every event is different, right? And I think after this event, probably people took warnings more seriously because this was such a significant one and really a generational one. On that day, I can't really speak to how individual folks reacted. I think it was hard for them to understand. It was such a beautiful, bright, and sunny day in most of the areas until those storms got right up on top of you. So it was almost difficult to understand to the layperson how serious the weather really was. So a lot of these tornado warnings, like Dan was saying earlier, these storms are going 60, 80 miles per hour. The polygons were pretty big to account for that size, and you might have the warning going off and you're still in the sunshine, right? So that's not a typical response where you're going to shelter right away. You might take your time. So I do think that there was, number one, a challenge with it being a midday on a Saturday, a little harder for folks to maybe be paying attention normally. I guess it was always a case-by-case basis, but you look at the fatalities, there were a lot. There were just a lot. So I do think it was a learning lesson for a lot of folks after.
After all these storms had passed and the days following the event, you guys had to go out and conduct storm surveys. What did that look like, and how busy were y'all? Because that was a lot of tornadoes to cover.
And so within the first day, we knew we needed to get the fatal tornadoes that were long track. We needed to get those really well defined. And so we got those done. And then there was still some additional surveys on those two, but then really you spent the rest of the week going out into different areas. It took about a week to survey the entire area. You get to get all the tornadoes in. But we focused on the ones that we knew were the worst, that there was the most attention on, just to get the EF rating, the tracks, the intensity, really identifying how the people died. When we lost people, that's a tough thing to have to do, to go out there and work with families that have lost everything. And a lot of times they're out there picking over their stuff, and you want to learn what they've gone through a little bit, but you've also got to be very careful. But most people really do want to talk to you and tell you their story. So we get out there and interact with them. The Lowe's was just an incredible story where they had heard the warning. And then somebody came in to the front of the Lowe's and basically said the tornado's coming. And I remember we talked to the manager. He got on the loudspeaker in the store and just told everybody to go to the back where the bathrooms were. There's more infrastructure in the back. And of course, the tornado hit. It blew in those big sliding glass doors. It blew those in. The whole front wall of the Lowe's hardware blows in, and the front roof collapsed. And so the manager in that Lowe's, I mean, who knows how many lives he saved? But there was a lot of good stories like that. But there was a lot of tough stories with a lot of loss through the day. That makes it tough. But it took us a week to get our hands around all of the damage across central North Carolina.
What's your lasting memory from this event? If you could share it with the folks who are watching, what's your lasting memory from the event? I'll start with you first, Jeremy.
Well, with me, I think it was just even more than the tornado itself, was just a surreal feeling that entire day, and the surreal feel of the atmosphere, those winds, like I said, that were inflow into the storms themselves. Just the, I don't know, kind of nervous, like Mike Mays almost being a little bit scared. I think we all were a little bit. I mean, at least I was at the same time as being, excited to possibly see a tornado. Of course, I don't want to see anyone get hurt.
Nothing quite compares to what that system did. Everything from the speed to the tops of the storms being, in a lot of cases, kind of lower topped, and especially the moment where it went from the squall line into breaking up into those individual supercells. And seeing that, like Jeremy said, happen in a couple of frames on radar, aka 10 minutes in time, all of a sudden it went from a messy situation to you have 8 of the most textbook supercells in a line sweeping across the state at a high speed. Being in the middle of that and seeing the actual sun break through the squall line as those storms separated was just a surreal moment, something that I haven't seen happen in North Carolina since. Or anywhere really for that matter. I mean, every now and then a strong storm system will separate from a squall line to supercells, but I've never seen anything to that degree.
This was a long week event for us because it took a long time to get all the surveys done. But I mean, going back to that day, things I remember, obviously being in the office, but just how well everything did work. We did lose, more people than obviously you never want to lose anybody. We saved a lot of lives that day, and so going out there and seeing how much devastation there was and how many people were doing the right thing and seeing how well things went in the weather office. I remember watching WRAL, like Mike was talking earlier, and they had tornado emergency just in big bold red across the bottom of the TV set. They were on wall-to-wall coverage. We were getting great spotter reports. It was one of those days where everybody was intensely worried. We all had a heightened awareness, but everything really worked the way it was supposed to work. I mean, everything we had practiced, all the work we've done with the media and Skywarn and the training inside the office, it just all came together. And so, while we lost people that day, and that's always a tragic thing, there was a lot of things that did work and a lot of people came together and I'd say performed at a top level. And at the end of the day, it saved lives.
For me, I was definitely still a kid at the moment. I think I was 23 years old or 24 years old or something like that. And thankfully, Jerry Jackson, who I was working with at the time, he had drilled with us, very basic severe weather coverage do's and don'ts. Like 3 simple things. Tell folks where the storm is, where it's going, what they should do, and then tell them again. And if you have more than one storm, do 1, 2, 3, however many you have, then go back to the first one. So we really boiled it down to basics. I think we did a pretty good job that day. And I think, this event really prepared me for further events down the road to not get too amped up, too nervous or whatever. Just kind of keep it simple, tell folks what they need to know and what they need to do. And that's really the whole reason why we're here, right? So this is a big moment for North Carolina and, just personally for me and kind of seeing what the weather can do and why we're here.
I do remember one point, I couldn't tell you what time it was, but it was just, we had a little Viper radar system from Barron in the office. That was our primary drive thing. And I remember we would go out and expand and zoom into like Kansas or Oklahoma when they would be having their events, and we would see what the radar would look like. And I remember just thinking to myself at some point, I should be seeing I-35. I should be seeing like OKC and Wichita as delineators here. Instead, I'm seeing Kinston and Goldsboro, and it was just really crazy to see those kind of returns. Everything classic supercells all lined up in a row.
Gentlemen, we definitely appreciate your time tonight. Thank you for going over this with us. Thank you guys who are watching tonight. Thank you for allowing us to step back in Carolina weather history and talk about this event. Be sure to check out this week. We'll be posting some more updates about this event throughout our social media pages, so be sure to check that as well. So for everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, we hope you have a great evening, and we'll talk to you next time.
I'm James Brierton in Matthews, North Carolina. This tree, one of many that has fallen here in Matthews and across the two-state region of North Carolina and South Carolina following last Thursday's tornado outbreak. 10 tornadoes in all confirmed by the National Weather Service, who then spent Friday going out and surveying damage like this here at the playground of Matthews Elementary School. The school closed on Friday with power still out and trees like this still down. School was closed in Charlotte, Mecklenburg. Now, the National Weather Service happened to be celebrating its 150th anniversary this week. We're going to be talking about that coming up. The important life-saving mission they played today was all created over a century and a half ago. But first, let's talk more about the recovery efforts here in Matthews and across the region. This tree, the EF1 tornado coming through here on Thursday, caused damage across the region. 95-mile-per-hour winds knocking down trees like this, and also unfortunately taking down some homes where the roofs were damaged when big trees like this fell. All in all, we had about 2 storm deaths across the region, and that's too many. But it could have been a lot worse, and that's why we're going to spend some time in this episode talking about the very important life-saving role the National Weather Service played, because none of those deaths came inside of tornado polygons, and I think that has a lot to do with the role that the National Weather Service plays, getting those warnings out on TV, on radio, to NOAA weather radios, and now to our cell phones, wireless emergency alerts, alerting people like myself that they were in the path of danger. On Thursday, I was trying to make my way to the day job at the TV station when I received one of those wireless emergency alerts on my phone. I happened to be streaming on Periscope at the time. I'm driving here on Interstate 45. As that message comes in, take a look what happens.
Just now receiving an emergency wireless alert on my phone for a new tornado warning issued until 12:45.
Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles northwest of Indian Land or over Carrollton. Impact. Flying debris will be dangerous to those.
All right, so this actually might be a problem for me. All right, ladies and gents, we might be seeking shelter here in the next little bit because I'm going to be coming right into this, and that is not my intention. As soon as this lets up a little bit, I'm going to go and look for some damage in that area. Right now, I am not moving. I am just to the south of that warning. That is where I want to stay. I do not want to be in the thick of it, but I want to be able to move quickly afterwards to take a look at what might be going on around there.
Because of that alert sent by the National Weather Service and relayed to my phone, I was able to safely pull off the road, get out of the way, let that storm pass, and then I turned north, directly into where the storm had just been, continuing towards Park Road, where the storm had crossed through a neighborhood called Park Crossing. Here's a look at what I saw moments after that tornado came through and as that tornado was continuing east into Matthews. You can see we've got numerous trees down. This one, as it fell, took down a fence. We see several instances of this as we make our way through this Park Crossing neighborhood. Now, all of this damage occurred during the midday hour when a tornado-warned cell came through the neighborhood and it brought down several large pines, just like the one you're seeing right here behind me. To give you a sense of what the aftermath of storm damage smells like, it smells very heavily of pine and also sounds like chainsaws. We have another tree down here. This one just barely missing this brick home as it did kind of fall here and then continue to land, if you take another look, right across their front yard. So a very close call here for the family that lives right at the entrance of Chatham Oaks. This is inside again that Park Crossing Drive neighborhood. Now we are just to the west of Park Road. I was onto the east side of Park Road where the Cameron Woods neighborhood was not too long ago. Whatever came through here then immediately went through there, brought down several trees as well too, neighbors out there trying to clear the way with chainsaws.
About 10 minutes before the trees started falling, so I was able to be here to help out.
How many trees are down besides what's behind us?
I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's countless at this point. There's trees on houses, there's a lot of roads that are blocked. We're just trying to get cleaned up so people can get through.
And also clear those storm drains, because as you can see, the rain is continuing to fall here at this hour, and so all of this water is going to need a place to run off. So you can see neighbors trying to also clear those drains as well. Back out here in the Park Crossing neighborhood, you can see this fence was no match for whatever came rolling through here a little bit earlier on, knocking down not only the wood sections of the fence, but also tearing it right from the brick pillar. The National Weather Service will be looking at damage like this and like the tree laying across the road to determine what exactly rolled through here during the height of the severe weather. The EF1 tornado that came through Mecklenburg County, not even the strongest of the storms we saw. This EF2 tornado caused damage in Gaston County near Kings Mountain, where it toppled 4 of those huge metal transmission towers that Duke Energy runs to bring power into the region. It took 150 workers this past weekend to get all of that cleaned up and back up and running.
And when they twisted and laid on the ground, I mean, it's just the structures were twisted. If you go look at the footing of that, you'll see where it was a twist. It wasn't a break, it wasn't a bend, it just twisted the structures and they came down together. So it was a very severe wind that caused these structures.
From Gaston County to back here in Mecklenburg County, those were just 2 of the tornado warnings that were issued here for the greater Charlotte area. Numerous storms across the region, a lot of them in that greater Charlotte area. Joining us now from his home in Morganton, North Carolina, is Scotty Powell with a look at some of the other storms. Scotty.
One of the first tornado warnings to be issued was for Cleveland and Lincoln County. The National Weather Service was able to confirm an EF1 tornado touchdown 1 mile west of Lawndale in northern Cleveland County. The end location was 3 miles northeast of Fallston, right near the Cleveland and Lincoln County line. One of the stronger tornadoes that we saw occur on Thursday was an EF2 tornado that occurred just outside of the city of Kannapolis, North Carolina, in Cabarrus County. The tornado began just west of Interstate 85 near Lane Street. The awning of a service station was damaged. The strongest damage was found just east along Pless Road, where several homes were damaged from this tornado. This damage suggests wind speeds of 125 miles per hour. The tornado weakened as it moved east, snapping and uprooting trees as it went, and it ended in Rowan County. Again, no fatalities or injuries from this tornado. I'm Carolina Weather Group panelist Scotty Powell.
Thank you so much, Scotty. Continuing our coverage now with even more of those storm survey results from the National Weather Service. Here's Evan Fisher.
One of the first tornadoes to occur last Thursday happened in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Now, this one touched down pretty early in the day, before noon. It had a path length of 10.26 miles, so the second longest of the day, and a rating of EF1. This tornado did the most damage near the mall, just to the west, Westgate Mall in Spartanburg. As you can see here, there's a bunch of EF1 damage indicators near the mall area. However, as it tracked closer to Spartanburg, it did weaken a bit, and as it passed through downtown, there was minimal tree damage with just EF0. We had a pair of tornadoes in Stanley County, North Carolina, the first of which was pretty short-lived, only 0.4 miles long, with a maximum width of 100 yards. Peak winds around 100 miles an hour, only did some minimal tree damage. However, the other one was a little bit longer with a path length of 7.3 miles, albeit discontinuous damage. But you can see here that there was damage indicators on the eastern side. Then again over here where there was a little bit more civilization. This tornado occurred just to the west of Albemarle, out in kind of a rural area. But nonetheless, this one did damage a child care center, ripping off some roofing, as well as damaging some manufactured homes with trees that fell onto these homes. This one actually had a maximum width of 1/4 mile, 400 yards, which is one of the more impressive widths of any of the tornadoes on Thursday. Moving a little bit further east, I guess all the way to the east, we actually had one tornado up in northeastern North Carolina in Gates County. As you can see, compared to all the others, if we zoom out, the rest of the tornadoes were down here near Greenville and Charlotte and Greensboro and Raleigh. However, there was one up here in Gates County, rated an EF0. We kind of flip over to the damage survey here. Tracked for about 3 miles with peak winds of 85 miles an hour. Touchdown near Taylor Mill Road and Askew Road, and crossed Turner before doing some tree damage, as well as a few homes suffered damage, mainly from falling branches.
From Evan Fisher now to Tim Pounds, who joins us with a look outside a storm that crossed from Georgia into South Carolina.
Well, thanks, James. The storm team out of the Columbia, South Carolina office of the National Weather Service confirmed that an EF1 tornado touched down in southwestern Aiken County. This occurred near Vaucluse in the Springfield Church Road area near Stableview Farm. Luckily, there were no injuries or fatalities indicated with this storm. And it was a pretty short-lived storm with maximum wind speeds of 105 mile an hour. The tornado only had a path length of about 1.15 miles and a maximum width of 75 yards. Another area of concern in the Augusta area was the Savannah River. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers indicated that there was going to be a lot of extra flow from all the rain that occurred in the area, and they had opened the floodgates on the Strom-Thurmond Dam, releasing almost 30,000 cubic feet of water per second. So it was going to be a lot of water going down below the dam in the next few days. But other than that, that's about the extent of the storm report here in Augusta. James?
Also had a lot of water that fell. A lot of water that fell from the sky, making it possible for big trees like this to fall in very spongy soil, but also challenging the water systems, the watersheds, the rivers, the creeks that now have to take all of that water that fell and eventually funnel it out to the Atlantic Ocean. We're watching rising waters along rivers and creeks and waterways that are now having to try to cope with all of that water. When you take a look at the debris that remains days after the tornado outbreak of last week, you have to pause and think for a moment and realize that it could have been a lot worse. But if it wasn't for the folks who tirelessly put in long hours at the National Weather Service, not only forecasting and warning about storms like this, but then spending hours and days afterwards going out into the field and looking at debris and conducting their storm surveys, well, frankly, if we didn't have the National Weather Service, we'd be in a lot of trouble. Now, the National Weather Service celebrated 150 years on Sunday. We, of course, wish them a very happy birthday. Now, we had Tom Nizzle on our program a couple weeks back. Now, Tom spent years at the National Weather Service in Buffalo, New York, before coming south to work at the Weather Channel. He now resides just across the border in Tennessee, and he's a bit of a National Weather Service buff, you could say. And he was very happy to spend some time with us to enlighten us on the history and the important role that the National Weather Service has played in its first 150 years and counting.
Tom, you got to know the National Weather Service from the inside. What does this 150th anniversary mean?
Well, I'm old. I'm not quite that old, but man, I look back. I have 32 years in the National Weather Service. They're celebrating their 150th anniversary. So do the math, man. I've been there for 1/5 of their entire history. I am old. But I'll tell you, I love going back and look at the history of a National Weather Service for the United States. And a lot of it has its roots back to my hometown, Buffalo, New York, which was one of the original 24 forecast offices in the U.S. when the National Weather Service, under a different name, began back in 1870. It's amazing when you think about the United States and think about the roots of weather and weather observations. My gosh, when our forefathers came here to the U.S., think about the fact that everything they did in their lives had some connection to the weather. I mean, they spent most of their time outside. It was an agrarian society. So two of our most famous weather observers and our most famous original weather people in the United States were two of my favorites, a guy by the name of Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson, right? Franklin was amazing. He was one of these Renaissance men that was interested in everything, and he was a great scientist. Franklin, by the way, was the first person to really study and chart something that's right offshore of the Carolinas, known as the Gulf Stream. That really was actually discovered in a way in a scientific basis by Ben Franklin. Franklin also took weather observations every day. How about Tom Jefferson, another Renaissance man? This guy took weather observations on a regular basis, and he shared those observations and developed a network with people that were around him. In fact, the cooperative weather observers in the United States today, their top honor that they can get is the Jeffersonian Award for them taking weather observations. So those are two of the guys that really started things off. You know, we get into the 1800s, and as the country began to expand out to the west, all right, now the beginning of the 1800s, Weather Service actually went into a national operation in 1870. So 70 years before that, the U.S. was moving out and expanding to the west, and based on Thomas Jefferson's suggestions, the Lewis and Clark expeditions, they wanted to take science observations. Most of the Army surgeons who were trained as scientists would take weather observations on a daily basis, and they would mail them back in. They would, arrive months later into places like the Smithsonian, where they would gather this information and bring all this information together, begin to plot it onto maps and try to understand this array of data that we are gathering across the country. But my gosh, none of it was timely. It took months to get that information. So you come across to about the mid 1840s, and we had this amazing invention that takes the science of meteorology and rockets it forward. And it was called the telegraph.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
The Telegraph, you could get this data from around the country that these surgeons were taking, and in almost real time, you could get it to one central area where that data could be compiled. You'd have the data quickly, you could analyze it, and then understand what was going on a more real-time basis. And this was all done at a place called the Smithsonian Institution. And Joseph Priestley was the guy that was there that was gathering all this information and beginning to plot weather maps. Well, we get into the Civil War, and that kind of detoured in some way the expansion of science as far as weather was concerned. But boy, the Civil War brought a lot of technical expertise and other inventions that would then help propel all of this technology and science forward. So let's get into the late 1860s now. And we're a couple of years beyond the Civil War. And the railroad transportation really wasn't coming into its own at that point. So a lot of the transportation that occurred between the inland parts of the country and getting out to the coast in the northern half of the United States occurred on the Great Lakes. There was a tremendous amount of shipping that occurred on the Great Lakes and moving not only goods and materials, but moving people and passengers around. And in 1868 and 1869, in 2 consecutive years, there were over 1,100 shipwrecks on the Great Lakes. Think about that, 1,100 shipwrecks and hundreds of fatalities on the lakes. Well, now I go into 4 cogs in the wheel that I think were most important people that were responsible for the development of a national weather service. Because of all the fatalities that were occurring on the Great Lakes, due to weather, by the way, due to severe weather, there was an amazing guy by the name of Increase Lapham, Lapham. This guy was, again, another Renaissance man. He was a geologist, and he was, at that point in Wisconsin, very interested in the weather. Again, a scientist by many, many means. He plotted weather maps, and he sent a lot of news clippings to his congressional representative about all these fatalities that were occurring on the Great Lakes. And there has to be something done to develop some type of weather warning system for these bad storms that were coming across the Great Lakes. So in 1869, I believe it was, Increase Lapham sent this letter out to his congressional representative, another second cog in the wheel by the name of Halbert Payne. And Payne took this information and introduced a resolution under Ulysses S. Grant to the United States Congress. And on February 9th of 1870, the resolution was passed to then bring into service a national weather service for the United States. And it was under the direction of the U.S. Army Signal Corps at that point. Why the Signal Corps? Well, it now brings in our third character. Our third guy that was in big responsibility and a big part of developing a national weather service was a guy who was in charge at one point for the Signal Corps in the U.S. His name was General Albert Meyer. And Meyer has a connection to my hometown of Buffalo, New York. But Meyer actually developed a signaling system during the Civil War of using flags to send signals between military installations. And this signaling system, or wigwag system, was in play, and it was in place during all of the Civil War. Meyer was an amazing character because he had a great military background. He had the ability to organize, and he also was in charge of this signaling system that they were using at that time. And so when Ulysses S. Grant signed the orders to bring into law a national weather service across the United States, Albert Meyer was brought in as the first head of the National Weather Service. And Meyer then brings in the fourth cog in the wheel, the guy that really made this happen from a scientific point of view. His name was Cleveland Abbey, and this guy was a scientist by every stretch of the word. He is the person who first began to issue forecasts, actual weather forecasts across the eastern part of the United States, and he had a tremendous, tremendous science background. And when he came into that first beginnings of the National Weather Service, it was Cleveland Abbey who introduced science, who introduced coursework, who introduced the theory of meteorology and the science of meteorology to those employees who were hired to man the 24 original offices across the United States. It was really, really a fascinating time. And from there, the ability to bring in weather data and weather observations led very, very quickly to production of weather forecasts. Within a couple of years of the formation of the Weather Service, these daily forecasts were something that everybody asked for. People understanding that they might not be all that accurate all of the time, they weren't able to do the kind of detailed forecasting that we can do these days, but they had an understanding of the basic concept, in most cases, of weather moving from the west to the east across the United States. With the ability to plot these maps, the early forecasters were able to trace storms. And as storms were moving from Chicago to Detroit to Cleveland to Buffalo and out to New York City, these forecasters could time to some degree the occurrence of this bad weather that was coming in that direction. And as they would do that, they would put these signal flags outside of places like post offices and other places where the public would frequent within these towns and cities. And so a quick walk down the street, someone would look at the flag and they would understand that the red flag with the black on it, okay, again, if you were in a coastal area, could mean a hurricane warning that was out. There were other types of flags that they used to get this information out. But it was amazing how quickly the science grew and how quickly the Weather Service expanded as we went through that time frame right after the Civil War.
Tom, if you think back to what they started with and what we have today, if you could imagine, what do you think they would make of all the tools we have today?
Well, it'd be like being on a different planet. I mean, you think about the fact that, yeah, they were getting weather observations, but there was no such thing as a satellite to monitor the weather from space, a radar to look at precipitation, even heaven forbid, a computer model, something that would actually foretell by using basic laws of mathematics what the weather would be like several days or maybe even into weeks in advance. It would be like a different world. And by the way, because I'm such a senior person at this point with a history of being in the National Weather Service, I came into the Weather Service at a time before computers were even introduced into weather forecast offices. At a time where there was something called a teletype machine, a machine where it actually typed out the weather observations onto this giant typewriter. And as weather forecasters, we would rip that information off of this machine and sit down and hand plot and draw weather maps. I got to do that when I was an intern in my first couple of years within the National Weather Service. And to go from that to what we have today is amazing. So I can't imagine what someone like Cleveland Abbey would be thinking if we were able to place them into a science office like we have within the National Weather Service today.
This is a very specific reference, and I'm not sure how many of our listeners will know it, but if you've ever been in the New York metropolitan area, and Tom, you're obviously from the state, and you listen to 1010 Winds AM, they have that tick 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 tick. That's what I'm imagining when you say teletype, just all of that constant automatic typing.
So the RFK bridge getting up to the Bronx is also very slow, and because of that, leaving Manhattan.
That brings back memories for me, because that was the background noise in the Weather Service. It was like the old newsroom where you heard that, and that was the teletypes rattling away. I'm going back to my history. Only 35, 40 years ago in the National Weather Service, when I first came online, that's when we were first beginning to get satellite pictures, we'll call them, into the National Weather Service office. Now, we get satellite data today at minute intervals. It comes in on the computer. We run these huge loops at any resolution in any part of the globe on a regular basis. Everybody can do that online these days. In the weather office back then, we would get one image that would come in every hour. And if you wanted to do an animation of what was going on, all those images were placed on a clipboard. And you literally would take your fingers and take the pictures and let them go. And you could see the clouds moving across the eastern part of the United States. That was our animation back then. And that was after a tremendous increase in science and technology. It's fascinating because, as we all know, wars are terrible. War is hell. But wars also bring out tremendous advances in technology. And, World War II pilots, they were responsible for discovering the jet stream. As we got into World War II and immediately after, we developed the first large-scale upper air network across the United States with the launching of radiosonde balloons twice a day to get that information from the upper atmosphere, because weather occurs on 3 dimensions, right, throughout that depth of the atmosphere. The advance of weather radar. My gosh, you took military radar, again, developed in World War II, and then after that war, they not only saw airplanes when they were looking at the radar, but they saw these features that kept getting in the way of them looking at airplanes. It was precipitation from storms. And, we turned that into the ability to monitor weather systems and then get into the tremendous science of severe weather and understanding tornado genesis and tropical storm formation from all of that technology. So it's just been amazing to watch the history. And it all began back there in 1870 when there was concern to send these warnings and watches out and not be able to verify them because we just didn't have the technology to do that. But we've got that technology now. And to be able to then marry that to the ability for people to get warnings anywhere at any time, day or night, it has just gone a tremendous way to save lives across this nation.
Talking about communication, and then I'll toss it off to someone else. One of the biggest tools that I think we all in this chat utilize is NWS chat, and the ability for the forecasters and the weather office to communicate with TV, radio, storm spotters out in the field. I mean, just the instant communication that we have, I think, is pretty cool, and it's cool to see the advances in the National Weather Service with that.
That's a really important point, and what it's done also is it's changed the responsibilities and the type of work that goes on within the National Weather Service offices. A decade, I should say more than that, a generation ago, the main job of the National Weather Service forecaster, the meteorologist, was to issue the forecast. And now we have many, many tools that allow that process to be very, very fast, very efficient, and very smooth. But what the forecasters do now, where they really, really make a difference, is what we refer to as decision support or decision support services. That ability to get that information and get it out and let our special customers know exactly what is happening when it is happening, contacting emergency managers and working with the emergency management community to have their resources ready to go, to be ready to respond when the weather is coming through. And also, you mentioned this tool that is used on computers called NWS Chat. It's the ability for the forecast office to chat or to talk or message to many of its users, its media, its emergency management system, those types of individuals, to get the most reliable and timely information back and forth from those communities and sending out their thoughts from the National Weather Service offices. I found it fascinating when I worked at the Weather Channel that we, within a matter, and I mean this, within a matter of less than a minute in many instances, a damage report, say somebody had a half-inch hail that came down in their neighborhood outside of Charleston, South Carolina. And they sent a report in on their phone to the National Weather Service saying, we got hail here. Within a matter of a minute or so, the Weather Service gets the report, pops it into a computer that goes into this system. And at the Weather Channel, our graphics meteorologists were watching that data coming in. And when they picked that data up with the click of two buttons, it ended up on air. I was amazed to see how quickly that process took. And it's the ability to get that information and communicate it out to the public, because time is of the essence, especially with severe weather. So it's another huge increase in technology that, once again, is helping to save lives.
Tom, I don't know if there's any telling what this world would be like without the National Weather Service. So let me try to phrase this closing question to you this way. What would day-to-day life here in the United States be if tomorrow morning we woke up and there was no National Weather Service?
I think it would be chaos. If you think about how much of our economy and daily life is tied directly to the weather. And the way you see that most succinctly is being in the checkout line at the grocery store, because everybody's talking about it. You have to know what's going on with the weather if you're going to react with the real world. Everything from our transportation to our agriculture to daily life in general revolves around the ability to understand how nature, how the atmosphere is going to impact us over the next several days. Without the National Weather Service, I think we would be way, way behind in where we are right now.
We again thank Tom for his time, and to all of the folks at the National Weather Service who continue to keep us safe each and every day. We can't thank you enough. And to you at home, thanks for joining us for this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group. For all of us, I'm James Brierton in Matthews, North Carolina. We'll see you again real soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. We are here with the WFMY weather team. We have on with us Tim Buckley, Christian Morgan, and Taran Kirksey, and we're going to be getting to know them over the next few minutes. This is a new segment that we are rolling out and hope to do, but we're going to spend a little time just getting to know our local meteorologist, and everyone has been kind enough to donate some time. So we're just going to do a few quick hitting questions. These are just you guys can elaborate if you want, or you can just give a quick answer. So our first one is Twitter or Facebook? Which do you prefer more, Twitter or Facebook? I'll start with Tim.
Twitter, as long as it's not bad Twitter. But I like weather Twitter.
Okay. Christian?
Definitely Twitter. Facebook has the ability to take something you posted 3 days ago and highlight it 3 days later, which makes the information very much out of date. So I feel like Twitter, if you can't say it in 140 characters, then you're saying too much.
All right, here's one. I don't know if you guys have dabbled in these as much. TikTok or Snapchat?
Oh boy. I'm old. I can't have a TikTok. I don't even think that's allowed. So I do have a Snapchat, but it's not something I post weather stuff on.
Yeah, I have Snapchat too, and I can't dance, so I'm not even going to adventure into the world of TikTok because it will be horrible. And I'll just let everybody else share the TikTok videos on Twitter, and then I'll watch them that way.
You don't want to be lip syncing?
No.
They both confuse me. I think I'm like, I'm older. I have an older spirit. So usually I just put my phone down when I get home. I don't want to know what's going on. I watch TV, and then when I wake up the next morning, people tell me what I missed, and I'm cool with it. I'm fine with it.
Keeping on the theme of technology and stuff, what about weather model websites? There's tons of them out there, and I know you guys may have some special software, so you don't have to go to all these websites that us normal people have to use. But do you have one?
We have so much special software, and we pay all this money for all the great stuff. And I still love the Penn State e-wall the most.
Oh, you're biased.
Undecipherable. No one understands what it is. But I do, because I went there, and that's just my comfort zone. It's like my chicken soup for my weather soul is looking at the page of garbled numbers, knowing what it means. So I do like, and it's the only one that has an easy to understand 6-panel chart for like the NAM and stuff, and I like a 6-panel chart.
Okay.
I've used that website for like 15 years, and I'm still confused by it. but it was the first website I used a lot though. Now I use Pivotal Weather a lot, and occasionally I look at some other ones if it's like hurricane season or something like that too.
Yeah, the first time I met Tim, and he was showing me this Penn State e-wall, and I said, "What is this thing that looks like it's from 1985 that I cannot really understand?" And I laughed at him for it, but he's like, "Oh, it's got all these charts and things on it." And I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna find a different website." And then I took my weather classes and stuff through Penn State, and I was like, "Oh man, I really love the e-wall now." It's fun to actually sit and work side by side with Tim, because we actually understand the Penn State e-wall and how great it actually is. But also we do have it's something you have to pay for, but WeatherBell has some good maps on it. But I really like to use Pivotal Weather, especially when we look at severe weather parameters. They have it very easy to access on there.
I can't say that we've really dabbled in the e-wall, but definitely agree with you on WeatherBell and Pivotal. I think I'd have to throw in Tropical Tidbits just because that's where I started, and it's so nice having those easy soundings. Keep on this topic. Do you think that weather data is too easily available?
Yes, but there's nothing we can do about it.
Okay.
I have two opinions on this. Number one, I don't think it should be that easy. I don't think it should be easily available to people that aren't seeking it out. So what I mean is, like, if you want to really be able to look at a weather model, of course I agree that's a good thing to be able to do. But I don't like that it gets out there to people that aren't wanting to see it. So it gets posted to Facebook, and then my grandma gets it and says, "Oh gosh, this is really bad." That's the bad part that we all know about. So in a perfect world, it's 1995 and only the weather folks have the weather models, but you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
I think with it being so accessible, yes, it's public knowledge. It's out there, so why can't you access it? But at the same time, you get a lot of these hype weather sites, and people who think they're weather gurus and don't really understand it, and they like to screenshot things and then post hype weather stories based on looking at one model. People don't really take the time to actually dive into the models and try to find the consistencies in them, and a lot of people don't even know the biases of the models and typically how they run. So having it so accessible is kind of doing the weather folks a disservice. So we actually kind of have to take a step back and say, what you're seeing is not really accurate, but here's what we're looking at. So we almost have to kind of be careful where we step to make sure we cover the bases of what people are really seeing on Facebook and Twitter and what they're sharing out at a mass rate.
Yeah, because 90% of the time when something looks bad 5 or 7 days out, it doesn't happen. So
Right.
I know my forecasting philosophy is usually like, okay, that looks like 10 days out. Oh, it looks horrible, but I'm not going to say anything. We'll just kind of pay attention to it. And then once we get into, okay, it's 4 days out to 5 days out. If it looks really bad, okay, let me start kind of sprinkling this in. And then 3 days or less is when I'm I'm more so like, okay, this is probably going to happen. But since it is out there, and the way that the models are visualized, some of the websites where it looks really, the color tables are really good, but
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Somebody just like Christian and Tim were saying, they'll see it and they'll put it out there, and then it explodes, and you have to do damage control the whole time. And then when it doesn't happen, people will say, well, you guys didn't know what you were doing. So yeah. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, exactly.
Coran has lobbied for us to change our 7-day forecast to a 3-day forecast.
All my career, I've been like 7-day forecasts. I don't like 7-day deterministic forecasts, because most of the time the temperature 7 days out is going to be at least 5 or 8 degrees different, than what I said a week before. But that's just, again, my old man grumpiness. I've been complaining about that for my entire career, and it has not changed anywhere I've worked, so it's not gonna happen.
I did a little personal case study not long ago. I was like, okay, I'm gonna take my forecast sheet and I'm gonna keep it, and here's what I put for day 7. And when I get to day 7, I want to see how much it's changed. And I mean, over those 7 days, the conditions change, the temperature changes. It's an evolving thing, especially once you get past 3 and 4 days.
Yeah, I even tell kids when I do school talks, like, okay, days like 5 through 7, don't worry about those.
It's more of a here's what we're looking at down the road. This is kind of a suggestion of where things may go.
Exactly. Yep.
And heavens forbid you put a snowflake in day 5 or 6 and it doesn't happen.
Never do that. That's a rule of thumb. Never do that. I could think it could be a blizzard. I'm not putting a snowflake on day 7.
Dig your own grave.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of bringing it back around for your viewers here, what was it that kind of jump started y'all to want to become weather people? Was there a defining moment, or was it something you kind of always knew you wanted to do?
Most people have like one weather moment that they saw or they lived through or they experienced. For me, I don't really have one of those, but I did grow up in probably the snowiest part of the country that people live in, which is upstate New York, right along Lake Ontario. We got like 200 inches of snow a year. And so weather was just hugely controlling of your life for about 4 to 5 to 6 months every winter. So I always wanted to know what the weather was going to be. I always watched the Weather Channel and told my mom what they were saying, even if she didn't care. And that's just what I was interested in. And the TV thing just kind of followed suit. I didn't know that was exactly what I wanted, but that kind of just worked itself out. So that was my spark, were snowflakes. And I hate snow, by the way. So it's just, maybe that's why.
Yeah, I'm going to catch heat for this from Tim and Taran, but I really like snow. And see, look. They've unclaimed me. So always, that was my thing. And my birthday is in January. And for a while, there was a couple of years where it always snowed on my birthday or within a couple of days of my birthday. So that kind of, I've always was interested in weather. And actually, I never knew that's what I wanted to do as a career. I always wanted to do broadcasting, radio or TV of some sort, and work in radio for a while, and then try to get my foot into TV and a couple different avenues. And then the weather thing just kind of popped up. That's where I was able to kind of get my foot in the door. And I knew I enjoyed it and kind of got my foot in the door. And actually, kudos to Tim for helping me learn a lot and teaching me and kind of really growing that passion for weather that I had. And so much so that it sparked my interest to actually go back to school and get my meteorology certifications and stuff. And so here we are. It all kind of came full circle at one time.
For me, I'm from the deep South. I'm from Alabama originally. And so I grew up a bunch of tornado events, and one time I saw one and that just kind of locked it in for me. And so that just made me interested in, because, when you're a little kid and you have tornado warnings, you get a little scared, and that fear made me want to learn more about them. And so now, that led me to kind of pursue meteorology as a career. When I was in college, I was somewhat interested in broadcast, but probably more into research. The broadcast thing just kind of happened, and I've just been doing that ever since. But I do want to say I do not like snow. Snow is terrible. I hate tornadoes too because tornadoes are bad, as we've seen. So I just like I think I like more so the challenge of forecasting as opposed to certain weather events, weather phenomena. Yeah, that's a word. Yeah, I said it right.
Phenomenal.
My short career so far that I've had, I've already learned that weather is a very humbling thing. Forecasting weather is a very humbling thing because you have this period of time where you're on it. You're like, man, I'm accurate. This is, it's working out. And then something falls in your lap and it's, you're like, okay, I'm gonna come on back down to earth now. But yeah, so the challenge is fun. And also, weather is one of those things, like, you think about it now, we've got everything going on with the coronavirus, but weather doesn't stop. Like, it's something that never changes, and it's something that's always happening, no matter what's going on. And people always, no matter what they're doing, whether they're staying at home, or whether this is a normal period in time where people are going to work and kind of coming and going as they please, weather affects everybody in some way, shape, or form. And to be able to, be one of the folks who's actually looking at that and helping you kind of plan your day, providing that service for you, I think is something that internally, and in my mind, I really, really enjoy.
I have a running joke with Turan. I guess you've been here about 3 years or so, man, like that. And when he was on his interview, he's asking, what's the weather really like in the Carolinas? And, he's been in Oklahoma and Mississippi. And I say, you know what, man, we don't get that much severe weather. Every now and then we get a tornado. Every now and then we get some hurricanes, but they're mainly at the coast. And we're in the Piedmont. And every once a year or so we get some snow, and sometimes it's big, but it's not much. And then weather just happened all the time, and we had lots of tornadoes. We had a Greensboro tornado. We had all these hurricanes that came right into the Piedmont, all this crazy snow. So it's Turan's fault.
So it is.
Is it following you, Turan?
Clearly, it must be. I'm sorry. I apologize to everyone.
So now I'm connecting the dots, because first we blamed it on Grant Gilmore when he left. And so now it's actually Tim's fault, because he said we don't really get, and ever since then, all heck's broken.
Jinxed us. Yeah.
That's right. Everything was quiet when Grant was here. When he left, it just went crazy.
Note to self, no claims about North Carolina weather at all.
A quick follow-up there, Turan. The tornado that you saw, you were younger and you had a clear kind of visible of that. What kind of happened in that experience?
There was I remember the day. I was in Huntsville, Alabama at the time, in North Alabama, and there was a tornado warning, and the meteorologist was saying, hey, it's headed towards this part of Madison County, which is maybe about 5 or so miles north of where we are. Then the power kind of flickered or went out, and of course, we looked outside. So you're not supposed to do that. And we were looking north, and you could barely see it, in the distance, but I could see it, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's wow. This is it. I was scared, but I was also kind of mesmerized. My parents knew that it wasn't going to hit us, so they were okay with me looking outside, okay, it's up there, it's fine. But just watching it was. It kind of, just solidified my interest, because I've always been somewhat interested in weather, even when I was younger than that. But there was a meteorologist in town that would do such a great job kind of teaching the meteorology. I know some people don't like that, but for me, I would always sit in front of the TV and watch the severe weather coverage, and I would learn so much about how to look at radar. What are you looking for? These are different variables that, you can look at using the radar. And again, this is in the 90s. And so it's been a huge explosion of different things now, but it made me more and more interested. And then, obviously, I reached out when I got in high school, and he was gracious enough to let me, intern from when I got in college, but to let me shadow him when I was in high school. And it just kind of went from there.
Give us a name. Come on.
It was Dan Satterfield.
Okay.
I know that's a name that, yeah, some people had different opinions, but yeah, he was
awesome.
And even to this day, he's, just so gracious, if I ever have a question or anything, or, he has always been one of those people that I could, hey, I don't understand this, I don't understand that. And he's one of the big reasons I ended up going to Oklahoma. He started telling me about, oh yeah, a lot of tornadoes out there, you can learn a lot. I'm like, okay, sure, I'll try it. So yeah.
Well, that's great. I think you're reading right off our question sheet. One of the next ones I was going to ask is, do you guys have a weather role model? So Duran, we just got your answer. Tim, Christian, a weather role model?
I wasn't that active. I mean, it was hard. It seemed crazy back, when I was growing up, which is not that long ago in the 90s. It seemed crazy that you would actually be able to like reach out and talk to your meteorologist locally. That is so accessible now with social media. So I didn't really have any interaction with any of my local meteorologists, but there's a guy by the name of Dave Eichhorn up in central New York who was on Syracuse television for a long time. And I would always watch him and Dave Longley and Jim Teskey. Two of them are still there. And they really geeked out about the weather. And I wouldn't say they got excited about the weather when it was bad, but they really did have like a professorial approach and really explained it a lot. And I liked that. And I thought that was really interesting. And they would really tell you, if this lake effect band isn't here and it's there, there's a reason why. We're not able to predict it that precisely. And so those were definitely the folks that inspired me, even though I didn't really interact with them much. The funny part about now being in the position that I am and having social media is we interact a lot on social media together now, just chatting about local weather. And they know I'm from my little small town that they cover and all that stuff. So it's cool.
That's neat.
Yeah, for me, so I actually grew up in this market. So I was very in tune with all of the weather folks in the market at the time. And so there was one person that I won't name because we're with, a competing station right now, but I watched them all the time. And that's just kind of, I would always, that would always be the thing. And when they were calling for snow, that's what I wanted to know about. That's who I wanted to see. And I wanted to learn, why it was happening. And also more so to know how much we were going to get. But at that point, Tim, like Tim said, I never really thought that, when I was in middle school, that you could actually reach out to those folks and actually, have a conversation with them. And, some folks, that I've learned over the years, some folks are more gracious of giving their time than others are. But I will say, and again, Taran and Tim can probably speak to this because they've been in it longer than I have, of course, but maybe the way that social media and has kind of groomed us over the last, in this age that we're in, I think that the connectivity, being able, whether you're competing stations or not, but kind of the network of meteorologists and kind of being able to toss ideas back and forth and discuss those things. There's a more of an open line of communication, I think, than there used to be, which is definitely a good thing for not only the folks who are in it now, but the people who are aspiring to be meteorologists as well.
We're here right now. That's a testament to having more access to your local meteorologists than perhaps there was back in the 90s, like you said, Tim.
Everything has changed so much. I didn't even know what a computer model was or that they existed until I got to college. Like, I didn't know any of that really. And I don't know that I was unique in that either. Once you got to school, you're like, oh, there are these tools that I didn't know that existed. Here's how we use them. And then I kind of, learned it very quickly. But before that, I mean, the amount of information that 12-year-olds know now that are weather enthusiasts is about the same as like what I had like as a sophomore in college. It's amazing. It really is.
Oh yeah, same for me. I mean, the first time I saw a forecast model was when I shadowed that time, and they had the DIFAX maps or whatever. It's like, oh, okay, this is printing out. So this is how you all figure out the forecast weather. Okay, cool. Before that, I had no idea.
I actually have some of those DIFAX. Eric Thomas. I went to visit Eric Thomas in Charlotte, and I have them somewhere in the basement. I need to pull them out, see if I can find them. But I have a question. It's going to kind of tie 3 or 4 questions that we have together. It's kind of the future of meteorology, working from home, and the role of social media, which we all 3 are experiencing right now in the COVID-19 pandemic. So what are your thoughts on the future? Do you see working at home maybe more of a thing to come and doing a lot more via social media?
I think that, obviously kind of hate the reasons why, we've gotten to this point, where a lot of people are working from home, hate that there's, the virus is kind of causing all this disruption. But with that said, a lot of friends I've been talking to over the past, somewhat talking to, I'm kind of introverted. Occasionally I'll ask them a question. I got to have one conversation a week with friends. But basically we were talking about, hey, it's 2020. The idea of going into an office every day in many industries is antiquated. You know, if you're in sales or something like that, why do you have to go into an office building when you can just make your calls from home, or you can go and, you know, drive to your different sales spots from home and you know, work out of your home office and maybe go to the office once a week. I think a lot of employers are seeing that their employees can be just as productive or even more productive at home, depending on how they work, or, you know, what works best for different people. I know everybody's different though. So for extroverts, it's probably important that they, you know, go into the office regularly to get that social interaction. For introverts, they might work better in solitude. So I think that as meteorologists, when you look at it, most weather days are fairly benign, fairly quiet. And I feel like on those days, working from home should be more of an option for all meteorologists. But you also have days where there's the threat of severe weather where that's not probably the best method. That's just kind of my 2 cents on that. I don't know what you think, Tim.
I mean, I definitely do miss being able to interact with folks at the station. However, typically meteorologists aren't interacting with one another personally face-to-face because we're on different shifts. So it doesn't change that much between us working together. Christian and I do have a lot of overlap at the station just because of our schedules. But aside from that, the main difference is just being able to show things in front of a wall and explain things by pointing them out, and you know, maybe some interaction with other anchors and stuff like that. I don't think that I'm surprised at how much we've been able to do at home, and I do think that this might continue, you know, to be an option in the future on quiet days. I don't see why not. So we'll see what happens. It's new for everybody. So what we did learn this past week, though, and whenever this is aired, you know, we had a tornado situation back on this past Monday. That is something that very much needs to be at the station.
Mm-hmm.
And just the reason for that is, you know, we don't have backup power at home.
Mm-hmm.
The building does, and we can explain it. And I think there's a comfort to folks at home who are able to actually see us at work. On top of it, we got it covered. Don't worry.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'll real quick, I'll echo off what Tim said about our severe weather event this past Monday. And I was actually working from home, and Tim and Taran were in the studio, of course, very much separated because of social distancing guidelines right now. But the other thing, and I know that this is, again, the quality that we're able to put out, even working from home, video quality, audio quality, is pretty mesmerizing, honestly, because we never thought that we'd be at this point. But the other thing, you know, there's also still a lot of downfalls with it. And one of those being the fact that when you remote into whatever weather software you have, there's going to be some sort of latency at whatever rate, which does, you know, I noticed this working from home on Monday. When you have that, it does make storm tracking, especially in like a severe weather event, it makes it more difficult because, you know, you're trying to move the map around, and because of the latency you may have in some, like if you're remoting into a computer, well, you might have moved past it too much, and then you got to kind of scoot it back a little bit. There's just so many extra steps, and even extra seconds can be crucial in a severe weather event. But taking an overall approach to it, working from home is interesting. I've always been one of those folks who, all right, I have to get up and get ready and then go out the door to kind of get my, get my mind in the right place to do work. So working from home has been a challenge for me to kind of get into that groove. It's not so much a challenge anymore just because we've been doing it now, you know, for a month at least. But having that interaction with folks in the building, even though, you know, here's the weather center over here and here's the news people over here, and we come together at the newscast, just kind of having that interaction. And the lines of communication are, of course, a whole lot better. You know, Tim and Taran, and if you've been in a newsroom, like, you know this, like you can just, scoot the chair back and you yell something across the room or say something across the room. Now, working from home, okay, got to send this email, or did I check this on the little chat, or did I send somebody a text message? So the communication line kind of is something you have to kind of double check yourself on. But I think there's something about, you know, if the weather's nice, of course, we can forecast from anywhere. yes, we have some tools at the station, but we can do a forecast from anywhere as long as we have internet. You know, we can even look up stuff on our phone, you know, if we need to do that. But working from home and putting the forecast together, you know, is easy. But I think when things return to normal, if we are seeing more work from home situations, I think just being in the station, being in the studio, at least for the shows, has a value to it that you can't replace.
No, absolutely. It's amazing all of the, just how much we've seen this working from home thing develop over the last 2 months. Who would have thought that every single meteorologist, just about every single meteorologist in the nation, would be broadcasting from their office with their cat in April. So it's just unreal. So we only have a few minutes left, y'all. So we're each going to ask you one kind of silly, lighthearted, fun question. So I guess, Tim, I'll start off with you and we'll go around. What is your favorite non-weather hobby?
Favorite non-weather hobby? Getting outside and hiking and taking pictures. That's it.
Great choice.
And I know it's supposed to be fast, but I got this hobby, I think, by a product of working weather. And the reason is when I moved to Greensboro, I was working weekends. My days off were Wednesday and Thursday. No one in the world, let alone in our building, has days off on Wednesday, Thursday. So I had nothing to do. So I got in my car and I would drive to pretty places like Hanging Rock or the Blue Ridge Parkway or something like that. I would drive a long way and get to know the area. And then I got to know hiking. And at the time, I was just taking pictures on my iPhone. And then I kind of, started getting a better camera. I don't take as good pictures as Dan, but I try. He's my inspiration for good photos as well. So that's my hobby.
Christian, Turan?
Music for me. I'm a drummer in a 10-piece party and dance band
that
plays across the Southeast quite a bit. So music is my outlet. And then I love being outdoors. So even though I'm not that great at it, I love going golfing. And that's a nice thing from working from home. Like even on these days, if I don't go in until the afternoon, the days working from home, I can just, walk out or go to the golf course and walk a couple holes and kind of get my fresh air for the day. And so, but music is my main hobby. Golf would be the second one.
I like to spend time outside as well. Just kind of sitting outside is always nice. And I like the barbecue, which is a verb and a noun.
Okay.
It's a verb and a noun, contrary to popular belief. Read the dictionary, it's a verb and noun. Sorry, anyway.
That's true.
But
Southern thing.
It is, yeah. It's a verb and a noun in Alabama, and it's a verb and a noun in North Carolina too.
Do people up north not think that it's a verb?
Well, there's
they use it much differently. Yeah.
I can run out the clock on this if you want to.
Go for it.
The actual thing that you cook with, the barbecue instead of the grill. So this is the whole, and the cookout up north is called a barbecue as well.
Yes.
I'm telling you, that's the way it is up there.
Yeah, once all this social distancing stuff clears up, I'm waiting for some Turan ribs. Every Saturday I see a post of Turan cooking.
I've had extra time on my hands, so
maybe our next lightning round will be in person.
There you go.
Turan, I got to ask you, vinegar or tomato-based sauce? I mean, that's the big debate here in North Carolina.
Man, she about to get me in trouble, man. All right, so again, I'm from Alabama, but I spent most of my life in North Alabama. So Memphis-style barbecue is what I'm used to. And then when I lived in Oklahoma, Texas-style barbecue is kind of, one of my big things too. I like more tomato-based barbecue sauce. Like you have to put, for me, I do put some apple cider vinegar as I'm cooking it, but I don't just douse it in it. Like I just want a little bit of tang and then more sweetness. That's just what I prefer.
Very nice. Very nice. We'll give that to you.
Turan on that. I'm with Turan on that. Even though I'm from North Carolina, I don't want to eat barbecue and have my throat burn. A good mix, a good middle of the road barbecue.
Well, Christian, I didn't,
because we need the viewers to still like us after that. Disparaging barbecue or whatever.
And these are the fun questions.
Christian, I didn't know you golf, so next time I'm in the air. We'll have to go hit the course.
We'll do it, absolutely.
All right, so one last, question before we wrap. Do you have a favorite weather or disaster themed movie? And if you all three say Twister, Yahtzee.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna say. It's so bad, but it was so entertaining. And growing up, I was like, "Oh man, this is awesome." So yeah,
There was a volcano movie too that was really bad. What was the name of it?
it was Volcano.
Dante's Peak.
Yeah, in the 90s.
Dante.
Dante's
Yeah, there were two
Peak.
of them. There's Dante's Peak, and then Volcano was like in L.A.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
They're all really bad.
Yeah.
The worst one is The Day After Tomorrow.
Oh gosh.
Are you telling me that's not accurate?
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread. and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public, stay at least 6 feet apart from others, and get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
It is horrific. And I was in New York in January, and I went to the New York Public Library, which is a great free place to go. You should go sometime and check it out. It's beautiful. I took a picture in there and said, oh, it's a great place to visit. And everybody posted, this is where they filmed Day After Tomorrow. Jake Gyllenhaal is all over these places. I was like, oh no, I'm reliving this horrible movie.
Oh, well, guys, I have one question. I know you're talking about places to visit. We want to give a little love to the Triad areas. So what's your favorite place to visit? If you have visitors coming to the Greensboro, High Point, Winston-Salem area, where is your favorite place to go visit? Where would you recommend to people?
Could I vote for Hanging Rock, or is that too far away? I really like.
That's great.
I really like the parks. Hanging Rock is amazing, and I love just hiking up and stuff. And that's probably one of the cooler, public parks I've been to in the state.
Pilot Mountain's a great hike too. That's in the Triad, and it's probably, if we're talking Triad specific, that's probably my favorite. But if somebody's visiting the Triad, it's a quick shot up to the mountains and the Blue Ridge Parkway too. So we have a lot in our backyard. That's the nice thing about being in the Triad. We got a lot of great places here, but also a quick drive in a car, and you can take a quick day trip, whether beach, mountains, whatever it is.
All those places are great. I will be like the ambassador. If you guys have any questions about where to eat, where to drink, where to go, outside, there are so many good parks here, seriously. And just having lived in multiple states and multiple places, most places don't have as many parks as we do and as many good parks as we do. And I really appreciate the dedication to saving outdoor spaces. City of Greensboro, every lake, there's a trail around it at all points. That's crazy. And there's really great opportunity to get outside, and we don't have traffic, and we have good food, good and stuff. So come on down whenever you're allowed to, and we'll give you a good recommendation.
I'm sold, Tim.
Dan likes it here. Okay, good.
We certainly appreciate your time today. We talked about social media, so I'd feel bad if I didn't say, hey, give your guys a plug. How can they follow you guys on social media?
Sure. Twitter or Facebook. Of course, mine is Tim Buckley WX. Just search Tim Buckley Meteorologist on Facebook. You can find me there. Instagram too, but I don't post much weather there.
And mine is just TK Weather, like weather spelled out. So TK and then weather spelled out on, the internet. So I'm on there. On the Google machine, just Google it.
Just Google it. Yeah, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram for me too. C Morgan WX on Twitter, and then you can just search Christian Morgan WFMY on Facebook, and then C Morgan WX on Instagram as well.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate your time. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll do another one of these soon.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, y'all.
And good evening from Charlotte. We are live with you on this Wednesday night. What a very busy day in the science and weather community here on May the 27th, 2020. We have a great show for you. It wasn't exactly the celebration that we were hoping for, as you probably know by now. SpaceX Demo 2's launch from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida scrubbed today due to weather, so we were going to talk a lot about the weather. We also had a surprise appearance by a tropical storm named Bertha, who suddenly came together off the coast of South Carolina, came ashore, and then brought flooding rains here to Charlotte. So we'll have Chief Meteorologist from WCNC, Brad Panovich, on to talk about that, and also geek out with us about space. And we're also joined by Tony Rice, our go-to
friend of the show and space expert, and we're so happy that you all are here. Let's get right on into it. If you're joining us live tonight on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube, or Periscope, you can comment along with our show. If you're listening to the audio podcast or you're happy to catch this replay on the new Looping Carolina WeatherNet, hello to you as well, too. Tony, let's just start with the elephant in the room. Not the day we were necessarily hoping for.
But not the day that came unexpectedly either. If you ever had the opportunity to go down and see a launch, if you haven't, do. Once all this current situation is over with and we're back to whatever normal looks like, you get the opportunity to go down to Florida and see a launch, do it. It's just an incredible situation. We were talking about that a little bit before we started here, and it doesn't capture what it's like if you're watching it on TV or on YouTube or whatever, what the experience is like down there. So that out of the way. If you have ever been down there, you know that Florida weather is Florida weather, and we kind of expect these things to happen. I think there's one or two other places on the planet where there is more lightning activity. So we scrubbed today because of weather, but we scrubbed today mostly because of the potential of lightning. And that's something that we learned back during Apollo 12, even when the Saturn V was hit by lightning on ascend and basically rebooted the rocket just several hundred feet above the pad. We learned more about that through subsequent launches. So there's some very specific weather launch criteria, and we can get into that. But basically what happened today is we violated one, maybe more, and definitely know of one of those launch weather criteria that has to be met before we're going to go fly.
I just pulled a Scotty and forgot to unmute myself. We're certainly going to get into some of that weather criteria, and we're going to break it all down because we got some really interesting information. I don't want to get too far into the program for anyone who doesn't know. Tony, let me have you explain it. What is the significance of this mission?
So this is the first time in basically 9 years that we attempted to launch astronauts from U.S. soil. So at the end of basically construction of the International Space Station, we retired the space shuttle. Space shuttle, the best way to compare it, and the reason that we didn't continue flying the space shuttle to take astronauts back and forth, astronauts stay about 6 months on board station before they come on back home. So we're continually rotating people through there. The best way to compare it is you wouldn't take a tractor trailer to go get groceries. And that's about the volume of space that was in the back of the shuttle's payload bay. If you're just taking supplies, well, we can send an uncrewed mission up there. SpaceX has been doing that for a while. We've got some other ways of getting cargo up there. But to take people back and forth, we've been buying seats on the Soyuz, launching them from Baikonur Cosmodrome out in Russia, actually in Kazakhstan. But we really wanted to get that capability back onto U.S. soil. So several years ago, NASA, as a part of the commercial program that includes cargo as well, we want to hand over basically low Earth orbit to commercial agencies. SpaceX is one of them. Boeing's also working on getting some capability there. So it was really important to get this capability back on U.S. soil. And Administrator Bredenstein talked about it today. One of the main reasons we want to do that is we have one American up there right now. We want to have more. The more Americans we have up there, the more they can focus on specifically U.S. science. So the Dragon capsule that we attempted to launch today, we're going to give it another shot on Saturday, weather willing. Has the capability of taking 4 up at once. That's even a better option than using the Soyuz, because the Soyuz can only take up 3, and those are at most going to be 2 Americans, and it's generally only 1.
The Soyuz as well, and I don't know if others feel this way, but when I watch it, I feel like it's something straight out of James Bond, Soviet Union era technology, and that is like the complete opposite of what SpaceX has developed here, because they not only did hopefully a very efficient rocket based on what we've seen with the uncrewed missions, but also, and Brad, you were touching on this before the show, there's a little bit of style that they incorporated into not only the spacecraft but also the suits we're seeing here.
Yeah, they're very interesting. I love the helmets. The rest of it, I don't know. It almost looks like some kind of weird like leisure suit, and then they've got like shrimping boots on or something.
Those were actually designed by a Hollywood costume designer. Elon Musk went out and specifically got one of the costume designers that was working on Marvel films and said, you go sketch us up something. You tell us what these are supposed to look like. Then they handed it over to the geeks who actually made it work and made it functional so it can protect the astronauts when it needs to protect them. But yeah,
the helmets are cool. Those cool helmets, I love.
They do look pretty cool, don't they? I will say one thing about the Soyuz, though. If you've ever seen pictures of the outside of the space station, you can pick those Russian elements out really, really easy. They're bulbous. And the reason they're bulbous is because a sphere is a very strong thing and can hold pressure really well. But the thing about Soyuz and the thing about those older rockets and those older capsules is the thing that you really want to have underneath of you and around you when you're in space is something that is well tested. And those rockets have been around a long, long time and are very well worn and have had the bugs worked out of them. We had an incident a couple of years ago where one of the solid rocket motors that come off during ascent bumped into the capsule, and they ended up having to going into an abort mode that they hadn't done in I don't know for how long. But previous to that, we really hadn't had any incidents with the Soyuz. The Soyuz is old-fashioned, and it doesn't look that great. It certainly isn't as sexy as what SpaceX is doing out there with their nice, clean cockpit and reverse lighting. Much like you have over your shoulder there, Brad. You've got some style there as well. But it's very functional and it's very reliable.
Can you talk to us? We know you've been following this SpaceX progress probably a lot closer than most. Can you talk to us about what SpaceX has had to overcome to get to be the first commercial operator to take astronauts back, and what are some of the challenges that they may still face as somebody who's not as well seasoned?
Yeah, well, they're still going to have to face some challenges there, simply because you got to have the first flight sometime. And it's kind of a first flight and it kind of isn't. It's on a well-proven rocket. The Falcon 9 has a pretty good safety record. We've only lost a couple of them. But what they really have going for them is iterations. They've flown these things over and over and over. So they had an opportunity to perfect it. Does that mean that it's perfect? Certainly not. But it is sufficient to the point where not only SpaceX is comfortable with it, but if you listen to the NASA administrator and the folks that are involved in these kind of decisions, particularly during flight readiness reviews that have been going on for the last couple of weeks, they're confident. They have enough confidence to put those two astronauts on top of them. So what they have ahead of them is they'll learn something on this flight. Hopefully it'll go off without a hitch on Saturday. Hopefully the weather will cooperate. But they're going to learn some things. There's going to be something that didn't go quite right. There'll be something that can be improved upon. When you listen to the call during the launch, one of the last people you hear from is a flight test director. And that may seem a little odd that, we got two people on top of this rocket and we're about to send it off into orbit and we're still testing. But this is absolutely a test. The name of this mission is Demo 2. It's a follow-on Demo 1. Demo 1 was pretty much what you're going to see on Saturday, but without the astronauts. Every one of these things is a test, and it's a way to gather more data and to improve on things. The setback that SpaceX had, I don't even remember how long ago, it was sometime last year or maybe even the year before that, where they lost one of the Crew Dragon capsules on the pad because of some of the hypergolic fuels that are used on orbit. They're fuels that basically, if you put part A and part B together, you create an explosion. You point that explosion in the right direction, you got thrust. There was, I believe it was a leak that they basically lost that capsule. That capsule was all but pulverized. So that was a bit of a setback to them because they didn't get as much data as they would have hoped from something like that. You learn more from your failures than you do from your successes. So this is some of the most instrumented spacecraft ever. They're gathering tons and tons of data from it. So once we do get this launch off, they're going to be gathering lots of information and improving things.
So Tony, what's the relationship between NASA and SpaceX? Who's kind of responsible for what?
NASA is the customer. They put out the requirements, and SpaceX is the contractor fulfilling those requirements. It's kind of a similar relationship as the DoD would have with any of their contractors, if you're familiar with that world at all. That being said, though, there's a fair amount of oversight that NASA still has in this, particularly because of the human spaceflight aspect here. There are people on board this thing. There are former astronauts that are involved in all of those reviews. And somebody asked during one of the press conferences this week, who in NASA, if anybody, can raise their hand and say, no, something's not right, something's not safe. And the answer that was given by the administrator was anybody involved in the review panels. And SpaceX reiterated that they have a culture that they're trying to promote there, where anybody that's involved in building something can and should raise concerns as well. How much that actually happens, that remains to be seen. I don't know of any specific reports of it, but that's at least the story that they're telling.
Tony, in a moment, we're going to listen to some of that audio communication today as they came to the realization that the weather was going to be a no-go. Set this up for us. Who's doing the talking here? Is it NASA or is it SpaceX?
If it's the clip I think you're talking about, you're actually hearing an Air Force officer. So there is a wing of a part of the 45th Space Wing down at the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station that is responsible for forecasting weather all along the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, where there's additional launch pads. SpaceX is using one of the launch pads there in addition to the one that was in use today, the historic 39A launch pad. That's actually on the Kennedy Space Center side of things. They're responsible for forecasting weather involved in launches. They also provide weather forecast for the station itself whenever they're moving around equipment and want to know about things like winds and rain and that sort of thing. The person you were hearing there was called the launch weather officer, and they are on equal footing with anybody else that is giving the go, no go call during that final pull before they decide to actually light it or scrub and wait until the next opportunity. But they are someone who is speaking for a larger team of experts. And many of those experts are very focused on looking at things like lightning. And that's kind of how things shook out today. There was a lightning concern that we can get into.
Yeah, let's listen to the audio here, and then we'll talk about that exact lightning concern.
Unless you can give us another 10 minutes, I don't think we're going to get there with any of the rules today.
I'm going to give you 10 minutes.
I mean, another 10 minutes past T0.
Oh,
16:45 local. I think we'll probably be clear on all the rules, but not quite going to make it for this.
Okay. We're going to check back in with you in about 2 minutes, and then I'll call it up at about T-minus 17 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, there's some of them are starting to count down, but we still have one above 2,000. So if that gets below...
So Tony was talking there a little bit as we came back about some of the liquid oxygen. You can explain that to us as well, too. But, Tony, what we were hearing there was about 20 minutes left in countdown, and they were so close, we think, to getting the weather rules all in agreement, and it just didn't come together.
Yeah, it just didn't line up quite right. They were keeping an eye on some cells out towards Orlando, and very excitedly noticing that the cells were starting to break up. I was watching them, live there as well. There's a rule that says several of the rules mention 10 nautical miles, which if you've ever been down in that area, runs out not quite to Titusville and I-95. So you watch any of that weather between the Space Coast and Orlando to see if those cells are going to continue moving forward, going to continue building intensity, or are going to break up. And the positives were that it looked like they were breaking up, and they certainly were. But that's not the only consideration that they're making there. What they were mentioning was field mill generators, and they dot all around not just Air Force property and NASA property, As you're driving out along the beeline heading back towards Orlando, you might notice some very tall towers out in what look like swamps or farmer's field or something like that. These are more weather towers that exist further out towards Orlando, because as you can see, all the weather moves from the from the west to the east. So they're monitoring that as that goes along. These field mills, they're about the size of a large coffee can, and they have a spinning disc inside of them. And what they're doing is measuring the electric potential of the atmosphere, and they're measured in volts per meter. So there's everything has some level, some acceptable level, and it's about 1,000 to 1,500 volts per meter. And there's that, and you can see all those circles with the plus sign through them. Those are all field mills. I don't know which ones particularly were violating, but there was enough of them violating where they were running up over 2,000 volts per meter. I heard on the weather loop that wasn't sufficient to clear in time. They did see that voltage potential going down, and they did say about, like they said, about 10 minutes after launch, conditions were right where they could have launched. So it's worth pointing out here too that this was an instantaneous launch. If that was a shuttle sitting on the pad and it had sufficient fuel, we might have been able to launch today, because the shuttle had a wide enough window. It carried extra fuel. It had some additional steering capability that was not designed into the Falcon 9. The Falcon 9 was designed more for efficiency. We know that we can come back the next day and try to launch again. But the shuttle was designed in such a way that we could launch as far as up to 10 minutes after the planned launch time and still steer back into that plane. But the Falcon 9, you launch the second that you planned on launching, or you don't launch. It's not a matter of throttling up and catching back up to where you planned on being. Once you're in the wrong orbital plane, you'll never catch up with station. So that's why it was set up that way.
So we've read through your tweet from earlier today, and it was kind of interesting seeing the different types of criteria needed to launch or to stop a launch. Mm-hmm. Do you want to kind of speak to more of some of these different conditions that can get in the way of a launch occurring, or what it takes to actually do it?
Don't mind bring that graphic up, and you guys are the weather weenies here, so feel free to jump in on anything you see here that catches your eye. There's basically, we'll call it 3 things that they're looking at. Precipitation is one of them. We don't want to launch through precipitation. That's just a no-go. The other thing is clouds, and the clouds kind of go 2 ways. There's a thick cloud rule that's in place. We have launched other missions through clouds, uncrewed missions, and you see a really brightening of the cloud as the plume goes through it. But for a crewed mission where we want to keep eyes on the vehicle, particularly during a test like this, where the high definition video, they're basically shooting through telescopes that are on these. They look like old World War II guns that can elevate and follow the track of the vehicle as it goes up. We want to keep eyes on that. So that thick cloud rule is another one. But the rest of the cloud rules, when you really look at them in depth, they are all about lightning. Anvil clouds. Once a cumulus cloud has matured and a storm has matured to the point where you start seeing those overshooting tops as it's touching the bottom of the stratosphere, that's the kind of thing that really worries a launch weather officer, because it's got the potential to generate a lot of lightning. Lightning's very bad for rockets. I mentioned that earlier, how Apollo 12 was struck by lightning. Smoke in the area can trigger lightning. The rockets themselves can trigger lightning. That plume that is coming off the rocket can act as a bit of a grounding rod, and the lightning is drawn to the vehicle itself because it's trying to find that path to the ground, and the plume itself can create a path to the ground. So any potential for lightning in the area we want to avoid. A good percentage of those launch weather criteria that you see there is about avoiding lightning.
Yeah, Tony, I was going to say the lightning is concerned, but I can see 2 or 3 other ones, especially the convective debris one and the within 10 nautical miles of an anvil. Those were all met as well. So it wasn't, and I think it wasn't just one storm. They had storms exiting and also storms coming in. They were kind of surrounded. It was just a bad situation. As soon as I was looking at the radar and saw the lightning, I was like, this did not look good.
Yeah, the times when I'm down there, I definitely have radar on my phone out watching it, and you can watch the storms boil up. Little tiny cells boil up halfway between Orlando and the Space Coast. And it's that convective action as the sea breezes come on that really can create some of that. Didn't see a whole ton of that this afternoon. Really did this morning. Saw those boil up, move across, dissipate. We're mostly seeing more organized storms move across, or cells, I should say, move across Central Florida.
Hey, Tony, I have a question. What was the precise flight path? Was it to the northeast, southeast? What direction was it going to go?
All these flights are going to go to the northeast, and they're
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
That the International Space Station has. So when you're looking at an orbit, everything's relative to the equator, and you measure that angle between the equator and wherever your flight path is, and it's I have the exact number. It's 50 some degrees. So it kind of runs up the East Coast, almost parallel to it. So anybody out in Eastern North Carolina, the next time we have a good launch, especially one at night, it's easier to see these at night because you got that plume to look for. But we should be able to see them definitely out from the easternmost part of North Carolina. But I think you've actually seen them a time or two in Charlotte.
Yeah, we got lucky with that sunrise launch because the sun was coming up and it illuminated the plume on the horizon, and it was spectacular. It freaked people out, but as soon as I saw it, I knew right away. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. It was just the perfect setup of lighting and angle and everything.
Brad, Venus freaks people out, so.
Well, Tony, I have a question. We're talking about the weather and it kind of scrubbed this launch. So what happens now? I mean, what do you think the mindset of these astronauts are? I mean, now you get pumped up for this, and now it's kind of wait a few more days.
I think this is a bit of muscle memory for them. It is not built up in their mind, maybe to the point where we think it might be, because they've done this so many times. There's a comment made on the broadcast today. Well, we got another good dry run. And in their minds, that's probably what this was, a more organized dry run with more cameras and more attention. They saw this as a positive thing. This was another chance to check out the suits. This was another chance to check out, make sure those Teslas would make it to the launch pad without any problems there. I didn't see any superchargers on the launch pad, so I guess those things were fully charged before they popped the astronauts in there. It was another chance to see their families. They've been in quarantine for a good amount of time. That's normal. We always quarantine our astronauts before they go, something we learned back in the Apollo days. So they've done this so many times in simulations and in dry runs and things like that, that this is kind of business as usual. This is their office. I'm sure they wanted to fly today, and they would have rather gone today than have to wait a couple more days. But it's another chance to do a little more study. It's another chance to work through some of these things in their heads. So in the end, it's a positive thing.
Tony, actually playing on the screen right now is some emotional video of them saying goodbye to their family, and it's most notable in these coronavirus times that they are 6 feet apart and social distancing. But I think you just hit upon it too, in that space is a very sterile environment, and there typically are some separation and some quarantine. Can you talk at all about, did coronavirus amplify that?
Not really. The main thing that the main impact that it had on this launch was in the support personnel. The folks that are working directly with the astronauts, this is the operations checkout building. It's existed since I believe the Gemini days, or definitely during the Apollo days. This is where there's some small apartments the astronauts stay in. There's some dining facilities. There's, of course, a kitchen there. And there's folks that support that. So there's fewer people involved with that. And the people involved with that were in their own quarantine as well. But this, that distancing you saw there used to be when the astronauts would arrive from Houston into the Kennedy Space Center, near that landing strip where their aircraft would come in, there was this drainage ditch, that the families would be on one side and the astronauts would be on the other. And that was where they said their goodbyes. So it's very common for the families to be separated from the astronauts just for their safety. One thing that's worth noting in that great video where you saw the two boys, the similarities with these two astronauts are kind of fun. They both have two boys about the same age. Both the astronauts are about the same age. They joined NASA. They were accepted into the astronaut class of 2000. So there's a similarity there. They're both test pilots. One was in the Air Force, one was in the Marine Corps. They both married astronauts as well. And both of their wives have PhDs. One's an oceanographer and the other is a mechanical engineer. But they're kind of similar in that regard. So it's really cool that they got to see their families here. And the one thing I really like about the Tesla is once those doors are shut and those guys are sealed in, the boys got to go up and wave goodbye to their fathers a little bit closer. You didn't get that in the Astra van. They just hopped on board and headed out there.
Kind of brings us right back around to that whole stylistic difference we're seeing now with SpaceX in 2020.
Did we think Elon Musk was going to put them on a motorhome and send them out there? No, he's going to send them out there like this. I did like the addition of the worm logo too, the old worm logo type.
I was going to ask you that. That was going to be my end question. But is that your preference over what I learned today is otherwise called the meatball?
The meatball, NASA has 3 logos. The meatball is what you see on the door there, and each one of those little items on there, the red swoosh represents aeronautics. You see some stars back there. Obviously, that's representing the space aspect of NASA. NASA's covering both aeronautics and space exploration. But the NASA logo, the stylized logo type, the worm logo we call it, I remember that from when I was growing up, so it's kind of nice to see it back. I don't have a preference personally. I think it's great to see them both.
Tony, is there anything maybe we didn't ask you about that was on your mind today that you think would be important to include in tonight's conversation?
Something to look for in the future. Well, obviously, we will keep an eye on the weather on Saturday and Sunday. The next launch opportunities, Saturday at 3:22 p.m. NASA's TV is going to start about 12:15 with coverage, so there'll be plenty of things to see there. There's a backup opportunity on Sunday at 3 o'clock, so hopefully we'll be able to get this thing off this weekend. But once that's finished, the next set of astronauts that go up on this Crew Dragon, I believe they're going to use all 4 seats. So we'll see this really starting to meet the demands that it was set out there for. And keep in mind that this isn't the only commercial human space flight effort that is out there that NASA is partnering with a commercial entity. Next, we're going to see Boeing. And we don't have dates on when that's going to be, but Boeing has a Starliner, is what they call their capsule. And it's going to be on top of an Atlas rocket, which is put out by United Launch Alliance. SpaceX builds both their capsule and their vehicle, on the launch vehicle, the Falcon 9. But there's an additional partnership with United Launch Alliance, which NASA has a long, long history with. Just about every uncrewed mission, all the robotic missions through the Jet Propulsion Laboratory that are out there studying the sun, studying Mars. We're going to have a launch of the Curiosity rover's twin, Perseverance, here in July. That's going to be on a United Launch Alliance rocket as well. That's a very well-proven rocket, too. It's actually the rocket I've seen launch the most. The times I've gone down there, mostly to see uncrewed launches. So keep an eye out for that as well.
Is the plan here to get some commercialized versions of the International Space Station up there orbiting?
That's one of the things that's being discussed, and it's certainly not going to be the last station up there. It is the most expensive, most complicated things humans have ever built. So I don't think SpaceX is going to be putting up their own version of this anytime soon. Are there commercial benefits to having an ability to do science and do manufacturing in low Earth orbit and taking advantage of the microgravity? Absolutely. We're doing things like we're even 3D printing human organs on station. Something that you just can't do in the normal gravitational environment of Earth. You have to be up there in microgravity to do it. So there's applications. That's something that's going to happen. Is it going to happen in short order, probably not. But there's definitely applications in space, and that's the direction things are going.
Tony, we appreciate your time. Our fingers are crossed that we can get this off the ground this weekend and return United States astronauts to the space station from U.S. soil. Hopefully the weather cooperates. And I think you've got some TV obligations coming up there in the Raleigh area. And so we'll let folks in that area know they can catch you here in a little bit on TV. And we appreciate you squeezing us into your very busy day.
Does anybody want to go on record and make weather predictions for Saturday? Or are we gonna launch on Saturday?
It's Florida, like you said, Tony. Someone asked me, what's it look like? Hey, if you, especially that time of day, mid-afternoon in Florida, basically at the end of May, early June, it's a 30-40% chance you can pretty much, write it down. I think it'll be a lot like today. I think, they just got to get lucky that they'll be in between storms right at that time.
And the weather's very different in Florida than it is here in the Carolinas, in that stuff will spin up and it'll move through. Florida's not a very wide state, so it can move through in just 2 hours time from coast to coast, and it'll be a bright sunny day.
It's the same reason I always cringe when people have trips to Florida and they look at their app and go, oh, looks like it's gonna rain every day, and I'm like, that's every single day during the summer. And like you said, Tony, it'll pop up and be gone. You just got a 30-minute shower.
Our challenge again with these instantaneous launches is the weather's got to be right at that time. So what I tell folks, there's going to be another launch weather forecast that comes out here. The 45th Weather Squadron will put another one out probably on Friday. We'll definitely see one on Saturday. And when you see that go, no go percentage, follow me at RTP Hokie on Twitter. I always tweet these things out because they're a great source of information about what to look for. Don't get too wound up if the no-go percentage, is too high. I've seen things be canceled for weather, again, because of what you described with Florida weather, in the high 90s for go. And I've seen things be canceled for exactly have the ability to launch with absolutely horrid looking conditions a day before or even the morning before. There is truly a 50-50 chance that we will launch on any given day, and it's either we go or we don't, and it's based on what the conditions are right then and there.
Tony mentioned during our broadcast tonight the Air Force 45th Weather Squadron, who was watching the weather very carefully down there and providing not only real-time conditions but forecasts for this and many other launches. We had the opportunity to have them on this show in January of 2018. There's a whole episode where we talked to them about all sorts of things, but we pulled the soundbite about lightning, and Tony showed it earlier, all those different lightning detectors. Let's just roll a little bit of that clip so we can hear straight from some members of the 45th, at least at the time here when this was recorded, about how they go about tracking some of those weather conditions.
And with the lightning, tell us about the threats that lightning would pose to a vehicle being struck on the pad. And then this may be something more for the active duty members, but tell us about the new lightning defense systems that are on the pads now.
So one of the major threats, again, for the range is lightning. And the reason why this is a threat is it poses a risk to the electrical system of the rocket. And it can actually cause a threat to the steering system. And so we want to make sure, and every time there's a lightning strike close to a pad where there's a rocket exposed, they have to kind of take it back into the hangar and run several tests to make sure that none of the circuits of the rocket got closed circuit or there was any damage to the steering system. Because again, and we have a sensor of 10 or a network of 10 sensors, very, very strategically positioned, and they are using the radio frequencies to be able to localize the different lining step leaders. And so each step leader is sending out a signal, and via triangulation, we are locating that step leader. So with those sensors, we can start pinpointing cloud to cloud or cloud to ground lightning strikes. Right now, the resolution that we have is 50 meters. So we can localize, or we can pinpoint a lightning strike within 50 meters of the actual location where it struck.
Some very interesting stuff. You can find that show in the Carolina Weather Group archive. We also have it looping this week if you're checking out our new nonstop Carolina Weather Net channel on YouTube and on Twitch. We want to switch gears now and talk a little bit about the surprise that was Tropical Storm Bertha today. We'll bring in Brad in a minute to talk about some of the lingering flooding concerns. It looks like we still have one of the 2 flash flood warnings right now at this 9 o'clock hour here in Charlotte, but I know Jared Smith in Charleston is on a tight time crunch as well too. And Jared, you guys woke up in the bullseye of this thing this morning.
Yeah, it started as a we knew that something was going to happen. So I think that's the most important thing to note, is that the surprise was the naming. It wasn't necessarily the fact that we were going to have heavy rain, that we were going to have gusty winds, that we were going to have a marginal tornado threat. All of those things, we went into this knowing that that was a possibility. And we went into this knowing that there was a 20 to 30% chance that this thing could turn tropical. The Gulf Stream, much like you two, moves in mysterious ways. And so it was again this time. It just absolutely took off like a rocket. It started as a very strong velocity cup with the Weather Service in Charleston. It actually put out a special marine warning that ended up acting like a cone of uncertainty, because during the time of that special marine warning, the National Hurricane Center bumped the probability up to 70%, and then by 8:30 they had classified it as Tropical Storm Bertha, just 30 miles offshore. And so we're like, oh, okay. So this is happening, and yeah, it came ashore. It was had some pretty good wind gusts. The buoy at the Edisto buoy went to 59 miles an hour, which was pretty good. 30, 40 mile an hour wind gusts, some scattered power outages, especially as you got into Myrtle Beach. Wasn't that bad. We've had way worse. We had tornadoes last week, right? And we had even heavier rain. Of course, we had flooding downtown, as we often do, but we had that even worse last week. So. Again, we kind of knew that there was going to be something here. The fact that it got named when it did, it was kind of like, okay, but you could see it. I mean, you could see it coming together on the radar, and that guy, it started developing a little eyes. Like, wait a second. You start to see that it's expanding out from being this water spout producing supercell to something a little bit more, a little bit broader. So. It was caught us by surprise a little bit as far as that development. But again, we knew that this was going to kind of be how it went. There was nothing really surprising about that part. No major problems here in Charleston aside from the flooding that we're used to. But now it's just going to go up the gut and send a bunch of rain up there. We did set a rainfall record at the airport today, 2.08 inches, new record. Breaks a record set in 1977 of 2 inches straight on the dot. So we got another pretty good deluge of rain after the bone dry start to May. So yeah, it was an interesting day. I'm still getting comments tonight on Twitter and Facebook saying, "Is like, oh wait, there was a tropical storm? What?" It's like I was too busy. My favorite one right here is I was too busy disinfecting everything to know that there was a tropical storm. So. To give you a general idea of what kind of event Bertha was here, really wasn't that big. But
did you say that we're up the gut? Because that's what I took away from what you just said.
Yeah. Well, it's running. You do a little football analogy here. We're just going right up. It's doing the old Hugo. Well, God, the track parallels to Hugo were kind of fascinating, actually, and yeah. Fortunately, there were no parallels as far as intensity, so that was good. So that got some locals, buzzing a little bit as far as like, ooh, that looks familiar. We've seen that before. But yeah, at landfall, the Hurricane Center said it had 50 mile an hour winds. Now, Shay Gibson, our panelist, he helps maintain a pretty dense mesonet of weather stations here, and really along the southeast and. With weather flow, and they didn't see anything like that. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what the postmortem looks like on this. I'm going to be very interested to see how this goes. I know that And I'll tell you what, it's like the local weather service had everything, nailed down and ready to go. And so to switch to tropical mode just on the fly like that, usually they have some time to prepare for that. Today they had to just flip flop into tropical operations, and kudos to the weather service in Charleston for making that just so seamless. They did such a wonderful job keeping everything flowing, keeping everybody informed. So not an easy day for anybody in weather, to put it mildly.
Well, Brad, your colleague to the south, Chief Meteorologist Efron Afante at WLTX, had a graphic. I was just looking to see if he tweeted it. I saw it on the air earlier that kind of just did a timeline, and I'm going to paraphrase because I don't have it in front of me, but it was essentially 5:30 advisory, 20% chance, 7:30 advisory, 70% chance, and then somewhere at like 9:30 it was like landfall. Jared mentioned the tornadoes.
I think when that 70% came out, it was probably already a tropical system.
Probably. They needed to get a little bit closer for all those sensors, I guess.
Yeah. It brings up a good point. I think Jared was exactly spot on. It's funny how this just getting a name makes a big deal of it, but literally the forecast and impact, nothing changed. It's like I joked all day. It's like, hey, our rain now has a name. It's like pretty much, we were forecasting the flood threat. The timing was exact. I was calling it a tropical low for the last 3 days. I really wasn't referring to it as a tropical wave because it looked like it was going to have some spin to it. All the short range guidance had some rotation. But it is interesting that it gets a name, and it's, the B storm. It's weird. It's the third time in the last 10 years we've had the B storm before June 1st. So that is rare, but it's happened a lot more frequently in the last 10 years. And I looked it up today, and I'm pretty sure, I think it tied for the third or fourth earliest B storm on record, at least formation-wise. But it's probably going to set a record for the shortest duration tropical system because I think it was last year we had the A storm. Was it Andrea? Only like 3/4 of a day did it maintain tropical characteristics. So this will be interesting to see what kind of longevity stats it's going to come up with. But the thing to remember about these is, I think as a communicator with the public, is the name really isn't important. It's the impacts. And I think if people focus on the impacts more, the name is not that big of a deal. For instance, everybody was freaking out about this today, but it honestly did less damage and issues to us than a cutoff no-name low last week, which plagued us with flooding for 4 days, tornadoes, straight line winds. So it's a really good wake-up call about how we communicate weather impacts. I know for insurance purposes, especially on the coast, that the naming is a big deal for deductibles and stuff. But in the grand scheme of things, the overall impacts did not change at all just because we gave it a name today.
Can you talk about how last week's weather, and I don't mean to make any assumptions in the question, set us up for the flooding risk today, how it all kind of came together?
Oh, I've been fascinated by watching the flooding. We had a lot of flooding in Charlotte, a lot of creeks, and I saw a couple creeks come up with only 1.25 inches of rain. That's almost, I never seen that happen. The problem was everything's saturated. That 1.25 inches of rain went right into the creek. Nothing soaked in. So we had several creeks flood almost instantaneously because of the 4 to 6 inches of rain we had last week. There's just, it's like a wet sponge, trying to clean up a wet table with a wet sponge. You just spreading the water around. You're not really soaking anything up. And so today we actually set a rainfall record as well. I'm glad Jared brought that up because I had to check. In Charlotte, we did set a rainfall record for today as well. 1.55 broke, or 1.64 broke the old record of 1.55 in 1981. So I think that's the 9th or 10th 1 inch or more rainfall in a day this year. I think that's a record for this early in the year as well. So yeah, last week's rain really set the table for the flooding issues today. And we're going to see a lot of the creeks and streams continue to rise in the next 24 hours because this is all running off back into the Catawba, the Rocky River. It's flowing into the PD. I bet you're going to see some pretty substantial and surprising crest on some of these rivers because people don't expect the little bit of rain we got today to cause a quick jump in water levels. And just watch any of the storms that pop up the next 2 days. They'll be more scattered, but any one of those is probably going to produce flash flooding pretty quickly.
I've been doing a lot of talking this episode. I want to just pause for a moment and see if anyone else wants to hop in. so I don't steal all the questions.
I'll just say, normally with these tropical systems, the foothills really, we really wring out the moisture, but it's not been too bad up this way. It's more like Brad said, along the 77 corridor onto the east, where most of the flooding has been. Last week, it was a lot of rain as well, but we didn't see as much flooding because of the breaks and things that happened. We didn't see a lot of flash flooding, so we've got lucky. But like Brad said, I think it's time to dry out for a few days. It's been awful.
The
saturated.
good news too is this thing was moving. If it was 6 miles per hour slower, I think we would have major issues in the Charlotte area, because we started seeing the water come up real quickly right at the tail end of that last rain band. If it stuck over us a little bit longer, I think we would have a lot of water rescues and a lot of issues in Charlotte. So I think we got pretty lucky with that forward speed, almost moving 25, 30 miles an hour by the time it got up our way. I think what's interesting is one of the comments I've been getting a lot today, and I think this is always one that's kind of the public sees these early storms and they go, uh-oh, looks like a bad season. And then honestly, it doesn't really mean a whole lot for the season. I mean, we might go 2 months now without seeing another tropical system, though.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at COVID-19 www.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Golf looks kind of interesting. But it just, I think it's one of those things, you know, these homegrown systems early in the season, stalled fronts, MCVs that are over water. This is kind of par for the course. This isn't really all that crazy. The only thing that would have me concerned, and Jared brought this up, is how warm the water is in the Gulf Stream and in the Gulf of Mexico. I think the sea surface temperatures are something I'll be watching a lot this hurricane season. But, you know, if we have a busy season and they're all fish storms, nobody's going to say anything about these later on in the season.
And we'll remind folks that last week the Hurricane Center came out with their outlook for the season, and it was kind of at or above normal range.
Yeah, it looked a lot like last season. Honestly, when you look at the numbers, it's almost like a regurgitation of last season's exact numbers we got. So, yeah, those above the seasonal forecasts get a lot of publicity, and there is some skill in them. Some of the forecasters do an amazing job, but the thing I always caution the public is the number of storms does not mean anything to you. One storm hitting you is a bad season. So I always bring up 1992 Hurricane Andrew. First storm of the season, one of the worst storms in U.S. history, the A storm. I think we ended up with 7 total named storms the entire season. But everyone will remember that season for Andrew. They won't. No one's going to go, 1992 was a great hurricane season. We only had 7 storms, you know. So the number isn't always important. It's the 2 or 3 that end up affecting you that really defines the season, in my opinion.
Brad, let me ask you a non-hurricane question, a lifestyle question for Charlotte and I think beyond. It's been raining so much lately, I haven't been able to get out and cut my lawn, tend to the garden.
Oh,
when am I going to be able to do that?
I think this weekend, this cold front, you know, I think this, if we didn't have all this rain and all this other stuff going on, we'd be talking a lot about this cold front in early June. I mean, it's going to, Monday and Tuesday, we're going to be in the low to mid 70s in Charlotte, morning lows in the 50s. That's the first 2 days of June. And dew points in the 40s, that's like heaven. So it is interesting to see that after this rainy pattern, we're going to get this great treat of weather to kick off the meteorological summer. So people will get the chance to mow their lawn and let their yard dry out. I've been pretty happy because my lawn looks amazing this year.
If you do say so yourself.
Yeah, we got so warm so early. I was able to get the fescue like in shape, and then getting rain. I haven't turned my irrigation on once. It's been amazing. The problem is just getting out in the yard to work on it. It's just been so wet. And if you're trying to do a garden, it's been tough. Your plants are getting drowned out. So this weekend things dry out, and next week looks a lot better, and we get back to typical summer weather. It looks like by the end of next week. I think, you know, pools will start opening, and now that we're getting to phase 2 of the reopening as well, I think people kind of want it to warm up and dry out so they can enjoy some of those summer activities.
Scotty, we had a big NASCAR race kick off this past weekend in Charlotte. They got in the Coca-Cola 600. It went to overtime after a long weather delay, but there's still some more races they're trying to get in, right? Can you give us a weather sports update?
Can you see the bags under my eyes? I mean, it's been a long couple of days. Yeah, we had rain for the Coca-Cola 600, made it the longest race, 607 miles. I think it was almost a 6-hour race with that hour and about 15-minute rain delay. Tuesday and Wednesday, we got off without a hitch. Tonight, you know, tonight we had rain ending around the 8 o'clock start time, but the problem was it's going to take about 2.5, 3 hours to dry the track with all the humidity around. So that would be a start time of about 11:30, and that's just not the best for folks who are wanting to watch on TV. So we're going to try again tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. out at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Weather looks good, unless we get one of those pop-up thunderstorms around the area. So I'll be watching for some storms in the vicinity. Hopefully they all stay away from the track and we can get this race in, because they turn around in their shops on Friday and they head to Bristol, Tennessee on Sunday and Monday for this very condensed every other day, it seems like, racing right now for NASCAR to get called back up from all the missed races.
It's like the baseball schedule, but for NASCAR.
It is. I mean, and I was on a chat with the team out at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and they were all just dragging because it's long days. Teams come in early in the morning. They have to go through all the COVID screenings, and just makes for a very long day out the track, and then you have to deal with the rain. So I know they are ready for it to clear out and get the racing back underway. So, yeah, we'll try again tomorrow night.
Scotty, I think I was cracking up. We do a lot with NASCAR, and it's just so funny. We're going to cram all these races in the Carolinas in a 2-week period, and the 2 weeks we have, it's like the wettest 2 weeks of the entire spring.
It's funny. One of the folks we work with at the track, Brad, they said, maybe this is God telling us we shouldn't have started this early.
I mean, it all made sense to have all these races regionally, but it's like, what a horrible time. It's like we've been just getting soaked and washed out. I did want to tell you one thing about Bertha, guys. I was just looking something up real quickly because I was thinking about it. The accumulated cyclone energy for Bertha. Look at this chart. The name Storm Day for Bertha was only half a day. I believe that is going to be a record for the shortest duration name, and 0.4 accumulated cyclone energy. So if you look at the chart here, it shows observed versus climatology. Even though we've had 2 early season storms, it's barely above climatology. So I've always liked looking at this metric, because if you're not familiar with this metric, it basically shows intensity of storm and duration of storm. It comes up with a calculation called accumulated cyclone, or ACE. And I think it's a really good metric for trying to see how active a hurricane season is. So even though we've had 2 storms, you can see it's kind of accumulated cyclone energy of almost nothing.
I was just looking because I had lost track of it, and I was like, is it still a depression? It is still a depression right now, because I was like, I wonder how long it's going to actually hold on to this Bertha name. But I guess one of the naming regimes for the Hurricane Center, once a storm is downgraded to a depression, it keeps the name even as a depression until it becomes a remnant low. So it will be Tropical Depression Bertha, and probably till at 2 a.m. I bet the 2 a.m. advisory tonight it'll get dumped, if not earlier, maybe 11. It's still in there. Let's see. Yeah, 2 a.m. Thursday, it's still a tropical cyclone as a depression, and then 2 p.m. Thursday, if we're just looking at the cone mile markers, it's post-tropical depression Bertha somewhere over Pennsylvania, just to keep us on our toes. So we'll see. Brad, thank you for your time. I know your day's been very busy. Your week's been very busy. One last plug for Weather School. You got a couple more days of that left, right?
Yeah, 2 more days of Weather School. We will have, I believe if my numbers are correct, without our glitches, I think exactly 60 episodes of Weather School
a DVD
since
box
the beginning of March. That's pretty impressive that we've been able to do that every single day at 1 o'clock. We've done a weather segment online live and on YouTube. So 2 more days of the school year. I will be happy. I love doing them, but I'll be honest with you, it's made for some long days. Especially when you have to get up and start at 11 o'clock producing this thing and get your day rolling, and then try to teach 2 kids in your house their homeschooling as well. So it's been an interesting I love it, but I love the fact that it's all online, James. That's the great thing about it, is that archive is there now, and people can go back and use these. They're evergreen. They're going to be able to go back, and that playlist is on the WCNC's YouTube channel, and you can go watch them and use them for lessons in the fall, next spring, whenever. They're always going to be there. So that's the cool thing about it.
Absolutely. Do want to acknowledge you guys have been working real hard on those. You've been doing some long days because you've still got television due until 11:35 at night. But yeah, WCNC.com/weather school will take you over to that playlist, and they'll live there forever. And so a lot of hard work, and now you've got this great archive that folks can utilize at any point. We'll let folks know that, as always, you can check out the Carolina Weather Group podcast, the audio version of the podcast on Spotify or on Apple Podcasts. If you're on Apple Podcasts, we'd love for you to leave us a rating and a review. It certainly does help. You can always watch the show live when we do these roundtable discussions by joining into the conversation on YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, Twitch, and as I mentioned earlier, we're experimenting with a new non-stop channel called the Carolina Weather Net on YouTube, so you may see episodes just like this one repeating at a future time in a wheel. We will be back on all of our streaming platforms this weekend for the launch of SpaceX Demo 2, and we leave you tonight with some sound from astronaut Christina Cook. She spent almost a year aboard that International Space Station starting in 2019, and she is a graduate of NC State, and she had this to say about the mission, and she spoke earlier today with NASA TV.
Thank you, Marina. I now have the distinct pleasure of being joined by one of NASA's record-setting astronauts and a recent resident aboard the International Space Station, Christina Cook. Christina, thanks for joining us.
Great to be with you, Dan.
Christina, we're coming up on 20 years of continuous human presence on the space station, and you were one of those humans. What's it like to see a new milestone like this launch unfold after so much history already?
So much history indeed. It is really just such a testament to NASA. Not only are we pushing the boundaries of knowledge and discovery and exploration, but we're pushing the boundaries on how we accomplish that mission. We're bringing in commercial partners. We're fostering a space economy. So we're making sure that we're always pushing forward, always taking that next step. I think it's such a privilege to be part of an organization that recognizes if we're not actually making steps and innovating every single time we do this, then we're not truly answering humanity's call to explore and to push those boundaries.
Christina, I know Bob and Doug are veterans themselves, but what advice do you have for Bob and Doug, given your experience as a long-duration station crew member?
Well, being able to live on board the International Space Station and work there is just such a privilege. You know, you're a steward of this amazing laboratory that's bringing so many benefits down to Earth and also learning how we can push farther into the universe. So it is quite an honor, and I think that's the main thing about how it feels to be up there for a long duration. You know, in terms of advice, Bob and Doug have been great mentors for me. They've given me advice for so many years. It's strange to be the one who could be in a position to offer them anything. But I would say that as, you know, shuttle flyers, they used to participate in missions that were really, really intense, go, go, go all the time. Long duration space flight is more of a marathon than a sprint. So I would tell them to take that moment, enjoy it, and, you know, really welcome the opportunity to have part of your mission be taking it all in and sharing that with the people that got you there.
Thanks again, Christina. Always a pleasure to hear from you and fantastic words. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we want to bring in Alex Forbes, meteorologist student at Mississippi State University. And Alex has got a really cool project that he's been working on and was able to present over the last few months, and we're happy to have him on tonight. We're going to be talking about the SPC and the different risk levels. You know, sometimes you hear us talk about marginal, slight, moderate, all that good stuff. Well, Alex was able to interview you all with some assistance from some meteorologists and kind of get a better understanding of when we mention these things, what do you actually learn from it? So tonight we're going to be talking about that and some of his findings. We'll let Alex promote his social media towards the end of the show. So if you do have any questions that you'd like to tweet towards him, you can send them his way, and he can maybe help you out a little bit more with some of his research. So Evan, I know you and I, we're excited to talk about this. We saw this project a couple of weeks ago presented, and we're ecstatic to have Alex on with us tonight. So Alex, before we kind of get into the meat of the subject, first-time guest with us, so we want to thank you for that. And we always ask the first-time guest question. How did you decide this is what you want to do? How did you catch the weather bug?
So for me, it was first grade. It was March. There was a line of severe storms that came through Metro Atlanta, and I still don't know to this day whether or not it was a tornado or straight line winds. We were never surveyed, so I don't know. but a tree fell on the corner of my house, right over there. And it fell on the house and it fell on the ground, woke me up at 4 a.m. And that was what planted the seed. But I didn't really start to get into weather meteorology until about 4th or 5th grade. And it just evolved over time. It started off with, or it continued with me doing the weather for the elementary news. And then, in middle school and high school and so forth, it just kept building and building and building. And lo and behold, I'm a senior now at Mississippi State. So something worked out.
So in Georgia, I know Georgia has the meteorology program. What made you decide to go to Mississippi State?
Yeah, so I want to do TV. Georgia has a fantastic geography program of which meteorology is a part of. They just recently added the meteorology degree, but Mississippi State is known for broadcasting, and that makes a difference. Plus, it's not exactly far from me. Mississippi State's, or Starkville, is about 4.5 hours. It's close enough, and their scholarships they offer for out-of-state students is fantastic. So it really became a no-brainer.
As a Florida Gator fan, I'd much rather cheer for Mississippi State than the Georgia Bulldogs. I know James won't be happy about that. But.
Well, it's a matter of fact. So
that's right. That's right. Well, let's before we get in trouble, let's talk about what you've done some research on. The Storm Prediction Center, Alex. We see these outlooks posted, especially in the spring and summertime, thunderstorm outlooks with severe weather. So. You decided to kind of dig into it and kind of, ask the public what they think of these words that we tossed out. But before we kind of get into your research, let's briefly go into each category. I know you had to do some research about those categories and basically kind of what kind of weather we see with those. Can you talk to us a little bit about those categories and what they mean and maybe then we can lead into some of your research?
Yeah, so the Storm Prediction Center issues convective outlooks. You might know them as the avocado maps. Typically, it's a green region with a yellow region inside of that, with an orange region inside of that. Sometimes you get the moderate, which is the red, and the high, which is the pinkish purple color. So what I did was a belief that has existed among broadcast meteorologists for a long time is that the names don't work. So marginal you might see a storm. If you do, it could be severe. There's a certain percentage assigned to each of these that's arbitrary and it doesn't mean a lot to the public. So I'm not even going to get into them because they're meant for meteorologists. Slight is a step up from marginal. You'll probably see storms. A couple of them might be severe. Enhanced is, okay, there's going to be storms. Probably half of them, give or take, might be severe. Moderate's like, okay, this is serious. There's going to be storms. They're probably going to be severe. And high is there's storms. They're going to be severe. There's going to be, in most cases, tornadoes. Loss of life is a concern, so forth. But the other thing I would point out about them is that when these categories were updated in 2015, they're not equally weighted. Right. So the marginal was the old C text. It wasn't a category before this. It's not like an old slight is now marginal. It's new category. Slight was split into two. They kept slight for the lower end of the threat and they added enhanced for the upper end. And then moderate is still moderate and high is still high. So if you jump from a slight to enhanced, that's not the same from jumping from an enhanced to a moderate. And that's part of what confuses a lot of people is that, meteorologists understand that an enhanced to a moderate is a much bigger jump from a slight to enhanced. People see, the lower category to the next category, and they say, okay, just another notch higher. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. The other thing I will add is in recent years, the Storm Prediction Center has begun to acknowledge a number system in association with the words. You'll see that on a few of their graphics, but it's not widespread use yet.
So you reached out to the public to kind of do a survey and to see how people were handling the threats and interpreting all of the different lingo that's associated with them. What led you to choosing the Southeast as your kind of study group area?
Yeah, so there's been studies in the past that show the Southeast United States is emerging as the new tornado hotspot within the United States. A lot of severe weather studies are based out of the traditional tornado alley, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Arkansas. Also, I live in the Southeast. I want to know what people around me think. I want to work in the Southeast. I want to know what my potential viewers one day think right now. I think there's a tremendous value added about knowing that the data is from a specific region. So such that, I am not conflating people's understanding of the outlook terminology in Georgia versus New York, because we get convective outlooks almost every day in the spring and summer. In New York, they get them 5-10 times a year, maybe. That's, an estimate. I don't know for sure. So I think there's tremendous value added in having a specific area and understanding that and what those people think in that spot.
So what'd you find? I know that's kind of a big question with a big answer, but tell us about it.
4,000 responses culminated into this. And the headline is that what meteorologists, the hierarchy of the words that the Storm Prediction Center uses, that the meteorologists understand, is not understood by the public. Now, I will throw this caveat in there in that the convective outlooks technically are not designed for the public. They never were. They still aren't. They are designed for meteorologists to take and then interpret and relate to the public. But that does not negate the fact that they are used on TV channels, social media, everything that the public sees almost in terms of weather on a regular basis. So what the biggest thing is that the current hierarchy, the marginal, slight, enhanced, moderate, high, is what the SPC uses, and what the public perceives as the hierarchy of those words with no context is slight as the first level, marginal, which is the second, moderate, the third, enhanced, which is the fourth, and the fifth being high. So the high is the only category that translates from one to the other. So it's a problem. The results even surprised me to an extent. I expected the moderate and enhanced flip, but I did not expect the slight and marginal flip. It's something that needs to be taken into account, because whether we like it or not, the public has become the primary consumers of the convective outlooks. And if there's a disparity in what people believe, especially when it's conveying life-threatening information, perhaps days in advance, it matters. So that's the SPC part in a nutshell. There were some other pieces of the puzzle that was good news. Over 95% of people correctly identified alerts like a tornado watch, tornado warning, severe thunderstorm watch, severe thunderstorm warning. 82% either agreed or strongly agreed that a severe thunderstorm, the term severe thunderstorm, means that the storm is capable of causing as much damage as a tornado. So, something's getting through to these people with those terms. So that just brings up another conclusion that I had, that people should use the term severe thunderstorm, warning watch, as opposed to thunderstorm warning or watch, which I see on occasion. It's not widespread use, but I just thought I'd throw that in there. And how people receive alerts was also measured in this. Close to 70% of people received an alert through their mobile weather app. So, that is more than 2/3 of the respondents to this survey who, keep in mind, are weather savvy, because they most likely found this on a social media channel through a meteorologist. But still, we are at 70% of people now. Now, I will include that I did not specify the wireless emergency alerts as a different option, because I don't think people know the difference. But still, 70% of people are dependent on their phones for an alert, and that's where they receive it first. And when an alert is issued, 61.8% of people say they turn to local television, which is a meaningful number. So if somebody's getting a tornado warning on their phone, they're turning on the TV to whatever meteorologist they follow and trust for information.
So that's an interesting point, because social media, especially weather Twitter, we're all involved in weather Twitter. And we get our weather information from Twitter a lot of the times.
Yes.
But the vast majority of the general people out there in the Southeast aren't on weather Twitter. They're not like us. They aren't going to see your tornado warning post or, whatever post you're doing. So it's interesting that, TV really still is the primary mode for those people to get those warnings.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing about TV is that even among 18 to 24-year-olds, 51% of the respondents of that age group said they still turn to local television, which is huge.
Wow.
Because, I honestly expected that number to be low, but not for the same reason I think that a lot of other people think. It's that, people have this mantra of people our age aren't going to watch TV. And I don't know that to be the case, because I think even now with millennials, it's not that we are never going to watch TV. It's that we aren't going to watch local news until it matters to us. And in most cases, that's not until you're in a established routine with a family, living in the suburbs, something along those lines. And I think the groundwork is there for local TV to prosper, actually, within, as our age group becomes older, if 51% of people now are already turning to local television whenever they receive an alert like this.
And off of that, Alex, with local television, most of the time they are breaking in, but they're also simulcasting per se on a Facebook Live or on a Periscope or something like that. So, I mean, if you got to put the TVs in that.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, Will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Together, that's a pretty big percentage.
Yes, absolutely.
I found it interesting. I've got some of your stats up, and 12.3% of folks receive their warning first by NOAA Weather Radio. That's something that I guess I'm a little shocked by that, because I wouldn't think 12% of the people would even have a NOAA Weather Radio.
Yeah, so keep in mind the people who took the survey are weather savvy, because they probably found it through a meteorologist on social media. I would point out, though, is I don't remember exactly who did the study, what year it was. I just remember it was 10 plus years ago that the NOAA Weather Radio number was at like 60%, and it's down to 12. And I do not see a path forward for NOAA Weather Radio being the predominant way of people receiving information, simply because it's a cost barrier. Why am I going to go buy a $29 weather radio when this thing right here is going to give me the same information? So I think we're asking the wrong questions when it comes to NOAA Weather Radio. Not why aren't people buying NOAA weather radios, but rather why is the Federal Communications Commission not just sending you alerts and you can't turn them off like they do on TV? If you are in a tornado warning and you are watching a broadcast channel, you are going to get an EAS alert. You can't turn them off. So there's precedent to do it. And I seriously think, close to 70% of people are already relying on these. Why not just make it mandatory? And have that be the de facto NOAA weather radio. Now, I don't think they're ever going to go away. I think there's still a use for them. What happens when your phone dies? What happens when there's a hurricane and you run out of power, your generator's out of gas, and you can crank a weather radio? That's the most extreme case, but I don't think they're going to be the main. In fact, they're already not the mainstream way of receiving alerts, and I don't think they're ever going to be again.
I know you're doing some of these questions also about when they hear these warnings issued, about taking shelter or alerting friends and stuff. Can you kind of go in some of those details, what you found out?
Yeah. So I asked about 4 alert types in particular: the severe thunderstorm watch, the tornado watch, severe thunderstorm warning, and tornado warning. And I asked when a blank is issued, I blank. So the other part of the blank is take shelter, alert friends and neighbors, monitor weather conditions, check social media, watch local television, and watch national television. Of those 4 questions, there's nothing I really found surprising. For each one, social media was between 80 and 90% with combined degree. For the troubling, I guess a troubling aspect is for a severe thunderstorm watch. 22% of people said that they take shelter. But, keep in mind, these are the same people who accurately picked out a severe thunderstorm watch definition. 97.2% of these respondents correctly identified a severe thunderstorm watch. So, it comes down to people's interpretation of what take shelter means. Does that mean you just stay inside all day? Does it mean you go to the lowest level, most interior room? I don't know. But I mean, there wasn't anything that, is a red flag in the results specifically for those 4 questions.
You were talking about wanting to go broadcast TV in the Southeast. So keeping that in mind, there's a lot of different styles of severe weather coverage. I think you have some folks who just kind of say, present the radar. And then you have folks like James Spann who really gets down into the specifics, like it's going to affect the Dollar General in town X or town Y. I know you may have not surveyed the folks on that, but what's your opinion on that? What do you think is most useful for those folks who are turning into TV watching this coverage?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The most precise you can be, the better. One of the reasons why James Spann has the following he does is because people see him as one of them. The fact that he knows where the Dollar Tree is in Gordo, Alabama, which I happen to know where it is too, because I drive past there to get to Mississippi State, and he uses that example all the time. So I feel good about it. It matters because, like I said, people feel like he's one of them, but also he knows the area. It adds validity to his call to action of, okay, I know where this is and I know where it's going. And if he can tell somebody, I know where it's going and I'm telling you now in, Coleman, Alabama, if you are on Main Street, people trust him. And that's what it comes down to, is who do you trust? And one of the reasons why people trust him is because they know he knows what he's doing. And the more information you can provide, the better it is.
What does the future look like? Is this something that you can be able to advise the SPC on, and they're going to look at your findings? They're going to be able to maybe make some adjustments, hopefully, in the future?
Yeah. So an interesting thing about my findings is that there is a similar study that is working on being completed now. I don't think it's published just yet. They're working on it out of University of Oklahoma, Sean Ernst. He found the exact same hierarchy issue with respondents out there. So the Storm Prediction Center knows about it. They can't just flip a switch and change it. Nor would I say I'm calling on them to do that, because at the end of the day, even though we all use the convective outlook, we have to remind ourselves that it is not designed for the public. It is distributed to the public because it has to be under federal law, because they're a federal agency. But at the end of the day, my main goal in publishing this was providing the groundwork to broadcasters and using a 1 through 5 scale to describe those terms, because a number scale is a universally identified language. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 means the same thing in English as it does in Spanish, as in French, as in German, and it's already used for things like the Saffir-Simpson scale, the enhanced Fujita scale. People understand that the higher the number is, the worse the threat is. And, just eliminating the words off the screen provides much more clarity for the general public. And, I would encourage that to this day.
Some folks are trying to go down the color line and trying to make colors represent the different severity. What's your thoughts on that?
So I might get in trouble for this. A lot of meteorologists don't like the color scale. And I do. I think the green, yellow, orange, red, pink works. So within that, you have the built-in green, yellow, red, good, moderate, bad. And people are smart enough to drive that, okay, the orange between the yellow and the red is the intermediary. And if there's something after the red, it means it's probably worse. It doesn't matter what color it is, it's probably going to be that. And 2 other things I will add is, no matter what colors you use, I still think people are going to translate the color to a number. If you show them two areas and you have, if you show them a green and a yellow area, and the yellow area is inside, and you've got a legend up top, and there's the 5 colors, they're going to translate with that. Okay, so it's the first 2 colors, and the yellow is the second worst. So, and there's the whole principle of a region within a region, right? You're not going to get a moderate area that is surrounded by a marginal area directly. You're always going to have a leveled marginal, slight, enhanced, moderate, high, as it stands now, with that area. And I think people are smart enough to be able to derive that if there's a region within another region, the higher threat is in that smaller region that is entirely contained. I'm not sure if y'all have had Castle Williams on in the past. He's from University of Georgia. He did his dissertation on something similar to this, but he focused on some of the colors and the overall communication of it. And the recommendations that ended up coming out of his project is that meteorologists should always use the same region, so you're not adjusting the SPC map, and the same colors as the SPC. You can change the wording, you can make it your own, you can give it a different feel, but as long as you keep that consistency, people are going to understand it. So, I mean, that's my 2 cents on it. I'm a senior meteorology student at Mississippi State. I am in no position to be making that type of decision whether or not to change something, but I think it works. And I think a lot of the confusion comes from the words and not the colors.
So, Alex, was there anything in the research that we kind of haven't covered or that surprised you that you still want to go over before we kind of start to wind the show down?
Yeah, so there's an interesting idea that was or everybody's gut reaction to my findings was, okay, we need to change the word order. And I don't think you can do that because there is already an existing order. And if you change it, you're just going to confuse more people. Because what happens when, Sally down the road doesn't know that it changed, and all of a sudden a moderate is now at level 3 and she's freaking out because it used to be a level 4, and that's a noticeable difference. The other piece of data I would put to back that up is that, sure, even though 50.4% of people, a majority of people saw slight as number 1, 49.6% of people did not. The biggest disparity was that was the biggest disparity. That 61.9% of people saw moderate as a level 3. 38.1% of people did not see moderate as a level 3. So even if you reconfigure the words, you're still going to have a problem. And I think those numbers would go up because you would just cause more confusion with the change. So that's why I advocate for an entirely number-based scale. I think it works. Just dump the words completely. You will confuse far less people.
I think it's a very interesting topic because, as you were saying, I think it's hard to change the names. But I love the idea of the numbers, and I hope, I know SPC is looking at some stuff. And hopefully, with your research and the research that's going on out of Oklahoma, hopefully we can start to incorporate these number scales, because I do believe people relate well, or maybe even more better with numbers than compared to these words. Because, in my mind, enhanced and moderate automatically should be switched. That doesn't make sense to me. But I really do hope we can latch onto the number aspect, because I do think it conveys a more simple message. And when you're talking to people who are not weather savvy, they just want to know the information. Mm-hmm. And I think that helps get them the information they need to know.
Yeah, and it helps them understand the threats better.
Mm-hmm.
You probably noticed in the beginning, I had a little trouble describing the words. And I think everybody does, because the definition of them is percentage based. It's not based off of a certain type of storm that is expected, or a certain setup, or something along those lines. It's entirely arbitrary that people aren't going to understand. I mean, think about this. People don't understand chance of rain. All they do is formulate 50% is the halfway mark, and if it's below 50%, it's not going to rain. If it's above 50%, it's going to rain. That's literally what they do. I have asked people who are not meteorologists this question, and I have gotten that answer more often than not. So, that's part of the issue, in that the groundwork for this is percentage based. But I would just circle back to one other thing, is that, while the SPC cannot change their outlook with the flip of a switch, a chief meteorologist at a station can, as long as their news director is on board. I will use Atlanta as an example. Even though I was an intern at Fox 5, what they do is they show the numbers and the words, which is most common for now. We're working on that. Channel 2 WSB here in Atlanta has dropped words completely. All they do is show the colors. They use a slightly different color scale. Not going to get into that, but on the screen, they literally type out level 3 risk, and then they list the threats. At NBC, the NBC station here, they do the same thing. They show the words and the numbers. And the CBS station has dropped the words. They show the colors with the 1 through 5, and they bookend it with low and high, which could also work. But it just goes to show that there should be a consistent message. I think the consistent message should be the colors, and I think everybody's or the numbers, not the colors. Well, I mean, yes, the colors, but for my perspective, the numbers. I think everybody's on board with it. They were just afraid to drop the names. And I am saying drop the names.
Well, Alex, we definitely appreciate your time and this research that you've put in. I know it's getting some attention, and we're happy to have you on the show tonight. We want to wish you well there at Mississippi State. And for those who may want to learn more about this project or just kind of follow you throughout your career, how can they follow you?
Yeah, so on Twitter, it's at @AForbesWX. On Facebook, if you just search my name, Alex Forbes, my page will pop up. And on Instagram, same as Twitter, at @AForbesWX. I have a drone. I love to fly drones. Half of my tweets and Instagram videos are drone videos. So yeah, go follow me.
Yeah. And you also help out with the severe weather conference that you guys do at Mississippi State every year as well.
Yes, except for this year.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yes, it's a lot of fun. We've had some fantastic people. We had the National Weather Service director come out to Starkville last year. We were going to have the National Hurricane Center director this year, but our conference was scheduled for March 22nd and 23rd, I think, or 21st and 22nd, one of the two. So obviously that got whacked. And we did not have it because it was in that awkward period of time where nobody really knew what was going on. And we didn't have the time to move it online. So we just, skipped it this year. It will be back next year, Corona, as long as that's gone. Fingers crossed for that. But, it's a lot of fun. If you can make it to Starkville, I certainly encourage everybody to come, especially, Mississippi State's alumni network is huge, and it's the perfect opportunity to get somebody else to pay for you to come back to Starkville.
That's right. We'll leave it there. Alex, again, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you next time. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group, show number 304. We all hope you've had a great start to the new year. Tonight, we have on with us Aubrey Urbanowitz. She is the chief meteorologist at WHSV in Harrisonburg, Virginia. And so you may know Aubrey if you listen to a lot of weather podcasts. Aubrey is a panelist on the Weather Brains, and we're going to definitely dig into that. But tonight, we're just going to get to know Aubrey and what got her hooked. She's got an interesting story about joining the meteorology field. So we appreciate you watching tonight. If you have any comments, just send them to us on our Twitter page at Carolina WX Group, or you can comment on the stream that's going on right now. So Aubrey, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. I appreciate it. It's nice to, kind of cross podcast.
That's right. That's right. Normally we do that National Weather Podcast Month, but we're doing it a couple months early. So Aubrey, we was kind of a little bit talking about your foray into meteorology. You didn't start off your college path didn't really take you into broadcast meteorology. You actually started with a restaurant chain. So tell us about that little interesting story that kind of got you into weather.
So I had zero aspiration to be on television. I was, when I kind of went through high school and started college, I really wasn't sure what I wanted to do. So I had a great job at Chili's restaurant. I kind of worked my way up and I started to become a corporate trainer. So as a corporate trainer, if you're not familiar, you would basically become part of a team. You would travel around and do new store openings as a corporate trainer, train new employees. And you kind of got to see a lot of the country. In fact, I got to do several international openings. And, I just kind of got to meet a lot of people. And it was on a lot of these new openings where I kind of discovered my passion for weather. So I started doing openings in 2003. In 2004 and 2005, Chili's had this goal of opening 100 plus restaurants. And if you think back meteorologically, in 2004, 2005, what happened? Hurricane season. 2004, that's when Florida was almost wiped off the map by all 4 hurricanes. I was in 2 of those, 2 of the 4. Hurricane Katrina was kind of a turning point for me, really. I was sent back to Louisiana to help rebuild some stores after I had been there and evacuated. For Katrina, I was there during Rita and ended up being there for 3 months. I was in Louisiana so long, they ended up starting to take state taxes out of my checks. So after that, I went back I was living in Johnson City, Tennessee at the time, and I went and saw Mark Reynolds at WJHL, who responded to an email that I had sent and brought me into the TV studio, and I asked him questions, and I wanted to be behind the scenes. I thought maybe, producing, I can make graphics, I was good with computers, and he said, there's no jobs in that, you need to be in front of the camera. And I said, oh, that's not me, that's not what I want to do. And he said, you can do it. I think you can do this. And he said, I want you to take a look at this program. And he pointed me in the direction of Mississippi State. And somehow blindly, I agreed to it and kind of followed his advice. And within maybe a couple weeks, I was enrolled or accepted into the Mississippi State distance program. And I was able to not only take classes and finish my degree, but also I was still able to travel with Chili's for at least 2 years and still able to do corporate openings. And so I got an internship and yada, yada, yada. I got my first job at WHSV in Harrisonburg, Virginia, and fell in love with this place. Absolutely never intended to be here past my 2-year contract and re-signed. Here's the thing. I got promoted to a Monday through Friday position from weekends after I think 7 or 8 months. After working in a restaurant for 12 years, meaning weekends and nights for 12 years, I thought, wow, I have weekends off. The rest is history. And I could not have asked for a more amazing place, a beautiful area. And now my brother moved here 4 years ago. My parents just moved here in May. So now I've got family here, which a lot of meteorologists, unless you move to your home market, you can't say that. So I just feel very blessed and kind of lucky.
Now, Aubrey, you mentioned that you had no interest in going on TV. So
none.
From one industry into a completely different industry, where did you gain your experience on how to get yourself ready to go on camera and do live weather forecasting? Is that something you learned along the way? I know there's probably some folks that will be watching that might be interested in seeing how you transitioned into that to get your confidence level up to be able to forecast on camera.
So it was all the leadership in Chili's. It was the training role that I had. Working for Chili's for so long, I knew every item. I was quality control. I knew exactly what little details went on every single menu item. I could recite that menu backwards and forwards. I could teach And so when I started training and teaching these menu items, the Chili's way and how to serve and how to bartend, I was confident in that because I knew that material. So when I learned how to present and train, I was confident in that material. So when I finally was able to teach that, that's what gave me the confidence as I became a leader in that material. And so it was actually kind of that transition that I learned to be able to present myself on camera. Once I was comfortable and kind of was able to, I guess, get used to the fact that I was on camera, learn some breathing exercises and not think about the fact that I was on camera, it just kind of transitioned because I just envisioned myself talking to people like I'm talking to a group, like I'm training people, giving them the information that I know, like I'm teaching them the menu items, I'm teaching them the forecast. And so it was kind of that. You think it's two completely different worlds, but it's actually kind of very similar. So that's how I transitioned, because I had absolutely no desire to be on camera. I was never a theater major. I was never a singer. I was never a performer. I was a dancer, but that was when I was a kid. So, I never ever would have imagined I would have been on television, and now I can't see myself doing anything else.
I love that history. I love how you put yourself on the fast track through that whole process. I can see. So going through the program, getting your meteorology degree, getting a job, it's something you became passionate about very quickly. So I'm assuming you probably have some favorite areas of study, maybe some research or favorite topics of meteorology. Would you like to share some of those with us?
Yeah, so I've really developed a love for weather history. We'll
return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
From me learning this area and really kind of diving into Shenandoah Valley weather history. You know, I'm not in a severe weather market. We get kind of a mix of every kind of weather. We do get 4 seasons. We don't get super big storms often. When we do, we can get big storms. It's just not maybe as frequent as some other markets, but we do have a good storm history. And so I think when I was diving into that is when I kind of developed my passion for weather history and really showcasing. And I did kind of a keynote address at the Mississippi State Severe Storm Symposium last year on learning the weather history in your market. When you go to a new TV station, you'll make that bond with your viewers when you do learn that weather history. And it'll also make you become a better forecaster when you learn a lot of that weather history in your market. And I think it was kind of during that process that I really developed that. And now, you know, hurricanes are how I got into meteorology. So that I always have a soft spot for that, but I haven't really had much of an opportunity to forecast them. So I think I'm turning more into a severe weather nerd. And I'm really loving the structure of thunderstorms more and more. So I'm hoping to storm chase this spring. That's my goal. You know, as I become chief, you know, you're stuck in the studio more and more. So you don't get an opportunity to see the sky as much, even though we all love to watch the sky. So I think I'm going to try and do that, but also try to, you know, watch the sky more and more. So yeah, thunderstorms are definitely the sweet spot.
Well, you sure get your fair share in the Shenandoah Valley area. The Mid-Atlantic's a pretty volatile area of the country where fronts sweep through and crisscross and meander and cause all kinds of interesting weather up that way. What is cold air damming and how does it occur and how long does it last?
So the cold air damming is kind of a special feature that happens in between the mountains. You can get kind of a stronger event, which can go all the way down from the mid-Atlantic, all the way down the mountains into Georgia and the Carolinas. You can get kind of a weaker event that maybe will affect part of Virginia, part of northern Virginia, and then you kind of end up with a really big temperature gradient in between a couple of areas. And a lot of that comes from high pressure. Some of that comes from coastal storms. So you have high pressure that moves over New England. Sometimes it moves over Pennsylvania. And due to that position of the high, when you have that clockwise flow, that brings in not only the cooler air from the north, but also the cooler maritime air, that cooler moist air from the Atlantic. And that cooler air is more dense, so it sinks in between the mountains. It can be intensified when you have an area of low pressure that moves along the coast. When you have that counterclockwise circulation, especially moving up the Carolinas, sometimes you can get some of your big icing events that way. You can also get some of your big snow events that way, depending on how deep that cold air is. So sometimes when you have maybe a weaker event, you can get a pretty decent temperature gradient. In fact, the February tornado event a couple years ago in Virginia, that was a cold air damming situation, or what we call a wedge event, where the Roanoke Valley was in the 70s. That wedge started to lift northward. Stanton, Virginia, which is in my viewing area, it's the southern part of my viewing area, started to erode out of that wedge, and temperatures started to get into the upper 60s, where Harrisonburg, just 30 miles away, was stuck at 46 degrees. You can have, let's see, even just last week, we had a wedging event where temperatures were, I think, a 30-degree spread within about an hour drive. So, you know, you can have a partly cloudy wedge. You can have a sunny wedge. Most times you have low clouds, stratiform clouds, a lot of drizzle. And then, of course, in the wintertime, you have to watch for your precipitation because you can get a lot of icing events. But temperatures are very interesting when you're forecasting the wedge. You know, I've learned that whatever you forecast, you know, drop it another 10, 15 degrees.
Hey, Aubrey,
Yeah.
I was wondering, Ben, your newest meteorologist back there, have you prepared him for the wedge? I mean, does he know what he's getting himself into?
I have not prepared Ben for the wedge fully yet, although the good news is they're asking if I've prepared you for the wedge yet. The good news is Ben is from Richmond, and Ben also went to Virginia Tech. So Ben is also familiar with the wedge. So.
He's good then. He's good.
Yeah, so he definitely knows. But, you know, kind of the key to the wedge is to follow the dew point. You know, you'll do a lot better if you can follow the dew point at least. And whatever the models think and you doubt, just drop it another 5 degrees.
That's always a safe bet. So, Aubrey, I want to reverse one of Shay's questions from earlier and ask, so the Shenandoah Valley has unique, you know, interesting weather, but also some difficult systems that are just hard to forecast. What are some of the hardest systems to forecast in the Shenandoah Valley?
Well, even something like today, you know, and two, they dropped a lot farther south, about 45 miles further south than I expected. So I'm always cautious of those. And so it's kind of just more about communication, because a lot of times the models don't fully pick up on those. You have to kind of watch for the hints. And so it's kind of one of those things where, okay, I'm looking for some snow squalls. Maybe I'll kind of generalize it instead of specifically saying, okay, I'm expecting some of these mainly in the Northern Valley. Maybe I'll say, you know, this is what's possible tomorrow. This is what snow squalls are capable of. And, you know, if you get in a snow squall, it can drop a dusting to an inch in some areas. But if you don't get one, you're going to have sunshine. So I think the snow squalls are definitely a little bit challenging. The other thing is precipitation, because a lot of surface fronts don't give us anything. You know, if there's not that upper level oomph, if we don't get, shortwave energy, if we don't get a jet streak, if we don't get any sort of vorticity or any sort of upper level support, the front just fizzles and we just don't get any precipitation. So because of downsloping can really kill a lot of our precipitation. So that's always challenging unless you have a derecho coming through like in 2012. So that's always a challenge, is precipitation. The one great thing here is that we're usually we are not as humid as east of the Blue Ridge. The Blue Ridge Mountains are not that tall, but what they do is they block a lot of that Atlantic moisture. So we don't get as severe storms. If you ever watch the radar in the summertime, we'll get some storms, but watch them light up like a Christmas tree as they move east of the Blue Ridge. If you watch the heat advisories come out in the summertime, 99% of the time, they're all east of the Blue Ridge because of that humidity. You know, we get a dew point of 66. That is a bad day here. So that's always kind of interesting.
Well, that's interesting because I'm from Asheville originally. So a lot of the things that you're mentioning right now are exactly what we deal with. The downsloping, making Asheville the driest place in North Carolina. as well as we call it our northwest flow snow showers and the snow squalls. So that's interesting how it connects to Virginia weather and North Carolina weather.
Mm-hmm.
They're so similar the characteristics.
Aubrey, we were talking earlier about you being on the panelist of Weather Brains. How did you get incorporated with James Spann and the crew down there?
So what's really funny is apparently one of my viewers is a listener of Weather Brains, and several years ago he wrote in, somehow heard my story and said, hey, this girl has an interesting story of how she got into weather. You guys might want to talk to her. So Bill emailed me, and I was so intimidated. I was like, oh my God, I don't have anything to offer. You guys are amazing. Like, what? I don't have anything. So he had to kind of convince me to go on. And so I went on, and James was a little bit impressed of how I actually, I guess, spoke. And I guess a few weeks after that, Kevin had a little bit of a tizzy and kind of quit the show temporarily, which he's done in the past.
Imagine that.
The accelerant. And Bill kind of had me on again, and then he asked me if I would be interested in being a panelist. And I was like, wow, okay. And it kind of fit into my schedule. I was doing the 5 and 10 o'clock show. I was doing the 5. Was I doing the 5 and 10? I think I was doing the 5 and 10. It ended up working with my schedule, and I agreed to it. And I'm so thankful I did, because the amount of people that I've met it's just great, and it's just the weather community. And of course, you guys know Weather Twitter is amazing, and the amount of things that I've learned. And with my schedule now, I don't always get the opportunity to complete the show, so I have to kind of go back later, but it's just the coolest. And
that's pretty cool. That's a cool story. That's something. I have a Kevin Seeley story for you. You'll enjoy this. This was back in the Google Hangout days. Google Hangout has since went away, but we always copy and paste in an email, send it to our guests, say, hey, here's the link to join in. Well, evidently Kevin didn't get that part, and he actually tweeted out, hey, here's the link to watch me tonight. So we had all these people bombarding our Google Hangout, and we actually had to shut it down and redo a new link and everything. And so that's our Kevin Seeley stories. We were talking, and all of a sudden these people just started popping in. We're like, who's that? And it was hilarious. But I think we can all echo it. It's pretty cool doing a weather podcast, and you get to meet so many people in the weather industry that you follow on Twitter, and you may have a brief conversation on Twitter, but you actually get to sit down and have a conversation with them.
And we get to geek out over these people too, and normal people don't get it. And it's just the weather enterprise is just so amazing, and you're geeking out over these rock stars, and we get to geek out too. So
yeah, you mentioned earlier that you get to meet a lot of people, and even here in the Carolina Weather Group, everyone has their own sort of opinions about, hey, my favorite guests. What are some of your most memorable guests that you've been a part of the panel for?
Oh man, the Greg Carbon shows are always a treat. Those are always good. Mike Bettis came on and talked to us about his chase situation that happened in was that 2013?
I think it was either 13 or 14. Yeah.
When they rolled over. Yeah, it was El Reno. And that was a pretty powerful show. That was, hearing his story. That was always a powerful one. Let's see.
You don't have to go into details. You don't say anything. Were you on show 404?
Yes.
That was interesting.
That was an interesting. And you know what? I don't know that I even spoke during that show. But I do have the shirt from Helicity Weather that's plus minus F3. And I think I'm the only one that actually has that, because I just think it's hilarious.
We internally will just joke around. We'll just show at 404, and we automatically know. That's just that was an interesting show for sure. We have a couple more minutes with Aubrey. I know she has to get ready for the news tonight. talking about weather brains and shows and guests you had. A lot of us have mentors in the weather world. Do you have any weather mentors? I mean, I would assume maybe James Spann might be one. I mean, any others that
my biggest mentor is Mark Reynolds. I would not be where I am without him. Not only did he kind of blow my mind, he answered my email. I mean, I was just asking to come in and view a studio to see if this was even a field that I might even want to pursue. And he brought me in as someone who is curious, told me after only meeting me for 20 minutes, told me he thought I had the voice for this and I could do this, and talked me into the Mississippi State program. I mean, that's the kind of person he is, and then fought to get me an internship and worked with me, and then still let me come in the studio when I needed to practice on the green wall, on the chroma key. I would not be where I am without Mark Reynolds, and I still keep in touch with him. And he's given me advice over the years, and I absolutely would not be where I am without him. I wish I had a lot of other weather mentors. I've had to do a lot of learning on my own, which is not ideal, but someone who's determined, who really wants to succeed at this industry, sometimes you do what you have to do. So, but I would not be where I am without Mark Reynolds from WJHL, and he's amazing. And I know a lot of other people at NWA this year, Tom Watts, who used to work with Mark and who was on air when I was living in Johnson City before I got into meteorology. I actually got to meet him. And then Ken Weathers, who also used to work with Mark, I think was one of his interns also. We were all there at NWA. And so we were kind of Mark's little proteges. And it was just cool to kind of be a part of that group. So Mark is it.
That's very, very cool. I love that stories and all those people too. I do want to change topics a little bit, but feed off of your comment about, learning things as you go. The last 10 years, we've really had to learn how social media works and how it plays into our field. Yes, I know it's kind of a necessary evil, but it also turns out, very helpful for, our online shows and things like that. So talk a little bit about how important social media is to you as a meteorologist and with Weather Brains as well.
Yeah, so it is very important. As much as sometimes we do hate it, it is very important. I utilize it to the best that I can. And there's a lot so the bad thing with being a female is you get a lot of comments. You get a lot of nasty comments. You get a lot of rude comments. You get a lot of crazy comments. And I know a lot of females that will turn off a lot of their messages and private messages, which is really sad that you have to do that. I do not do that. And I'm thankful that I don't have to, but I have actually met so many amazing people and have become friends with a lot of great people because of that. And I've become friends with some great viewers because of private messaging and things like that. And I'm very thankful for that. So it's really sad that some other female counterparts don't have that opportunity. Maybe just because I'm in a smaller market, I kind of have a little bit of that opportunity, and I've maybe been a little trusting with some people, but I have been lucky enough to make some of those really great relationships with people. So building those relationships with your viewers are obviously very, very important, especially with, when you're getting that information with storm reports, snow reports, rainfall reports, storm chasers, those photos, or just relying on, even just everyday photos when it's quiet outside, just to sometimes fill your time, relying on a photographer. So those are always great, relying on information and having that communication back and forth. But social media, it's the future. It's where we are. But you can do a lot with social media. You can get changing. I mean, we all know weather changes sometimes very quickly. So you can get important information out really quickly with social media.
Yeah, I know that. That's the internet is where I live, just doing what I do. And I'll tell you what, it's just completely changed the game as far as getting storm reports, as far as getting, situational awareness on the ground. you suddenly have so many more cameras to tap into, and it really just I mean, I don't know how y'all did it before that, but I know that it's completely changed the game here, for sure. And here in Charleston, we have a really good and engaged community. So I'm curious, before we get into something even more fun, what is your weather community like up in your neck of the woods?
They're amazing. I would not be here still on TV where I am without this community. And I constantly say that this community is why I stay here. This is why not only I stay here, but why I've brought my family here, because this community is still amazing. Some of the things that I see and hear in the female group on Facebook is sometimes horrifying. And I don't know if I could do this job if I heard stuff like that on a daily or weekly basis. We all get criticism. We all get stuff like that. We all get pushback, but I don't get a lot of it. And I'm very grateful that the community responds well to me. So I'm very grateful for the community and how wonderful people are here. So they're amazing, and they've welcomed my family. I mean, Urbanowitz, you can't slide into a community in Virginia with a name like Urbanowitz and hide under the radar. I mean, they know exactly who my brother is. They know exactly who my parents are. And everyone, I mean, my parents all the time, people talk, once they hear their last name, people talk to them and they get such, they get feedback, but people are just so nice to them. So the community here is incredible, and it's one of the reasons I've stayed.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Well, Aubrey, we've certainly enjoyed getting to know you tonight, and we appreciate you donating some time to us. If our folks want to watch social media we were just talking about, if they want to follow you on social media, how can they do that?
So on Twitter, I'm very active on Twitter. So it's at WHSV AUBS, AUBS. AUBS is kind of my little nickname. And then on Facebook, just search for meteorologist Aubrey. I tell people you don't have to spell the last name if you just search for meteorologist Aubrey. And then on Instagram, let me get my Instagram out because I think, yes, WXAUBS, WXAUBS on Instagram, or as I call it, the gram.
The gram. Yeah, Evan runs our gram. That's his title. So yeah,
I should be better at it.
It's a lot of pictures of my dog.
Well, Aubrey, thank you so much, and we hope that, I know you guys haven't had a lot of winter either, so we hope you get some winter up your way sometimes in the coming weeks. But we appreciate you spending some time with us, and tell everybody at the Weather Brains, that we said hello, and we look forward to hopefully working with you guys during the National Weather Podcast Month later on this year.
Of course. Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it. Always good to see you.
Thanks, Aubrey. And thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. As always, you can follow us at Carolina WX on Twitter or Carolina Weather Group on Facebook. If you have any suggestions or guests that you'd like for us, just reach out to us. We'd love to see those suggestions and work our best to get those guests or topics on the show. Until next week, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you later here on the Carolina Weather Group. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. I'm Scotty Powell. We're happy to have you this evening. We have with us Stephen Paff. He is the Warning Coordinator Meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Wilmington, North Carolina. And tonight we're going to be talking about ocean hazards. The Coastal Weather Service offices issue several advisories and hazards and programs like that other weather offices don't. So when you find yourself on vacation or visiting the beach or something like that, you may hear something that's not familiar with you. So tonight we're going to kind of dive into that and kind of go through all of these unique and different advisories and program and hazard programs that we see along the coast. And Stephen, working in the Wilmington office, is the perfect person to go to that. He does a lot of outreach events. So happy to have Stephen on with us tonight. As always, if you are watching and you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the comment section. We'll be monitoring those throughout the show. and we'll direct you. If we don't know the answer, we'll direct you in a place that hopefully you can get the answer. So we, again, appreciate you watching tonight. We're going to be focusing on ocean hazards and the different programs that the Coastal Weather Service offices use throughout this vacation season that's coming up. So, Stephen, welcome to the show. It's been a long time since we've seen you, so I hope that you've been doing well. First question I want to ask to you before we kind of get into the meat of the interview tonight is, when I say warning coordinating meteorologist, for those who may not be familiar with the Weather Service terms, what is exactly your job there at the National Weather Service in Wilmington?
Yeah, great question to start off with. We love these long titles, but good evening, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with the group, and some of these hazards that we're going to be talking about, mean a lot to me, and you never know with the information that we share who we can impact with our lives. We might be able to save someone's life based on the information we share tonight. So thanks, but thanks for having me. But warning coordination meteorologist, I am like the public liaison.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
With civic groups, I'll work with the academic community, I'll work with emergency managers, and also internal operations too, making sure our warning program has the resources that we need and the information needed, provide training. So it's absolutely amazing to me, because one day I can be working with a group of second graders, the next day I can be giving a stand-up briefing at an annual hurricane exercise, to working with the power squadron, working with the nuclear industry. It's absolutely amazing how many people that are impacted by weather in unique and specific ways and have unique needs that we can learn about and be able to help them as best we can.
And I guess I'll go ahead and start off with our topics tonight. We look at ocean hazards, ocean and coastal hazards for what you do. And so we start breaking down into different categories as what is relayed to the public as far as warnings go, as far as safety concerns. And usually one of the things that sticks out the most is rip currents, because that one claims sort of the most lives on the beaches every year, with rip currents and drowning. So I guess we'll start out with rip currents. Give us a little bit of explanation about what those are and what to look for.
Yeah, what a great one to start out with, because when you look at the data and look at all the weather-related fatalities in the Carolinas, rip currents lead the way for us. We have a lot of coastline. We have a lot of people that visit our beaches that aren't taught anything about rip currents, and the first day they go to the beach, they might get caught in one. So that's a challenge in itself. And in addition to that public awareness type of thing that we have to do, forecasting them is often a challenge too. So, rip currents, again, more than tornado fatalities, more than lightning fatalities, more than flooding fatalities. That's the number one weather issue for us, not to discount any of the other ones. Another interesting stat too, nationally, people often, when you ask them what is the biggest weather-related hazard, they miss it, because you can't see it. You can feel it. It's heat. And now we're heading into summertime too, and the beach season, and we need to be mindful of the heat issues as well. But rip currents, can be quite frightening to people, and they don't understand the process. I guess the analogy would be is, an electrician works with electricity, which is dangerous, but they know what they're dealing with. They've had the training. They know what to do and what pitfalls to look out for. Someone coming to the beach, like a lifeguard, knows where to find the rips, knows how to use the rips and how to keep people away from them. But the average person has no clue. And some of the statistics that we have are quite frightening.
Right. I understand the lifeguards sometimes they have a direct line to NOAA service accounts across the WFOs around the coast of the United States. So they call in a lot of times when they see rip current just to verify that it's happened. But that's very sporadic. It depends on where parks are and where some of these swim zones are. So where can the public get this information?
Yeah, the best way to get the information, of course, all of our media partners have access and share that as well. But we have rip current threat graphics on our web pages. All the weather offices up and down the coast have them. But social media has been a great way for us to push information out as well about them. And we saw a case last year though, because we feel there's deficiencies. Last year we had Hurricane Lorenzo. The closest approach to the United States was 2,200 miles. Yet that hurricane led to more hurricane deaths compared to the other storms that year on the East Coast. and it was 2,200 miles away. So we're thinking we need to start treating these big rip current outbreaks, these huge events, maybe like we do with severe weather outbreaks.
Tell us a little bit about the risk levels that are involved with rip current forecasting.
Yeah, when we look at the forecast and we're looking at wave data, we're looking at the synoptic pattern as well. But anything that can pile water up into the beaches is one of the big keys. So it could be persistent onshore flow, like that southerly flow wrapping around the Bermuda High that goes right into our south-facing beaches, where you have mass moving into the beach. You have to have it stay in balance, so it's going to try and flow back out to stay in a state of equilibrium. So if you have a lot of mass moving in, we typically see that mass being transported out via rip current. So mass in, mass out. So days where we've got decent surf coming on, especially the long period waves from a hurricane swell, that really are the signals that we look for. And when you think about the longer the wave period, the farther offshore that wave is feeling bottom. So in particular, hurricane swell is very dangerous because now your surf zone, instead of maybe being 20 yards, these longer period waves are feeling the bottom 40, 50 yards out. So if a rip current forms in that surf, it's going to be, it could be as long as a football field, the rip current length. So there's a lot of things that we have to consider when we deal with these events.
What about the stats? What do the stats tell us on, like, say, demographically, where might these occur more around
and again,
the United States?
The Weather Service maintains statistics like you wouldn't believe about tornadoes and the EF rating and microbursts and all sorts of different things, because it's so important what you can learn from them. And with rip currents in the Carolinas, we've kept statistics since 2000. So we've got a pretty healthy database, unfortunately, a healthy database. And we've had, since that time, 143 people drown from rip currents in the Carolinas. And when we start breaking the data down a little bit more, what's really interesting is that 25% of the drownings are people that are bystander trying to be the good Samaritan. They see someone in trouble with a rip current, have no training whatsoever, go rushing in, and they end up drowning in that. So, I mean, a lot of times, classic call to action information that we've given has been about the person in the rip current, and we need to do a better job of messaging that risk to someone who's on a beach watching someone in a rip current. The other interesting statistics that we see are the demographics that are hardest hit are males between 31 and 50 years old. And, I'm in that demographic now, and mentally I might think I'm a little more physically capable than I am, but the reality is that I'm not. And 31 to 50-year-old males have kids, some have grandkids, so there's a better chance they're going to be at the beach with a kid who gets into trouble and has to go and make a rescue too. Females, it's a little bit younger. It's 31 to 40 is the biggest group there. And if I break down the males, it's really 41 to 50, but that big group there. But males are 5 times more likely to drown based on our statistics. And when you look at where people are coming from, about 84% of the drownings are people from inland areas.
That's exactly right. A lot of folks come here, they have no idea that there's several factors in play. In fact, another topic to bring up is longshore currents. We know that we have tidal swings here in the Carolinas up to 6 feet for South Carolina, even 8 feet down into Jekyll Island, Georgia. So that's about the highest tidal swing on the southeast coast, but it makes for some pretty nasty currents along the beaches, along with waves and the potential for the riptides. We talk about currents, right? And how strong these currents are. Yeah. And how does that factor into what your forecasts go?
That's a great point too, because every year it seems, especially when there's more of a lunar influence, the higher high tides, lower low tides, a lot of our inlets, you could walk across them during low tide during these more of these lunar astronomical ranges. So you got people walk across to an island and they're having a great time, not paying attention. The tide's coming in, it's going to come in quick in that type of situation. And then they can't swim back, or even if they can swim, they get caught up in that tidal current and become a victim that way. I mean, I've been at the Wilmington office 20 years, and I'd say there's been at least 20 of them easily 20 of them where it's a function of the tidal current in inlets where water is being forced through narrow areas and catching people off guard.
Couple more topics for me, and I'll pass it on to Dan. And we talk about some of the other factors on beaches like sneaker waves or even meteor tsunamis from release of energy from storms that would cause some tidal event, right? So start with sneaker waves. That's usually like more northwestern United States specific to the Oregon or Puget Sound area.
We do get them. We have records of them, and even video of some sneaker waves. I think when Hurricane Irene, with the off Daytona Beach with the pier getting swamped, the phasing of different wave energy or the spectral distribution of waves, and when they have constructive interference, if you can get a couple of them where they phase up just right, you might get an anomalously higher wave, the 1 in 1,000 wave, based on wave distribution versus what your average wave that's out there. And if the timing of these sneaker waves is just right, you might, if it happens on 4th of July versus December, the impacts are, it doesn't matter. It's like the F5 tornado going through open field versus an F0 going through a city. You have different results, even though it's the same impact, but different magnitude. But we've had fatalities from sneaker waves. In Myrtle, I think it was Myrtle Beach several years ago, guy caught off guard. Wave knocked him down and actually gave him a spinal injury as he was hit by that. It was just very powerful, sudden wave. But yes, I mean, they're mainly West Coast. And when you think about the West Coast, just the distribution of waves is phenomenal compared to what we see in the Atlantic Ocean. There's so many different wave swell systems that are out there, and you have a better chance for having that interference come into play. And you hear stories, people fishing out like on a ledge on the West Coast on a rocky shoreline, and you look over at them again a little bit later, and they're swept away and they're never found again. So it certainly is more of an issue there. The meteor tsunamis, we've had record of them, especially mid-Atlantic. Northward, you hear of some. You hear of the one down in Daytona, I think in 1992, associated with the collapse of a tropical squall line. But I guess the best analogy I can say with the meteor tsunamis is if you're ever in the pool and you have a raft and you have it out in front of you and you're pushing up and down on that raft, and how long does it take before you start feeling wave energy throughout the pool? It's no different. These meteor tsunamis, it can be significant atmospheric changes or large scale area macro burst type of thing, and all that air pushing right down on top of that wave, and then as it releases and you start getting a longer period wave, usually they result in not much in the way of wave run up or inundation. Usually get rough currents. There was I think at Barnegat Inlet, New Jersey, a few years ago, when that big derecho moved off the coast from like Midwest to the Jersey Shore in Delmarva, there was someone snorkeling in Barnegat Inlet, and on the backside of that derecho that went through, there was a meteor tsunami that caused everything to become real turbid and very rough currents. So that's, I don't usually lose sleep over the meteor tsunamis. I lose sleep over the submarine landslide tsunamis that could be lurking right off. I mean, there's a history of them off our coast. But either way, that type of wave is the predictability is we have a long ways to go before we can do that. It's hard enough getting the significant waves right, 5 days out, let alone try and forecast a meteor tsunami.
Can you tell us a little bit about gale warnings and kind of what goes into those and how those are used?
We have weather systems that result in 34 knots to 47 knots of sustained winds, nor'easter or winter storm, maybe a strong gradient between two systems, non-tropical. Then that would be the warning that we issue for that. There's no sea requirement with that. Like small craft advisory is at least 6 foot seas in the Carolinas is the minimum threshold for seas. So that could be a swell that's from a distant storm that generates those waves. But more than likely, we're issuing a small craft advisory because we're seeing winds around 25 to 34 knots. And that's about the level it really starts making navigation dangerous. A 6 foot swell wave in the open ocean versus a 6 foot 4 second wave, a locally generated wind wave, big difference. You can have boats roll over with the higher frequency waves. They're very steep. We call them steep waves. Now that 6 foot swell coming in could be a hazard, especially as it starts shoaling. So around inlet entrances, so picture a boater trying to get out the inlet or come back in through the inlet. If you have those big swells coming in, they're feeling bottom, especially with a falling tide. Now you've got waves going counter to the current, they can be extremely steep, almost look like cliffs before they spill or plunge over. So we do have these deep water hazards as they migrate to the coast, can create certain issues for us.
That's really interesting. And so our small craft advisories, are they changing to warnings? Can you tell us a little bit about the changings that are happening to that?
Yeah, there might be some. I mean, we're going through a hazard simplification where we're taking a look at a variety of products and trying to make it a little bit easier. When you look at the weather.gov map and you see all the advisories and hazards and warnings going on, I mean, sometimes the thing's lit up like a Christmas tree. So the agency has invested a lot of effort with social scientists, with core partners to try and find a better way. So we will see some changes with that. I don't know to the extent how small craft advisories will change. Gale warnings, I don't think we're going to have any changes. And of course, storm warning, when you have over 47 knots sustained, we would have that.
As we all know, with any sort of simplification of hazards or anything weather related, it has impacts on a lot of sides. So that's great to hear that the social outreach there's happening to try and figure out how that will impact everything. One more thing that I have to talk about as far as open water hazards are concerned, as far as the special marine warnings, what's the best way if I'm a boater, if I'm going to be impacted by these special marine warnings, what's the best way? Well, first of all, what is that, and how does that warning get established, and then how is a person that might be impacted by it, how do I find that and look for it and know that it's happening?
Yeah, it's a great point, and it is a challenge just because of limitations of coastal weather radio, cell phone connectivity, access to apps. When you're further out, when you're farther offshore, you're losing a lot of the ability to receive this information. So I mean, it's always important to know before you go. If there's a day that we're calling for all these thunderstorms, it's not worth it. Live to play another day type of thing. So right off the get-go, we've lost boaters to strong to severe thunderstorms before. I'm knock on countertop, not lately, but it has happened where people are taking risks and get caught by quickly evolving storms like even that MCV that went through yesterday morning here. I would not have wanted to been anywhere near a boat with that coming through. But when we do have something like that come through, if we anticipate winds over 34 knots, then we would issue a special marine warning, or if it had water spouts with it, or large hail, because large hail in the open ocean you could break the windshields on the boats and things like that too. But usually they're issued for 34 knots or higher sustained, or I'm sorry, any gusts 34 knots or higher, and any potential for a water spout. As soon as we send the information out, it will play over the weather radio, and a lot of the VHF bands on a boat radio, you can see or hear those messages coming across. Now, some boats have radar on them, but they're not the right band to interpret weather data when they're twirling around. Usually, if there's a big thunderstorm target, the band that the marine radars are used, you might only see the edge of what's out there. It's not powerful enough to penetrate into the storm, so that really doesn't provide much in any way of value. But I think there are some providers via satellite where you can get information. But it is a great question, because you need to be connected to that environmental intelligence if you're going to be in an area where you're at extreme risk. You can't just 30 miles offshore. You can't just seek safe harbor in 10 minutes. You got life and death decisions to make, which is why we say avoid it if at all possible. Go a day when there aren't thunderstorms in the forecast.
Stephen, a couple more advisories to cover with you, and one of them is one that we see almost monthly pretty much in the Carolinas with the lunar cycles and onshore winds and other factors. So the first one we'll talk about is coastal flood advisories. What exactly are they, and what should the public be looking for when they're issued?
Yeah, that advisory, unfortunately, we're issuing more and more frequently, and there's a couple reasons for that. With sea level rise is one issue, but there are also parts along the Carolinas where there's actually subsidence going on. So the land is sinking. There's parts where the land is rising a little bit, and there's parts where it's sinking too. You can also have changes to the local hydrology. Like they did a lot of dredging in the Cape Fear River. So between the subsidence, sea level rise, and the dredging, our number of coastal flood advisories has gone up incredibly. Now, the thresholds for where we, before we decide to issue one or not, vary based on the datum that's related to that location. So you can't apply 5.5 feet mean low or low water at every coastal station because their datum varies. So what we have done, worked with a hydrologist, we've done coastal flood surveys, get out there when there is flooding going on and observe the impacts. We call that E19 data. It's mainly for rivers, but we do have E19 data for coastal locations as well. And once we know what the level is and what the impacts are, now we have a good database and we can put good information into a coastal flood advisory based on the levels that are predicted to occur.
So moving on to the next advisory, and I think our last advisory for the night, high surf advisory. I think this is one that sometimes, especially for beach visitors, not necessarily residents, but someone who's coming from inland areas, it's easy to underestimate a big surf. 4 feet may not sound that big, but all of a sudden you get out in the water and 4 feet is a heavy wave. So tell us a little bit about how to be safe during the high surf advisory.
Yeah, and that, you mentioned the heavy wave, you can feel the power on those days where it's really moving like a washing machine out there, and unless you really know what you're doing, that's something that should be avoided. Just between the plunging breakers, potential for spinal injuries, those sorts of things, and it makes you hard to see too. So you get into trouble, and you're in this rough surf or high surf, you might be hard to spot, or even hard to get someone's attention if you're in the perspective of being in the water. But some of the thresholds we use, I think, are about 6 to 8 feet breakers we get, depending on how clean the ocean is, depending on the wind. Surfers get excited when we do high surf advisory, especially if you get a light offshore wind and it cleans it up a little bit. It doesn't look like a washing machine, but it's still powerful and dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. The thresholds vary up and down the East Coast, but our wave climatology, it's not like Cape Hatteras, like Wrightsville Beach is we get decent waves there, but typically not like you see it at the Outer Banks. And then you get into Long Bay, Myrtle Beach, you got to get the wave energy coming in the right direction for us to issue a high surf advisory. The frying pan shoals block a lot of that easterly swell, where Wrightsville Beach might get it, but Myrtle Beach won't. So it's really unique to the shape of the coast as well, but it's a great point to talk about.
Move to my last question before I hand it off to Scotty. Chemical and oil spills, I'm probably going to see this a little bit less frequently, but if you're out in the water, it's certainly still a hazard if it's ongoing. Where is this a problem? Is it a problem in the Carolinas? And if so, how can we be aware that it's happening?
Well, it's frightening how many tankers bring all sorts of scary things just off the coast. And the 21 years I've been in Wilmington, there have been a couple close calls, especially I think one time a barge with maybe number 6 broke loose off of Cape Fear, and luckily in a storm, and luckily they were able to get a hold of it and make sure it didn't cause any problems. But with oil rigs, it isn't a big issue for us because we don't deal with any. I mean, more for the Gulf Coast. I mean, I'm more concerned with maybe a ship with hitting a shoal or a collision, sea fog event, and you got ships carrying xylene or some other terrible chemical that collides with another one, and now we have to deal with the decision support thing, working with emergency managers. And that's why, I mean, it doesn't matter. It could be severe clear weather. We always have to be ready, and most of these events are a result of some mistake. And when we talk about oil spills, but at least what I'm proud, part of NOAA is the National Ocean Service, and they have scientific service coordinators that have responsibility for each part of the coast. So it's important for us to have a good relationship with the coordinators in our area, which we do. So we've exercised with the Coast Guard, going through their incident command training, doing their oil spill exercises, and working with the scientific services coordinator, because it's all about knowing who the players are, not just showing up going, okay, what do I do? How can I help you?
These are hazards that have come about from out in the water. What about any of the hazards that have originated from within inland? I think one of the biggest examples we've all seen is after, I believe it was Hurricane Matthew and maybe Florence as well, seeing a lot of stuff being carried out from the rivers and satellite imagery showing it making its way into the water. Was there any sort of response to that as far as keeping people off the beaches for a period of time, or any sort of hazards associated with that might happen again the next time we get a big hurricane?
It's a great point too. You know, there's the debris hazards too for boaters. There's the biological type of hazards too. There's a lot of things washing down pollutants that, you know, I think the rule of thumb is, I mean, you really don't want to be messing with the water after a hurricane or a huge flood event. Bacterial counts are high. The other pollutants that are out there, you know, give time for it to flush out. And what's amazing is that after a hurricane, the fishing is usually tremendous along the waterways and just offshore for that month or two afterwards.
One thing that very photogenic around the Carolina coast, and we see these events happen, are water spouts. So can you talk to us about maybe the conditions that warrant to these water spouts? And I know you guys monitor these and you give out surf hazards. It's kind of like a beach day forecast, and you give out water spout threat, lightning threat. So talk a little bit about that forecast you give out, but also the conditions that are really able to produce.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Yeah, and I got to give props to one of our lead forecasters, Tim Armstrong, who developed this waterspout risk, where he went back and looked at a catalog of events that we've had over the years and found some really interesting information about instability and actually lack of shear type of environment, but with a boundary in the area like a land breeze or some other boundary that might be stalled up there. So it was, we think, people see a water spout and they might think it's it's the classic tornado, and some of them are, like the big Myrtle Beach tornado, July 6th, 2001, somewhere around there. Was actually like a classic tornado that just happened to ride down the beach and move into the water. So some are classic tornadoes, like even the tropical cyclone tornadoes are more of the classic type versus your regular water spout. So but every summer we get the right instability in place. We get light winds through the atmosphere with that boundary there, and we get you get funnels that come out, and some of them can be in absence of any rain. And then just lollygag around. On occasion, maybe once every 3 years, we have to issue a tornado warning for one that's moving closer to shore. The last one we had move ashore was near Myrtle Beach, near the Ferris wheel a couple of years ago. We had one at Carolina Beach back in 2011, the week before Hurricane Irene, I think it was. We had to do a tornado warning for that. And they don't show up on radar all that great. We use some products like Spectrum to really see some of that smaller scale turbulence that's going on associated with the funnels. They're usually very narrow, so with the beam spreading out from the radar after a distance, the circulations sometimes are too small and they don't get captured by the beam all that well. So it's important for us to have partnerships with the Coast Guard and the boating community, and lifeguards as well, to see them and get that information back to us so we can take action, unless it's a little bit bigger one that shows up on radar.
Well, Stephen, we've certainly appreciated this all useful information as our listeners and followers head out to the beach for some relaxation time, and we hope tonight's program will help you all who are listening and watching to know these hazards, that on a sunny beach day, there's still things that we need to pay attention to. For folks who may be coming into the Wilmington, Myrtle Beach, the southern North Carolina coast, the forecast area that you cover, Stephen, what's the best way to follow this information? Do you have a section on your website? I know you mentioned social media. Where can our followers and listeners find that info at?
Yeah, each office on their webpage, like Wilmington, weather.gov/ILM, or Charleston is weather.gov/CHS. We have a surf zone forecast link on the webpage there. It's not as pronounced as we'd like to be. It's usually towards the bottom, but there's good information there. But I would recommend tapping into us on Twitter or on Facebook, and especially with Twitter, because some of these beach hazard statements that we issue for when the risk is moderate or high for rip currents, I mean, you would get that information that way, and you might learn about some other things too.
So if you're heading to the beach, make sure you follow National Weather Service Wilmington, Charleston, Moorhead City, I think, and I
Those
think
are
that's
the
the three.
And
Yeah.
Greenfield, Virginia has a little bit of North Carolina.
Yeah, so follow those accounts if you're heading to the beach. That way you're up to date on all that's going on along the ocean. So Stephen, thank you for your time. We hope that you have a great rest of the summer. I know hurricane season is lurking and around the corner, and you're getting prepared for that. So hopefully it'll be a quiet season for you. We appreciate you joining us tonight.
You're welcome. We can use the break, so I'll take it.
Definitely. So thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you next time. Have a great evening. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you tonight, and we have a special treat for you. Chief Meteorologist Bill Wash from WCSC in Charleston, South Carolina, Emmy Award-winning Chief Meteorologist, who's also an author, a Lieutenant Colonel in the U.S. Air Force Reserve, and much more. We're looking forward to having Bill with us tonight, and Bill just celebrated his 34th year in broadcast meteorology, and we're just going to look back over those moments for this next little bit. So we're happy to have you. And towards the end of the show, we'll let Bill give out some of his social media information. So if you're not following Bill on Twitter or Facebook, definitely want to give him a follow, especially if you're in the Charleston area, if you plan to visit. So Bill, welcome to the show. I know we've had you on before, normally talking about hurricanes or landfalling tropical systems, but we wanted to get you on tonight just when the weather's calm and well, when we're recording this, the weather's calm, and we'll put that out there. But we just want to kind of get to know you. So our first time question for a lot of our first time guests is how did you get hooked into this crazy career that we all love to do here in the weather world?
Great to be here, by the way. It's so cool to be with everybody. And I definitely watched love the podcast. It's funny. It's just kind of an accident, actually, believe it or not. I was really into aviation, into, flying airplanes. And I got my pilot's license when I was 16 years old. So I actually got my license to fly before I got my license to drive. So I had to get a ride to the airport to take my check ride. But anyway, I was really thinking about going the aviation route for a while. And my sister's boyfriend at the time was working in radio. And I really was fascinated by broadcasting. And he was about 3 years older than me, 3 or 4 years older. And she ended up marrying the guy. But, this was back in high school. And then he wanted to be a broadcaster, and he went into television. And I would hang around the radio stations with him when I was in high school. And I was like, this is cool. I like this. I like the broadcast is cool, but I really am fascinated by flying and weather, and really aviation weather was really what I was interested in, and thunderstorms and snow. Of course, I grew up in the snow belt, with the blizzard of '78 was the biggest thing that hit us when I was a kid. And I was like, by the way, I just dated myself there, but that's okay. So this big giant blizzard comes along. We have 52 inches of snow. I'm fascinated by the weather. I'm saying, I got to get into this. I got to figure it out. So I ended up, believe it or not, I ended up taking a bus. I lived in Rhode Island, and I took a bus downtown Providence. I probably was a sophomore in high school, maybe something. And I snuck up to the TV station, which was Channel 10 WJAR. And the station was way up on top of the outlet. It was kind of like a Macy's type store, right? So it was on the top floor, and back those days, there was no security. There was no, it's just like the door opens in the elevator. I walk out. There was one woman there, and she said hello, and I just looked like I knew what I was doing. So I walked right into the studio, and there was, the guy I watched growing up on TV, John Giorgi. I'm like, oh, look, there's John Giorgi. Look at that green wall. Well, what is that thing? Wow, a satellite picture. Holy mackerel, one satellite picture. It was, oh, look at those are the maps that they put the little stickies on. How about that? It was really fascinating. So, at that point I was hooked. So I ended up, knowing that I really like television, I really like weather. I wanted to put the two together. That's kind of how I ended up falling into this stuff.
So you've definitely covered some big events in Charleston. Talk a little bit we'll go into some specifics here later on, but talk about your time in Charleston and, what that's meant for you. I know you've been a figure in the community. So what's it been like forecasting in Charleston?
Oh, it's been fantastic. I mean, Charleston is such a great place. As I said, I was in Rhode Island and I was looking for a full-time gig. I wanted to I had a great gig. I did, by the way, my dog is here. if you're wondering what, that's Ruby. And, so what happened was, I was looking for I wanted a, Monday through Friday gig or something like that. I looked very, very young, as I continue to this day, except for the hair, see? But anyway, so, I decided that I'd start looking. I wanted to go somewhere warmer. I really like tropical weather. I love hurricanes. So, and we, at that time, even in the 80s, there weren't that many big hurricane events. So I ended up, throwing my tape out there, and I got a call by the station here in Charleston, WCID. And they said, hey, we're interested in you coming down, maybe being our chief meteorologist. Once their meteorologist was leaving, she was going to have a baby. And she was going to, just leave the business. So I came down here, they offered me the job, and when I flew down for the interview, I actually, they took me out to Wild Dunes for lunch, and I saw a dolphin and I saw a palm tree. And I was saying, wow, those are the two. I mean, that's like, I really was kind of like in Florida, but I'm like, this is like Florida without the traffic, So I'm thinking, let's go down there. So I got a chance to come down here. To work at Channel 4, and I did for, that was in '86. And then, of course, in 1989, Hurricane Hugo comes along. Well, the worst strike on the U.S. in years and decades that came up and really slammed right into us perpendicular-wise, right up the coast, right into the coast. And we had 6 feet of water in the building. We were blown off the air. I mean, we had, I was out of my house for 3 months. I had to live with my soon-to-be in-laws for 3 or 4 months. That was worse than the hurricane. But anyway, that was, she could probably hear me. But anyway, it was, he recycled paper towels, her father. She can hear me, I can't. All right, so anyway, but so, so that was an event that was just, that was a career-making event because, here I was, young guy, doing my first my second weather job. Technically third because I did part-time on cable way back. But anyway, so, it was a big deal. And Rob Fowler, my pal Rob, Rob, and he comes on the show. And he and I both worked that storm from different perspectives, different stations. But we were down here within about maybe a year of each other. I think I came in '86, he came in '87. But, the two of us really that was our biggest, our biggest weather event that all of a sudden, here we are in our 20s doing that big storm, and they hadn't had one here in years, and it was a devastating storm. So, and then in 1993, Channel 5, was kind of like the big gun in town, and they were their main weatherman was Charlie Hall. He was like an institution. He was an amazing man. He signed the station on. I mean, he was literally the guy who was the first guy on the television station to sign it on. And they called me up and said, hey, are you interested in coming over to work with Charlie? And I'm like, you want me to work with Charlie Hall? I mean, you want me to, and they did. And they said, we'd love for you to work together and build a weather department. And, they had Charlie and they had Mike, but they had one computer, and it was just an old Liveline 3, I think it was. And they wanted to build a storm center. They wanted to build a weather brand. So that was when I went over to Channel 5. So anyway, that's kind of how I ended up in Charleston.
I'd like to reminisce about Hugo a little bit since it was one of the big storms of my youth. I grew up in Rock Hill, and it was still a big deal up in York County. So I was wondering if Hugo was actually the biggest event for you during your career, even though it was in the early part of your career, and maybe you could tell us a little bit about the lead up and the aftermath of Hugo.
I think it was actually. And by the way, Rock Hill, you got whacked by that storm.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, that was still it blew all those glass windows out of the buildings up there in Charlotte. Rock Hill was rocked by that storm. I mean, it wasn't extra tropical until it got to New York State. So, I think in my weather career, as far as like biggest storms that I've, forecast and lived through, that's got to be at the top of the list, I think. I mean, we've had a lot of, close calls since We have a lot of, I call them the drive-bys. They come up the coast and then head up toward, the North Carolina, coast and the Outer Banks. So we've had a lot of those types of storms. But Hugo certainly was the largest that really impacted us here, especially as a Cat 4, 135-mile-an-hour storm. We had a 22-foot storm surge in McClellanville, and they had people being put up in the rafters at that Lincoln High School because it wasn't really, they didn't think the water could ever get that deep in a high school like that. It was a precedent-setting one for me, but also for the station, all three stations, it really was, and for Charleston itself. The city remembers it every year, 31 years ago now, hard to believe. But there was, I think that and a couple of the snow events, actually, if you think about it, a couple of years ago, we had a snow event where we had, and I know some of you guys are going to laugh at me, we had 6 or 7 inches of snow.
And, that's a big deal for Charleston.
It is a big deal for Charleston. We were, and it was so cold. It was such a cold air event. The cold air was really in place for about 3 or 4 days after that. So it didn't melt off very much. It melted off a little bit during the day, but it was thick enough that it refroze at night. So it was a real mess. So some of these snow events were amazing. Certainly the hurricanes were amazing. We've had a couple of tornado outbreaks. We don't have them, obviously as much as you would back inland. But we had a couple of, we had one this year actually in April that was quite impressive. It was, in fact, I think it was the worst tornado outbreak we've had since I've been down here. And that brought a lot of damage. And that was a real strong dynamic system. And we were just, I felt like I was out west there for a few hours that night because it was, they were just, really, it was perfect ingredients. So those, I think Hugo, the snow and, the tornadoes, always an adventure here.
Going back to Hugo, there's one other thing I wanted to ask. Even today, do you still see reminders of what happened when Hugo blew through?
You do, actually, which is kind of interesting. I was on the Isle of Palms not too long ago, just about a week ago. I was out there, and there's still empty lots out there. Same thing on Sullivan's Island. There's still places where things never came back. It took about a year, to be honest with you. When you think about, Florida and Michael and Mexico Beach and places like that, we see these storms. And we see the impact, like we had Laura and we had, everybody covering it. We had the storm chasers out there. I was watching Jim Cantori at 3 o'clock in the morning, and then, then the media, everybody goes away. But living through Hugo, we had to live with that for, forever. And certainly a year after that, it was a year until things got sort of back to normal. We didn't have power for 2 weeks, but it'd be interesting to go back. I think that'd be kind of an interesting documentary or something. You just go back to some of these places and say, okay, how are you doing a year later? How are you doing 2 years later? In particular, places like the Bahamas, right after Dorian. Nobody really talks about it, but obviously those islands, there was an incredible disaster. And it'd be interesting to go back to Freeport and back to Abaco and take a look at some of those places, because see how they're doing now. So I think to answer your question, there are things still around that you can tell that were pre-Hugo or post-Hugo, but we filled in quite a bit in 31 years.
I would echo your thoughts exactly, because even now, if you go and walk around, you look at some of these oak trees and pine trees, you can still see where most of these trees, they were blown over, they were popped in half, so to speak. So you can still see where the knottage is and where new limbs have grown over the years, but you can see where the disformation is. A lot of the trees still, even after all these years. So
yeah, you really can. And there's a lot of people that live here that were here then, and they remember it. They remember surviving, getting through it, and things like that, and rebuilding their house, or getting back to what was a house. So it's one of those things that it's burned into your memory forever.
Yeah, I recall, I don't remember the exact percentage, but I remember hearing that a sizable percentage of the trees, of all the trees, were knocked down or badly damaged and would soon die in the wake of Hugo.
It was amazing. We were the morning after, we went back to the television station, and the pine trees were snapped at about maybe 20 feet up, 30, 25 feet up. They were all snapped almost at a uniformly, a uniform height, all in the same direction. in one way, and then you'd see them all in the other direction, the other way, depending on where you were. And it was fascinating to look at the damage because it was just so widespread. But a lot of those trees were, I mean, the Francis Marion Forest was completely devastated. And it's been a long time. And it's still being, rebuilt. A lot of those newer trees, or some of those trees that have come back, it takes a while, obviously.
Bill, how was communicating the threats from Hugo, specifically the storm surge? We've made a lot of progress in the past 5 to 10 years of trying to explain what storm surge is and the areas it impacts. What was it like explaining the water that could come with a storm like that back in the late 80s?
So that was interesting because, that was before slosh models, and that was before, we had the LFM. And so, we didn't have a lot of the great, tools we have today. And at the time, remember, the Hurricane Center only went out 3 days. They didn't go out 5 days. And we didn't have, the Euro. We didn't have all of these great products that push us out, so many days in advance. So it was really kind of using that technology, what we had, but letting people know about the storm surge was because it was kind of alien to these folks. They knew, remember, they haven't had a hurricane strike since at least, I think it was David maybe that came by in it was a 79. Anyway, they hadn't had a major hurricane strike really since Hazel and Gracie way back in the 50s. They had some storms that came on up, but it was the first real major strike that could bring a major storm surge. So communicating that was interesting, and it was you had to kind of explain to people what it was, and a lot of people didn't think that they could see 20 feet of water, and I mean, there's a lot of people are saying, oh, they're overdoing it, and stuff like that. So getting that message out there was rather interesting.
So Bill, I want to ask you a little bit about kind of bring your military background and career into your meteorology broadcasting career, and specifically when hurricanes like Hugo or other kind of big events like that have occurred. Is there part of your military background that helps you communicate that or be present and structured in the way you assist with letting people know the threats?
Yeah, it does, Dan. I mean, what it does is it gives you, in the military, everything's about readiness, right? So when I was, when you're working on a staff, or you're working as, whatever your job is in the military, everything is, especially in the reserve side of things, it's all about readiness. Are you trained up? Are you proficient in the software? Are you proficient in the forecasting? Is your staff ready for this? Is master control ready for this? Do they know how to put the crawls on? Do we know how to evacuate if we have to evacuate? There's, in military, there's a lot of readiness. We had to, you have to do a lot of training. And I think that kind of background also kind of floats over to what we were doing. And I still to this day have, readiness checklist for like tornadoes or tornado warning or severe weather, making sure our master control has, all of the things they need to make sure that they're ready to put us on TV at 2:00 in the morning if they have to. So, a lot of that comes from the military background. Excuse me. That's Ruby. That's Ruby. So a lot of things come from the military background that go into television that help me pretty much get through these storms. But I think it's a good background. And military is a whole different world. When I was doing military. On the weekend, I'd go away, or even during the week, I'd be like, it's like literally changing hats. It's a whole different world of the way things are done. TV is, there's been a show business. We got the science side of it, but there's show business, and it's a whole different world where military, it's totally different. So if you're briefing a commander, for example, on an upcoming storm, or you're doing a battle group command type of, if you're doing a forecast for a battle group, you're talking about, different types of weather, but those people, it's a different audience. So yeah, so you use that training, I think, to help you be ready. Readiness is the most important thing.
Well, that readiness was obviously very important in 1989 with Hugo, and it still is. Bill, we've talked about before on this show, in the unfortunate event that South Carolina and the South Carolina coast and Charleston area were to ever face another storm like Hurricane Hugo, how prepared are we nowadays in the Charleston metro for a major landfalling hurricane?
I think we're pretty well prepared. We're prepared, and we're at a point where we know what to do. We know how to get the messaging out there. We're prepared better than ever when it comes to communication between social media, the television, the OTT over the top stuff, all of the different platforms that we can broadcast to. So getting that word out is going to be even better. As far as evacuation and stuff like that, that is drilled pretty much every year. We have hurricane drills with the state and with the Highway Patrol and the National Guard and stuff like that. So I think South Carolina is pretty well prepared. There are some caveats. We flood on a good thunderstorm on a high tide down there. So depending on the timing of the storm, also the trajectory of the storm versus the coast, how much flooding that we could have. But to get people to move, we had a big evacuation during Florence, and that was a major. It was a Cat 1 actually. It was a major disruption, but it wasn't even a major hurricane as it came down the coast. But it was a rainmaker moving at 2 or 3 miles an hour, just flooding North Carolina and northeast South Carolina. But yet, governor, had evacuation all the way down through Beaufort County down into near the South Carolina Georgia border. That put a lot of people out saying, well, why am I evacuating? That storm's up near Myrtle Beach and it's really flooding like Conway and not us. So, and a lot of that we have to try to explain to people and say,
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
We don't make the evacuation call. We tell you what's going to happen weather-wise, what to expect. So in that reference, I think we can be ready. But there are always going to be, and I will guarantee you guys, there will be people that stay on the beach, and they did, and they have stayed through storms like Hugo or like Michael or like Laura and stuff, and they may or may not even survive, but they did. I remember during when we had a couple of storms in Florida, down in along the Keys, people staying, I'm staying through it, and then they come back to them like, afterwards, like, I'll never stay again, never, I'm out, I'm gone.
Talking about some of these climate change issues that we've had, certainly the sea levels are coming up, and, what has your perspective been on how, we've had to handle sunny day flooding since you started here going into now?
That's funny that you say that because, when we do have these 6.7, 6.8 tides on a beautiful sunny day, and you're trying to tell people we have a coastal flood advisory until 11 o'clock tonight, and they're like, it's not even raining. What are you talking about? And then all of a sudden, the pictures start showing up on Twitter of people's driveways being flooded and stuff like that, the drainage in the city. So sometimes it's hard to explain to people that, and it's people want simple answers sometimes, and sometimes it's hard to give a simple answer. And and there's not a lot of simple answers when it comes to weather. It can be complex, but even tides. When you talk about tides and talk about drainage, and you talk about some of the even the extreme low tides. Why boats are sitting up on when you have these blowout tides, boats are sitting up on the on sand, and they're like, did you say that was going to happen? Well, yeah, we did, but don't, so it's, it's just a matter of really schooling people. And sometimes it takes people by surprise a lot of times.
It's difficult to communicate that sometimes too in the low country because you have a bunch of visitors. Like I remember when I was there for the NWA meeting in 2013, there was a king tide going on at the time, and you could go down East Bay Street and there was an area that was flooded. And sometimes I think getting the word out to people who aren't local to the area and know this kind of thing can happen every now and then makes things even more challenging.
Yeah, that was a great meeting, by the way, Frank. We had a blast. That was a wonderful NWA meeting, and we'd love to have another NWA. We had an AMS meeting here too before that, and it's a great city for that. There's our shameless plug right there. We love to see everybody come back, but when we ever have conventions again. But yeah, I mean, it is, and it's hard to explain that to people that they say, hey, look, this is, this is not a rain event. This is not, we're not seeing a, major storm along the coast. Why are we getting flooding? And it's a beautiful blue sky day. So, a lot of it's education. The TV folks will tell you all the time that, they give us 2.5 minutes to do the weather and say, oh, by the way, could you explain how this stuff works? So it can be, it's challenging. And I always, when I coach people and doing weather, I'm like, you're taking such a complex thing and you're making it simple, but you have to, you have to cherry pick the most important things and let people know about them. What's good about today though, is that we have things like this podcast, things like social media, Facebook, and I'm sure you guys know, when we have big storms, and ask like Rob and everybody, Ricky will tell you, I mean, we're not only doing television, we're doing Facebook, and it's like, you'll do six shows and they'll say, by the way, can you do another Facebook Live in a half hour? And it's like, wow, I just went through all this, but I have to go through all this again. But again, it's sometimes for a totally different audience. So, we're kind of schooling people along the way as well.
Well, Bill, besides the whole weather TV gig, besides the military gig, you've also done some writing, right?
I have. That's kind of like a hobby, more fun than everything. Yeah, I did. I write some novels, and had one come out recently. It was right before the COVID thing. So we were setting up these like, we would do like Panera Breads we ended up going to different places to do some book events just to promote the book and whatnot. And then boom, COVID hit. Although we've been doing a lot, I've been doing some Zoom, what do they call them? Book things, book events, like a lot of book clubs and things like that. But yeah, I wrote a novel when I was flying a lot for the Air Force. Really, I started thinking about this when I was Navy first, and when I went from the Navy to the Air Force, my job in the Air Force had me flying quite a bit in different places on C-17s, and so I started thinking about these stories and stuff like that I put together in a book and in a novel. We actually pitched it. My first book was pitched as it was more of a national security thriller, and it was pitched as a TV show. And my agent was like, you know what, this would be a good book if they don't buy it as a TV show. And they didn't go for the TV show, but the other people came up and said, we'd like you to do the book on it. So, so I've done a couple of books and three novels, and that's, it's fun. I mean, I don't do downtime very well sometimes, so I've got to be doing something. So I guess I write sometimes, and it's really kind of enjoyable. The last one I did, which was Uncle Danny, was actually based on 3 live characters up in New England that were really they were the kind of the tip of the spear when it came to the booze business and prohibition. They were probably the biggest movers of liquor in the Northeast in New York, and one of them was a great uncle of mine. So so I got to write a book about it. So I thought that was pretty interesting.
Kind of on your weekend job has become air shows and aviation and flying recently. That's actually kind of how we met and talked about things and knew each other better, was through kind of the aviation world. Talk a little bit about your time with the paratroopers and announcing for them and doing all the stuff with the team.
Yeah, I love doing the air show stuff, Ricky, and as you know, and you do too, and a lot of our folks do. So yeah, when I was my last job when I was doing, I was with Special Operations Command with the SOCOM, the Special Operations Command Paracommandos, and my job was kind of a threefold job. I was a DZSO, Drop Zone Safety Officer, I was a weather officer, and I was a public affairs officer. I kind of had 3 hats. So as part of that, I ended up doing a lot of they know I was in television, so I did a lot of the narrations of the jumps, either into stadiums, into air shows. We did a lot of football games and things like that. So I did that for almost 4 years. I was on the team, the Paracommandos team, and it was a blast. So I got me into the air show side of things. I've always been fascinated with air shows. Just from being a pilot, just from being part of aviation. So I started doing some air show announcing. And again, there's some big announcers on the air show circuit. They're fabulous and great friends of mine. And I just kind of fill in when there's a show available. I'll throw my hat in the ring if somebody needs an announcer. And I really like announcing air shows. It's fun. It's a lot of work, actually. It's a lot. I mean, it's a long day. You're usually up in the sun and stuff like that. But it really gets you into the aviation side of things. And it's fun. So I really like doing air shows. I've been working with Air Show 360, a team that does a lot of air show broadcasting. We're kind of trying to take that announcing thing and do like Air Show Live, which is another broadcast company that does air shows. So 360 is like that, is kind of like what we've been doing. So yeah, it's fun. It's an enjoyable side gig that, I do every once in a while. It's a lot of fun.
Talk about how the aviation and weather kind of came together with the paracommandos and the jump team. You mentioned you were kind of the weather officer. What do you have to look for before you give the go or no go to jump out of an airplane?
So you've got a couple of things. Ceilings, right? You got to have at least 2,000 feet. You also have to have wind. The wind at the surface has to be within a certain component. Like for a stadium, 13.5 miles per hour. And then like on an air show outside at an air show, we could go up to 18 miles an hour. We had to make sure that we were going to be clear of clouds. So they wouldn't, if we were doing a high jump or a high show, we wouldn't be coming through clouds because you can't bust a cloud. I'd be dealing with that. I'd be dealing with winds aloft a lot because of, where the exit of the airplane is going to be and, where they're going to be landing on the ground. A lot like doing Navy weather, when you're doing strike weather, weather for, where a strike's going to happen. And that's interesting because you're actually, your airport's moving on an aircraft carrier. So you've got to do, your departure weather, your strike weather, your return weather, and the return weather may be completely different from where you left earlier that day, So it's kind of the same thing with the paracommandos. The weather may change from the early show, like if you're doing 2 jumps in that air show, the morning show versus the afternoon show. So, it's a constant look and change and tweaking of that. And then you also have to be able to call it off. I mean, the DZSO has the go, no go. So you got a lot of responsibility. You have to, if you have to scrub it, if you have to cancel it, sometimes you have to do that as they're standing in the door of the airplane. So that can be kind of colorful, especially when you have the commander is a Green Beret lieutenant colonel who's, very, very, a lot of these guys they're all special operators. They're amazing people. And they live in a kind of a different world than we do sometimes, because, it takes a special person to be a special operator, and they are incredible. But, and to tell them that, oh no, you can't jump because it's 14 miles an hour, not 13.5, it's going to be, you'll be buying the drinks at the bar that night. So it's pretty fascinating. And then I got to jump with the team as well. As a tandem, I jumping with the team. It's pretty fascinating because you end up, and if you've never done this, it's pretty, and you should try it. It's a lot of fun. And I got to, jump with some friends of mine. I got Cantori to jump with us. In fact, we're supposed to meet up at the end of October for a skydive with him and some other folks down in Zephyr Hills. So, it is it's fast, it's fun, but you just have to be able to make that call sometimes where, it's a scrub. So that's the toughest part, is saying no to a bunch of special operators that don't usually get, the weather doesn't bother them for anything they do, but because of the legalities of what we do as a performance team, you had to sometimes say no. So it's pretty fascinating.
If South Carolina were to be defined by one food, only one food, what would it be?
Shrimp and grits.
Shrimp and grits. Oh, I like that.
I agree.
You think so, Frank?
Absolutely.
Frank?
I love me some shrimp and grits. What's your favorite shrimp and grits down there in the Low Country?
Oh my goodness! There's Fleet Landing is very good. Actually, Poogan's Porch, probably some of the best, and they have the best biscuits in the world. They're about the size of a Volkswagen.
Best she crab soup too.
Yeah. Oh, the sheet crab's incredible, and those biscuits are as big as a Volkswagen. They're fabulous.
Bill, we've certainly appreciated your time tonight, and just the great stories. And I can speak for all of us. We appreciate you always be willing to join us when storms are about to affect the Carolinas, and we always appreciate that. If our followers who are not in Charleston but travel to Charleston, or maybe they do live in Charleston and don't follow you yet, how can they find you on social media?
So yeah, anytime, my pleasure. Whenever storm's coming, feel free to reach out. All of us down here are glad to jump on. We love the podcast. Rob, myself, everybody really, and Dave Williams. So the social media, it's just Bill Walsh TV for social media on the Twitter and Instagram side, and it's Bill Walsh Live 5 News on Facebook.
Bill, we certainly appreciate your time, and thank you guys for watching and listening to the Carolina Weather Group. We'll catch you next time here on the podcast and the live streaming show. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight, we have a very special guest with us. Former FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate is joining us. And Craig, we welcome you to the show. We're happy to have you this evening. Appreciate you wanting to spend some time with us to talk all things weather. You've experienced a lot from your journey in Florida to all the way up into Washington, D.C., being the FEMA Administrator. So we look forward to hearing your conversations tonight. For those who are watching, feel free to follow along with us on social media. Tell us what you think about the show. Let us know if you have any comments. So, Craig, welcome to the show. Our first question to our guests who've never been on is, what is your weather journey? Do you have a weather story? But I'm just going to ask you, what is your journey? I know you started off in Florida where a lot of weather affects you, but did you have a little bit of a weather bug growing up, or was it all in emergency management?
No, I can remember as a kid, you used to get the hurricane tracking maps at the grocery store, and there'd be storms out there, and you'd turn on the NOAA weather radio and wait for the tropical forecast to come through, and you'd listen and get the coordinates and chart the map where the storm was, well before the internet and a lot of other tools that we just take for granted.
With that, a young age, living in Florida, always keeping your eyes on the tropics, tell us about your journey through emergency management. I know we were talking a little bit off air. You started in a county and then kind of worked your way up. So tell us a little bit about that journey.
Well, my first experience with a hurricane, I was actually a paramedic here in my home county, Alachua County, Gainesville, Florida, where the University of Florida's at, when Hurricane Elena come buzzing through the Gulf of Mexico, and I was on duty for that shift. And we dealt with a storm that couldn't make up its mind and set off the coast for several days before it left. But I started out in 1987, moving from fire rescue to emergency management. Did that. Gainesville, sitting in the north part of the state, we get everything from severe thunderstorm is when we tend to see our most damaging storms. And so we would get every couple of springs, tornadoes moving through, straight line winds, stuff like that. Went to the state of Florida, dealt with a lot of weather-related events, but most notably the 04 hurricane seasons. And then I went to FEMA. And again, a lot of what FEMA responds to is weather-related disasters. A lot of flooding, tornadoes, Tuscaloosa, Joplin, hurricanes, most notably was Superstorm Sandy. So pretty much throughout my career in emergency management, probably more than anything else, has been weather-related hazards.
Tell us a little bit about emergency management and FEMA and how they work together to mitigate after serious storms and other types of disasters.
Well, the first thing I think people need to understand that the reason we have emergency management in the first place is the org chart of government's not built for disasters. And that's true at the local, state, and federal level. So what's happened in the late 70s was the National Government Association began to realize that every one of these big events was almost reinventing wheels. It was never clear who the federal agencies were, what the roles were. It constantly changed. And that really drove the formation of FEMA under a reorganization order that President Carter issued. But the relationship is the way states are set up is they're the primary response to all disasters. Depending upon how that state's organized, generally our first line is local governments, mutual aid, state mutual aid with the federal government in case of FEMA, supporting governors. So every time I hear somebody saying, well, FEMA ought to be in charge, I remind folks, our government's actually a federal government where states have the primary role in domestic emergencies with the federal government supporting them. And I like to point out that if FEMA was in charge of everything, it would have been hard to imagine an agency that could have responded to all the disasters that we saw during my term there without the leadership role of the governors, because FEMA just couldn't have handled all that. It really is this idea that all disasters are local. It doesn't mean we're abandoning everybody, but there are key roles and responsibilities. But like I like to tell people, when the disaster hits, we all work as one team.
And so, Craig, how hands-on were you with some of these departments, like the Storm Prediction Center, the National Hurricane Center?
Well, I'll give you an example. Both at the state of Florida and at FEMA, our practice was when we had storm threats, we would have the National Hurricane Center Storm Prediction Center. Sometimes, once we saw the rainfall forecast, Weather Prediction Center, relevant river forecast, and the affected National Weather Service offices all on those briefings. And I think, one of the things that I found when I got to FEMA was they were only talking to the Hurricane Center. And I'm like, you guys do realize there are other hazards, that there are forecast centers that deal with that. And the Weather Service in general, I think, really appreciated the fact that they finally had somebody that understood that the Hurricane Center isn't the only products that are being issued during these storm threats, and that, if we were seeing a significant flood risk from heavy rainfall, having the Weather Prediction Center now talking about that and amplifying that message.
What do you envision a response might look like to a hurricane in the age of coronavirus?
If you listen to what Mike said, and you go back several years ago and listen to him talking about hurricanes, he said the same thing. We've always recommended that people evacuate their friends and families, hotels and motels, and shelters as a last resort. So I think I'm less concerned about that messaging as the messaging we've been hearing, that people have been told to stay home, socially isolate, the risk of COVID, and not understand that if you're in an evacuation zone, you still need to evacuate. I think it gives more emphasis to the fact that we've always said friends and families are a much better option than shelters, that you don't have to go hundreds of miles. You just need to get inland away from the storm surge areas. And the other message, which is kind of a tricky one, is particularly in Florida, we've seen a lot of evacuations that aren't in evacuation zones. Essentially, people are trying to run away from the storm itself versus the storm surge. And Florida's trying to do some messaging around that, of know your zone, know your home. That if you're not in an evacuation zone and your home's relatively in good shape, built to current codes, to consider staying home and putting up your shelters and riding the storm out. Again, reducing the number of people evacuate. But the biggest thing I'm telling people about this hurricane season is, if you're in an evacuation zone, your plan is to evacuate, COVID or no COVID. And about the only real additions you need to make is add masks, hand sanitizer, disinfectants, and wipes to your go kits.
If you could find the disinfecting wipes. If anybody finds them, let me know. I will trade you toilet paper. I've got that, plenty of it.
What is your idea of what the plan is going to be for the rollout from emergency management perspective on shelters?
Well, the Red Cross and FEMA and the national organizations, volunteer organizations acting in disasters, have a website. It's the National Mass Care Strategy website, where they've been updating information on mass feeding, congregate and non-congregate care shelter. Well, I'm an emergency manager. Congregate and non-congregate, what does that mean? Congregate care is your traditional mass care shelters, where they're looking at how to screen, maintain social distancing, and minimize the spread of COVID in those shelters. But the other thing is looking at more utilization of hotels and motels, dorms, other spaces that usually weren't going to be picked for shelters. And I think there's an opportunity here. Everybody keeps telling me how hard it's going to be. And I'm like going, well, last time I checked, most hotels and motels are not really doing well. And FEMA will reimburse if you put people in hotels and motels. And I hear how hard it is to plan, but the reality is we have a lot of capacity, particularly in my home state of Florida, to put people up in hotels and motels. And FEMA will reimburse for that under protective measures. So we're still going to need mass care shelters. There's good information out there. It's updated fairly frequently as we learn more about COVID, and now that we're seeing cases increase. But the alternatives are, do you really want people not to evacuate because they're so fearful they have nowhere to go? Or do you prepare the shelters and understand that you're going to have to manage that with COVID and take the steps to minimize the spread?
Craig, the current administrator to FEMA, testified earlier today before Congress. We're taping this, but today, earlier on the 22nd of July, you had an opportunity as well to provide some feedback to members of Congress. What did you tell them about what you're seeing in the state of the ongoing coronavirus response?
Well, I think, again, my emphasis was on evacuations. We need to be clear about that and not mix messages with talking about how dangerous and confusing and everything else it's going to be and really focusing on when you're in the storm surge area, that's the primary threat we need to evacuate. And we need to acknowledge COVID, but we shouldn't use COVID as a reason not to evacuate. So we need to clear that communication up. But secondly, we know that moving people is a vector. And everybody talks about evacuations. I said, well, the other problem is going to be on the response. We're still going to need to move utility crews. We're still going to need to move search and rescue crews. But if you think about a lot of these disasters, we see a lot of volunteers moving. And that may not be our best tool. And everybody says, well, what are you going to do? I says, well, I don't know about you, but we got pretty high unemployment rates right now in Florida. So my question is, and having done this for a long time, there's not that much that requires people to have extensive training to be able to help in a disaster. And again, it's reimbursable. Why don't we hire people and put them to work locally? We've already seen this with COVID in states where local governments had actually hired restaurants to cook and prepare meals under contracts to feed people that were shut in or isolated or couldn't get to stuff. And again, I don't ever want to say we don't use volunteers, but I also think with the unemployment rates we have, particularly in the hospitality industry, I think there's opportunities to employ those folks during disasters to minimize the amount of people we have to bring in from outside of a community, but more importantly, start putting money back into the economy.
So let me ask you this one, Craig, because in your experience in not only preparing or helping communities prepare for disasters, but helping them afterwards too, I'm curious where your expertise and your opinion lies on.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Schools. Do you have an opinion or thought on whether kids should be going back to the classroom at this point?
This is going to be a hard one because I always like to talk about big numbers. You know, everybody said, well, there's a little risk. You know, kids don't generally get that sick. You know, we need to get the economy going. We need to get kids back in school. It's important for development. And I'm like, nobody's really answering this question. If the rate at which kids get sick and potentially the rate at which kids have serious complications or deaths are even like small percentages, like less than 0.1%. When you're talking about thousands of children going back to school, those are real people and those are real numbers. And I don't think we have a good answer for that. I also think that there is opportunities to look at how we go back to the classroom setting. You know, everything from a lot of schools don't have enough room to do social distancing. So what if we split the day in half and we split the school up where half the school goes in the morning, half the classes go in the afternoon? What if we started doing more classrooms, weather permitting, outside? You know, and again, because we're learning more about this is airborne and, you know, why masks are so critical in minimizing spread, you know, how is that going to all happen? And I'm not sure we have enough answers because in Florida, some of the schools will open up, you know, in the middle of August. So I think it would be prudent to think this through. Get some consensus on ways to do this. And again, I just don't think saying you're going to open schools is the answer. But I also don't think that keeping schools closed indefinitely is going to work either.
Shifting gears a little bit, you're passionate about the resilience divide. I see this here in Charleston a lot where we have, you know, sunny day flooding, and it often affects places that are less affluent than places that are more affluent. A lot of the more affluent places are getting, you know, they're getting some of the things like check valves. They're getting a seawall at the battery. But meanwhile, at the corner of Haggard and Fishburne, where there's low-income housing, you see at 6.8 feet tides, you start to see the creek overflow and start flowing across the road there. Several, you know, we had 80-something coastal flood events last year. So let's talk a little bit about that resilience divide and how we can maybe bridge that.
Well, the resilience divide is really how I'm trying to talk about the current process of using cost-benefit analysis to make decisions about investing in mitigation and building projects, particularly for future climate impacts, as well as the existing impacts we're already seeing. And so much emphasis is on how many tax dollars we save. You probably heard this, that for every dollar we invest, we save anywhere from $4 to $9. And so if you're looking at dollars, you'll actually save more money the more valuable the homes are that you're trying to protect. And lower income homes, working class communities don't score as well. So the bias, I don't think, was intended to short the most vulnerable communities, but by only looking at the cost benefit analysis of dollars saved versus dollar invested, we're going to see that divide go towards the more affluent communities, particularly those that can afford the cost share match of, in many cases, a minimum of 25% against the federal dollars. And I think we need to broaden the definition of cost benefit analysis to actually talk about the functional impacts to families and communities, not just to dollars saved on property.
Jared, I want to take what you just said and talk about Charleston and the resilience divide and just roll that into talking about climate change and climate change adaptation. Craig, what does that look like from a FEMA standpoint?
Climate's already changed. I think one of the problems we have is we keep talking about climate change as something that's going to occur in the future. And quite honestly, that's the way we talked about it in the majority of the Obama administration, was something that we were going to deal with in the future. But when Sandy hit, President Obama, and we'd already seen a lot of tornado and flooding activity and a pace that we'd not seen before. And we kept getting these record-setting events, which I remind people, if it's record-setting, we've never measured it before. And these weren't just isolated incidents. It was like a drumbeat. And the president said something that really, I think, shaped where we were going to go at FEMA. He says, the discussion about climate change is over. We need to start talking about climate adaptation. And the problem is our infrastructure was built for the past century of weather-related events. And climate is changing faster than our ability to keep up with infrastructure, to keep up with the improvements needed. And this is why I think it's so important as we talk about federal investments, big infrastructure, federal highway bill, HUD dollars, the alphabet soup of funding, including the FEMA disaster dollars. We have got to move away from building to our last 100 years worth of weather data and start building the future risk. And I think there are more and more people that get that we can't keep building the way we've been building if we're going to survive. But I think there's some urgency that, as much as people talk about reducing greenhouse gases, on our end of the spectrum, I think the change has already happened and we're not going back anytime soon. So adapting to what's happened, particularly our coastal communities, areas subject to flooding. We know that the extreme rainfall events is one of the clearest signals we've seen in the last decade from climate impacts. And we are way behind on both identifying, mapping, and explaining that risk, and then making the investments to start bending that curve.
And I want to kind of back up a step in keeping that same direction. We talked about Horry County. We talked about some of these areas that have been hit very hard by the watershed events from the hurricanes that have hit. Over time, things have built up, Matthew, and so on and so forth. Things have just gotten worse and worse over time. So these property values are down. And we get back to the resiliency divide and demographics. And so what is being done to help those that are less fortunate in the lower income or the lower value homes per se, that can't get back the dollars that they put into their home, ones that that's their total investment. And then others are getting funded for their properties, whereas these folks over here are not. Where is this going to be bridged at some point in the future? What's the plan for that?
It hasn't, and that's one of the reasons I think we need to draw attention to it. The Miami Herald ran an article a couple of months ago that looked at the National Flood Insurance Program, their buyout program, where they go in and buy homes out that are repetitive loss. And they found that there was a definite bias that a lot of that money went to the wealthier counties, not necessarily the most vulnerable communities. And I think that's why we need to talk about the resiliency divide. We need to get Congress to get behind this and really look at funding an adequate buyout program and focusing on the vulnerable populations, not just the property values or the cost savings that we may see in more affluent properties.
How in tune is Washington to how weather affects people? We live here in the Carolinas, the Charlotte metropolitan area, Winston-Salem, Greensboro. Over 2 million people live in that general area, and there's no adequate radar coverage to detect tornadoes, flash flooding. We hear these stories of folks who are continuing to have homes flooded, and they're not really getting the attention we need. Is this something that the Washington culture, the senators, the House representatives, they kind of push the weather and what it does off to the side? I know everything should be focused on, but do you think sometimes weather and their issues kind of get pushed to the side a little bit?
A little bit. The only time they get serious about weather is when there's a catastrophic failure in their district. I mean, think about it. The Weather Service couldn't even get a supercomputer to run better models until after Hurricane Sandy or Superstorm Sandy showed how inadequate their computational powers were. So unfortunately, everything from getting WSR 88s, which was the result of several airplane crashes due to microshear, to the latest funding for the Weather Service and this Superstorm Sandy stimulus package, Washington tends to be reactive. And so until a member gets hit in their district, then it becomes a big issue. But overall, most people treat the weather, and again, it was always amazing to me, members of Congress that thought you could defund the Weather Service because you had other private meteorologists issuing forecasts, and the Weather Service shouldn't be competing with them. And they actually were promoting defunding the Weather Service and letting other organizations do it.
Craig, do you think we have a radar crisis on the horizon?
I think if we're serious about being able to rapidly detect fast-moving tornadoes, particularly now that the warning systems have caught up with the forecasting. Just having better resolution on forecast, but we can't tell people more precisely, I don't think would have been a good match. But if you think about it now, we're moving away from county-wide warnings to polygons. We now have, with the weather, the wireless emergency alerts, the better ability to geocode cell phones, and now moving past the original 120 characters to start including links in that, we can actually now issue across cell phones more detailed warnings from the Weather Service than their current technology can really do. And they've been migrating that way. So now they can do polygon warnings, yet they're still basing it upon radar technology that will miss part of that. There's still gaps in that coverage. And everybody forgets, unless you're in severe storm mode, those things are scanning. Everything you're seeing is delayed. It's not what's actually happening. So, we've seen this before where the tornadoes will actually drop, hit, and pop back up before the radar completes its circle and it gets the updated forecast information. So by the time you see a hook echo, it's already done its business and dropped back in the sky.
Well, Craig, I want to transition us away from this last topic. And as we're kind of running short on time here, talk about something that is near and dear to all of our hearts here at the Carolina Weather Group, the Waffle House Index. That's something that we've talked about before. We had the PR director, Pat Warner from Waffle House, on last year in 2019 to discuss what exactly it is from the Waffle House perspective. But I'd like to hear about it from the FEMA perspective and how the Waffle House Index works its way all the way up to the president.
Well, FEMA will tell you that the Waffle House Index really isn't their index, and that was just me trying to be folksy. But it actually started in Hurricane Charlie. I'd been out on several disasters, and the thing I could just it was just accepted was if there was anything open, it was going to be a Waffle House. But in Charlie, we had gone down to Charlotte County, and I ended up staying down there for about 2 weeks. So we'd get up around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, try to find something to eat, and we'd spend the rest of the day working. And, we're doing 18-hour days, so if you didn't get breakfast, you may not eat. The first morning we get up, and we were down near Fort Myers. We had to get on the interstate and head south because there was nothing open where we were at. And the first thing we get to is Waffle House. We go in and sit down, and this lady comes out with a mimeograph menu. You're so used to the big plastic menus, and I already knew what I was going to order. But she says, the only thing we have is on this. And that was like, well, okay. And so we ordered, but, we got coffee, we got our eggs, we got a good breakfast. But it wasn't everything you would normally expect there. Next morning we get up, and the actual interchange we're at now, Waffle House was now open. Went in there, same deal, mimeograph menu. So the folks I was with, Ben Nelson, who was our state meteorologist in 2004, he's now with the Jacksonville Weather Service office as a forecaster there. And at that time, Major Tad Warfel, now Colonel Warfel with the Florida National Guard, with me. And they basically, we were color coding the counties after Charlie. red, yellow, and green using a stoplight to show indicators, EOC activation, search and rescue, schools, stuff like that. And they put into the slide deck the Waffle House index. And that's where it came from. Green was open with a full menu, yellow was open with a limited menu, and red was closed. And I guess it would have stopped there, except we had changed how we operated in Florida. We weren't waiting for the counties to do assessments to say they needed help after these hurricanes, because I kept asking, well, why don't we just respond like it's bad? We'll get there faster, and if they don't need us, we'll go home quicker. Well, the question was, if you're responding out on the Panhandle, like with Hurricane Ivan, and you're driving out I-10, and literally we were going right as soon as the hurricane force winds passed, I told guys, we're going to be safe, but we ain't going to stay dry. We're not waiting for blue skies. So we were going right as the storm was moving out. And the question was, where do you stop? And that was kind of how the Waffle House Index got used. If you got there and the Waffle House was open, it ain't bad. Keep going. If you get there and the Waffle House is open, but they got a mimeograph menu, well, we're dealing with power outages. We probably got a lot of mass care issues. But for the search and rescue teams, don't stop. Keep going. And if you get there and the Waffle House is closed, that's going to be pretty bad. Go to work. And it just kind of became the shorthand. In Florida, it seemed like all these hurricanes going across the interstate, the Waffle House was a pretty good indicator of what was happening. And the other thing, because we never really talked to the Waffle House, about them getting open and all the stuff they do to stay open. It was just our shorthand for where do we stop and go to work when we're driving in the areas, because you'll start seeing damages 100 miles out with a hurricane, but that's not where the impacts are worse. And so it just became a shorthand for us of where do you go to work in a hurricane?
So I got to ask, Craig, what's your go-to meal at Waffle House? I mean,
New York strip steaks. I like the steak and eggs, scrambled eggs, hash browns, scattered and smothered, black coffee.
And if you're on the limited menu, what do you go with?
Scrambled eggs, omelets, whatever they got. I'm not picky if they got a limited menu. But generally they'd have eggs and bacon, stuff like that. The funniest thing was when I was in Joplin. We got out there. I was actually on the West Coast, had to fly back into Joplin, got there late at night. We did a whole bunch of interviews the next day. I've been running on about 3 hours sleep in about 48 hours. It's now about 6 p.m. We're heading back to our hotel for the first time. And there's a Starbucks, and all these cars are parked around the Starbucks. I'm like, hey, guys, just pull in. I need a coffee. And we pull into the Starbucks. It was closed. We couldn't figure out why all the cars were there. Then we realized they didn't turn their Wi-Fi off. So folks in Joplin they were just trying to get connections were circled around there. So we went back to our hotel. There's a Waffle House right there. I'm like, we're going in there. I know they got coffee. And sure enough, you go into the Waffle House, they got coffee because they're pouring bottled water into the coffee makers. Because all of Joplin was under boiled water orders. But Starbucks was closed, Wi-Fi was on. Waffle House, they're just pouring bottled water in those coffee makers making coffee. So I got my coffee.
So switching gears, Craig, I wanted to ask you, are there any memorable moments that stick out in your mind while you worked at FEMA? For example, the 2011 tornado outbreak in Alabama or Superstorm Sandy, anything like that?
Yeah, it was the Tuscaloosa tornado outbreaks was pretty impressive. And again, we came into Birmingham, picked up a Black Hawk, and I was flying up to the northern part of the state. And I don't think people realized how bad the northern tier of the Alabama counties got hammered. TVA had major transmission lines ripped out. We went to one town. They were basically lost everything. They had brought a command post from the southern counties. They used to go the other way during hurricanes. They'd all go south. But that thing, everybody from the south was going north. And they literally had 911 in this mobile command post, and they were dispatching, and everything, all their equipment was lined up on the side of the road because the station was just gone. And I remember, the president was coming in. He gets on, how bad it is. I'm trying to describe it, but it really was. It was hard to describe. He got there, he saw it, and that kind of came shorthand. So Joplin happens, and I'm on the ground in Joplin. I get the same call. He's going to come in a couple of days. He was always very respectful that he didn't want to get there when it would have interfered with the response, because he knew what happens when he comes in as far as security and stuff like that. But he didn't want to wait too late. So it was always, the governor, working with the governor, working with local officials, and essentially, my recommendation. So he's calling me about Joplin, and he's going, how is it? And I says, it's worse than Tuscaloosa. And he's like, worse? And I have to say, Joplin, as far as total devastation, is the first time I've seen total devastation. When you were down where that hospital was, I mean, think about a tornado that's powerful enough to rotate a steel frame building and actually turn it. Literally the area a mile wide, close to 10 miles long, varying in width. Anything in there was totally destroyed. Anything outside of it pretty quickly got to the point where you didn't even know a tornado hit. And I just remember that, describing it to him, and he's going, how bad is it? I said, it's worse than Tuscaloosa. And he was just taken aback because the impacts in Tuscaloosa were pretty dramatic. And I'm like, yeah, it's worse here in Joplin.
Well, Craig, one last question, kind of a fun question. You kind of, a little bit discussed it just a few seconds ago. You and President Obama, Vice President Cheney, you're sitting around. Did y'all ever talk about weather? Weather's a thing that a lot of people talk about. Did you guys just ever, talk about the weather, what's going on?
No, but, between I went out on a couple of disasters with Vice President Biden, and I remember going up into Scranton, Pennsylvania. And it was really funny because he's like, Craig, these are my people. And I knew he was from the area, but I didn't realize that, people on the street knew Joe and called him that. I'm like, Mr. Vice President. They go, hey, Joe, how's your, I haven't seen you. And Joe would be going, how's your grandfather, your dad, cousin, uncle? He knew people. So that was the thing that really struck me about Vice President Biden was in a lot of these communities we go into, he had a very personal connection, and particularly in that part of the country, they knew he was from there. They knew the families. They knew each other. President Obama, I remember two things. One, I was meeting him down in New Orleans. It was the anniversary of Katrina, and he's asked me how it's going. I said, well, we got hurricanes in the Pacific, hurricanes in the Atlantic, and fires in between. And he just looks at me and says, you're a smart ass. I'm like, hey, I'm just reporting what's happening. But the other cool thing about the president was I was told early on that they wanted me to wear my logo wear when I was at the White House during disasters. So during Matthew, I'm giving a briefing to the president in the Oval Office, wearing khakis and my FEMA logo shirt and my FEMA windbreaker, and everybody else is in suits. And there's this great picture of the president. I'm sitting next to the president wearing my blazer and my logo wear. Everybody else in suits for the briefing. And people said, how do you get away with that? Everybody else dressed up to go in there says, they basically told me to look like I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. So I wore what I wore when I was at FEMA headquarters when I went to the White House to brief. In fact, if I was wearing a suit, they'd always, look at me kind of excused. I said, hey, this is camouflage. When I'm wearing a suit, I just blend in with everybody else running around with a White House badge.
We certainly enjoyed having you. If you have a website, social media that account or anything like that, that our listeners and people who are viewing this can follow, how can they do that?
Well, I tweet a little bit. I guess that's, you should be aware of that. So
that's how we met. Yes.
No, I'll tweet it, Facebook it, and LinkedIn it. Again, I've seen you guys out there. I've just, thrilled to be invited.
Hey, we're
now I feel like I've made it. I've been on the weather group,
Well, we appreciate your time, and again,
I just sent Marshall Shepard an email says, I've been on your podcast, but it wasn't half as much fun as the Carolina.
Craig, thank you for being with us tonight. Interesting conversation, and folks, again, it's very important to know the risk as we enter the COVID season or the hurricane season mixed in with the COVID, and hopefully you'll take Craig's advice as you prepare. So until next time, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you back here on the Carolina Weather Group. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Welcome to another episode, and tonight's going to be a fun episode. I'm going to go ahead and apologize. I hope I don't talk too much because we're combining weather and sports, and when we do that, it really makes me happy. Tonight we have on with us Sean Bratton and Mike Ventrisi from the Fantasy Football Weather Guys, and if you play fantasy football, you may have never thought about the weather element to it. And so tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk about the product and how you can follow along throughout the year so your fantasy football team is up to par and potentially beating the rest of your people who are not thinking about the weather. So we're happy to have Sean and Mike on with us tonight. And guys, we appreciate your time. We'll go ahead into the conversation since both of you guys are first-time guests with us. We always start off our questions like this. We want to know how you got kind of caught up into the weather bug, the weather story. So, Mike, what is your weather story? And then we'll let Sean tell his weather story.
Hey, so thanks so much for having us, guys. This question always comes up, and it always starts off with, it's usually always the same answer, right? It's some kind of high impactful weather event that has just kind of brought us into the field. So I grew up on Long Island, New York as a kid, and ended up experiencing Hurricane Bob in 1991. So it knocked out our power. I'm like, what is going on outside? I originally wanted to be a veterinarian, and I would go home and watch the Weather Channel after that hurricane, just watching Cantori on there with during the season. And I realized I should probably change profession pathways and go into that meteorology just because of how nerdy I was just kind of sitting out under an umbrella watching a thunderstorm. So
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Really got me into that passion, and that's pretty much why I ended up getting a PhD in tropical meteorology.
Yeah, so I didn't grow up too far from where I grew up. I grew up in New Milford, Connecticut, so it's in Litchfield County, Connecticut, and I actually still remember this day very vividly. I was in first grade, and we were on our, getting ready to pack up and go home, but they didn't let us because we had a tornado warning. So I was basically plastered my face to the window, looking at these ominous clouds and the rain, and I was just like in awe the entire time. Everyone else was scared. I was there up on the window, wondering what the heck was going on. And we were actually kept after school for quite some time until the night, until things got cleared up. We did have a tornado touchdown near our school in Litchfield, Connecticut. So it was a really cool event. And then also the blizzard of '96 was a big high impact weather event that happened in early January of '96. That was a big event for me. I remember that. We had off school, and we had like 24 to 30 inches of snow. So it was a really cool event too. And then of course, I'm sure you hear this a lot, but the movie Twister came out, and that kind of sealed the deal for me after watching that.
We were talking off air, but we've done this show for a while, and it seems like that there's a common denominator there with Twister and how many people is brought into this industry because of the movie. Yep. Like us, we all have our other weather day jobs, and we kind of do Carolina Weather Group, for fun, and that's what you guys do with the fantasy football weather guys. Tell us about what you do in your daytime jobs. I know you guys are both connected in the weather industry as well.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start off. And so I work currently for the weather company, which is owned by IBM. When I started my career there, I dabbled with a lot of energy forecasting, pretty much providing weather information to folks who were trading natural gas futures and some of the utilities. But since IBM has stepped into the picture here, they have been transitioned into more of a I guess you could say an analyst. My title is a meteorological engineer, essentially, where my main goal in the company now is to make sure that our forecast offerings are the number one most skillful product out there. So it's been a lot more of data engineering, software engineering, and playing with Twitter on the side, pretty much. It's kind of how it's evolved.
For me, I'm actually I teach AP Physics at a school called Lane Tech here in Chicago. So I teach honors in AP Physics, and then I also teach at the College of DuPage. I teach some weather and climate courses there.
This is very cool. And so, Sean, that's something weather, it seems like a lot of people are interested in, but you're actually teaching these kids. We'll get into fantasy football, but I find this really unique.
Yeah.
What is it like teaching kids weather? I mean, it's something I know we all get to go out and do school talks, but you're actually maybe talking to high schoolers, college kids.
Yep.
What's the field like right now? I mean, is there a lot of interest in weather?
Yeah, so I have taught at the high school level and the college level. And in both of those cases, people are just kind of taking it as a gen ed, right, to take that credit. But one of the things that I found is the application of the content really goes a long way. So if you're going to sit there and just read off some slides, they're going to go to sleep. But really getting them involved with the weather, looking at current events, looking at maps. I had students typically do their own map discussions, run their own map discussions. Once we get into forecast mapping and all of that stuff, and they really seem to enjoy that. And there are a lot of students that have become avidly interested in weather as a result. I have a few people really interested in climate, some in more in synoptics and in mesoscale meteorology. That's been really cool. We also do kind of like these little trips. The National Weather Service locally here will do balloon launches, and they'll kind of go and kind of experience that, which is a really cool experience for them. But it's really cool. I mean, really just it's a really cool science to bring to life because you experience it every day. And students really enjoy that aspect of actually being able to experience the weather, make your own forecasts, and kind of making it come to life.
That's very true. Well, let's talk about fantasy football, weather. I told you guys before I play fantasy football, but never really put the concept together until I came across your product. So, tell us how did you guys become about? I mean, how did this website? Blog. I know you guys do a podcast now. How did you guys come about putting the product together?
Yeah, we Sean and I have been talking about fantasy football and the weather component for a number of years. We've kind of gone back and forth and just saying, hey, did you see that snow game? You know, like Roethlisberger threw 4 interceptions. He was projected to be the #1 quarterback of the week. What just happened there? It's been, you know, just kind of this informal thing for a while.
Yeah.
And it's kind of evolved throughout the year, a couple of years now. You know, we've been essentially, in a nutshell, Sean and I are probably the most competitive people you'd ever meet. And we need to be, essentially, we're competitive with everyone else, but also really competitive with each other. So we want to try to find any edge that we can when essentially trying to optimize our lineups on a given week. And I think this is kind of how it spawned out, Sean. What would you say?
Well, yeah, it's kind of funny because Mike and I first started listening to this fantasy football podcast, and we would be always going back and forth. And there's one thing that they always brought up, like, hey, you could become a part of our league of record, meaning you can join their fantasy football league. And these guys are big time. They're all over the place. You know, everyone knows them. That's in the fantasy football community, the fantasy footballers. And we were like, hey, I wonder what would it take for us to actually be able to be part of their league? And we were like, well, you know, we're really in tune with the weather and what's going on week to week. You know, maybe we can trade our experience with weather and letting them know what the forecast is, and maybe they'll let us be in our league. And so Mike and I were actually kind of just pitching this idea, and we're like, wait, like as Mike explained, we were thinking about all these events in which weather has played a major role, and we're like, you know, we may have something here. And so last August, essentially, we were like, hey, let's do this. So Mike threw together a website. He's like, all right, we're going to meet at this time every week, do a forecast, and, you know, make projections for players. We had a data set we were able to work with at the time. And then we brought on our friend Colin, who's kind of our producer and behind the scenes guy. And our host, exactly. And he's been kind of doing stuff on the side. And it just kind of gained momentum during big weather impact games. We would get people on Twitter and asking us for advice and what was going on. And it's kind of built. And now we're at a point where we brought on Nick Schiraldi, who also has a PhD in meteorology, and he's working, on our quantitative statistical analysis package and user interface on our website to really kind of nail down those numbers, and as Mike mentioned, to kind of give you the edge. So, it's just a really cool thing that we kind of were like, hey, you know, let's just try it out, see what happens, and it's kind of getting some momentum over the last year or two.
I just want to say one quick thing. All the fantasy football weather guys we just mentioned, we're all University of Albany alumni guys. So. That's our deep root connection.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and share your website. Let's take a look at what you guys have created here. And I mean, this is pretty impressive because it looks like you guys have developed your own modeling within for the continental United States, or what we call CONUS. And so you have U.S. winds and precipits primarily for these, with the key, of course. And it looks pretty simple to understand for the average person, right? I mean, for lay terms, this will show a forecast. If we take like west wind, if we have games out west, I assume there's a little bit of a learning curve here, but who came up with this idea, and how does it help enhance your the experience for fantasy football if folks want to get plugged into the weather to maybe determine their outcomes?
Yeah, so when we were thinking about these to try to bring up some kind of weather maps here, the first thing we thought about is how do we identify where the stadiums are for people to see what type of weather impacts they could actually be. So essentially, wherever you see those circles with the X in the middle, that's essentially the location of a stadium that actually is predicted is in the upcoming week of games. So you can see here that the Titans there must have a game coming up here. So those stadiums will actually change each week depending on where the home game is. So if you see a little circle with a dot in the middle, that's actually a game where a home game that usually has like a cover on it, so a dome or some kind of retractable roof, so weather won't be an impact there. But the way that we wanted to really get these maps to be helpful is when there are high weather impacted events, those circles will change colors. So you can see often when an area of heavy precipitation or some stronger winds moves in, you'll see that circle turn to an orange or even a red. So like the orange would represent there's a possibility of some impactful conditions from weather if there's a football game taking place during that hour forecast lead you're looking at. If it turns red, it means there's a high chance for some impacts.
If I were to pick east wind and go forward,
you can just go forward.
We would see, there's orange right there. So we're showing the folks out there, if you just hit forward on these buttons, you'll see these impacts in time. And I'm trying to see how far out these go. Do these go out?
Yeah. They'll go all the way to Sunday. I think recently, the most recent model run, 18Z on Sunday. We got right there. We got one in Miami. I think they're supposed to get some precipitation and maybe some wind. So I think I was on 0Z Monday or 18Z Sunday for this upcoming week. I think that's the only caution that we have for upcoming weeks. It's going to be a relatively quiet week this week, but
there it is right there. So it popped up. Looks like Tuesday evening. So it looks like that timeline got pushed back a little bit. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty neat how you've integrated weather into a forecast impact for a specific area, and it could be anything. It could be anything going on for that area too. So
Sure.
Football games in particular, but that's pretty neat. I really like that format. Now, tell us a little bit about the fantasy impact table.
Yeah, sure. So this is a table that will outline each set of games for the week. And to be honest, there's been so many changes with the schedule here because of all the impacts from COVID. But so we try to make sure this is up to date. And I think I did update this on Tuesday. So essentially, it'll show out the slate of games here, and it'll be in chronological order. There are a time and weather impact there. And you can see for the weather, if it says fair, this is the predicted weather for the time of the game, then the impact will show none, right? If you have good conditions, there won't be any real impacts from weather. But if you do see certain criteria met in the wind or precipitation, that's where essentially you could see things like a caution, where essentially winds might be and precipitation might be like this marginal type of event where there's probably going to be some weather, but it doesn't look like it's going to really be a stunter or a significant impact on all the players in the game. But if you do see some criteria, let's say you have winds 20 miles per hour with heavy rain for the duration of the game, that's where you would see an extreme impact. And this table would update that this updates probably twice a day. So this is a way to kind of come back to the site and look at it.
And this kind of gives us a bird's eye view as to what to expect. So what we do is we use this as kind of a template, and then we'll expand on this during our podcast, and we'll let people know what players we're interested in, because we do have historical stats for specific players and also by position in general. And we can elaborate on, okay, we have forecast at 18, 25 mile an hour winds, whatever it may be. Well, this player in windy conditions, this is how they perform statistically. So we kind of update them on the expectations based on the weather. We are in the process of updating this. Hopefully over the next several weeks. Again, our buddy Nick Giraldi is going to actually customize this by position and also possibly by players. So the ultimate thing is people want to know, how is my fantasy team going to be impacted? That's bottom line, right? So we're going to have fantasy point differentials based on those weather conditions that we're going to be adding to this table hopefully soon here.
And Sean, you were talking a little bit earlier. You guys actually are doing a lot of the analytics and numbers, and you're talking about specific players who may see the effects. You're talking about Roethlisberger throwing 4 INTs in a snowstorm, or it could be Denver. It's an extremely windy day, so Drew Lock, the wind may affect his performance. So how do you guys talk to us a little bit about that? How you're breaking down how it's affecting individual players?
Yeah, I can lead on this one. So we have basically archived data that we're able to use that breaks it down basically almost every play for every game going back to 2009. So what we're able to do is look at those fantasy stats. So we have fantasy point projections for half point PPR, full point PPR, standard leagues, and we're able to look at how that player has performed statistically during those weather-like events. So, hey, how is this quarterback performed in 20 to 30 mile an hour winds? Okay, well, we see a decrease in fantasy points by 4. And they throw their TD or their touchdown interception ratio has changed X, Y, and Z amount. And then we also kind of have another stats package that we'll use based on weather conditions as well. So what we try to do is say, all right, our forecast is this for the weather. Let's look at the specific players and, the positional players that we're interested in for that game and see if there's actually going to be an impact. Because quite frankly, for some players like an Aaron Rodgers, maybe we don't see as much of an impact for them. So we're not going to be as concerned about that player. For other players like a Jared Goff or something like that, or Kirk Cousins, for example, who played in Seattle this week during rainy games, there's an impact there we've seen statistically. So we really got to kind of decipher. We just, we kind of do this by position, but even a little bit more specifically by player when appropriate.
That's really awesome. You guys have been doing this. Obviously, you started the website last year when we're recording this, it's October 14th. So we're about week 5, I think, into the season, maybe week 6. I can't remember with COVID and all that stuff going on. But talk about how the fans, how have you guys, the outreach? I mean, have you got a lot of positive responses from fantasy footballers? How's that went?
So I think our biggest interaction with folks right now is on our Twitter handle at FF Weather Guys. Where it typically the interaction is most prevalent during weeks where there is predicted weather and the folks are aware of those impacts. Usually when you see like some of the mainstream media or sports channels talking about weather impacts, and usually I guess that as you get up into later in the season, as we know, winter storms or late fall storms can get more energy from the jet streams. That's where we typically see those larger weather impacts. And I think that's where the draws start to come in, especially when people are fighting for those playoff positions, right? They want to make sure that they don't make a mistake, and people start to get really meticulous with their lineups. And we're speaking more specifically on like these redraft leagues, essentially where you have like a draft at the beginning of the season and you have your team throughout the year. So that's where we've seen the most interaction with regards to our fan base.
Yeah, and during those weeks, I mean, we'll broadcast on our Twitter feed like, hey guys, this is what we're forecasting. Here's the impacts, and people will reach out to us. So like, hey, I'm deciding between playing this player and that player. What do you think? And we'll say, hey, based on what we've seen in these weather conditions, this player has a discrepancy of this. We would side with this guy. And so we've seen this for a variety of weather events. Most people think of the big rain or snowstorms, but this also applies for high impact wind events as well. We had 1 week last year that we had 4 big wind events, whereas 25, 35 mile an hour winds, we saw considerable impacts.
Yeah. One of those games was the Kansas City Chiefs, and people who were starting Tyreek Hill and Patrick Mahomes, they were, really intent on getting some of those deep bombs that just never happened. They didn't get any passes over 20 yards.
Yeah.
You literally see these coaches' plans. They change their game plans essentially based off of some of these weather conditions.
Yeah, when it's bad enough. And even more recently, like Mike and I use this information. We were expecting rain for the Washington game and for the Washington football team. And so we actually steered away from Terry McLaurin, and he only had 3 catches for 26 yards, I believe, on Sunday. So which I mean, it wasn't wet for the entire game, but enough where it played an impact. So, yeah.
You mentioned mainstream media. You don't have to drop any names, but have you found maybe a few of those folks sliding into the DM saying, hey, what's the weather going to be like? Everybody's always asking for fantasy football advice. Who should I start? Who should I sit? Have you ever had any any messages from folks, maybe on the TV that's asked for your opinion?
So I don't think we've had any essentially any folks reach out for start-sit decisions regarding that, but we have some interaction with some of the folks from Fantasy Pros and the Fantasy Footballers, and I think there was a couple of folks from Yahoo. It's Yahoo that are all involved in the industry that will kind of interact time to time with us on Twitter. I think last year, one of the guys from the Fantasy Footballers, Jason Moore.
Jason Moore, yep.
Yeah, he reached out, and it was literally a question about weather, and he's just like, is there any weather experts out there that would understand to know if what the actual forecast is here, because it was during that time of year where it was really high impactful for the people watching for this particular game. And he did reach out to just put a general question. And a lot of our fans CC'd him or tweeted at him with our handle, so we can kind of go in there and provide some information.
Hey guys, we touched on this a little bit with talking about individual position players and the impacts on them. I was wondering a little bit about the kicking and punting game. I mean, that seems to be an area of the game that could really be influenced by wind in particular, but also precipitation as well. What sense do you guys make of how important weather is on that aspect of the football game?
Yeah, that absolutely is. And a lot of this comes down, another message that we speak to is it really matters based on the stadium as well, how the winds are swirling around that stadium, how they're funneled in, and also the field type as well. Is this an AstroTurf? Is this a grass field? So those are all things that play in to how well a kicker can perform in weather conditions. We're in the works right now of gathering kicker data, so I don't want to say anything quantitatively as far as like from a statistical analysis standpoint, but observationally we usually talk about games after we see them after the week, and we'll talk about kickers, and we definitely notice that higher winds going cross field or going against the kicker definitely have an impact for sure.
So
Mike,
guys, on any given
sorry,
Sunday, we can have a very diverse slate of weather across the U.S. Are there any particular locations across, anywhere that you guys forecast for that you find particularly challenging or frequently come up as a caution flag?
The most challenging weather for us is convection. It's a really anything in the Florida area, typically in the southeastern United States. This is something that we struggle with early season, late summer into early fall when convection's still blooming. And the high res models will pick up on this stuff. And, we're out 72 hours out. We're like, all right, it's looking like it's going to happen. And we literally have to update people like hourly on Sunday to be like, all right, guys, this is the recent model run. This is what we're expecting. Because, those are mesoscale features that are incredibly hard to predict for a 3 to 4 hour window of time during a ball game. But at the same time, those could be incredibly impactful because you got heavy rains and a lot of wind typically associated with those as well. So I would say those are the ones that we struggle with the most when there's any type of convection.
Yeah, those are the events that typically trip our algorithms in our fancy impact table and some of our maps. You look at those circles, and when we change different colors, you'll see certain model runs show the impacts, and then all of a sudden they take them away because the models are having a hard time resolving the convective features. And sometimes they can sneak under the radar. I remember there was a game last year in Jacksonville where we had this strong northeasterly flow off the ocean that was just bringing these shallow convective cells across the stadium. And it was just like the popcorn variety. And it was just causing, you would hear we didn't talk about it much in the podcast that week because the models didn't see it. And then all of a sudden they'd be raining on and off during the game. And Sean was sending us messages. Do you see this rain? It's going. It's the announcers are talking about it. We missed this. I'm like, oh my God. The joys of forecasting Florida weather.
I can only imagine your models. Is it like a blended run? Is it like a high resolution, like her 3 kilometer going into the NAM 3 and 12, then to the GFS out to the 7-day? Do you layer it in that manner? That way you get the higher resolution or the RAP in the first couple of days? So
this is something that we're still working on. And right now, as we were kind of spinning up things here, we've been relying mainly on GFS data at first, but we are shifting over to leverage the national weather blend of models from the National Weather Service. So we are going to be shifting over to that because obviously those are the guys that are paying attention more to each location as and try to be as skillful as possible. And then we can take that information and convert it into the impact, or how that impacts for specific players. So it takes some of the burden off of us in the forecasting world and allows us to focus on that impact piece.
And then we can also elaborate on that. I mean, because we may use that from the National Weather Service, but obviously we have access to the different high resolution models. And again, that's something that we typically expand on during our podcast. And there may be some games that don't even come up as a caution on our table necessarily because they may not meet a certain threshold. But for us, just observationally, we know these are things that we need to monitor. So we'll mention them during our podcast or on Twitter.
You're talking about Southeast convection. I would also imagine maybe lake effect snow, Buffalo, Chicago, Cleveland, Green Bay, all locations that could see that, where one side of town could get 6 feet and the other side could get like 2 inches,
Getting back to your social media outreach and your fans, the football fans in general, and how you integrate, how you kind of mesh with everything. How do your fans respond to your products, right? Because it looks like you do everything kind of for free. You're sort of providing that kind of service. And do you find that a lot of fans are really into what you do and share it out, and you get a lot of good response and positive feedback out of it? Or how does all that work? How do you get your how do you know how you're doing overall?
Yeah, no, we always appreciate the feedback. We'll have some people that'll reach out like, oh, I really wish I knew this, or I really wish you approached it this way or offered this kind of information. And again, that's kind of how we're working in developing our webpage and our user interface. So most people have been really constructive and just really helpful and really nice, which is not always the case in the weather world, as we know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, it's been a really good experience. We used to even do a photo contest where people would, obviously not the case now, at least for most stadiums, but where if you were at a game where there was weather, take a picture for us and, we'll put it on our website or show it during our podcast. And people seem to appreciate that as well.
Yeah, on our website.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Called a mailbag where some folks can come in and write us a question, and we can essentially take that feedback and discuss it and respond back. So that's something that's also an option on the website.
Yeah, I think it's this right here. So you can put your message in and submit. And then there was also what you talked about with this weekly weather blog, then the photo contest. So looks like, you give folks an incentive to sort of be more of a part of the website, which I think is great because you're allowing them to interact with you in your domain, which is awesome. So
well, talking about the product, we'll start to wrap up here. How can we find you? What's the social media platform of choice? I don't know if you guys do Facebook. I know you do Twitter, but tell us about social media. I know you guys do podcasts, blogs. I even think you might be dabbling into doing some live game updates. Am I correct with that?
Yes. Yeah. So we've been moving onto the Twitch platform. So if you twitch.tv/FF Weather Guys. That's essentially, we have our show usually on Thursday or Fridays. We try to do it around 8 p.m. And then when there are high impact weather events on a Sunday, we'll get up on Twitch again and have a Sunday show, usually around 11 a.m. That's one source where we've been kind of more interactive with folks.
Well, guys, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. Make sure if you're a fantasy football player, go check out these guys. Fantasy Football Weather Guys. Google them. You can find the Twitter account, website, all of that good info, and make sure that you tune into the blog and the podcast, as well as the live broadcast there on Twitch on Sunday morning. So until then, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you next time here on the Carolina Weather Group.
Good evening from Charlotte. It is June the 17th, 2020. I'm James Brierton. Did you get a chance to see the sun today at all? Maybe kind of sort of. We have been cut off from the rest of the world. No, I'm not talking coronavirus. I'm talking about this low pressure that has just parked over the Carolinas today. It's very pretty on this satellite image that our friend Brad Penovich captured. You can see it there just spinning out over like Fayetteville, Fort Bragg, between Charlotte and Raleigh, just spinning and spinning and spinning, but that just socked us in with clouds. I did see just a little bit of sun today here in Charlotte before the sun went down, and that was a nice change of pace after a couple days of cloudy and cold weather. All right, this week we are talking the PGA Tour, which has resumed and is in Hilton Head, South Carolina for the RBC Heritage. It kicks off tomorrow after a couple practice rounds. I'm holding here the weather forecast from their on-site meteorologist, Stuart Williams. This is what we call a tease. I'll have this for you coming up. What we're going to get to first is a piece of tape that has been very patiently waiting in the wings. So Stuart sat down with the Carolina Weather Group in February to record an interview that at the time we thought was going to air alongside the Wells Fargo Championship here in Charlotte. Well, as you now know, that never happened, and other PGA Tour events were canceled. They are now resuming operations without fans and will be playing in Hilton Head, South Carolina. So we are very excited to be able to bring this piece of tape to you. This is a premiere of a new episode. You've never seen this interview before, despite the fact that it was recorded in February, but I felt that I needed to explain to you that it was recorded in a time where I could still get a haircut, and where the picture of snow over Scotty Powell's shoulder made sense, and all the references to fans attending the event also made sense back just a few months ago. So without further ado, we'll get on over to this, and then coming up later on in the program, about 30 minutes from now, we'll get a check of your weather headlines this week, including that PGA Tour forecast, an update on Sharpie Gate, and we'll take a look at the tropics as well too. But without further ado, here is our interview with Stuart Williams, the on-site meteorologist for the PGA Tour, and he'll tell us a little bit about the company he works for as well.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we present Mr. Stuart Williams, meteorologist for the PGA Tour, which is a really cool job that I would love to have. As a big golf fan, I think it's a really unique job that Stuart has, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about that tonight and let us know what all his duties are as he travels across the PGA Tour. And we'd love for you to interact with us tonight. So if you have any questions or comments, feel free to drop them on the social media platforms, and we'll address those. And we'll let Stuart give out some of his social media information towards the end of the interview tonight. That way, if you want to follow him on Twitter, you can do that, or just get more information. So we appreciate having Stuart with us tonight. Stuart, welcome back to the show. I know we had you on a couple of years ago, fellow North Carolinian, and it's great to have you with us tonight. Glad to see that you're actually home and not out on the road right now. So for those who may be introduced to you for the first time, tell us a little bit about you. I know you live here in North Carolina. You went to school here in North Carolina, so kind of give us a brief background about who you are.
Yeah, I grew up in Winston-Salem. I currently live in High Point, North Carolina. And I got my meteorology degree from UNC Asheville, so I was actually there from 1988 to 92. So that kind of dates myself there. So 50 years old now, so I'm getting older. But yeah, so after that, I started working for a company called Mobile Weather, and we started doing golf tournaments, weather for golf tournaments. So it started like with the Crosby Celebrity Tournament there in Winston, and the Vantage Championship, which was a Champions Tour event in Winston. And I was interning then at that time when we started those, probably about 91 or so. And then as I graduated, we kind of formed a company called Mobile Weather, and we started doing more and more golf tournaments. So individual tournaments would hire us. And then from there in 1995, we signed a full-time contract with the PGA Tour doing all their events. So, and it just kept snowballing from there. And then, so I was working with a company then called Mobile Weather. And so we were doing golf tournaments. I was traveling all over the country. And then in 2005, I started working for DTN. And ever since then, I've been with DTN, and we just keep growing and doing more and more events. So, you know, we have all the PGA Tour, Champions Tour, Korn Ferry Tour. We do the LPGA. We do the PGA of America, which includes the PGA Championship, Ryder Cup, Senior PGA, and some of their smaller events. And we do quite a few international events for IMG. We do a lot of Asian tour tournaments in China and Taiwan and that kind of thing. So, you know, we do over 150 events a year now, so it's quite busy.
Well, I know you're not the only one. I mean, that's a lot of traveling. So
yeah,
tell us a little bit about your team. How many meteorologists do you guys have? Is it just you that goes out to a tournament, or is there kind of a team aspect for you guys?
Yeah.
How's that going?
Yeah, we've got we've got 7 or 8 guys that travel all the time, and we usually just send one person to each tournament or event that we cover. because we also do outdoor concerts, and we do some other events like that we have a meteorologist go to, and that help out. But there's one guy per tournament, and so basically, on the PGA Tour or any golf tournament or any outdoor event that we do, lightning is the number one concern. So that's why a meteorologist is on site. We set up an electric field mill. We have 2 laptop computers that have obviously the Doppler radar, lightning detection. We have a mix of BISLA's National Lightning Detection Network, and and so all that data that we get in-house, we have all the computer models that we look at, the NAM, the Euro, the GFS, all those. So everything's in-house, and we sector where we're going to go, and we can make custom products for ourselves and that kind of thing. So we make our own forecast on site. So using all that technology, as an official comes in wondering what the weather is, if we do see a threat, we see a storm developing, the officials can come in, we can show them exactly on the screen what is happening, and based on what we're showing them and what our opinions are, what's going to happen, then the officials can make very good decisions of, okay, when do we need to stop? And then once we do that, especially on the PGA Tour, they have LED boards across the golf course. They'll put weather warning signs up. The officials will blow horns to the players, signaling that it's a dangerous situation. So then the players will get moved off to evacuation vans and cars and that kind of thing, and they're brought to the clubhouse. And so hopefully, if we do our job correctly, then we've given enough time to where people can get back to the buses and hopefully back to their cars, because not everybody has a clubhouse pass. So they can't all get indoors to safety. So we got to get a lot of them back to their cars. So it's a big machine. It's a big operation, but it's most tournaments, I'd say every tournament has an evacuation plan, emergency plan. So it works pretty well. And then the big question is, once we have stopped play, when do we go back and start playing? When is it safe to go back out? So that's when we help big time, as far as, okay, we think this storm is going to be out of here at such and such time. And then they can open up the practice facilities again, let the players warm back up, and then we'll get them back out to the golf course and start playing again.
Stuart, that kind of rings a bell here in Charleston at Bulls Bay, the tournament last year. LPGA, lightning hit a tree. Someone went under the tree, and it's a serious situation with these thunderstorms and in these golf tournaments. How much collaboration do you guys have with the local National Weather Service, especially in big events like this?
In the last few years, there's been a little bit more collaboration because, with Homeland Security and a lot of these big, government agencies and everything, a lot of these agencies are using golf tournaments as their training grounds for big events and things like that. So I know down at the RBC Heritage down in Hilton Head, the FBI shows up and all the government agencies, the Weather Service, and so they do a lot of practice at that event, since it's such a large event. And so I do coordinate with the Weather Service there. We'll talk what we're thinking, and kind of bounce off ideas off each other. But for the most part, I'll maybe read a forecast discussion or something like that from the Weather Service. But, like I said, having everything in-house, all of our own computer models and that kind of thing, we basically do our own thing, to be honest with you, make our own forecast. Because I think in a lot of ways, sometimes we do a better job because we know what golf wants and we know what golf needs. So we know what they're looking for as far as a forecast goes. Whereas the Weather Service, they may be a little more general because they have a bigger area to cover. So for example, for us, wind forecasts are very big at the golf tournaments because that plays a huge role on how the golf course is going to be set up each day. So we concentrate a lot on wind, and so we try to be very accurate in that department, where you may see a weather forecast from the Weather Service that says winds are 5 to 10. Well, okay, that's kind of general. We try to be more exact than that, where our forecast will say maybe we have a westerly wind, like on the coast there. Maybe you have a a drainage wind in the morning off the land, and then we'll get the sea breeze at 1 o'clock, and it's going to shift out of the south or southeast or whatever, and it's going to be 10 to 15 at that point. A lot of times the Weather Service really doesn't break it down like that. So, we try to be more specific of what's going to happen at the golf course so they can plan how they're going to set the golf course up. So that's some of the things that I think we do a better job at than TV or Weather Service being more general.
Stuart, let's play. Let's hope we're not forecasting too far in the future. We have a Wells Fargo Championship coming up in Charlotte, the Wyndham Championship in Greensboro. Let's say that you're there forecasting and you see it could be a potential stormy day. That there's going to be thunderstorms moving into the air. What is it? Kind of give us what you do the morning of. Kind of give us a play-by-play of what that setup looks like. If you see, it's going to be a stormy afternoon or something in these tournaments.
Well, let's say the first tee time is 7 a.m. Okay, that's usually when most tournaments start, 7 in the morning, and I'm usually there probably about 5:30 in the morning because I'm looking at weather data, looking at the latest stuff, making my forecasts and getting that out and distributed, uploaded to the player page, that kind of thing, and so. We also have radios that we communicate to the officials with. So every morning I'll go into the rules office and tell the guys as they head out to set the golf course up what I think the winds are going to be that day, and then what time I think the best chances of us getting a thunderstorm. And so if you take a North Carolina tournament, typically what happens is, as you'll know, Scotty, and they'll start in the mountains. They'll bubble up in the mountains about midday, early afternoon, and then as they get going, they'll roll off into the Piedmont, and then they'll usually make it to Greensboro or Charlotte by 3, 4, 5 in the afternoon, depending on how fast they move and what the scenario is. So, so I'll tell the officials that morning, hey, I think we're going to see storms probably anywhere from that 3 to 7 range. And then that'll give them an idea when they need to start paying attention, so to speak. So, as we go through the morning there, I'll keep looking at the new data, see if there's anything we need to update. And then obviously I keep watching the screens. I'll have the radars going and that kind of thing. And then as soon as I see something that has a potential of getting to us, that's when I'll get on the radio and tell the officials, hey, I'm seeing some thunderstorms over, let's say, Yadkinville, and they're going to be moving across Winston and the Greensboro here in the next hour and a half. So that'll give them the heads up that, hey, I'm starting to see some stuff that could impact us here in the next hour or two. And so that's when we'll start putting on the LED boards. There's a weather policy that runs and things that say, hey, inclement weather is possible, please pay attention, that kind of thing. And then as the storm keeps moving closer, then I keep updating the officials. And then when I think is within, less than an hour, usually the head rules official, which would be Mark Russell or Slugger White, who are in charge of the competition, basically. They'll come into my office. I show them exactly what's happening. And then we try to give at least 30 minutes notice before the storm's going to hit the golf course so that we can blow the horns and give enough time for people to start trickling out and get the players in. And then obviously, as the storm gets closer, hopefully we've gotten everybody off the golf course, and then the storm will hit. And then, like I said, then we have the conversations. When do you think it's going to be out of here? When is it safe to resume? And so they'll already start making the plans on when that gets out of there, when we're going to let them go back out and warm up on the range and then get them back out on the golf course. So, it's kind of a lengthy process, but as with weather, you guys, we have thunderstorms that can pop up right on top of you. So that's why we also have an electric field mill that we set up on site that measures the electrical charge. And so if we're seeing something develop real close to us, hasn't produced lightning yet, and we're wondering, is it going to, that electric field mill gives us the heads up that, hey, charges are building. And also looking on the radar, you look at the cloud tops. You kind of know what those cloud tops keep growing, and you know what the freezing level is. And when it gets a certain height above that freezing level, that's when you start seeing the lightning. So using all those things together, using all those things together, we can get a good idea that, hey, this cell will probably going to produce lightning. So that electric field mill is crucial in that aspect. So it may give us 10 or 15 minutes that we wouldn't have had if you waited for the first lightning bolt to come out. So, we may only have 10 or 15 minutes to get them off, but that's still better than having no warning and all of a sudden there's a lightning bolt. So, yeah, technology plays a huge role in what we do.
That's pretty fascinating. I didn't realize that much went into it. That's pretty sophisticated and really good coverage on your part.
Stuart, once y'all blow the horn, this is kind of going back a few minutes, but once y'all blow the horn to warn there's a tornado or tornado warning storm or even a severe thunderstorm on its way, the players, they're coming off the course. But for bystanders that are sitting alongside the course or even in the stands, is there a safe place for them to go?
Unless you have a clubhouse pass, and generally no. So, if you're having a severe weather event, obviously you don't want to keep them in the tents and the skyboxes because those are temporary structures and big lightning rods as well, just, with the poles and everything. So, we try to get people to go back to their cars, go back to the buses, get back to their cars. But, it doesn't always happen that way. There's always stragglers. There's people that try to hide and wait it out. And because, as soon as we start back play, then they can run out and get a good spot on 18 or whatever. And they're in a good spot to get a good position to watch golf again. But, it happens. We put weather warning signs up. We do the best we can. The PGA Tour and all these events try to do the best they can to get people to leave. But, there's always a few stragglers that always try to stand under a tree. And, it's not recommended, but it definitely, it happens.
No, I was just going to say that I'm sure that's a problem at a lot of these outdoor sporting events, whether it be air shows, I would imagine, have a big problem with that, or even like you mentioned earlier, concerts. I think it was just last year we saw some video went viral of a concert tent just taking off and downdraft, outflow wind of a tornado, thunderstorm. There's my brain. So yeah, that seems like a real problem.
Yeah, it is, and there's a lot of outdoor festivals and concerts and stuff that don't have a meteorologist, and the people in charge really don't know weather. So I think that's when you have more of the mistakes made or decision making, not poor decision making, when those things happen. So, fortunately for us and my company I work for, DTN, we do a lot of consultation. We have a lot of customers that call in and get opinion from a meteorologist. So I think it's getting better and better as far as people hiring meteorologists or at least weather companies to help them out and make good decisions. And like for me, on the on-site business, actually have a meteorologist at your site it's expensive. You got to pay for hotel rooms and airline tickets and ship equipment and plus have the meteorologist there. So that's kind of a hard thing for some organizations to pay that kind of money to have somebody there. But once you have that meteorologist there that's on site, they see how it works and how it takes the pressure off them making these decisions. And it actually pays for itself, to be honest with you, to make good decisions. But, like I said, if you don't have the money, a lot of these organizations just don't have the budget for it. Hey, at least they can still hire a company like mine and have a consultation where they can call in, so it definitely makes a difference.
Definitely so. Able to do that for Speedway Motorsports Incorporated. It definitely, I tell them, I'll worry about the weather. You guys worry about running the event. And it's just, I think it's a peace of mind for those folks.
Well, I say it all the time myself is I'll tell you when you need to worry.
Yeah, I'll do the worrying for you.
Exactly. I'll tell you when you need to worry. So,
yeah.
I want to get back to what you mentioned about winds, right? So we talk about wind science, right? And we get into the nitty gritty of it, right? So you're talking about sea breezes, you're talking about things at the coastline, even inland, where you can have wind shifting or building, stronger pressure gradient, higher winds from certain directions. Do you get into the science of saying, you look at the course, you look at the direction of wind, the dominant direction of wind for the day, and the speeds? Do you talk about which links are going to be more difficult than others? When you look at long range trajectory shots or higher iron shots? You know, do you speak about look for a lean to the left or hooking or anything like that when you get into the wind forecast?
Yeah, you know, the rules officials, the guys that are setting up the golf course, they're the ones that's more concerned with which holes are going to play. Let's just say we have on hole number 1, we have a strong south wind and it's blowing, you know, 15 to 20 miles per hour. Well, if it's blowing from behind them, then a lot of times what they'll do is they'll move the tee blocks back so that hole plays longer. And then on the next hole, maybe it's going the opposite direction. Now it's in the player's face when they tee off. So they may move those tee blocks up so it plays shorter. That way they're trying to keep everything moving, but they're also trying to make it not hard, but they're trying to make it fair too. You know, not necessarily hard, but fair, and keep things moving. So, you know, crosswinds play a big role, especially near the greens, where if there's a lake or a big sand trap or something that's on the right side and it's blowing from left to right, well, they may put that hole location more towards the left side of the green, so guys aren't dumping in the lake the whole time trying to get it to the hole. That's, you know, so all those strategies play a role in how the golf course is set up. So definitely wind direction definitely is important, how strong the wind is.
So they're actually changing distances and layout.
Absolutely. So we have 18 holes, you know, and all through that golf course, it's going to be in their face or behind them, left to right, right to left, you know, so all those things play a role in how the golf course is set up. So definitely wind definitely is a major impact on golf tournaments. So.
Very interesting. Very neat. Scotty, go ahead.
Yeah, Stuart.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Circumstances, I know we saw the Masters had some severe weather roll through back in 2019. When we see these big severe weather events, you guys, I'm sure, coordinate with the course, with the tour, with the TV networks, and kind of make the best plans. Is that right?
Yeah, we try to do what's right. You don't want to get anybody hurt. And if there's a high risk for severe weather, i.e. tornadoes or even, just strong straight line wind and storms, we may go early, 2 T's early on the weekend or a day on the weekend to avoid some of that severe weather that we think is going to happen in the afternoon. So, the tour is aware of that, and they'll try to make accommodations to maybe avoid some of that to keep people safe and get the round in. Because, the tour has a policy that we'll play on Monday to complete 72 holes. 72 holes is a must. They want to get every round in. So, so we will do that on Sundays a lot of time to try to get everything completed and so we don't have to go into Monday. But for the most part, if it's a 30-40% chance of a thunderstorm day, then they're not likely going to change anything. It's just we're going to play golf and hopefully, that scattered thunderstorm will stay away from us. But if we do get hit and we don't finish, well, we'll be back Monday morning. So that's how it works.
I know another element that is tricky for you guys, especially on the West Coast swing early in the season, is fog. Seeing lots of fog delays and even some cancellations of round because of visibility. Talk to us a little bit about forecasting fog.
Yeah, it's tough, man. That marine layer out there and what most people don't realize in California, the Pacific Ocean out there gets the Aleutian Current, which is very cold. It's cold water, and so fog forms on it quite a bit. So when we get out there, a lot of the things that we look for is the offshore flow, and we love it when there's offshore flow because it pushes that marine layer way out in the ocean, and skies stay clear at the golf course. Well, the thing that I've learned forecasting the weather out there, as soon as that pressure gradient starts going neutral, that's usually when the marine layer fog will move in. And so I've seen it. We had it this year at Torrey Pines at the Farmers Insurance Open. One day the fog rolled in early in the morning, and it stuck around till about 9:30 in the morning. So we had to delay for a couple hours, and then the sun finally ate through it and broke it apart, and it pushed offshore. So, it's a tough thing because with fog, you just don't know how long it's going to stick around. How thick it's going to be. We get the marine layer out there too. Sometimes it lifts and it's just a cloud deck and you're fine. It's just a cloudy day. But at Torrey Pines, we do have some elevation. I think we're up at 400 or 500 feet there. And so if it lifts up to 500 feet, we're in the cloud and we get socked in. And then obviously you go other places along the coast there that's not elevated and then it's fine. So it's definitely tough. But it's something we deal with, and we just try to help the best we can with that. So,
I know we're getting late on the interview. A fun question here: any favorite PGA Tour stops, and any of the PGA Tour players really weather savvy that we might not know about?
Well, I mean, favorite weather stops. I mean, as far as any tournaments go. Hilton Head's a big favorite of mine. Any Hawaii tournament's great. Pebble Beach is awesome if the weather's good. Same thing with Torrey Pines in California. So yeah, we go to some great places. I mean, this past year I went to Japan and South Korea. I went to Shanghai, China, and this year, later in the year, I'm going to Australia. So yeah, I mean, we go to some great places and it's a lot of fun. So yeah, it's good.
I was going to say, you have to go to these areas and actually learn the weather in these areas. You probably would have to understand it before you even go.
Yeah, believe it or not, I mean, everywhere I go, I start paying attention to where I'm going a month or two ahead of time. So I know when I get there what's been happening. So you kind of got a feel for what's been going on. So, I've already been keeping tabs for the next couple of weeks when I go to Tucson and California again. And, and then obviously long term, you kind of looking, I've got Florida lurking in March. I'm going down to Florida. So you definitely keep up with what's going on and what's been happening. So, kind of what to expect going into it. So it's definitely harder in Japan and Korea and some of these places where, maybe the radar data is not as timely or you don't have all the good data you have here in the U.S. You still have some data, but maybe not quite as good as some of the things you're used to using. So, and, forecasting wind and things like that gets a little more difficult, some of these spots. So, but still, us being there is still better than, for the tour and some of these tournaments, having us there is still better than not having us there where they would just be guessing. So, we do the best we can, and they know it's not the U.S. and it's not quite as good, but it's still we still send our electric field mill over there, and we still have that and the detection network and that kind of thing. So,
oh wow, I bet that's interesting transporting that equipment across seas to foreign country.
Yeah, the tour sends a lot of containers and things, so it goes on with a lot of the scoreboards and that kind of stuff. So it helps.
One more question from me is as far as golf and the weather. Talk about course saturation. We're talking about frost in the morning, dew on the grass, dew points, humidity, right? How does it factor in to your forecast for when the starting time is? Does that sometimes get pumped up because of the ground's just wet and needs time to dry out, or?
Well, obviously, if it's totally saturated, there's the rules of golf dictate what we can do as far as playing golf on a saturated golf course. So if there's still some standing water or some real wet areas, the tour a lot of time will institute a policy of lift, clean, in place where they can get relief maybe from some of those spots to a drier area that's not any closer to the hole, but they get some relief. And then they can pick up mud on their ball so they can pick the ball up and wipe the mud off and place it back down and then hit it. So that helps us out quite a bit. But if we still have water running down the fairways or there's puddles on the greens and you can't put the ball through a puddle, so then obviously we can't play in those conditions. But, golf courses are made to drain. So, typically once the standing water is gone, then they institute that policy, maybe lift, clean, in place. That way we can still play and not be stopped. under the rules of golf. So as far as frost goes, we do try to do frost forecast. It does come into play a lot of times when we're in the desert of Arizona in February and March, because it can get really cold there in the mornings and then warm up pretty quickly for the mid to late mornings. So we try to help them out with frost forecasts. Obviously, you got to just wait for it to melt before you can get on there, because you don't want to kill the grass stepping on it. So usually frost delays are not that long. They're usually 30 minutes to an hour, and then we can get out there and play. As far as late in the year, a lot of places where we go is Florida and the Southeast and that kind of thing. So typically we don't deal with frost too much in the fall, but definitely early in the year.
Well, Stuart, thank you so much for joining us. We certainly appreciate it, and glad that we could catch you while you're here at home. And we wish you the best of luck as you travel out to all these cool destinations, and hopefully you'll have some good weather. If folks want to follow along, do you have a social media account or something you'd like to promote?
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at PGAWXMAN and the number 1. So it's PGAWXMan1 on Twitter. And I'm on Facebook, just Stuart Williams. You'll just have to find me on that. But that's the only 2 social medias that I'm on. Yeah, Twitter, definitely follow me, and you can see what the forecasts are, what's going on at these tournaments that we're doing and these other events. So,
and the weather's bad and you're at that tournament, just go find Stuart. You can blame him for it.
Yeah, that's right.
Stuart, thank you so much for joining us tonight. As always, we appreciate your time, and glad to catch up with you, and I hope to talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Scotty, thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun, and hopefully we can do it more often.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. Thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you back for another episode next week.
All right, and that is our interview with Stuart Williams, DTN meteorologist, who goes to all the PGA Tour events and provides them on-location weather support. That interview, again, was recorded in February for what we thought was going to coincide with a premiere for the Wells Fargo Championship in Charlotte. This week, the PGA Tour is back in action. They are at the RBC Heritage event in Hilton Head, South Carolina. And from Charlotte, I am James Brierton. We will see you back here next week. We will leave you, I'm trying to pull up a camera in Hilton Head, South Carolina to take a look at conditions there right now. It's not coming up. Go figure. But you'll have to trust us that Stuart's forecast says it won't be all too shabby. And here it is, a look from the Salty Dog there in Hilton Head, South Carolina. Again, I'm James Brierton, Charlotte. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight, we have on meteorologist Jim Gandy. If you've been a follower of our show, you've probably seen Jim appear on the show a few times during these bigger weather events with hurricanes and winter storms. So Jim is joining us tonight from Columbia, South Carolina, and we're happy to have him. He was at WLTX there in Columbia, but has since retired. He retired, in fact, last year. Actually, Jim, I think we're coming up on the 1 year mark. Is that correct?
Just passed it. It was
okay.
June 1st of last year.
Yeah, so we've just passed that. So I know retirement life, we were talking a little bit before we started recording here, has been good to you. So we'll talk a little bit more about that afterwards. But 45 years in the business. You're known as South Carolina's weatherman. Tell us how it started. How did your love for weather transition you into being a meteorologist on TV?
Nothing happened the way it was supposed to. My introduction to weather, ironically, was something that just scared me to death. I was probably maybe 4 years old. My dad was going to take me across the street to our house, and all of a sudden the sky right before me just lit up with lightning. And it scared the living daylights out of me, as you can imagine. And from that time on, I was scared to death of lightning. Now, this was in Memphis. Then he got transferred to Jacksonville, Florida. And if you know anything about the weather in Florida, thunderstorms are pretty frequent. And so I got really interested in weather living in Florida, still scared to death of lightning. Really didn't control my fear until I went to college. I got my degree at Florida State. It was during that time that I kind of conquered my fear of lightning. Not that I don't have a healthy respect for it, I do. And then I went to Florida State, trained as a research meteorologist, and got out, graduated at absolutely the wrong time. It was 1974. We went straight into a recession. The government froze all hiring. The private sector wasn't what it was today. And so I was forced to kind of look around. My first job as a meteorologist actually was at the Institute of Storm Research in Houston, Texas. But then their contracts dried up. Again, I'm without a job. So I went back to Memphis, and I actually went back to graduate school. And that first semester in graduate school, one of the TV stations in Memphis called me and asked me if I wanted to come down and audition. I had never been to a TV station, didn't know anything about television other than what I saw on TV. I went down there, did the audition. Whatever they saw, they liked, they hired me, and the rest is history.
Starting out in Memphis, I think your next move was to Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. I was in Memphis for 2 years. We were in the midst of a union fight there. The station was being unionized, and I hadn't had a pay raise in 2 years. So I decided, okay, maybe it's time to look elsewhere. And I applied to a number of TV stations in Florida since my background was in tropical meteorology. And one day I get a tape back from Florida, and I think it was the tape I sent to Orlando. I get the tape back. Obviously, it was rejected. One of the directors in the control room said, well, they've got an opening in Oklahoma City. Why don't you try for that? Well, I just got this tape back. I threw it in the mail and didn't think too much of it. But then I would say just a few days later, I got a phone call from Jim Williams at KTVY, now K4 in Oklahoma City. And they flew me out there, and I did an audition right there on their set. I beat out everybody that was looking for the job. And so I spent almost 5 years in Oklahoma City. Then I went and spent 2 years with Mike Smith up in Wichita at the Kansas State Network. And then I got the job at WIS in Columbia, South Carolina, and was there for about 14 and a half years. And then Gannett offered me a job, and I went and worked at corporate for a year, and then came to Columbia at their station, WLTX, and was there for 20 years.
Going tropical, studying at Florida State, like you said, experienced in tropical meteorology. Then going out to Oklahoma, where, now the Oklahoma City market seems to be one of the most sought after markets there is with severe weather coverage. It's turned into, something that everybody tunes into now. Was it like that back in the 80s? I know the helicopters now, we have all these storm chasers, but what was it like in the 80s in the Oklahoma City market?
It was fantastic. But you have to understand, I went to Florida State University. We didn't talk much about tornadoes. So when I went out to Oklahoma, I told my folks, I said, well, we're going to find out what kind of meteorologist I am, because Oklahoma City is a tough market. It has broken many people, and we'll see if I can hack it. Well, I went out there at just the perfect time. I got the job in July, which was right at the end of the severe storm season. So I really had about 8 months to prepare. And prepare I did, because down the road from Oklahoma City, of course, is the University of Oklahoma, the National Severe Storms Laboratory, all right there in Norman, Oklahoma. And some of my friends at Florida State were working at the Severe Storms Laboratory. So I knew the caliber of people that were down there. My biggest fear in Oklahoma City was going on the air and saying something that wasn't correct.
OKC to Wichita to Columbia. Is there anything in particular that drew you to the Midlands versus being out west? Very different.
Well, one was a job,
Right.
but after having been in Oklahoma City and Wichita for 7 years, and keep in mind I grew up in the Southeast, so when I came back to Columbia to interview for the job, the first thing I noticed was trees. And I said, oh my God, there are trees here. And not these little scrubby things you see out in the plains. And so I said, boy, if they offer me the job, I'm going to take it. And sure enough, they offered me the job. I took it, and the rest is history. I have to laugh. People always ask me about my time out in Oklahoma City and Wichita, if I ever chased storms. Yes. In fact, that's how I got into photography, was by chasing storms. I tell people that I chased storms before it became fashionable. When I was chasing, it was a rare event to run across another chaser. But today, when I see how many people are on the road chasing out there today, I'm just blown away. I said, oh my God, there's a traffic jam. I'm surprised they don't have cops out there directing traffic.
I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, we see it now even on when folks activate their GPS and they go into their apps, right? And they spell out names of people across 2 or 3 states. It's pretty impressive. So yeah, lots of people.
A lot of people out there.
And the competition is pretty stiff. Every once in a while on Twitter, you'll hear some scuffling going on about who was first in line or who was supposed to be first. So it's kind of interesting.
Well, see, I never had that problem. There wasn't anybody out there.
If you don't know what you're looking at in real time at the sky and what's going on in the environment, you can learn a lot from that outside of looking at radar and all these products and everything. So yeah, I mean, that's folks have access to that technology now, so they know how to kind of gain ahead. They can jump over to another state where something else is going on. So kind of
well, for me, it was fantastic because I could take what I was seeing in the field, and when I went back to the radar, now I could start to put things together. And I think that made me a better radar analyst because I could see what was on the radar and I could visualize because I had seen it in the field. Right. And so it was a big help.
Jim, I want to get back to Columbia. So overall in Columbia, you're talking about 30 years total?
34 years.
34 years. Let's talk about some of the major events, some of the major things you remember from Columbia. I was here during Hugo in '89. I experienced that as a teenager in high school. We left, we went to Union, South Carolina, and came back the next day. And it was just absolutely devastating. But I don't think folks knew what kind of impacts were going to occur inland, especially across the CSRA and all the way up into Charlotte and beyond. So tell us about your experience with Hugo.
Well, that was an interesting one because when I came to Columbia, what I had not had to do when I was out in the Plain States was make a 5-day forecast. When I came to Columbia, they insisted on a 5-day forecast. Well, this is 1989. Everybody's doing 5-day forecasts, but granted, they weren't that great. So I had been watching Hugo off the African coast, and I had been reading some of the analysis coming out of Washington. And going into the preceding weekend, they said the weather pattern is shaping up for this hurricane to affect the Southeast, which caught my attention. So over the weekend, I'm following it pretty closely. And so I went into work early on that Monday, and I did my analysis. The one thing that struck me was that the computer models were having some trouble. They kept wanting to keep the storm going west. When it came off of Puerto Rico, though, it was moving northwest, but the models kept wanting to turn it west. I have a rule, and I developed this rule in Oklahoma. And that rule is, when it comes to computer models and reality, reality always wins. So I looked at the situation, trying to figure out, why would the storm turn west? I could not find any reason for it to turn west. So I decided there isn't much out there to move this storm. So I pretty much interpolated from the 500 millibars right into South Carolina. So on Monday, that Monday night when I went on the air, I said, I think this is a hurricane that's going to hit us in South Carolina. And I was projecting mainly the low country. And the next day, I expected, it hit after midnight on Friday. So you're more than 3 days out. So I expected, okay, I'll have to change the forecast Tuesday, but we can make corrections along the way. Well, when I came in Tuesday, I was within 25 miles of the projected path. So I decided, if things aren't changing, why change the forecast? So I stuck with the forecast, and it came right into Charleston, South Carolina, and it did quite a number on South Carolina. It was the strongest hurricane to hit South Carolina since the storm in 1893.
I want to touch on another major weather event topic, which was the October flood.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Not only us at the coast, but again, the connection to Columbia and the tropics and an upper low. And it was just the perfect kind of combination. And so I know that there was dams that broke in Columbia. There was all kinds of flooding issues, you name it. So talk a little about your experience with that and how you.
Well, that was an interesting one because if you'll remember, it was Joaquin that came into the Bahamas and went stationary and sat there for a while. And of course, we were all watching it. One of the things early that week that bothered me was that the projection for rainfall for this area seemed to be unreasonably high. Unreasonably high because every computer model had the hurricane passing well east of us, offshore, maybe going into North Carolina. But certainly that would still leave us on what is traditionally the dry side of the hurricane. So, you know, we're talking about this on the air. And of course, I was talking with my colleagues there in the Weather Center, and I said, you know, something just does not add up. And so we kept looking, and I kept analyzing stuff and still couldn't figure it out. I knew that there was some information that we weren't getting. So the National Hurricane Center decided on that Wednesday night they would start flying the high altitude aircraft out toward the storm. And I said, and by the way, I was on conference calls with our corporate people. Tegna owned our TV station. So I was on the conference call and I said, look, we can make all kinds of projections we want, but the National Hurricane Center is going to fly that high altitude aircraft tonight. When that data gets into the computer model, we will know what this storm is going to do. And that was a Wednesday night. Thursday morning, it wasn't so much a surprise, but the projections for the hurricane had it staying offshore. But it did not change the rainfall prediction for our area. And at that point, I realized we're looking at the wrong thing. The hurricane is not the threat. It is the upper level low that is coming down through the Tennessee River Valley that's going to slow down, almost stall over the Florida Panhandle. It's going to tap tropical atmospheric river, and it's going to direct it right into South Carolina.
We've talked about hurricanes, snowstorms, and flooding. Were there perhaps any tornado events that you particularly recall from your years in Columbia?
Oh, yeah. In fact, probably the most memorable one was from a tropical depression, 1994. And it was Hurricane or Tropical Storm Beulah. But it hit along the Florida coast, came into Georgia, southwest Georgia, and was heading up toward the Athens area, the center. It happened that we were on the east side at just the right point in the heat of the afternoon. So I went in early to work in preparation for, I guess I got to the station around 11:30. And while Joe Penner, who was doing the weather for the midday show, as he was doing the weather, right after he got off, they issued a tornado warning, and it was for Barnwell County. And I thought, tornado warning. Now, keep in mind, back then, the Weather Service had Doppler radar, but we did not. So I'm thinking, okay, so we went on and gave the warning and everything. And I'm looking at everything as best I can. And all of a sudden, they happened to say that there was circulation in Lexington County. It was down near Pelion, I think it was, or something like that. I went, oh my gosh. So I notified the assignment desk. They said, where do we need, do we need to send someone to Pelion? I said, no, don't go to where it's been, go to where it's going to go. So we sent a photographer out on I-20, and I just said, go toward Highway 6, and then we'll see well, he gets to Highway 6, and he misses the turn, has to turn around. When he does, he sees the tornado. And that was the first of something like 28 or 9 tornadoes that day.
Switching gears a little bit, Jim, climate change has been something you're very vocal about. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
It goes back to in 2007. This is when TV stations were starting their websites. Everybody was kind of green back then, so we really didn't know what we were doing, what we wanted to accomplish. And I convinced the TV station. I said, let's do something. Let's start a science and technology page. But I was also at the time on the station's scientists committee. It just so happens that Joe Whitty, a meteorologist who was on the air in Washington, D.C., made a recommendation to Ed Maybeck at George Mason University. And they wanted to see about educating people about climate change. Joe sends a note to the chairman, who was Paul Gross at the time. And Paul then relayed that message to all of us on the committee. And I had just come inside from working out in the yard, and it said on there that they were looking for an advisor. I said, hey, this sounds kind of interesting. So I responded, but a friend of mine on the committee beat me to it. So when I talked to Joe, I said, well, if you need any help or anything like that, just let me know. A few days later, he calls back. He said, how would you like to be the test case? I got the TV station on board. They supported it. The National Science Foundation gave us the grant. And in 2009, ironically, as ClimateGate was breaking, we were meeting in Washington, D.C. to map out a program that would become Climate Matters. The whole focus of our work was to educate people about how the climate is changing and why it's changing and how it's going to affect them locally. We just wanted to give people the scientific information.
What does Columbia, South Carolina mean to you? And then second part of that is, how is retirement life?
I worked here for 34 years, so I consider it to be home. It's also a great place to be. The cost of living here in Columbia is really pretty low in comparison to other parts of the country. And actually, you can say that through a large part of the Carolinas. It's not just Columbia, but in this part of the country, the cost of living isn't that great. So it's a great place to live. So if you don't have a vast wealth, it's a great place to just kind of, settle in. As it turns out, I picked the perfect time to retire. I mean, I was already 66, so it wasn't like I was retiring early. And so I decided, okay, let's go ahead and retire. This is it. I'll retire, and we'll enjoy life, whatever it is.
Last question, Jim. To wrap this up, what are your words of advice for any future meteorology student or anybody that's currently in the field?
I read something the other day that kind of struck me. It was a young meteorology student who was struggling or had struggled at Florida State, had gone to another college, had some problems there, but was really passionate about weather. And I thought about it because I felt bad that she was struggling, but I sent her a tweet back, and I said, this might surprise you and will surprise some, but I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. I struggled as well. I often joke that I enjoyed the course atmospheric radiation so much, I took it 3 times. And you just have to work hard and persevere. When I graduated, I wasn't at the top of my class. But my parents instilled a work ethic. If you want something, you got to work for it. So in many cases, I wasn't the best person on the air. Certainly, I wasn't always the best looking person on the air. I don't have the best voice on the air. I don't even know why I'm on the air, but I work harder than anybody. One of my colleagues once said, "You are the hardest working meteorologist I have ever been around." And it's true. When I go to work, I'm there until it's done. 8 hours, 9 hours, 12 hours, it doesn't make any difference. I get the job done. And I always wanted to be the best forecaster.
Very thankful for you to join us tonight. You're still following a little bit of weather. Are you doing any updates on social media? If so, how can folks follow you?
Follow me on Twitter and Facebook at Jim Gandy WX.
That's awesome. Well, Jim, we certainly appreciate it. We hope that you and your wife can get out and travel soon. Hopefully this pandemic mess will come to us soon or end soon, and you can get out there and enjoy the traveling. And we certainly appreciate you joining us tonight. And from all of us here at the Carolina Weather Group, thank you for your service that you've dedicated to the folks of South Carolina over the
thank you.
Plus years.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Everyone, thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you next time. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, a Wednesday evening, closing in on the end of 2020. And we just closed the book on the 2020 hurricane season. And tonight we have with us our friend Mark Sudduth. Seems like this has become an annual tradition where we kind of get together with Mark in the first part of December as we close out hurricane season to kind of look back on the season. And my goodness, we have so much to look back forward. We were talking before this that we've got stuff up just because we can't remember all the storms right off the top of our heads. So we'll get into that. Mark, for those who may have not caught you on previous shows, tell us a little bit about who you are and how you got called into tracking these hurricanes, and then we'll kind of go into the conversation.
It's great to be back, Scotty, and everybody else. Thanks for having me a part of this again. I grew up in Eastern North Carolina, and, you know, when you grow up in the Carolinas, if you're not interested in the weather, and, you know, then I don't know what to tell you, because we have 4 distinct seasons, and we have a severe season, a winter season, The spring season gets kind of crazy sometimes. And then, of course, hurricane season, depending on the decade and how active it is, can be very much a part of your daily life. And as a kid, I just had this bug. I don't know where it comes from. I really don't. And so, long story short, 25-year career, I followed my passion, went to school for geography, studied weather and climate and statistics, and really focused on hurricanes. So they don't have a degree for hurricanologist. That's not a thing. But if there was a definition, that's what I do. I study hurricanes. I don't forecast them. So I'm not a meteorologist. I'm a geographer who studies hurricanes. So that's my degree. That's my area of expertise, my specialty. So since 1995, getting that degree from UNC by the Sea, UNCW down here in Wilmington, that's what I've done. And I blazed my own trail, started hurricanetrack.com in 1999, did a lot of different projects in awareness and computer animation back in the day, some awards from FEMA and different weather service offices for my work in hurricane awareness. And if you're going to be an expert in something, you can't just read about it in books, right? Eventually, you're going to go into medicine. You eventually work on the cadavers for real. You don't just read about it or hear about it in the lab. You eventually get your hands in there and you actually work on a real dead person and you become a doctor. So same thing with weather. You got to go out in it to really study it up close and personal. And that's what I started doing from the get-go. People call it hurricane chasing. That's fine. I call it hurricane intercepting because you don't really chase hurricanes. And I've had different ways of doing that, different vehicles. And now we're in the age of unmanned cameras and small boxes, and everything's tiny and easy to deploy. The age of crowdfunding is upon us, to where basically, whatever I want to do, people support it because social media has allowed that to really grow. And it really, really manifested itself in 2020 with the mega season that we had, putting all of my experience to use, a great group of people behind me, taking what we do, the educational aspect, keeping it science-based, keep it real, keeping safe. And we tackled one of the busiest seasons in history. So here we are.
And Mark, a lot of work goes into it. And this year, a little bit more, I would say, as we start to look to hurricane season around March into April, that's when the seasonal predictions come out. Also, kind of buried in that was when COVID really started to hit the area. And so, I know as you're starting to get prepared for the season, then you had to where, look at the COVID aspect. But tell us a little bit about that, how maybe COVID, I don't know if it interfered with your job, but tell us a little bit about that, and also the preseason predictions that kind of came out at the same time, where you were talking about it looked like we were going to have a busy season anyway.
Yes, it appeared as far back as February. Some of the long-range modeling was indicating the possibility of a favorable season ahead. And it's interesting regarding the COVID situation. At the end of February, as part of my off-season work that I'm able to do, I went up to my first lake effect snow event. This is kind of a little side story in Western New York. And I flew into Syracuse on like February 29th or somewhere around there. And was up there for a few days covering this big lake effect event. And by the way, I'm hooked. Lake effect snow is awesome. And I remember when I got to the Charlotte airport from Wilmington, it was like a last minute thing. I airlined a bunch of cameras with me. And I was like, I'm going to go for it. So I flew into Charlotte and it was packed, and which it usually is. And there was a few people wearing masks. And I remember I got off the plane from Wilmington and walked into the concourse there, packed concourse, whatever it was, probably came into concourse D from Wilmington. And on those big monitors at Charlotte Douglas, President Trump was coming out. And I thought, oh, this can't be good. This cannot be good. If he's going to come to the podium, while I flew that 45-minute flight from Wilmington to Charlotte, something bad has either happened, internationally, or this COVID thing is finally going to break loose, because I had been watching it and learning about it. My wife's in the medical field, and that was it. And so I got back like March 3rd or 4th or something like that. And the world changed within 2 weeks. Basketball got canceled. Our lives turned upside down. And then coincidentally with that, this parallel universe began where the hurricane season forecasts, at least from the people that really track this stuff, Ben Knoll, Mike Ventris, Dr. Ventris, Eric Webb, myself, Levi Cowan, those of us that are really, I don't want to say obsessed, but we're watching this very closely. We saw it. It was like, oh man, the modeling showing this standing wave over the Indian Ocean in Africa and the potential of La Nina and the warm Atlantic. I mean, just the signals were overwhelming. All the while, this COVID thing looked like it was just going to get out of control. And we were very worried that it would get so bad that we might not be allowed to travel interstate wise. And it's interesting though, isn't it, that once we got to Memorial Day, it's kind of like the country threw up their hands and said, okay, uncle, and we had to deal with the economy. And that's a whole other thing. And as it turns out, we were able to travel just fine. Kind of get to the punchline here from the COVID side. We took precautions. We were smart. If we were in an area where they mandated masks, we wore them. I don't like it. I had to do an interview with a mask on with CBS this morning, and it was the weirdest thing in my entire career. I've got a hurricane track branded mask, at least I did that. And the interview, I think it was Omar, I can't remember his last name, sorry. He's 6 feet away or more, and they got this big boom mic like they're shooting a movie, and everybody's wearing a mask, and we're outside. I was like, this is just screwed up. Like, I'm not used to this, you know what I mean? And it just became annoying, that anytime we took pictures or with any of, we were with Cantori during Laura, and we got a group shot with him and Charles Peak, and we all had to put our mask on because you can't put that, So the COVID thing was ever present, always there. But I will say, interestingly enough, we traveled 25,000 miles at least, starting late May with some testing and some other stuff. Tropical Storm Arthur all the way through Ada in Florida. And we had a team of about 5 of us, I think, and not a single one of us ever tested positive for COVID. We somehow were able to avoid it. Knock on plastic.
That's spectacular. I mean, that's, just the precautions and the worry and all that, and all that I know you have to do, and the people you have to interact with.
Yeah.
It's great to hear that, that all of that turned out to be pretty good. So
that was a big worry. You're absolutely right. It was a concern of ours. And it's a concern, I'll say this, going into the winter, in terms of how bad things are going to probably get, that interstate travel may become difficult because I'm in the position to be able to cover winter storms like never before. But that's a story for another day. I think there's some ways to manage it with testing, and looks like I'm going to get a swab up the nose more times than I want to be able to cross into areas like New York. But if that's what I got to do to be able to still do my work, so be it. Maybe 2021 will be a different story 6 months from now.
We're hoping so.
Indeed.
Speaking of hurricane season, traditionally, and this is another show conversation we could have. It starts June 1st, but this year, I guess May kind of threw us a little hint of, hey, this is going to be a crazy season. We had 3 named tropical systems in May. In fact, one being Bertha, just off the coast of South Carolina there. You said you're trying to get out and test stuff, and these named storms starting early. So any recollection on that, where you're kind of in hurry up mode trying to get everything tested out so you could get out in the field?
The end of May, mid-May, really. I think it was like the 18th or so that Arthur formed, and it impacted the Outer Banks indirectly / directly. I mean, it's all in how you look at it. There were impacts there. And then at the end of May, the team and I went out to Texas to test our weather balloon project. We try to do that annually. And we also kind of dabbled in some severe weather ideas that we're going to put forth this coming May of 2021. And during that, as you alluded to, Bertha formed like overnight one night and came into the South Carolina coast. And it's like, oh, well, can't get back in time for that. But it was a low impact event. And then when I got back after Memorial Day, it was time to immediately leave and go to the Mississippi coast and meet up with Greg Nordstrom for Tropical Storm Cristobal. And then we had a little bit of a break for landfall action. And I decided because I really like to study the monsoon out in the desert Southwest, that at the end of July, I thought, okay, and you guys know this, typically July is when there's the most SAL present, Saharan air layer. The pressures are usually pretty high. We hadn't had any big time main development region like 05 mirroring yet, right? Remember in 05 we had Dennis, early July, Emily, Cat 5. I mean, we didn't have that this year. So I thought, all right, people are starting to fly again. I'm going to take my chances. I took some equipment out there and I went out to the desert Southwest. And what happens? Hannah. And I'm like, I can't. What am I going to do? I'm not going to just fly into Houston and drive down to Kennedy County where there's more cows than people and just stand in it. I don't have any equipment. So Hannah got past me and I hate it. I hate it when one gets past me. But if there's anyone to miss, it was Hannah. Because look, it came into a county where, the cow to people ratio is 1,000,000 to 1.
We've made it all the way to H, Hannah. And if we're going in alphabetical order, and my alphabet correctly, we're going to have Isaias next. That is the most prominent storm that affected the Carolinas this year. Could you go into just some kind of conversation about how that went for you and what you saw in the eastern half of the Carolinas?
First of all, it was a challenge pronouncing it. And it's funny because now I can say it just fine. And I even had a friend of ours down in San Juan send me a video. And we are getting ready for Tropical Storm Isaias. And I couldn't say it. It was so annoying. And then, of course, after it made landfall, I was able to say it just fine. We thought, that was the end of July into early August, and kind of a little earlier than we expect them around here in terms of the peak. And it struggled and probably kind of left over in that.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Level dryness left over from the big Sal events of earlier in the season. But then again, boy, that last 12 hours right before landfall in Brunswick County, Isaias took off. And it was very, very surprising. Another 12 hours over water for that, and it absolutely would have been a Category 3. And it pushed a massive surge up the Cape Fear River. It's interesting because I could have just stayed here in Wilmington. I went down to Florida. It was another one of those ones like Dorian. And we all remember it looked like it was trying to do kind of a Dorian redo, right? And, it kind of got everybody spooked. But the models weren't as aggressive with it as they were for Dorian, so there was some doubt. But Isaias was impactful, massive surge up the Cape Fear River compared to, I think it was another record. The record before Matthew, I think it was Matthew, starting to get to be too many of them, was Hazel. And I think Matthew broke Hazel's surge record at the Cape Fear River in Wilmington, not Wrightsville Beach, not the Brunswick County beaches, but the actual Cape Fear River gauge. Matthew broke Hazel's record, Florence broke Matthew's record, and Isaias broke all of them. That is incredible. 1954 is Hazel, and then 16, 18, and 20, we broke that record again.
That is insane. So we know that you place cameras around. We're seeing other chasers, or I should say interceptors, as you would say. Tim Reed, for instance, they're starting to bring they're bringing more gadgetry into the chase, right? So, are you bringing anything else? Like they have the Surgeonator. Are you bringing water level meters or anything like? I know you have anemometers on hand and cameras, but what else are you bringing for your equipment for these interceptions?
Well, first of all, it's great that other people are able to fund and do these things, and no matter what you name them and who they are, if it benefits the science at the end of the day and creates public awareness, it's a big enough world that. Hey, bring it. That's great. The more, the better. I wish I had time to sit back and watch what some of these people were doing more, but we're all so busy. We hardly even get to see each other, especially in a season like 2020. And so one of the things that we have really focused on is just more cameras, have as many of them out there as possible and put them in areas that are going to capture the impacts in a way that we can see what's going on, that'll help the local officials, the local media, and then from there, regional and national interests, whether it's the Weather Channel or even the National Hurricane Center. We provide the feeds to them, obviously at no charge. I mean, even if you wanted to charge them, good luck with that. This coordination and camaraderie with all of us, it pays off because we're able to let them see their forecast verify in real time. And I've done it long enough that I know where to put them, where we can capture those impacts. And if it's surge that we're wanting to see, which is mostly what they're for, we've done a really good job of that, especially going back the last 5 years. But the answer is more, just more of them. And the crowdfunding through Patreon, it really exploded this year. And I cannot account for why. Maybe more people were at home. I don't know. I mean, I've had the ability to crowdfund what we've been doing for probably 15 years, but Patreon has been around only for a few years, so I really can't explain it. But all of a sudden, especially for Hurricane Laura, it really took off. But it's not just the funding from people becoming supporters and donating, if you will, $10 a month. People literally sent us equipment. We'd say, hey, look, we need more Nest cams. We need more drop sensors, these Kestrel sensors. We need cases. We need batteries. I'm not kidding, guys. And this is just wonderful. I would open my door and there'd be just stacks of boxes from Amazon or from B&H Photo, from people that sent stuff. And it was people from all over the world, not just the United States. And we would go put that equipment into place. And we'd literally hold the boxes of, hey, Pete, this is the box you sent. And that's amazing. So we had the funding to create more stuff than we've ever had before. And the only thing I would say, though, that stunk this year was that a majority of the landfalls were at night. Big thumbs down for that. Mother Nature owes us one. And that was really horrible, and that limits the ability to see the effects. Because here's what I say about the video. Video is data. And that's a real thing. It's called photogrammetry. And we use that very much in our work to see patterns, just simple things like seeing high water marks, to the timing of everything, the direction, and we can extract data from that video for years to come.
Altogether, if you are one of the people that is helping you set up equipment, what does the kind of average day look like for you all as a storm approaches and the morning starts, and what does it look like from that point out?
That is a great question. Nobody's ever asked it that way before. I'll say this year, it was the most well-oiled machine that we've ever had. And I owe that to the tremendous amount of support that we had through crowdfunding, that we were able to afford hotel rooms for each individual team member. Because, and you say, well, why is that important? Because sleep, or the lack thereof, is your biggest enemy. And you start making mistakes when you're sleep deprived. And that becomes a safety issue, and it becomes an operational issue that you can screw something up and you don't get another chance at it. But safety is the primary concern. So everybody gets a good night's sleep because everybody's got their own room. So you're not having, Brent over there, Greg over there messing with his phone, or I'm trying to watch the latest Office episode on my iPad to take my mind off of things and I keep him awake or whatever. So when we get up, we all get together and we just kind of see what's happening. What's the latest track show? What's the latest from the Hurricane Center? We have people from the outside feeding us information. And it's just amazing, Dan, how laser focused we are. It's like, it's so organized and so, like I said, well-oiled, especially this year, because there were so many pieces that came together perfectly that we work together well as a team. We all respect each other's opinion. We're all experts for the most part at what we're doing. We have experience. Certainly Greg and I do. And then these people that are helping out from the crowdfunding perspective, they come along and help out too. And they just go along. They trust us and we just do it. And it's crazy because you're counting down to zero when landfall is coming. There is no timeout. Wait, we got to, and so the day is spent figuring out where we're going to go, handling emails that are coming in, social media interactions. Maybe somebody's suggesting you can set a camera up in front of my shop. I have a condo you can use. We have this, the sheriff here wants to talk to you. He's going to help you. The weather service, we have producers now that feed us the best information. And so it's kind of like a network TV deal. You think about what it takes to send all those OCMs out there from the Weather Channel, and we're starting to get there with the amount of people helping us. And in a year like 2020, it just ran as smooth as it possibly could. And We work until dark, and then we usually try to find, if it's open, the nearest chain steakhouse, Texas Roadhouse, Longhorn, or whatever. And we go there and we have a good meal and we recap everything and we get another good night's sleep. You know, it's just, I guess after doing it this long, you get settled into a routine. But this year especially, it worked so well that we never had any hiccups.
Mark, there were a lot of other storms that you chased during the season. I think you said 10 in total. We talked about Isaias and Laura and a couple others, but can you kind of give us a bit of a rundown on the rest of the season? There were other heavy hitters that you guys observed. So what were some of your biggest stories?
So after Laura, we got back and there was not much time to rest. The season just kept spitting them out. And of course, the next significant one for us was Sally. And Sally was one of these ones that had a lot of potential and it rattled a lot of nerves. And it really looked like it was going to threaten Mississippi in a big way. And then it kind of, played cat and mouse with everybody. It was very slow. Is it going to strengthen? Is it not? And, and now it's headed towards Mobile Bay. And, maybe even Western Panhandle of Florida. It was very challenging because it was so darn slow moving. And the intensity guidance was just crazy. It was like, nobody could figure it out, literally. So that was the most challenging because it kept us on our toes in a very familiar area. I mean, I know the Central Gulf Coast very, very well, and yet it was still very challenging. But at the end of the day, the success that we had with that, because it was another nighttime event, and this is where my experience came into play, I focused on the river flooding that was coming. And I worked very closely with some of the Weather Service offices down there, and even one of the meteorologists for the state of Florida. And, we don't have hundreds of cameras, but we had enough that we put some on the coast to see what the coastal impacts were from surge. But again, Sally, 4 o'clock in the morning or something, landfall, another thumbs down for that. But the flooding during the day was going to be this rapid rise and then a pretty rapid fall. Unlike the Carolinas, where it's like a week later, Sally's flooding was going to be much quicker. So we put a camera system on the Fish River in Alabama. It's just a small river system down there. People in the area, they know it well. And then up on the Perdido River, just inside the Florida line. And boy, what we captured there was one of my bucket list, like, I want to do this. The river forecast was for record-breaking crests, in excess of 20 feet for both of these, if I'm not mistaken. So we purposely put both camera systems at about 7 feet. And exactly what you think happened. They went underwater. And the one in Fish River kept going. It was a GoPro camera. We didn't have enough. The live signal was not strong enough there. And that camera, you see the water come up, it submerges the camera. And then because of all the red clay and the soils down there, the water turns blood red. And we estimate, because the camera was 7 feet, the Fish River crested at like 20, 21, that the camera was more than likely under 5, 6, 7 feet of water for about 8 hours. And that little box that it was inside of, the GoPro, not even a molecule, a compound molecule of a hydrogen or an oxygen to be found. Absolutely bone dry. And that is amazing footage. And it'll really help to show the impacts of river flooding. We had pressure sensors out as well. The eye went right over one of them in Gulf Shores, Alabama. But again, the darn thing hitting at night, there was just not much we could do in terms of the visuals. So you have to shift and say, okay, what are the other impacts here? And that river flooding, that's what I wanted to take away. And that's exactly what we captured. Then
I'd love to ask just real quick, because you just mentioned that. How do you get the live data out of these stations in conditions that would generally seem hazardous and maybe not conductive for good coverage?
We use Verizon as our LTE provider, and I am a Verizon customer. They're not a sponsor. And so I'm just putting that out there. They don't pay me to say that. And it's just a matter of luck, honestly. Their engineering and their mitigation that they put in, they don't want their network to go down. Sprint doesn't, AT&T doesn't, because people get mad. And we need the network to stay up. Obviously, all of us do. And there are conditions where, yes, it will go down. We lose our feeds especially in big hurricanes like Laura, they'll go offline, certainly. But that's what the GoPros are there for. They back up those live feeds, especially if it's going to be in the daytime. And for Sally, slow moving, not really intense. And so you're not going to get like a gut punch to the network. It's more of a long process. And everything stayed up as far as I can remember. But that's what we do, is we use Verizon LTE, and we will be investing, because of our strong support from crowdfunding, some of that money into even more technology for 2021 that'll give us hopefully double the bandwidth, if you will, or at least the range to pick up towers. Maybe the tower nearest our camera is out 5-10 miles away. We could pick that one up. We've got somebody from Washington State who's donating some equipment to make that possible. And always trying to do it better, keep that mousetrap ever improved, right?
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt your the rest of the season recap, but after that storm, what else did you investigate?
It's interesting. Sally turned into Beta. We went from Sally to Beta. It's like, how did that happen? Because it was just this flood of activity. We had a big burst. We ran through just about everything that was left. Teddy, Vicky, Wilfred, Subtropical Storm Alpha. Boom! Now we're up to Beta, and Beta was threatening Texas. And so that was the longest stretch that I was gone. I was gone for 2 weeks. And that was weird. It was just like, man, I've been gone freaking forever. Anyway, so I went over to Texas for Beta, set up a lot of equipment. It is the cool part about Beta, a little side story. I put one of the remote cameras on the piling of a house in Surfside Beach of one of the executives that works for the Weather Channel. He's a friend of mine, and it's no secret. His name is Tom Lee, and he's one of the he's up there, right? And he has a house. His family has a house in Surfside Beach, and I was like, hey, you got a house down here? Where is it? And I looked it up, and I was like, whoa! I drove down there, and it was pretty exciting. They had some waves coming in, and I even flew the drone down there, and it was pretty remarkable. And I put a camera right on his piling. And it turned out it was a really good shot because the power didn't go out, and these Nest cameras do really well at night. And you could just watch the Gulf come in and out on the tides from one of the executives of the Weather Channel, right at his house. And he thought, hey, pretty good way to keep an eye on my house. And we met a lot of cool people down there, as we always do. And the people that we meet is remarkable. And we just started thinking, this is a Greek name. We're up to Beta, and I can't remember what the date was. It's like late September, I guess. And we're already to the B of the Greeks. It's like, geez, where's this going to go? And now, of course, we know it kept on going. But after Beta, there's a little bit of a lull, just a little. And then it was Delta. And I guess now's as good a time as any to get into Delta. And the thing about Delta, I'll say this. I saw a lot of people, you get the hype of something, and then you get the anti-hype. And I think both of them can be dangerous, obviously. People that will put the one snapshot of the 40-inch snow, the Cat 5 hurricane parked over Charleston from the Euro 10 day or the GFS 9 day. You see it all the time. We know. But then you got the guys and the gals on social that they want to play the other side, that I called it, that it wasn't going to be anything, and da-da-da-da-da. It's like, just stop. I don't want to tell you what to do, but stop. Just go down the middle and just look at the facts. And there were so many people saying that Delta was probably not going to amount to much because the Gulf had cooled, because we had those early cold fronts. But there was this research that I had looked into from one of the HRD people and other aspects that, and it wasn't like the 26 Celsius isotherm was 400 miles south of Creole, Louisiana. It was like 20 miles, man, and there's other factors at play. You guys know this, that it's not just baroclinic stuff, but it's not all about sea surface temperatures and upper ocean heat content. There's more to it. If the atmosphere is primed, you're going to extract every bit of latent heat out of that Gulf that you can possibly do. And that's exactly what Delta did. And that thing exploded and became a very powerful hurricane for that part of October. And it was, if it wasn't for Laura, Delta probably would have been the big story for Louisiana. As it stands, it came on top of Laura, which was weird. Like, you're driving around setting stuff up and you're like, there's still stuff wrecked from Laura, debris piles 10, 12 feet high. And we're putting cameras up in the same place. And gosh, that was so bizarre. Delta came in right at dark. By the way, that was the closest that we came in 2020 to launching our weather balloon in the eye of a hurricane, was Delta. We were ready out in somewhere in South Central Louisiana. The eye kind of never calmed down for us where we were. It was filling, as they say, and it was never had the calm winds, and it was getting dark. It came close on Zeta too. We'll get to that. But Delta, like, the countdown was on. You're like, okay, let's do this, turn on the this, to that. We were ready to go through the checklist, and then it got dark, and it was still like 60, 70 mile per hour wind, even when there was no rain. It was weird. When the backside gets hollowed out, they just tend to do that. Delta was amazing because when it was over and we went back to pick up our equipment the next day, they had no barricades, no police, no parish sheriffs, whatever they're called down there, nothing. And that's just Louisiana. It's like, hey, you want to be dumb enough to go and get yourself killed? We're not going to stop you. And we went down and started picking up our stuff, and there was nobody down there. And I don't mean like, it's a few cars. There's nobody, not a single living human being down there. They had all evacuated, or they were already gone after Laura. And we went down to get our stuff. And that's one of those moments that there's just no way to describe it. It got dark. We had to get over to Creole and get the last camera from Creole. And when you say that the Milky Way came out, because there was no lights on, that's an understatement. It's like the closest you'll ever get to primordial Louisiana in the Jurassic era is after a hurricane like Delta, which was on top of Laura, that just took the grid out. There's not a light within 50 miles. And it was remarkable. It was like a religious experience, to be honest with you. And there's alligators and raccoons and all kinds of wildlife down there. And we just felt like there's three of us, me, Brent, Greg. We felt like we were one with this weather universe. And I know it's a weird thing, but it was this amazing thing that I'm glad it happened, put it that way. And we safely retrieved our stuff. And it was one of the greatest adventures I've ever had.
Couple more things, Mark. Zeta and Ada, I think I pronounced that right. Impacts here in the United States. But after that, we had a couple of storms, Theta and Iota, that just wreaked havoc on Central America. I mean, these were strong hurricanes. So as we kind of round out the Greek alphabet, what's your? I mean, I know Ada and Theta, Ada and Zeta, you were able to be a part of, but not the last two. But what's your memories of those last four storms?
Well, Zeta was a surprise. Because it overachieved. The Gulf was cooler by then, and yet, I mean, it came close to becoming a Category 3. Remarkable. And again, the atmosphere was just like, wow. And it intensified right up until landfall. And it had major impacts in Louisiana and Mississippi. Greg Nordstrom has damage to his house. Nothing significant, and it's all insured and so forth. But he became the hunted. And we were in the eye of that one down in Slidell. That was amazing. Just the surge, though. That's the thing I'm trying to remember. The surge, even though Zeta came in at night, this came in right at dark. The storm surge in Mississippi was remarkable. And there's a couple of instances there where our cameras are going to provide some very telling data to the National Hurricane Center Storm Surge Unit as we work through that. To turn the video into data where we can find still water elevations in that surge. And you know how we're going to do it, even though it got dark, we're going to use the transformer explosions and freeze frame that at some of these peak surge times and enhance the video and try to find the high water mark on a building that we can definitively go out and survey and say, oh, look. And as an example, we had a camera on the backside of the Hard Rock in Biloxi. There's a little marina back there, and that camera box was at 4 meters or 3 meters, 4 meters above the water, and the camera went underwater, and it actually took out the camera. And some of that was wave action, But in those waves, and Shay, you know, all of you know this, you smooth it out and you can get that high water mark from video. And we're really looking forward to helping the Hurricane Center Storm Surge Unit with that as we go forward. So Zeta was very successful, surprising again, because it you know, it's getting on, it was freaking 2 days before Halloween, right? And very strong hurricane into the Central Gulf Coast. And then Eta, boy, what Eta did down in Central America. And I will be on record as saying that I am 100% in that they will upgrade Eta to a Cat 5 in the post-analysis. Because you remember the recon planes were going down there and they had to turn around and come back. And it just, we missed a lot of data. But then when they finally got in there, there were some to support. I just think in the off season, when they do their analysis, that the wind and the Doppler and the SFMR data will show that Eta was our second Cat 5 of 2020. I'm 99% sure of that. And then, you know, it looked like it could come around and be a real big problem for Florida. Luckily for Florida, it was not a real big problem, but it gave me an excuse to go down to the Keys. So I did. And that was honestly, I really wanted to go down and kind of know the lay of the land for a future event. I've never been to the Keys for a landfall, believe it or not, in my entire career. And so I went to the Keys. We dealt with it down there. Wasn't too big a deal. And then we went up to Tampa, St. Pete, another place that I haven't been to, and set up camera equipment around there, worked with some of the locals that knew the area really well. That helped a lot. And we nailed it. We got some amazing storm surge shots right along some of those causeways. And I felt like Eta was another one of those warning shots that was a November tropical storm. And if it had been a month,
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
A lot stronger if everything else was equal, and Tampa Bay would have had an 8 to 12 foot surge, not 2 to 4 that they had. And it just shows you, bypass them and then it kind of died out going into Cedar Key. Man, it just shows you how vulnerable Tampa Bay, St. Pete are. Those areas are to hurricanes. And you never know. Sometimes the end of the season kind of shows you where you're going to pick up the next year. I've learned that. It's not always a good match, but sometimes you can get some clues from that clustering, and especially if we're going to happen to have 2 very similar years to each other. Maybe that's a warning shot. And then it was Iota. Theta, I think, was I don't even remember, didn't do much out in the Eastern Atlantic, I think, but Iota, wow, that was, poor Central America. And I was in touch with a guy on, I guess, Facebook Messenger for the Hurricane Track page who lives down, it's the island that's south of Providencia. He was real worried about it, and it reminded me of Irma when I was communicating with a guy on Facebook that lived on St. Bart's. He was scared for his life because 185 Irma was coming for him. And this guy was down there on that island south of, I think it's San Andres or something, south of Providencia. Of course, that island, Providencia, these are Colombian governed islands, was just annihilated. We saw the devastation from there. And that was it, thankfully. Iota capped off 30 named storms, the ace of around 180, right? 13 hurricanes and 6 of them, whatever it was, major, right? Something like that. Start to even remember. And maybe that's it. Maybe we'll be done for the whole, we won't be like 05 and we're still naming these things in January, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get something in the subtropics at this point.
Well, Mark, one more thing to kind of wrap up this hurricane season, and we talked a little bit about it earlier, is how many storms we saw this rapid intensification.
Yes.
A day and a half before landfall. What's your thoughts? I'm not asking for scientific or just what are your thoughts about that? I mean, because you've mentioned previous, sometimes these seasons kind of foretell what's going to happen next season. This is a scary trend, and it's a trend that really needs to be watched.
Well, the simple answer is it's concerning because we look at the ACE, and some of that ACE, the accumulated cyclone energy, was generated. Like we look at Laura, it was a 150 mile per hour hurricane, but it did so in that last day before landfall. And Michael did the same thing in 2018. Matthew rapidly intensified on approach to Florida. And, it was very fortunate for Florida that It just scraped by 20 miles offshore. Dorian stopping, I don't know, whatever it was, 180 miles short of West Palm Beach, our vicinity, as a rapidly intensifying Category 5. And we're getting real close here to some absolutely mind-boggling disasters because these hurricanes are intensifying close to land. Eta and Iota both intensifying real close to South America like they did. That was a similar theme in 2005. Now, we had a much higher ACE score in 2005. And you say, well, yeah, there's a lot of, we had 4 Cat 5s that year. Well, think about it. All 4, here's a similarity. All 4 of those Category 5s in 05, yes, they were much stronger than what we had in 2020, looking at the big picture. But Katrina, the entire life cycle of Katrina was about 5 days, the whole thing. And in that 5 days, it became a Cat 5. Rita, same thing. Tropical storm in the Bahamas, Cat 5 in the Central Gulf, makes landfall as a 3. The whole thing lasted less than 5 days, roughly. Wilma, a little longer, but it rapidly intensified. Twice, once on the approach to the Yucatan and another on its way into Florida, and it made landfall as a 3, if I recall. Emily, Dennis, both, Dennis almost was a Category 5, rapidly intensifying. And here's the common thread. They all did so probably west of 75 degrees longitude, not like Irma, which was a Category 5 way out in the Atlantic. Florence, way out in the Atlantic, very strong. Ivan. These long track hurricanes are so different than these ones that blow up in our backyard. And it's not just the United States that has to deal with these. Central America, Cuba had to deal with Gustav doing that in 2008. But there's this weird common thread between 05 and 20 that these massive hurricanes that we did have strengthened so quickly in our backyard. I don't know why. I don't know exactly why. Can you attribute it to the La Nina and the favorable pattern right over that area west of 75, south of 30 north? There's something going on there. And, that's the thing. Can we see that kind of a pattern again ahead of time? And no, this is our bubble. This is our area we got to really look out for. Maybe that's one of the next things that people like Dr. Klotzbach or Eric Webb or Levi Cowan, who works down at HRD now, maybe they can work on that pattern recognition for that favorable bubble that's going to give you those strong hurricanes. And if they're close to land, we really should know that.
And kind of piggyback off that, we've had a few Twitter questions come in. Matthew Harding wanted to know, do you think we'll see something similar in 2021 that we've seen in 2020? I mean, I guess to kind of piggyback that, what is your outlook as we go into next year's tropical season?
Well, I think and this is so easy to understand, it's highly dependent on the state of the ENSO. I think more than anything, the El Nino Southern Oscillation phenomenon. Right now, we are in at least a moderate La Nina. It's like negative 1.3 or higher or something. I mean, the index is pretty low. And so that La Nina sticking around or not, and basically it's the absence of El Nino. If there's no El Nino and the Atlantic is warmer than average, especially in the main development region, then you typically have an above average season. But a season like 2020, where it's hyperactive and mega active, hopefully those are 15 years apart, because this is just too much. But you look at 04, here's the interesting thing. 04 had 15 named storms, something like that. And the ACE score was way higher than 2020's was in 04. And yet 05 almost doubled the amount of named storms of 04. Its ACE was a little higher, but they were back to back. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think you can look at that and say that 2020 is the 04 of the 04-05 combo, that 2021 would have 35 named storms or 40. Maybe it's a little bit of a reverse, that next year we have 15 to 20 named storms, but some long trackers, that the overall pattern stays favorable. Maybe that bubble shifts back out towards the Southwest Atlantic and maybe Florida and the Carolinas comes into play. There's just no way to know this early on. But the biggest thing to track, it's easy to do, is the anomaly data, the state of the ENSO, how the Atlantic's doing. And if those two puzzle pieces, a negative ENSO and a positive AMO, or just a warm Atlantic, doesn't even have to fit the classic anti-Atlantic multi-decadal oscillation. I know I'm throwing all these terms out. But if the Atlantic's warmer than the Pacific is, look out, generally speaking. We're basically going to need an El Nino to save us. And then that's going to have its own set of problems because the globe will be like 5 degrees warmer than it should be on average or some stupid stuff like that. We can't win.
Yeah, you're right, Mark. I mean, I think the positive AMO definitely attributes to it, even positive NAO.
Right.
And then you add the Madden-Julian oscillation, which allows for the shearing effect to lessen across large portions of the Atlantic. And you get that combination. That's what we had this year. I mean, I can't count how many phase 8s we had, which basically it parks itself over us where there's less shear.
Right.
But there were several iterations of that. And even when there was not in that phase, there was still these, rapid intensifications occurring, even with shear.
They would find these little pockets.
Yep.
Yeah. And take advantage of that. But, 2021 will probably be another active season because I've never seen that we have an El Nino after a strong La Nina. I cannot recall the last time that happened. There's always a first. And we know that the Euro, we talked about this before going with the taping here, or the recording. Who tapes anymore, right? The Euro, I think, is always going to want to show an El Nino or a warming INSO. It's just the way it is. It's got a warm bias for that. But we'll keep an eye on stuff like the Southern Oscillation Index. And as long as that stays wildly positive like it has been, that's literally a good barometer, quite literally, to follow that. There's ways to watch. That's what's so neat now is we can actually watch it. It's kind of like watching the NFL in the off season. The Super Bowl is over and then the Pro Bowl is over. And it's not like, oh, that's it. There's an entire network dedicated to the NFL. And we have a network dedicated to weather. That's the Weather Channel. And there's other channels too, but it doesn't all end on December 1st. We're on top of it until the next season. And we're getting better. I'll go back to the start of this whole thing. We saw this coming in March and April. Not to this extent, and you can never get the details, but the overall pattern was very well telegraphed. I think the best in any of the modern age of numerical weather prediction.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Speaking of 2021, hurricanetrack.com. What are you looking forward to next year, Mark? Any exciting projects? I know you've this year I've been seeing you've been doing some discussions with several guys in the tropical world and doing some off-season discussions. So what's going on over at hurricanetrack.com and what are you guys working on for next year?
A lot of projects. We had a great group of people that volunteered to help out this year. That really helped our back end, and we grew the crowdfunding substantially, which was a very pleasant surprise, and especially to be able to reinvest into more equipment to do more things. Obviously I want to be able to support my family and have a career out of this, and that helps that. Since I'm independent, this is what I do for a job. But it's the way it grew and how fast it grew, and to the extent that it did, meant that we were able to afford more stuff. And we put that stuff into action, and that's what we want to keep doing. And we're definitely going to have a much stronger initiative in the off season, to the extent that we even have a new logo, a new branding. And it's my Twitter handle logo right now. I think it's on Facebook as well. Haven't changed YouTube yet. I'll have to do that. But it's like it says Hurricane Track. It says off season, but it's a winter look. It's got a snowflake instead of a hurricane, and some wintry colors. And it's funny because it was a high school kid from Illinois that designed that for us. I don't have time to learn Illustrator and do that. I used to do that many years ago. That's that whole idea of people helping out, man. It's incredible. So our goals, I want to have the opportunity to go out let's assume these events happen. First of all, a really big bomb cyclone nor'easter kind of deal. Is it New England? Is it the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic proper? I don't know. I don't care. I just want one of those. My favorite is Situate down to the Cape. Those are my favorites, to be honest with you. I want one of those. I'd like to put it in order for a big bomb cyclone, winter storm, preferably in February. A big lake effect event in Western New York, where I was last year from Syracuse up to Watertown through the Tug Hill Plateau. I know there's other areas, Cleveland, Buffalo, etc., but I really like that part of upstate New York. So I want a big lake effect event. Then a high plains blizzard, one of those bomb cyclones that moves out of the Front Range, 980 on the pressure, big comma shape out over the Great Plains. I got a good friend and colleague up in Sioux Falls, Derek Thompson, who's got a nice Mesonet truck. I'm going to send him some cameras. He's going to put them out. My goal is to like fly into Denver, rent a vehicle, bring some cameras with me. We scatter them around South Dakota, out in the Black Hills. Nobody's ever done that. You got traffic cams and you got storm chasers. And again, they do great. But I want to stick a camera on an overpass out on, what is it, Interstate 70 or something out there, and show you that blizzard from the ground, basically. And then have these pressure sensors and temperature sensors attached with it that we're working on that feeds that information in real time. That's our next big project, is that every camera box will have a Kestrel with a Raspberry Pi that feeds that live weather data. The only thing we're going to be missing is wind. We got to talk to WeatherFlow about getting some anemometers. The arm youngs are just too expensive, man. It's killing me, especially when people are throwing them into the bayous. But I digress. Yeah, we're going to have a big data. We're going to have 20 cameras next year, and each one of them is going to have live data with that camera. What else? Oh, then after that in May, we're going to have this big initiative to go out and put all these 20 cameras and all these sensors and the weather balloon project and have a big test during a severe weather outbreak over multiple days, sometime in May. It's not a schedule. We're going to be there from May 10th to the 15th. We're just going to wait for the pattern. And when the pattern says go, we're going to assemble the crew and drive out there and hopefully do so mask free, because the vaccines have been working. That's what we're hopeful for. To go back into that ugliness of the COVID. I mean, we can't escape that, but looking ahead to May, it actually might be a time of some big celebration. We can keep our fingers crossed that we can enjoy the weather and do so back more towards what I don't use that phrase, a new normal. I hate it. I call it the alternate universe. I want the alternate universe to be dissolved.
Well, Mark, we appreciate that. Always appreciate your time with us. And we wish you the best on this off season. Hopefully you get a little downtime before the winter storms get cranked up.
Agreed.
We always appreciate you joining us around this part of this time of the year and kind of recapping the tropic season. I don't know how you want this. Hopefully it's not as active, or maybe you do want it active next year, but whatever you want, we hope you get it.
Well, the way I look at it, if there's going to be hurricanes, I look at it like what Jack Nicholson said in A Few Good Men. And, where he said, and I'll do the phrase without the cuss word, where he says, you want me on that wall, right? You want me there. If there's hurricanes, you want us out there. You want me, and you want the others that do this to do what we do, and the support from the social media world and the crowdfunding world allows that to happen. And my passion for the hurricanes and the extreme weather doesn't mean that I don't have empathy for the people that are affected. I absolutely do. And as long as they don't get mad at me for being passionate about what I do, you would never get angry with the firefighter who's headed off to put out the fire. Don't get angry with me that I happen to really enjoy being passionate about helping you in the end of the day. And that is to be aware, be educated, and be excited about the weather. You know what I mean? And the more excited we are, the easier it is to teach us.
Definitely so. We always enjoy tracking you out there. And I know we only had Isaias this year, and I think you joined in on one of our calls that we were doing our live coverage. So we always appreciate that as well. And we hope you have a great Christmas season.
You all as well.
Yeah, for you those who are watching, go check out Mark's website, hurricanetrack.com. You can find out ways to help contribute to the funds there to help Mark and the crew get everything they need to get going for the tropical season, and donate to their Patreon account. And we appreciate your work out there, Mark. And once again, appreciate your time. And for you guys who are watching, thank you for watching. We hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you next time here
thanks
on
to the
Carolina
panel.
Weather Group.
Great.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We welcome you to our latest edition of our little podcast, Weather Live Stream. And we're going to be talking about an interesting project tonight, the Snow Impact Project. You may have heard about this project just recently released out on social media. NOAA and NASA and a lot of different entities working on better forecasting winter storms, and especially along the East Coast here where we live. That will be helpful because we know a variation in just a few miles can mean all the difference in snowfall forecasting. Tonight we have with us Lynn McMurdy. She's kind of leading up this research project. She is a associate professor at the Department of Atmospheric Science from the University of Washington. So, you know, last year on our 300 show, we were talking about the states that we've not had guests from. So we can mark Washington off that list. So now we're down to, I think, 6 states that we've not had any guests from. So, Lynn, welcome to the show tonight. Definitely happy to have you. And I know it's a busy time as we're in the midst of this research project. So tell us a little bit about the project and maybe how it got it started and how you guys came together to get this idea and get the ball rolling, per se.
Sure, happy to do that. I'm excited to be able to tell you all about it. So as you know, being a NASA project, our name of our project is an acronym because everything is acronyms with NASA. And the name is called IMPACTS, and it stands for the Investigation of Microphysics and Precipitation for Atlantic Coast Threatening Snowstorms. So in its name, it tells you a little bit about what we're doing. So I'm leading this project with I don't even know how many people I'm working with, probably hundreds. It's funded by NASA. It's a very large program that's a 5-year project. In the middle 3 years, we'll be doing gathering data and gathering cases to study. And it's part of their Earth Venture Suborbital call for projects. And this means instead of NASA funding somebody's idea about satellites, this is using aircraft. So suborbital means below the orbit of the Earth. So the main way that we are performing our investigation is through aircraft observations. So what we're trying to do is, as you well know, snowstorms, which occur all winter in this part of the country, are pretty difficult to forecast. They're fairly complex systems. They consist of large cloud shields that can be as far as Florida, way up into Canada. And within those big complex cloud parts of the storm, there's narrow bands of more intense snowfall. We call them snow bands. And it's that those smaller scale features, usually near the low center of the storm itself, that we are specifically trying to investigate. We're trying to understand the processes that form the snow bands, that make how they change as a storm evolves, and why some storms have a lot of snow bands and others have like absolutely none, yet they both are producing snow. So that's kind of the science focus of it. And our observational strategy involves primarily 2 aircraft. One of them will fly high above the clouds. It's NASA's ER2. It can fly at 20 kilometers elevation, which is 68,000 feet, or twice as high as a commercial aircraft. And it has equipped with remote sensing instrumentation. So everybody's probably familiar with weather radars. This airplane has 4 different radars, all different wavelengths. So they're sensitive to different portions of the storm. There's one that's a cloud radar, so it can see the small cloud size drops, and others are more rain and snow radars. They see the bigger drops. It also has microwave radiometers, and those are types of instruments that we often fly on satellites to measure precipitation from space. So that ER2 flies above the clouds way up high and looking at the storm remotely, and underneath in coordination, observing the same portion of the storm is the NASA's P3 Orion, and it flies inside the clouds, and it has a multitude of instrumentation, and the major ones are these cloud and precipitation probes, which actually essentially take pictures and count the sizes and the pictures of the snowflakes as they form. We fly it at different levels, so you see where the beautiful dendrites form, where the needles form, and then fly underneath, and they aggregate into large, big blobs of snow that eventually falls on the ground. We also have some ground instrumentation specifically for this project, and that includes a whole array of different radars and other snow measuring equipment, mostly on Long Island with my colleagues at Stony Brook. So one of the things you asked me to mention is like who's involved. So obviously I have a large crew of people involved with NASA, but the National Weather Service is also involved. They are sending up extra rainwind sondes, so we measure the profile of the atmosphere more frequently during these snowstorms. We just request them to, can you please put up some more at Albany and at their usual places. They'll add more rainwind sonde launches when we're flying, at the time periods that we're interested in. So they've been really helpful, and they're also been extremely helpful with helping my student and grad student and postdoc forecasters, trying to give them some local expertise.
Flying in a winter type of storm, does it present any additional challenges versus like the hurricane hunters who fly in warm core systems?
Well, that's a good question. The two different systems are pretty different. The hurricane hunters typically fly fairly high, and what they're doing is trying to get different profiles of the environment of the hurricane and try to get a good estimate of what the central pressure is. So they're kind of after a different...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
And they fly fairly high, so they're well away from any kind of icing problems. So for us flying in snowstorms in the winter, it depending, like this last case, we actually flew, it was rain on the surface, but the structure of the storm was the same. So we flew in it, but icing was an issue that we had to watch out for. I think our main challenge is getting airspace to do the maneuvers that we want to do to sample these storm systems. But so far, the air traffic controls have been extremely helpful and very accommodating. On our first flight, we were kind of messing around in upstate New York and Vermont, but then we wanted to go across Long Island. And when you looked at, there's these, apps called like FlightAware, you can watch where all the airplanes are. They kind of cleared out a corridor and let our plane go through. It was like, oh man, that is very, that was really great of them to do that for us. So even though it's challenging but we're trying to do our best to not demand too much and we do whatever they tell us to do.
Is your aircraft on FlightAware? Is it something people can track when you're on these?
Yeah, it is something people can track. Yeah, definitely.
According to the website I found, which is this, a NASA website, it's November 806 NA and November 809 NA. So
I just couldn't remember where the N and the NA were. So
we like to make it difficult in aviation.
Yeah. So.
Cool.
These airplanes, especially NASA flies a lot. So does NOAA, and my colleagues who get National Science Foundation funds can also request the NOAA or NASA flights, and so they very experienced crew in field campaigns like this. And each one has its unique way of doing operations. I think. We're not doing anything really clever, fancy, different, and never been done before. And a lot of our instrumentation has been used in many other projects. And in some ways that's good. It's kind of less risky. And we'll get good data right away. And so it's, banking on the experience from other campaigns.
So I know specifically the focus of this project is for snow bands, but does some of this data also feed into freezing rain and sleet forecasts as well?
It might, yes. I think what we're doing at this stage is we're first looking for any storm we can find. The banded structures can result in different things at the surface. The bands form aloft. So at those levels, that's always below freezing. And then the structure at the very lowest levels, the airplanes can't, observe because you're going to crash them because you're flying so close to the surface. So if it happens to be a situation where there's pre-existing cold air down at the surface and that happens to turn into freezing rain instead of snow because it's warmer aloft, then yes, we will inform that. So I've told others that snow bands are our wish list are the main thing we want to get for. But if the storm happens to be warmer than your usual winter storm, the structures are similar and we can still learn the science of what makes those structures. Why does it organize in these narrow bands that are maybe related to the low pressure center deepening or maybe not. There's different hypotheses that we're testing, and we can test them with a variety of storms, including ones that have freezing rain and things like that.
Lynn, just off the cusp thinking, this may, correct me if I'm wrong, may be able to help predict or maybe forecast where we could actually see those intense bands set up where we see thunder snow. Is that?
Oh, that would be, thanks for mentioning the thunder snow, because for this year on the ER2, we do have an instrument that measures the electric field, which then relates to lightning. So if thunder snow happens to occur, we will actually learn some really fascinating stuff. They've never flown this instrument in situations where in winter storms. So you're correct that one of the applications of the data that we're collecting should help us improve forecasting in a variety of ways. The first way is, we will understand the processes much better. So the science will elevate our knowledge base. But then the direct measurements of those snow crystals and the environment they're forming in, and what the liquid water content, the temperature, all these other parameters, these are things that our numerical models are also predicting. But we have to do that, what we call using microphysical schemes. It's kind of like an algorithm that figures out how to do this. And they're invariably wrong, so that we don't have that portion of our numerical model very well constrained. And by having these direct measurements, we can see which one of these variety of microphysical schemes that you have a choice to use when you run a forecast model, which one is the most correct for these kinds of storms. They make assumptions like how much is made into snowflakes, how much is made into solid ice, how much remains in cloud liquid water. There's those things are assumed in the numerical models, but we will measure those so we can tell the models, no, you're wrong. I don't care how much snowfall comes out of that model, you're still not getting it right for the right reason. So that's one of our key applications, is hopefully down the road making improvements in our numerical models.
What's it like? I mean, this has got to be probably the most difficult part of the research.
Yes, it is. Where it takes us all week to figure out, like, how would we fly this forecast that's 85 hours out. So far, everything's gone great. We've been lucky, but we haven't flown a lot of cases yet. As you know, it's been kind of a quiet winter, but maybe that's a good thing. So we will be back again next year, and we hope for a really active year, and we really know how to go about this. So this is, even if we don't fly a lot this year, we'll have learned a lot. We will have gotten pretty good data, and we're ready for a better year in the next two.
Some of these, ideal winter storms can be quite massive and stretch all the way from the southeast to the northeast.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Is it possible for the planes to cover the southeast on day one and then get to the northeast in time for the deepening low pressure?
We would love to do that. The trouble is that these storms kind of move a little too fast. The way when you work with aircraft, there's a certain amount of time that they can fly because of how much fuel they can take, and also for crew duty. So they're very, very strict with how long a pilot can be operating the plane. The ER2, the one that flies really up here, high, is there's only one person on the plane, and that's the pilot. So, and he wears a spacesuit. He's almost beyond the atmosphere. He's so high up. So he has to, we have to be sure that that person is within the safe range. So Total crew duty is 12 hours. So that includes the pre-flight routine and then landing and the post-flight routine. And then we are required to give them 12 hours off before we require them to show up again. So if my storm would move really slowly, I could probably do that.
Well, and I know you mentioned that next year, the project's still going to be going on. How long is it set for at the moment?
We're here now, and we're here to the end of February. And then next year, approximately the same, another 6-week window, we'll be out here in the following year. So 3 winters.
Emergency management. Maybe if they, we get this research about where these heavier snow bands, like forecasting, maybe emergency management, that's where they put their assets at. I was just wondering if, who all you can see the benefits from this research.
Yes, I can see like the public at large, and of course the emergency management is part of that because they are the communicators from the forecasters to the public, and they kind of make decisions about how to respond to any kind of threat like a snowstorm. So I could see the public being, benefiting a lot in the long run. It's always hard to see the direct benefit. I'm going in, geeking out about the great science I'm doing, but understanding these snowstorms better and then using that understanding to improve our forecasting. And when our forecasting is done better, and especially in terms of the distribution of snow and where those bands occur, and do they set up, and if it's one kind of storm, do we expect to get a lot more of these banded structures and therefore more localized regions of heavy snowfall, or do we see that a different kind of storm would not have that, and so there maybe be less of a worry? So yes, indeed, that'll eventually benefit the public, our understanding, and then applying that understanding to better forecasting, and better forecasting will help the managers be able to react in a timely manner to inform the public.
I know it's kind of early into the project. What's the feedback been like so far?
Thumbs up. It's great. We love it. When the type of instruments we fly on the P3 are kind of finicky and difficult instruments, so some of them have not been operating at the top as they could be. So that's some of the feedback. We're trying to correct some problems or fix an instrument or two. The data that I've been looking at looks really good, I think. What you kind of is exciting is you look at it and go, I don't know what's going on. When you have that kind of reaction, that's actually a good thing, because it means you're going to learn something new. So I'm excited about that. So far, I think everything we've collected really high quality data. We haven't lost anything. Like sometimes, your biggest worry is like somebody forgot to flip the switch and it didn't record. Like, oh no, don't do that. So far, everybody knows what to do. They got all the switches turned on. Everything's good. And so far it looks great. So we just need more storms. That's all I need.
Well, we need some more storms too. We're hoping.
I know. We all need more storms.
We need some more storms too. Well, Lynn, it's been a fantastic discussion. I'm going to go ahead and close out. So everyone, thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We hope you've enjoyed this discussion. Lynn, I want to ask you, if you don't mind, if people want to follow along with the project, I know you have some social media platforms they can follow. How can they do that?
Boy, I should have wrote this down. So the one I know for sure is our Twitter account, which is at snow with a capital S and then impacts, IMPACTS.
Awesome. We follow here on the Carolina Weather Group, and I personally follow the snow impacts on Twitter. So get some great information there. You get some behind the scenes photos and things like that. So Lynn, thanks so much for joining us. We want to thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group, and we will see you on our next episode. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we want to welcome our guest, Mr. Stephen Baxter. He works for NOAA headquarters. He is the Winter Weather Services Program Lead, and we're getting into that season where we're transitioning more into fall and winter. And with that comes the threat of winter weather. And that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. It's going to be kind of twofold. NOAA just recently released the winter outlook for the 2021 winter season. So we're going to go over that briefly, and then we're also going to talk about a new product that NOAA is releasing. And this is kind of similar to what we see in the summertime with storms, the threat of storms. So it's going to be a new outlook that we're going to talk about and really dig into, because this is a new product and one I think everybody will find useful. So we'd love for you to join in on the conversation as you're watching tonight. Feel free to drop any comments if you want to. Stephen, welcome to the show, and thank you for joining us tonight. I know kind of a busy season with you getting ready and ramping up for the winter weather season. One thing we always like to ask our first-time guests, and we talked a little bit about this off air, but we'll go through the short, brief version. Tell us about your weather journey. How did you kind of get hooked into the weather field, and how did you get to where you're at right now with NOAA?
Yeah. So my interest in weather started at a young age. A lot of us have some formative moment where we decided that we wanted to be meteorologists. Mine was the blizzard of '96, early January of '96. I was in second grade, and I still remember it quite vividly, actually, watching the Weather Channel and watching the local on the 8s every 10 minutes. And I think my parents thought there was something legitimately wrong with me as I was just watching this constantly. I loved it. I was hooked. And so I love winter weather. That's always been my favorite type of weather. And so I went to Millersville University in Pennsylvania, where I got my bachelor's degree in meteorology. When I was there, I was lucky enough to do an internship at the time. Was called the Student Career Experience Program. Now it's called the Pathways Program. It's actually a broader, it's not just the Weather Service, but it's a broader federal initiative. But I did for the Climate Prediction Center. And I worked there, including that time, for 10 years, about 10 and a half years before I went to headquarters. And so I worked in a couple different positions in the Climate Prediction Center, but I did a lot of research to operations of applied research in climate variability, subseasonal, seasonal climate variability. And as part of a rotational assignment last winter, I worked over in headquarters in the winter program. And then I took that position permanently during this summer. And so that's what brings me here tonight. So I'm pretty new in that position. So I'm still doing a lot of spinning up. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot of awesome stuff and great people throughout the agency. And going from climate to weather, which is kind of funny to say in the Weather Service, but to do that and to do that with winter weather, which is actually our newest service program, is a lot of fun. But there's a lot to learn, and there's a lot of work that we have to do. But we're really happy with where things have gone recently, and I'm happy to be here tonight to talk about some of that progress.
Well, speaking of the National Weather Service and NOAA, they have just released their 2020-2021. It's kind of a mouthful. Winter weather outlook, and La Nina has been a word that's been talked about a lot, and some of our viewers may not fully understand what a La Nina is. So what is the winter outlook, and how does La Nina play into that?
Great question. So we start with La Nina. So La Nina is called the cold phase of what we call the El Nino Southern Oscillation. So the reason this is important is because the tropical Pacific is an important heat source in generating convection in big swaths of thunderstorms across the equator, especially in the central western Pacific. And that plays a really critical role in the formation and maintenance of the climate as we observe it even in the mid-latitudes, namely through the formation of the jet stream. And what happens during La Nina and El Nino is the sea surface temperatures in the Pacific are either warmer in the case of El Nino or colder in the case of La Nina. And what that does is it alters relative to normal those patterns of tropical convection. And that in turn affects the jet stream across the North Pacific especially. And that has, through what we call teleconnections. So I think a lot of weather folks or people who love weather are familiar with teleconnections like the North Atlantic Oscillation, for instance, or the Pacific North America pattern is another prominent teleconnection. And so itself imparts an extratropical teleconnection, and so is the El Nino Southern Oscillation. And so that kind of classic La Nina teleconnection, if you will, is what drives in large part the outlook for the upcoming winter. And so if you look at the forecast that were published by the Climate Prediction Center. So I used to do these outlooks until about 3 or 4 months ago. You'll see that there's kind of a very typical La Nina type pattern that you might be familiar with, which shows, generally speaking, milder than normal conditions across the southern tier of the United States are favored. And then across the northern tier of the U.S., especially across the north central, northwestern parts of the U.S., colder than normal temperatures are favored. And then actually El Nino actually has a slightly stronger precipitation footprint than temperature, in fact. And across the southern tier of the U.S., drier than normal conditions are favored in La Nina. And across the northern tier, generally speaking, it's wetter. But there's kind of two centers of action you'll see. So one is in the Ohio Valley, which tends to favor wetter than normal conditions to the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes. And then again across parts of the northern Rockies and the interior Northwest. So it's a pretty classic look that you see in La Nina winters. And it's fairly close to the exact opposite of what you see in El Nino. Not exactly. There's some interesting reasons for that. But generally speaking, with a moderate-ish, maybe strong La Nina this winter, certainly a robust La Nina event, that's going to have an important impact. And so that's what forms the basis for that winter outlook.
So in regards to the La Nina oscillation, what about the NAO, the North Atlantic oscillation? Are there any trends regarding what the outlook might be for this season?
Another great question. So this is actually something I worked on quite a bit while I was at CPC for the last few years. So the short answer is not really-ish. So the NAO is a very important pattern of climate variability across timescales. So we know it's important for short-term climate variability for the next week or two. We know it varies on longer timescales, potentially up to decadal timescales. The problem is the ability to predict it on seasonal timescales, especially once you remove a little bit of a La Nina influence. So the way the NAO is calculated, right? So you think one way you can think about the NAO, or one way it's calculated, is by looking at the relative sea level pressure anomalies in the North Atlantic between, say, near Iceland and the Azores to the south. Well, if you just take El Nino or La Nina and you look at this wave pattern that comes out of the tropics, and you look at the teleconnection that's imparted from El Nino and La Nina, it will have a non-zero effect in the North Atlantic. It's small, but non-zero in a way that can appear to affect the NAO. And so there's some literature that in our academic literature that looks at the relationship between El Nino and NAO. And such as it is, you might favor a positive NAO during La Nina winters, but that's not, as a causal mechanism, is a little flimsy. The example I just gave, quite famously, the 95-96 winter was such a winter where you had a La Nina, but you also actually had a predominance of the negative phase in NAO, and hence one of the snowier winters on record across much of the eastern U.S., including my part of the Mid-Atlantic. But there are some interesting areas of research related to identifying sources of prediction skill for the NAO, and so it's something that we don't have right now. But I'm hopeful that in coming years, we'll be able to talk more explicitly about the seasonal tendencies of the NAO, or sometimes it's couched in its its sister oscillation called the Arctic oscillation, the AO, which is kind of more of a hemispheric look. They're just kind of derived slightly differently, but capture the same, in essence, the same phenomenon. So I'm hopeful that in future years we'll be able to say something more specific about these patterns of mid-latitude variability. Unfortunately, in this winter outlook, and what we're comfortable imparting in the current outlooks from the state of the science, wouldn't really support that right quite yet. But it's a good question. It's something that we think a lot about.
If I was approaching from the general public and I wanted to take a look at the 4 different colors that were available that represented the outlook, can you tell me a little bit about what those colors mean and how are they decided?
In the case of the winter storm outlook, there's a few different, we added an 80% this year. So There's a less than 10% chance, which won't show up as any color. There's 10 to 30, 30 to 50, and 50 to 80, and then there's in excess of 80%. And so that's the probability of exceeding that local watch warning criteria. Now, how do we come up with this? And so in that sense, those are meant to just kind of fairly easily communicate what the relevant risks are. We can think of 50% as kind of being, roughly speaking, the criteria for a watch. So if it's more likely than not, that would favor a watch. Now, also, it's important to mention that this doesn't take the place of or totally inform watches, because as we're moving towards consistent forecasts across the agency, the other aspect that we're working with is to also improve the impacts-based nature of watches and warnings. So while the probability of exceeding a certain snowfall threshold might say only be 30 or 40%, the local office could still issue a winter storm watch because they're expecting the impacts from that storm to be such that it warrants a watch or a warning. So cases where this gets a little slippery are where you have mixed precipitation, where you have sub-warning criteria in both snow and ice, situations where shoulder seasons, and we saw some examples of this earlier this year, especially in the Central Rockies, where snowfall events that are early in the season with foliage still in the trees, and so snow load and power outages are more of a concern. You might issue watches and warnings for lower snow accumulation criteria because of the increased impacts. And then a classic example here in the East is timing is very important. So heavy snow during rush hour, for instance, is more impactful than heavy snow during the middle of the night on a weekend or something like that. So those are local impacts that local offices can take into account. So it's not a one-to-one correspondence yet, but that's kind of loosely speaking. 50% is where, all things being equal, you would start to think about, you would issue the watch.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Based on the reliable probabilistic guidance, it's more likely than not, so it's worth issuing the watch. But that can be modified by the local office's take on the expected impacts of the storm.
I know impacts is a big deal, and I know each forecast office has different criterias. But, first thing that pops into my mind would be the Atlanta snow jam in 2014, where, we had maybe an inch of snow, but the temperatures were so cold. So it seems like this product that you guys are releasing is really more based on impacts and how it impacts the general public, emergency management, and things like that than it is maybe about this set range of you're going to get this much snowfall.
That's right. So there's another product that is a very nice complement to this that's been operationally implemented this year, which is the Winter Storm Severity Index. And so what that does is it has criteria, but it's a much more complex and dynamic criteria to better account for some of these impacts. And so in that framework where you have, and so what it's doing is it's screening the official forecasts from the National Digital Forecast Database. So the local offices are submitting their official forecasts. It's using those forecasts, applying climatology, applying different algorithms to assess different impacts, including snow amount, snow load, ice accumulation, ice impacts, among other things. And it's doing that to get an idea for those impacts, including things like flash freeze, blowing snow. And so using those two together, and as in fact, the vision of the program is kind of an eventual merger of those two products along the lines of what you were saying. So right now, the winter storm outlook is grounded in the very objective kind of criteria-driven realm. The winter storm severity index is still deterministic. So we're not using probability information yet. It's just using the deterministic forecast from the local offices, but it's applying it in an impacts-based context. So our long-term goal is to get to a place where we have a probabilistic winter storm severity index that will in turn inform the winter storm outlook, so that the winter storm outlook today, being just the probability of exceeding a fixed snow or ice accumulation threshold, will eventually be the probability of exceeding moderate or severe impacts. Impacts being defined, being kind of regionally varying and defined in a much more nuanced fashion. And so it's those two products right now that you can that are a nice complement that we eventually want to see kind of come together and form the basis of these kind of consistent, collaborated, and probabilistic products across the agency.
I think a lot of people hear outlooks and they are thinking of the Storm Prediction Center outlooks for severe weather that they might be familiar with. How might these new experimental outlooks compare to those?
So they might be, they are potentially similar in that they're probabilistic. They're giving a probability of a certain event occurring in a daily cadence. So we have day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and then the maximum probability across days 1 to 4. That will be different. The Storm Prediction Center doesn't have that component. So they're very similar in that they're trying to give advanced lead time and a heads up, right, in terms of hazardous weather. So the Storm Prediction Center, as you might know, issues severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches for the CONUS. And as you might imagine, their objective probabilistic outlooks, convective outlooks, play an important role in that, and starting that process through which they work with the local offices to issue those watches. And so that's actually one of the we're leaning in on that paradigm a bit in the winter program. Not to say that WPC is going to take over watches entirely, a la kind of the SPC model, but to say that we're moving in a direction where those watches are going to be more closely collaborated in an explicit and defined fashion and process between the local offices and WPC. And so, yeah, I think there is a lot of, you can draw a pretty close parallel between those two. And in a lot of ways, the winter program is trying to lean in on the probabilistic element. I think it's recognized how important that is in severe weather, because it's, we kind of, I think it's intuitive, right? That the odds of a tornado, for instance, at an exact grid point at any time is very, very small. And so specifically, right, in SPC's space, the outlooks are the probability of the event occurring within 25 miles of the point, right? And so it's this kind of stenciling out of the grid. And in winter, that's not so much our problem, but we do have the problem of conveying the uncertainty in the forecast. So when you're issuing a forecast for winter weather, we need to know how much liquid equivalent precipitation is falling and its phase, and if it's snow, right, the snow liquid ratio, which can vary as well. And so there's a lot of degrees of freedom there. And so it's important that we flesh out all those possibilities. That's why the probabilistic forecasts are so important. And then once we have that suite of probabilistic forecasts, we can kind of take a slice through them and look for these cutoff points where the probability of exceeding a hazardous criteria is enough to warrant kind of these public messages, like a winter storm watch, for instance.
As far as who this product's actually meant to kind of serve the best, on your product description document, it talks about emergency services, different kind of broadcast elements, and also mentions the general public as well. Can you kind of elaborate a little more on that?
So the product actually has its background in a watch collaborator tool that was an internal tool to help forecasters collaborate between the national centers and the local offices. And basically the idea was to broaden it up and give some of our stakeholders, including the general public, access to this kind of national picture image that gives you the probability of hazardous winter weather at extending lead time, right? So day 1, 2, 3, 4, and in a way that, again, just kind of improves the situational awareness for stakeholders in the general public, as well as the ones you mentioned, like emergency managers and kind of those other stakeholders that work closely with the local offices, and to give them, I know Scotty, you had mentioned, talking with the meteorologist at GSP, kind of another tool in the toolbox, right? And so that's the idea here, is that we're giving the general public, as well as more sophisticated, maybe decision makers, not to say that the general public's not sophisticated, but the general public, as well as more acute decision makers, another tool in the toolbox to improve situational awareness, to understand the threat of hazardous winter weather, but also to highlight areas where maybe the threat of winter weather is lower than would qualify for a watch, but where certain very sensitive industries might still want to be aware of that. And so it's also an opportunity to better inform the public and those stakeholders about the utility of probabilistic forecasts and how we use them.
So how can the public give feedback on this?
So it is important when we have experimental products. The process that we go through in the Weather Service is when we have an experimental product like this, it goes out for what we call an experimental comment and review period. So it's reviewed not just by internal meteorologists, but it's also being reviewed by the general public. And so if you go to the Winter Storm Outlook website, which is hosted by the Weather Prediction Center, there's a link there at the top where you can provide feedback in a survey to give feedback on anything from there's a set list of questions, but it will include things like the scientific integrity, the accuracy of the product, as well as the aesthetics of the product. Does the display make sense? Does the web page make sense? Is the data easy to access? I do think the Weather Prediction Center has done a really awesome job with that website. It's dynamic. It's in GIS format. You can download the shape files, KMLs. You can pull static images if you want. So there's a lot of great ability to get hands-on with the data there. It has custom level zooms to each of the county warning areas. So for each office, you can kind of get a zoom in to whatever office, whatever area of country you're in. So it's really a very accessible website, but it can certainly be improved, I'm sure, based on the feedback that we get from the public. And in fact, that's actually important. I'm glad you asked that question, because last year, like I said, this is the second year that this has been experimental. In the first year, last year, we didn't get a whole lot of public comment on it. And I think it might have just been an awareness thing. A lot of people weren't as aware that this existed, that this product was out there, and that we were looking for comment on it. And so hopefully one of our goals this year is to hopefully get more public feedback. And that's not only important to help us improve the product, that is important, but also helps us make the case to organizational leadership that this is a product that we want to support operationally. It's not a foregone conclusion that this will be around forever, right? If the feedback's not positive or not sufficient or can't be resourced, we might have to discontinue the product, right? So experimental products aren't guaranteed to continue forever. And so it helps us build that case to transition it to operations, or to make improvements and then transition to operations in a way that keeps our program and our programmatic goals moving forward.
Well, speaking as a daily GIS user, that new user-friendly interface sounds awesome, and I'm really glad that opportunity is going to be there. Lastly, are there any other winter weather products that y'all are working on besides this winter weather outlook?
So that's a great question. So the winter storm outlook, that's experimental right now. I did mention the winter storm severity index that's operational. Okay, so that went through this experimental process and has been implemented operationally this year. So a few key initiatives that we're working on that I'll just run over real quick, and they're kind of an experimental space or in development space, just things to look for. But these are just kind of general things that we're interested in from a programmatic perspective. I mentioned moving these products through the medium range, and so extending the winter storm severity index and the winter storm outlook through day 7 is an important priority. I touched on briefly the development of a probabilistic impacts-based component. So a winter storm severity index that's in probability form. That's something that we're working toward. We're working with kind of the research arm of the Weather Service to help kind of move that along and get that into the operational pipeline eventually. And then lastly, one of the things that you might also be familiar with is there's the local probabilistic snow experiment. So at the local level, if you go to your weather.gov/3 digits like GSP, although I'm not certain that GSP is participating in the experiment, but supposing it is, if you do /winter, right, you get the main winter page, and one of them is the probabilistic snow forecast. So it shows the expected value and then the high end and low end amounts. And so those are the 10th and 90th percentiles respectively. And what we're working on there is that's been experimental for some time, and we're trying to get that on a path to operations, and including probabilistic ice forecasts with that. That might be especially relevant in your part of the country, where one of the parts of the country where you get a lot of interesting icing events. And so that's a complicated issue organizationally that we're working through. And it's something that we're trying to make some progress on, but we're looking forward to there being some experimental changes and then getting that on a path to operations. And so as we kind of tying the kind of what I kind of say like the synoptic scale evolution of the winter program is looking at a future in a few years where you have a probabilistic impacts-based guidance informing the winter storm outlook that's supporting consistent and collaborated winter storm watches around the country. And all of that is being undergirded by a consistent national to local suite of probabilistic snow and ice forecasts, and potentially extended all the way through day 7 across the board. And with that kind of, and that's kind of that, like I said, synoptic scale. And then longer term, one of the things that we know is important is being able to improve the storm scale side of winter weather forecasting. Heavy snow bands, snowfall rates, hourly snowfall rates, for instance. Those are things that are really important for impacts. We're talking about impacts. Looking at a 6-hour accumulation, 3 inches of snow in 6 hours. That's nice. If that 3 inches occurs in 1 hour, that's very impactful. If it's a half inch an hour for 6 hours, that's less impactful in an acute sense, right? So those kinds of storm scale, micro-mesos type scale storm impacts is something that we're also working on as well. And so that's a little farther out in our planning process, but something that we're really aware of as being an important issue that we need to tackle to keep making progress on all the kind of important aspects of winter weather.
And for our Carolina viewers, I was just checking as Stephen explained that, and there, an NWS GSP, along with potentially other offices across the Carolinas, do offer that winter weather experimental product to see the 10% and 90th percentiles. That's weather.gov /GSP
Winter. It is there. Yeah. And you'll see it. It'll the probabilistic snow. Yeah. Yeah. There's 70, I believe it's 76 offices around the country offer it. So it's not in every office. It's not even in every office that theoretically can have winter weather. As you might imagine, offices in parts of the deep south or southwest and the west coast aren't participating in the experiment. But I'm glad to hear that those parts of the Carolinas are. So that's something to definitely check out your local office as you go through this winter season. And another opportunity to provide feedback as well. As we're going through this season, because that's an experimental product, if you go to that website that Evan just mentioned, you can also click, there's a feedback link there that'll take you to another one of those surveys to provide that feedback to us.
Well, Stephen, we appreciate your time tonight. I'm going to, since you're the program lead, this is your time to let everyone know again how they can find out about all this information. I know you guys are hoping for a lot of feedback. So where should our folks go to find the outlooks and the severity index? And again, remind us how we can provide that feedback for you all.
The easiest place to go to get started on this is to go to the Weather Prediction Center's website. That's wpc.nsep.noaa.gov. There might be some shortcut versions of that also. And under their winter weather tab, on the options panel on the left, you can select the experimental winter storm outlook or the winter storm severity index. I think the WSSI might actually be linked at the top of their homepage. And then for the winter storm outlook, that's the experimental product for which they can give a lot of input. For more information on the winter outlook itself, I would recommend going to the Climate Prediction Center homepage. And they'll have a link to the latest press release from NOAA that was put together, and that whole forecast put together by my former colleagues at the Climate Prediction Center. And you can read more about that there.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Stephen. And thank you guys for watching us tonight. If you're a big winter weather lover, hopefully you'll be able to use these products. I know last year was kind of a bust for much of the Carolinas winter weather wise. So maybe this year we'll be able to use these products, and definitely recommend that you give some feedback.
Full disclosure, right? In a La Nina winter, it doesn't look good.
It doesn't. You're right.
It only
takes one.
And these are all probabilistic forecasts, so you can get lucky, and you can pull a rabbit out of the hat here and get some winter. So I'll certainly be rooting for it. But La Nina winters are not typically our winters here in the eastern part of the U.S., especially the southeastern part of the U.S. Unfortunately, but
that's it.
But
so,
you never know.
You never know. It's like we talk about the hurricane season. It only takes one. So hopefully if we do get that one storm, you'll be able to use these products and definitely provide some feedback. I personally think it's a great product, and hopefully it'll get out of the experimental stage and into operational stage. So Stephen, thank you again for watching. Thank you all for watching tonight. We'll see you real soon.
And good evening from Charlotte. I'm James Brierton. It is Wednesday, November the 18th, 2020, and thanks for joining us for an all-new edition of the Carolina Weather Group. Now, this week on the Carolina Weather Group, we are dusting off a tape that has been sitting on our shelf for a little time now. We want to explain why. We're going to be talking about fire safety here in the Carolinas, and in March, we talked to the North Carolina Wildfire Service, Forest Service, and they gave us some great information about trying to keep your home safe, keep yourselves safe, and trying to keep our beautiful scenery here in the Carolinas safe. No sooner did we tape this episode last March, well, as you might recall, the pandemic really increased and a lot changed, and we ended up covering several coronavirus-related shows here in the Carolina Weather Group before conditions really became so wet that we haven't talked about wildfires since early in the spring. We had lots of moisture from the tropical season. We had severe weather roll on through with lots of thunderstorms, all conditions that kept things very moist outside and really kind of kept the fire risk to a minimum. Well, it's now cooler outside, it's windy, we have lots of abundant dry leaves on the ground, and thus we're entering a little bit of a fall fire season here in the Carolinas, so we thought it was an appropriate time to go back and visit that episode, and we wanted to give you that premise and our appreciation for our guests who have been waiting for a little while to share all of this great insight with you. That's coming away in just a moment.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We thank you for joining us tonight. Tonight we're talking about wildfire and how wildfires and weather kind of go hand in hand. And so tonight we have with us Justin Query from Granite Falls, North Carolina. He is in charge of Western North Carolina in the wildfire mitigation program. And we also have with us Hannah Thompson Welch. She's located in Kinston, North Carolina, and she manages Eastern North Carolina and the wildfire mitigation program there. So Hannah, Justin, thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate that. I know our first question to a lot of folks who are first time on this program has to deal with weather and how they got interested in weather. And I know weather is a part of your job, but how did you guys get involved in the Forest Service? What really inspired you to want to do this? Hannah, I'll start off with you. Kind of give us a little bit backstory about you and then how you got involved with the North Carolina Forest Service.
Okay. I was one of those kids who liked to romp through the woods and stay on the heels of my father. So trying to keep up with him through the woods, I guess that's what got me into forestry to begin with. But I was a sports medicine major originally and helped some guys out in the dorm with their homework in forestry, and then got bit by the forestry bug. So I worked for Kentucky Division of Forestry for a couple of years and then came to North Carolina, and I've been here 16 and a half years so far.
And Justin, how about you? How did you get caught up in the Forest Service?
Yeah, it's somewhat similar to Hannah. You know, it was a lot of outdoorsy type things with my dad growing up. But then when I got to high school, we had a FFA department there, and they did a lot of stuff with forestry throughout that. And, you know, I realized it was something I really enjoyed and decided to go to school for it and pursue a career in it. And just like Hannah, me and her, we started right about the same time. I'm sitting about 16 and a half years myself now.
Very cool. Those are great stories. So now kind of transitioning into the main topic of tonight, which is obviously wildfires. Justin, I guess we'll kind of start with you. Is the spring fire season the only fire season of the year, or is there another one later in the year as well?
No, we'll typically have another one in the fall of the year, usually right around leaf fall. We'll have a lot of fresh leaves on the ground, ripe for ignition.
Right, yeah, I can see how that would be an issue. Speaking of ignition, how do some of these fires get started, Hannah?
So in North Carolina, we have around 98% of our fires are caused by humans.
That is terrifying.
Well, it's only 2% are caused by lightning, and that's different in a lot of other parts of the country. But here, with our wildland-urban interface, we have a lot of population, so we have a lot of human-caused fires. And some of those are debris burning is our major cause, around 38%, and then incendiary is about 20%, miscellaneous 14%, and then it goes all the way down to camping at 1%. So it's a variety of human causes, but our main one is debris burning.
And to sort of piggyback on that, to Evan's question, a lot of folks here, we see prescribed burning a lot in our forests. And a lot of folks are always asking, hey, is that fire out of control? Sometimes it can really set up where you get pyrocumulus clouds building over the top of it and just looks like a really ominous situation. So I got to ask, are any prescribed burns responsible for some of these out of control fires, or is that really monitored heavily and that's almost a 0% risk?
Okay, well, I'll take that one then.
I was thinking about it for a moment.
Yeah, we'll go with you first. Sorry, my fault.
So I guess the question is, does a prescribed fire ever turn into a wildfire? Is that the long and short of it? Yes, it has happened before. And will it happen again? Yes, it probably will. We do our best to plan for that not to happen. But, you know, when you're dealing with something like fire and something as with weather, and, you know, it can be an unpredictable thing. As much as we like to think we can predict it, you can have a wind shift that you didn't see coming. You can have, you know, a whole host of different things. You know, relative humidities will drop out lower than what you thought they were going to be. And, you know, experience some more extreme fire behavior than what you were thinking you would have that day.
Justin, just quick piggyback off of that. You're kind of talking about the weather variabilities. When you find yourself on some of these larger wildfires like we experienced in Western North Carolina back a couple of years ago, and they grow so large, and you guys actually have like a command post, and you have Forest Service and firefighters. Do you guys ever get like meteorologists that on like site to help you out with like you talked about humidity or wind shifts or anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get an incident meteorologist on most of our larger incidents, and then we'll also get some fire behavior analysis guys out there that will help to, you know, take those weather parameters, and they'll actually try to turn that into what will the fire actually do, you know, with the weather parameters that they're given. So yeah, we'll get incident meteorologists out there on our fires, our larger ones.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the